So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter summoned the Dark Teacher in Hogwarts? If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your quirk. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to Space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. The Dean of Mahora Academy was sitting at his desk, reading a letter from an old friend. After he finished reading, he sighed and looked out the window. Well, that class always lacked candidates, and the current situation is indeed an emergency, he said, deep in thought. But someone enough open-minded to share some of his abilities while learning completely new ones, plus a dozen other guards with enough battle experience. Suddenly he smiled a little guilty. He really isn't going to like it, but it's not like he can refuse either. Neither of them can't. Actually, he grinned. A few hours later, Negi and Asuna were dropping their jaws to the floor, while Kanoka giggled enthusiastically. "Tell me you didn't say new assignment," said Asuna after she recovered from shock. "Sorry, Asuna-chan. I'm not very good at lying. Not in these situations anyway," he added for himself. "But Evangeline can't leave the school," Negi said, hopping to get out of the mess. "If she makes a pactio with you, it would be enough to come along with you. You are Nagi's son, after all, the person who imprisoned her here," the dean said, smiling at his attempt. But we can barely speak a little, if not any English," Asuna shouted. "And what about school? Our classes? We can't just skip classes like that for a year. I am the dean, remember? If I say so, you can skip for even 10 years. But after taking a look at her face, he quickly added, "I'm joking. I'm not letting you skip class for 10 years. Don't get your hopes up, okay?" Asuna was a little disappointed but said, "Okay, we'll settle with a year," with a smirk on her face. "Don't I have any say in this?" Negi said, almost crying. "No," everyone in the room answered, to his dismay. "But I don't know anything about that kind of magic," he yelled. "Don't worry, it's much simpler and weaker than the one you use. That's why you will also be teaching them some of your own stuff," the old man assured him with a smile. "Study in Eva's resort for 2 to 3 hours, and you'll be more than all right." When the young mage didn't answer, the old man said the key words, "Your father also used some of the spells from that branch of magic." At that, Negi raised his head with a sparkle in his eyes that could blind just about anyone. "I'll do it. Thank you for this opportunity, Principal Kono, sir," Negi said enthusiastically, and added, "I'll inform the others immediately." With that, he turned around and left the office basically floating. Asuna gave the dean a look, while following Kanoka out, and said, "You're one shrewd old man. You know that?" "Well, I tried," the dean smiled before adding, "but what I said is true." With that in mind, Asuna left the office and met up with Negi and the rest of the Ala Alba at Eva's resort. There, in front of the beautiful castle, stood Kanoka, Yu, Haruna, Nodoka, Setsuna, Asuna, Keed, Ku-Fei, Shichamaru, Mana, Chisane, Asakura, Chao, Seo, and Kotaru, looking at the way Evangeline was almost choking Negi. "You mean all I have to do in order to leave Mahora is to kiss you? I'm gonna kill that old bastard for not telling me until now. Boya, get in that circle," Eva yelled with an enthusiasm she hasn't showed in a long time. Everyone was amused, even Negi, who was still massaging his sore neck. He stepped in the magic circle Kumo drew and kissed Eva, who, despite her enthusiasm, was still a little embarrassed to kiss him. Not that it was for the first time, but because all the other girls were smirking at them, and especially after Asakura took a photo of the kiss. A few seconds later, her camera was reduced to dust as the dark Evangel looked at it. "So what is this new assignment you got from the old man?" Eva asked eagerly. "To be the new defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They're very low on candidates, and when I say low, I mean they would rather die than do it." Negi answered her with a smile. To his surprise, Eva looked rather bothered by his response. "You know I really don't like England, right?" Eva said, looking lost in thought rather than angry. "Yeah, but it can't be helped. It appears that some Dark Lord, Voldemort, has returned after over a decade of exile, and their government refuses to admit it. If I don't go, the English Ministry of Magic will choose the new teacher, and we know the ministry has been infiltrated." Negi cited and continued. One of their most powerful magicians is the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus. Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Eva whispered, to everyone's surprise. You know of him, Evadano? Keat asked. Yes, he's at a level of a magister magi, but in his own kind of magic. He's been the headmaster of Hogwarts for over 50 years, and I can't think of anyone better to take his place. Eva said in a normal voice. You seem to know a lot about him. Are you two acquainted? Setsuna asked, deeply impressed. No, I haven't been to England in over 200 years, but he's quite the popular character. Was popular, you mean? Ever since he announced Voldemort's return, the Ministry and the press have been throwing dirt at him, discrediting him and suspending him from most of the organizations he was leader of, Negi said with an annoyed look on his face. In other words, the same that happened to your father during the war, or to you a month ago, right? I hear you, Negi. Let's do this. Asuna said with determination. So I take it all we need to do is guard the school? Mana asked. Yeah, and teach the students some of our magic in addition to their own, the 10-year-old answered. I'll decide what to teach them when we see them. Okay, Eva, he added quickly. TSK, you always get to have all the fun. The vampire smirked evilly, showing her fangs. Oh well, let's teach you some of their magic. Everyone follow me, Evangeline said, heading for her library tower. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 2. The Way to Hogwarts. 3 hours after that, or rather 3 days inside the resort, everyone was familiar with the new kind of magic. Well, Asuna's spells always ended when she touched the charmed item, but it couldn't be helped due to her magic cancel. Even Eva was surprised at how fast they learned, but made sure not to compliment anyone. What proved a pleasant surprise was the lengua that allowed them to speak English or any other language for 24 hours, thus solving any communication problem. What almost brought them to despair was the fact that modern technology was useless at Hogwarts, but Negi assured them that Chisholm's and Chow's artifacts could get rid of that interdiction, but even he couldn't say how much. Speaking of Chisame, alias Net Idol Chiu. Flashback. The hell's wrong with you? Signing me up for this? She yelled at Negi when she found out about the trip. I'm sorry, Chisholm-san. It wasn't my decision, but I thought you could use a break from school. The principal said he'll give you all the knowledge you would miss through a spell, so you will learn everything without even trying, the young mage said. Wait a sec, you mean I can get away from a year worth of schoolwork by coming with you punks? That sounds like an offer I can't refuse, grinned Chisame. But we won't be stranded in the middle of nowhere like last time, right? She asked suspiciously. No, we'll only use magic transportation to get to London and meet up with Anya, who will take us to the King's Cross train station. After that, we'll go to Hogwarts by train. Magic transportation, you say? Chisame began, but Eva said from behind her, a port key. You just have to touch it at the appropriate time, and it will transport you almost instantly. And the destination can't be changed after it was first charmed. So you won't end up near a perverted octopus again. You little brat, Eva said the last part with a grin on her face. You told her? Chisame started choking the innocent Negi. Who else knows? Just Shichamara, who was there. Eva said instead of Negi, who couldn't answer even if he wanted to. So it was her. Damn that little robo-girl, said dropping Negi to the ground and heading for Shichamaru. It will be a long year, right, master? Negi asked after catching his breath. Yep, for all of us, Eva said grimly. Next morning, being done with their goodbyes the day before, 5 hours of interrogation and torture, they were all in the dean's office. Okay, I wish you all the best of luck. Remember you represent Mahora, so please at least try to behave, the old man said. Those special bags I gave you seem to even fit Eva's resort in it, he remarked, seeing how little baggage this seemed to carry. Chow, I wrote to them about your suggestion for the security system, and they said they'll think about it. Evangeline, I also said you will be coming, and while they weren't exactly thrilled about it, they accepted. Try not to kill anyone on their side, will ya? Eva grinned evilly and said, I'll think about it. Finally, as soon as you and Negi suggested, I used the name Kagarazaka. Here's a letter for Albus, with the rest of the introduction. He gave her the scroll and added, "Be careful, princess," with a smile. "I will, principal," she smiled back. "As for Kanoka, make sure they don't come back with missing limbs, okay?" He joked grimly. "Oh, Grandpa," she said, hitting with a hammer on the head, laughing. "That big ball is the portkey. I asked for a larger one, since there are so many of you," he said, pointing towards a rather large basketball. "Now everyone touch it. There are only 2 minutes left." They gathered around it and touched a portion of it. "Okay, good speed, everyone. 3, 2, 1. They suddenly vanished and appeared inside a bar. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," said a familiar voice. "Anya," Negi said right before a flame punch hit him in the gut. "You're late. Negi, you slowpoke," she smiled. "How can we be late when the portkey only activates at the design time? You foolish brat," Eva rolled her eyes. "That doesn't change the fact that he's a slowpoke," Anya grined. "That I can agree with," Eva smirked. "Master," Negi cried. "Negi, you idiot." Being played by girls, Kotaru said with superiority. "Oh ho ho ho, Kotaru-kun." Chizuru's voice was heard and the Hanayo went pale. "Where? How?" he whispered, horrified, as the others started laughing. Noticing the source, he yelled, "Damn you, Asakura-nichan, don't scare me like that," at Kasumi, who was holding a small cassette player, grinning evilly. "Anyway, we have a few cars waiting outside to take us to the train station. You have plenty of time, but you would feel better if you arrive early and find some compartments for yourselves," Anya said. While walking towards the cars, she added, "I'm sorry I can't come along, but I really can't stand the fortune telling those people use. Not even 1 out of 1,000 are accurate predictions," she said. The trip to the station was short and uneventful. When they arrived, they were surprised of how they had to pass through the barrier to get on Platform 9 March 4th. After that said goodbye to Anya, who promised to visit at Christmas. They got on the train, but as they wanted to stay together, Eva used some of the new magic and enlarged the compartment, giving them enough space. At 10 o'clock sharp, the train started moving. As they all got up rather early, some of the girls decided to take a nap. But about an hour later, an annoying voice was heard talking outside of the compartment. "Be careful how you act, Potter, or I'll give you detention. You know, unlike you, I'm a prefect, so, unlike you, I can punish," he said so loud that half of the train heard. And he was getting louder with each word. Setsuna, angry that he almost woke Kanoka up, opened the compartment door and said in English, "If you can't speak in a more quiet manner, then get lost." The sly-looking blonde boy turned around and looked at the newcomer. She never seen her before and decided to teach her a lesson. "Don't you know who I am, you idiot? I'm one of the new school prefects. Draco Malfoy from Slytherin," he said, thinking she'll back down and apologize. "I don't care who you are. I won't forgive anyone who disturbs Kanoka's sleep," she answered, totally unaffected by his words. "Now get lost." Draco looked at her angrily and then grinned. "Crabe Goyle, take care of her while I wake this Kanoka person," he said as 2 gorilla-looking guys jumped on Setsuna, while Draco headed towards their compartment. Right then, someone from the compartment Draco was in front of cast a spell that made Draco trip. "Don't pick on other people, Malfoy," Harry said as he came out on the corridor. "Damn you, Potter, you'll pay for this," Draco yelled. "Crabe, Goyle, get him now." But nothing happened. "I said now," he repeated as he looked towards them. They were both at Setsuna's feet, apparently in great pain. "Why the hell?" he began as more people came out of the 2 compartments. Ginny and Ron from Harry's compartment, while you and Mana came out of the other one. "You're too noisy," said you, before adding Silencio. Draco tried to reply, but realized his voice was gone. Angrily, he began hitting the floor with his feet, like a little kid. "What part of noisy don't you understand?" asked Tatsumiya, pointing her gun at him. "Mana," Setsuna began. A whiz was heard and Draco dropped to the floor. "Don't worry, I used a silencer," Mana said, lowering her gun. Boss, Crabe, and Goyle mumbled as they looked at the silent Draco. "You killed him," they said, terrified. "I don't waste bullets on weaklings. He's just asleep from that dart," Mana responded. "He should be up before we arrive," Not get him out of my sight, she added, as the three Slytherins left as quickly as they could. Awesome, Harry whispered before saying thanks for the help, and sorry if you woke your friends up. No problem, Setsuna smiled while you added, they're still sleeping. Glad to hear it, Harry smiled back. Looking at them, he remarked, I haven't seen you three before. Are you transfer students? Well, something like that, I guess, you answered with a smile. Well, see you around at school, Mana ended their chat, going back in their compartment and closing the door. After going back in their own compartment, Ron whispered, What the bloody hell was that? I've never seen something like that before, Ginny added, deeply impressed. That was a gun, Harry responded. But at Hermione's horrified look he added, one that used tranquilizers. A gun? A witch using a gun? I never heard of anything like that before. Are you sure they weren't muggles? Hermione asked, worried. I'm sure. One of them cast a spell that silenced Malfoy, Harry said, deep in thought. A few hours later, the train stopped in Hogsmeade Station. As Harry and his friends left their compartment, they saw the members of the YEA I leaving theirs. And what a sight it was! Over a dozen people in beige robes were there. And if their outfit could be explained by them being new there, the way they all fitted in the 8-person compartment couldn't, making all the others stare at them blankly. Other than that, most of them were girls. The only 2 male members of the group appeared to be first-year students. And to top it all, another girl that looked like a first-year commanded, Okay, let's get to the castle, you brats. The silence that followed was the first of its kind on that train. All eyes were staring at the Ala Alba. After a few seconds, Negi said, Aren't we all supposed to get to the castle? Breaking the awkward silence. Everyone instantly turned around and minded their own business. Embarrassed, Harry approached the group and apologized. Sorry about that. It's just that students usually wear black robes. It's all right. I usually wear black as well, but it couldn't be helped today. Eva answered without even a glance at him. Anyway, let's go, Negi added, and everyone started moving towards the carriages. Just like with the compartment, they enlarged it by magic. Some of them glanced at the weird creatures that pulled the carriage, but decided not to ask. Nor they needed, because Eva told them anyway. In case some of you can see what pulls this thing, it's called a thestral, and it can only be seen by those who've witnessed the death of other people. Can anyone else see it? Asuna, you, Mana, Keed, Setsuna, Chow, Negi and Seo said yes. I guess Shachamarth could also see them if she searched for them with her energy-detecting pupils, Chow added. At that, Shachamaru checked and confirmed her theory. Soon after that, they were climbing the steps of the school, at the top of which they were greeted by Professor Minerva McGonagall, head of the Gryffindor House and vice-headmaster. I presume you are our guests, the Ala Alba. Welcome to Hogwarts. The festivities are about to begin. Please follow me. Also, which one of you is Professor Negi Springfield? That would be me, Negi answered while stepping forward. McGonagall looked at him for a second, blinked and said, Pleased to meet you, Professor. I wish you the best of luck. All of our previous teachers for that class quit, or worse after a year, she said, watching him carefully. Well, I'm here just for a year anyway, but thanks for the warning, Negi smiled. McGonagall turned around and said, Follow me, while having a rather impressed look on her face at the young mage's determination. As they entered the Great Hall, the sorting was just about over. McGonagall guided them towards the teacher's table. Unlike other years, another table was placed as a continuation of the teacher's table, and also unlike other years, there were 3 empty seats at the teacher's table, 1 on the right of the headmaster and 2 on his left. And speaking of the headmaster, that was where Negi and Eva were taken after the others were told to take a seat at the new table. As they approached, Dumbledore, with his long white hair and beard, stood up and greeted them with a wide smile, inviting them to sit at his left. As he stood up, the entire hall became silent. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 3. The introductions. As Dumbledore stood up, everyone went silent, even the noisy 3A girls. Welcome and welcome back to Hogwarts. This year we will be hosts to some friends from afar, and when I say afar, I really mean it, since they came from the other side of the planet. From Japan's Mahora Academy, the Ala Alba. At that, Negi and Evangeline stood up and the rest of their group followed. As Dumbledore and most of the other teachers began to clap their hands, Harry's group did the same, followed by everyone else, except Draco and his minions for obvious reasons. As he stooped clapping his hands, Dumbledore continued his speech. Also, Mr. Negi Springfield and his assistant will teach the defense against the dark arts class. Everyone else went silent and some even stopped breathing, as well as the new elemental magic course. He finished clapping his hands again, but only McGonagall and Hagrid followed, while the others were staring at him and the two children beside him. After a few seconds, Draco and many other Slytherins started laughing. Dumbledore chuckled himself before saying, "I'm serious." At that, everyone went silent, except for Draco, who was laughing so loud he didn't hear. As he continued to laugh, Eva lost her patience and snapped her fingers. At that moment, Malfoy was encased in a block of ice. No one dared move or make sound as Eva said with an evil smirk, "Deadly serious." As if nothing unusual happened, Negi cleared his throat. Asuna? He began. "On it," the redhead responded, heading towards the ice. As she knocked on the block, the ice shattered, leaving Draco trembling from both cold and fear. After Asuna returned to the table, Dumbledore continued his speech. "Thank you, Miss McDowell, for your demonstration. As I was saying, Professor Springfield will also teach the new course called Elemental Magic. Professor, please explain the concept," he finished, making a slight bow towards Negi, who began his explanation. "Well, as the name implies, it's about controlling the natural elements. The elements are water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, light, and darkness." "Yes, darkness," Negi smiled at their startled reaction, "but not the kind you are used to. There are also some other elements, but let's leave it here for now. Spellcasters that use the elements are called mages." Negi made a pause before continuing. "The primal goal of mages is to help the people of the world, more often the mundane, or mugless, rather than the magic population. Stopping wars, terrorism, natural calamities, that kind of work. Also, the highest rank and honor is that of a Magister Magi, or Master Mage. Also, there's the political stuff that I really don't want to discuss," Negi added, making many of the students smile, and even some teachers. "As I was saying, elemental magic is mostly used for combat, but there are other applications as well. Some you are already familiar with, such as flying a broom. That would be an application of wind magic, and sometimes gravity. I may add that the next step to that would be levitation." Just as Negi intended, everyone, even the defrosted Draco, was interested. Pleased of the effect he made, he continued. "While some of you may be compatible with just one while others with many, remember that for each element you must work hard in order to grasp it, control it, and eventually master it. At any rate, I'm still working on the control part for wind, so beware of hurricanes." Negi finished with a half-joke, setting everyone back in their party mood. Everyone, well almost, started applauding the young teacher, and Dumbledore said, "Let the feast begin," and food appeared on the table. After he sat down, Eva leaned towards him and said, "No, really, his sneeze is truly a sight to see," making McGonagall freeze for a second and the old man giggle amused. While they ate, they chatted a little and discreetly explained why Shachamaru wasn't eating and why there was a talking and smoking ermine on Negi's shoulder. Also discreetly, Dumbledore asked Negi to come to his office with the rest of his group after they were done with the festivities. Soon after that, the headmaster gave the usual "don't go into the forest and listen to Filch" speeches and the party ended. Immediately, the Ala Alba followed McGonagall towards Dumbledore's office. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was deep in thought. Dumbledore never mentioned why the others are here. And then there's that girl's gun, she whispered before Ron reminded her of her prefect duties. At the time Negi's group was entering Dumbledore's office, Hermione, as well as the other students, found out why the Ala Alba were at Hogwarts. "Are you serious, Professor?" Hermione asked, scandalized. "He's lost it after all, hasn't he? Dumbledore, I mean." Harry added. "Watch it, Potter." McGonagall stopped the outroar with a glance. Some of them aren't as young as they look. Some of them have more battle experience than all the teachers combined, if not the entire school. They've seen more overwhelming odds than most adults. So have I, but Harry started. Dare say that to their face, and you might get worse than Malfoy, she warned him. There are few as gifted as them. They will share some of their experience with you during your first class tomorrow. Me and Dumbledore will be there to observe, she added with a smile. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, they just handed over the introduction letter. Well, it's a pleasant surprise to have the heirs to the throne of Vesperation here. Dumbledore smiled. In name only, sir, Asuna corrected him. Neither of us intend to rule a country, Negi added. Since you're here, I'm not to complain, the old wizard continued. Just don't do any permanent damage to the students. You mean let them live? Eva smirked. That's no fun. I'm sure we'll manage, Negi hurried to add. I'm sure you will do just fine. Now, about where you will all sleep. I'm sorry, but for now you will have to sleep in pairs. Don't worry, though. As large as they are, even 4 could fit easily. It's in one of the towers. As for the offer Miss Lincoln made, for adding a barrier around the school, it was, after long debates, accepted. Also, the control room can be in your tower. Oh, by the way, Professor Springfield's office also has sleeping quarters. It's all right. I prefer staying with my students, Negi said as McGonagall and Snape came in the office. Yeah, Kanoka and me shared our dorm room with Negi for almost a year. I don't mind sharing my bed with him. I mean, we're all his partners, except Kotaru, Asuna said without thinking. What? The newcomers yelled. That's outrageous, McGonagall added. Calm down, lady, Como said. Partners doesn't mean lovers. But the ceremony does require a kiss, Dumbledore added with a low voice. The silence that followed filled the room with so much tension and embarrassment that one could cut it with a knife. Moving on, Kotaru said, ending the awkward silence. Yes, well, as you requested, the defense against the dark arts and the elemental magic class scheduled one after another for everyone, Dumbledore said. But are you sure 2 hours per week is enough? Usually, there would be at least 2 hours for each course, he said with concern. Yes, sir. With my way of teaching, 2 hours of their school time will be more than enough. Actually, I might finish in 1 hour, but let's save some insurance, Negi said with confidence, while Eva grinned. Preposterous, that's impossible, Snape commented, drawing all eyes towards him. Actually, Severus, he invited me and Professor McGonagall to assist his first lesson. Care to join us? If that's all right with you, Professor Springfield, Dumbledore proposed. But of course, I don't see why not. Negi answered cheerfully. Very well, I'll be there, Snape accepted without a second thought. I'll tell my students to prepare a project and let them study alone. Well, see you tomorrow. Minerva, please guide our guests to their quarters. As they left, Snape remained alone with Dumbledore for a few seconds, before turning around and storming out. Tomorrow will be a show like none of them have seen before, Dumbledore said with a small voice, before turning towards his work. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 4. The lesson part 1. The next morning, the 5th years were having their first class with their new teacher. Yes, after speaking with the head of their houses, they realized they couldn't change the headmaster's decision, however odd it may be. They were, however, questioning his sanity, since the entire summer he was denigrated by the press and ministry. And being asked to bring their pajamas, bathrobes, and towels with them didn't make a good impression either. This year looks more and more insane, Ron said, looking at the odd view their class offered. All of them had luggage, crowded outside the classroom. As they waited, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape arrived along with Negi and Kanoka and Setsuna. The later 3 were the only ones without luggage, even though Negi had his staff and Setsuna a long stick-like package on their backs. Good morning, everyone, Negi greeted, opening the classroom door. Not, come in, and gather around that, he said, pointing towards Eva's resort that was in the middle of the classroom. As they approached, they bumped into an invisible wall that around the mysterious item. They stopped, looking at it carefully. It looked like 5 model sceneries inside glass orbs, 4 of them connected to the middle larger one through glass tubes. Just beyond the barrier, there was a large, sophisticated circle with writings none of them could understand. The barrier itself seemed to be sustained by another circle, of different design however. "Okay, Setsuna-san, you can dispel the barrier now," Negi said to the raven-haired girl. "Very well," Setsuna said, as she made a hand sign and then added, "I'm done." "Professors, shall we 4 do the honors?" Negi asked and received their approval. "Then please follow me," he said, stepping into the inner circle. A second later, he disappeared. Everyone except Kanoka and Setsuna was amazed, even the professors, but they hid it well. As the 3 also stepped into the circle, they also disappeared. The students were kind of scared of that circle, but they couldn't refuse Kanoka's smile as she led the next group inside. Eventually, only Setsuna was left. After she stepped inside the outer circle, she raised the barrier and entered the resort. If the professors managed to hide their amazement before, now it would have been humanly impossible. The beautiful castle and its tropical surroundings were breathtaking. Even Dumbledore, who did his share of travel across the world, had never seen anything like it. Magical buildings of such level were unheard of. Everyone stared at the scenery before noticing the dozen maids that all looked similar to Shichamaru, who appeared to be their welcoming committee. The closest one spoke as they approached. "Welcome to the Lebenschild Castle. You may use the warps around you to move between training areas. For now, please use the warp in front of you, as it is a shortcut to the castle." They followed Negi, who stepped inside the circle and arrived at the castle. From nearby, it looked even more imposing. "Welcome," Shichamaru greeted them. "Master is waiting for you on the lower terrace." "Yes, please lead the way, Shichamaru-san. Getting her angry would be a bad move." "Very well, Negi-sensei. Everyone follow me," she said, turning around. The group followed her for what it seemed like half an hour, until finally reaching the terrace that was next to a beach. The rest of the Ala Alba were gathered there, sitting on the stone benches of the terrace, or sunbathing in the case of Asuna and a blonde, beautiful woman that the 5th years and the professors haven't seen before. When they approached, the blonde woman snapped at them, "You're late. Even snails move faster than you." As she got up, they finally saw her face, but didn't recognize her at all. As they stared at her, particularly because her swimsuit was quite revealing, Snape decided to ask, "And who might you be? I don't think you were at the festivities last night," he said in a low voice. The woman stared at him a few seconds, blinked, and turned towards Negi. "Is this guy for real? What does he teach?" "Potions," Snape answered between his teeth. "You mean to say deal with something as refined as potions, and yet you can't recognize someone's magic aura, even though you met that person the other day?" Eva yelled, scandalized, before muttering, "God, what's wrong with this world?" Deciding she shouldn't continue the argument, she began reintroducing herself. "I am known as the Undying Mage, the Puppet Master," she began. Light began to fade around her. "Advent of evil, dark evangel, apostle of calamity." At this point, she was enveloped in a sphere of darkness. Then the sphere shattered into mist, and her pitch-black clothing was revealed, same color as her eyes, and she finished, "I am the Vampire Evangeline, Gospel of Darkness, evil mage without equal." At the terrifying sight, the students took a step back, as well as 2 of the teachers. But while Harry, Hermione, Ron, Snape, and McGonagall took another step forward while drawing their wands, Draco screamed in horror and made a run for it. After he got far enough, Eva dispelled her illusion and returned to her 10-year-old form, bursting into laughter at the sight before her. "He's a Malfoy, all right," she laughed. While Draco's scream was heard, "She's gonna eat me." At that, almost everyone burst into laughter. Even Dumbledore and McGonagall were smiling. But Snape was almost furious. "What did you do that for?" he asked loudly. "To see their level of battle resilience," she answered simply, like it was obvious. "Dumbledore scores a 10, the 5 of you that drew your wands get an 8, the others that didn't run away get a 4, and the brat gets 0, she explained. "But why is there such a big difference between running away and being captured?" one of the girls asked curiously. "On a battlefield, If you surrender, you may live. But if you run away in fear, without even keeping track of your enemy, you're dead. Strategic retreat was worth 6 points and fainting 2. If you faint, you may be taken as dead and be ignored. Negi answered instead of Eva. That's exactly right. Now, let's get to the part we show them a high-level battle between first-rate mages, she said, increasing the excitement among the students. Yes, I believe we've made them wait long enough, the young mage agreed. With an ample move of his hand, he removed his robe, revealing his black battle suit. Without the robe, his small but muscular body was being admired by just about everyone. Some of the girls were even giggling. I'm beginning to see how he got over a dozen partners, Dumbledore and McGonagall thought. I think using our adult forms will make our movements more visible. Don't you agree, Boya? Eva asked. Yes, that would be better. At the same time, both of them put their left palm in front of their chests. With an explosion of smoke, the gorgeous blonde appeared in her dark clothing, but with her eyes still green. But all the attention was on the person beside her as Negi appeared in his adult form. Tall, handsome, muscular, his female students, both old and new, were staring at him. Even McGonagall looked at him for a few seconds, before turning to the students and snapping them out of their daydreaming. Well, you're about to see some of the elemental magic Professor Springfield talked about yesterday. Make sure to pay close attention. Not too close, or they might be affected by the shock waves, Negi warned her. You should all go to that observatory tower. The view would be better from there, he continued. I'll lead the way and put up some barriers just in case, Chow assured them. Okay. Setsuna, Asuna, and Kanoka are on standby, Negi announced. Shichamara-san, please bring back Mr. Malfoy before he gets lost. When you've brought him to the tower, contact me so we can begin. Yes, Sensei, I will hurry, she said, turning around and disappearing from sight. We're on it, Negi, the other three said while Setsuna was lifting Kanoka in her arms. A second later, they were gone too. How did they do that? McGonagall asked immediately. No one can use apparition on Hogwarts grounds. Snape said also. I believe what they did is called instant movement. It's an Eastern mystery that is becoming more and more used by mages, Dumbledore clarified for them. Awesome, most of the students said in admiration. At that, Dumbledore added, even more impressive since that green-haired girl is a robot. Actually, at that jaws of all those who grew up surrounded by muggles dropped heavily. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 5. The Lesson Part 2. After recovering from the shock caused by the headmaster's words, Harry decided to ask for clarifications. What do you mean she's a robot? That's impossible. She looks and acts just like a regular human being. Harry said. Thanks, I did my best. Chow said, focusing all attention on her. Me and a colleague of mine constructed her body, from her atomic computer to her AI CPU. But there's no electricity at Hogwarts, Hermione said with concern. Don't worry, she uses magical energy for power. Anyway, we can talk on our way to that tower. Chow calmed her and reminded their goal. As they walked towards the observatory, Dumbledore asked the genius girl, now that I think about it, the new barrier will also run on magical energy. But how will you collect it? Unlike Mahora, Hogwarts doesn't have an underground nexus, nor something to collect it from like your world tree. World tree? Hermione asked confused. Its proper name is Sacred Tree, one of the 13 grand magic monuments on Earth. It normally emits a low fluctuation of magical energy, but once every 22 years it generates enormous amounts of energy for 3 days, and on the third day around 8 in the evening it reaches its peak, resonating with the other 12 and with the moon. The beauty of the light it emanates is beyond anything in this world. Also, that always happens during the school festival, so the atmosphere is the best one may wish for. Talking about atmosphere, I hear confessions near the World Tree during those 3 days have a 120% chance of success, Dumbledore mentioned. At his words, the girls started the interrogatory. When is the next one? Does it work on anyone? How can we get there? At those reactions, the Ala Alba looked amused, but Nodoka looked embarrassed. Hey, she's blushing. Did you try? Did it work? Well, the effect is like a possession or hypnosis, and that's in the case you actually managed to confess, she answered, turning crimson. Mage teachers are gathered in those areas and stop them, Mana continued. Why? Everyone asked. Would you like to be a love slave to someone you don't like? Chisame spoke for the first time. The girls seemed to get it and lost their enthusiasm. But that doesn't mean it can't happen, especially when one is a student and one is a sensei. Right, Nodoka? Haruna grinned at her friend. You mean? They all began, even the 3 professors. But he ended up kissing Asuna instead, Haruna continued. So she negated the magic. I said don't tell anyone what happened. Asuna said, appearing out of nowhere and hitting the manga artist with her harisen. Ayuyu, damn those sharp ears of yours, Haruna cried out in pain. Noon heard that, right? Asuna said in a threatening voice. As Noon moved a muscle, she repeated, right? As she transformed her harisen into the Hama no Tsurugi and slashed towards the nearest tree, blasting it into oblivion. Heard what? Harry asked, looking the other way. Oh, nothing, gotta go. She smiled with a snicker and leaving. Let me go, woman. Draco yelled as he was being dragged by Shichamaru. I found him near the warp area. Apparently, he was trying to leave. Okay, I'll contact Negi-kun, Asakura said, putting her Paxio card on her forehead. We're ready, sensei, she told him before saying Edit, while holding out her hand. Her 6 spy golems appeared, startling the students. What are those? They asked. My artifact, Oculus Corvinus, gives me control over 6 spy golems from very long distances. We don't want to miss anything from this fight, trust me, she responded. Okay, Edit, Septrum Virtual, Chisame said as well, not only summoning her wand, but also changing her clothes to the winged black dress she liked so much. Now, she said while attaching her wand to Kasumi's camera project, she said as 6 large rectangular screens appeared floating around them. Okay, Seo-chan, have fun but be very careful, those 2 won't hold back. Asakura warned what appeared to be small doll. Don't worry, Asakura-san, I'll be careful. The doll answered to everyone's surprise. What is that thing? Draco yelled, getting scared again. That's rude, you know. Seo said, offended. Yeah, don't you have any manners, kid? That's no way to talk to a lady. Kumo said from Haruna's shoulder. Wada? A talking rat? He said, even more scared, taking a few steps back. Hey, watch it. Kumo said, getting even more annoyed. Want me to kill him, Albert? Chachazero said from behind Draco, and the Slytherin felt something very cold on his neck and stopped moving when he realized that was a knife. This kid has been getting on my nerves since the train trip. It's okay, Zero. Let him go, the Ermine said while turning towards a screen. Before he wets himself, he added, while the Gryffindors, the Hufflepuffs, and the Ravenclaws burst into laughter. Even Dumbledore and McGonagall showed an ironic smile before Snape said angrily, How dare you threaten my student? Calm down, Severus. Dumbledore warned him, before turning around with a snicker. Oh, they're about to begin, McGonagall added, looking at the screen. In the battle area. Well, Master, let's begin. Please go easy on me, Negi said with a bow. Or at least try, he added with a smile. I'll think about it, she grinned. Afterwards, of course, she added. Ras tel Maser Magister. Contus Bellax, he began, powering himself up and charging towards Eva. As he got closer, he yelled, Insis Excesquens, and energy erupted from his left hand, taking the form of a sword. Oh, not bad, Boya. You've improved, Eva said while blocking with her own conjured sword. But she overpowered him and cut him in half. At least that's what she thought before the Negi before her decomposed into lightning. I see. A lightning clone. There you are, she thought looking to her left. Negi had just finished charging his arrows of light and charged towards her, getting at her side with instant movement and aiming. For her chest, Uka Hokin. Eva blocked with her sword, but the impact was too much for it and it shattered, blasting her away, but not doing any real damage. Now that's better. Now let's get serious. Lick lac la lilac. Venient spiritus galtials obscurans. She began chanting. Ras tel maser magister. Venient spiritus aerials fulguriens, began himself. Cum obscurationi flet tempestas nivelis. Eva chanted with a widening grin. Cum fulguration flet tempestas ostina. Negi continued while smiling himself. Nivis tempestas obscurans, /Jovis tempestas fulgurians, they said at the same time, as darkness and light erupted from their hands, forming vortexes that clashed together. After a few seconds, both of them focused more power and an explosion occurred, covering the surroundings in dust and smoke. A moment later, they appeared in the sky and started fighting with their weapons, Negi's staff and Eva's iron fan. After Eva landed an elbow on Negi's back, she started chanting again, Lick lac la lilac, Malleus aquilones, and threw the huge ball of ice at the young mage. As he saw it coming, he used instant movement to get to the ground quicker in order to cast Ras tel maser magister, Elementa aerials, Vinti spriantes cito adiuntes, Abinimicus mice me defendant, Limes aerials. The great ball of ice shattered as it hit the barrier of wind, hiding Negi from sight, long enough for him to yell to Evangeline, "Let's take this up a notch, shall we?" "Fine by me, boya," the vampire responded as she powered up a little more. Actus noctis arabi. Negi's voice was cold, but this time it was cold like ice. Suddenly, he appeared shrouded by darkness behind Eva and delivered an elbow that she blocked. At least she thought she did, as the blow blasted her several meters away, where she stopped with a satisfied look on her face. "You surprised me, boya. I guess I can't take you on like this anymore." Actus noctis arabi. Now both of them were covered in dark energy, staring at each other, before they started casting once more. Ras tel maser magister. Venient spiritus aerials fulguriens. Cum fulguration flet tempestas ostrina. Jovis tempestas fulguriens. /Lick lac la lilac. Venient spiritus glacials obscurans. Cum obscuration flet tempestas nivelis. Nivis tempestas obscurans. Stagnet, and after another second, complexio. Supplementum pro armationum. They yelled at the same time, as they compressed their energies and then absorbed them, merging them with their very souls. "My, aren't you looking mighty scary, right, boya?" said the vampire, now covered in a frosty dark mist. "You're one to talk," Negi responded, now covered in lightning. Smiling at each other, they once again engaged in close combat, every blow now causing shockwaves. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 6. The Lesson Part 3. While the two mages were clashing, the students and even their teachers were staring at the screens, not believing their eyes. "Unreal," Hermione whispered. "This is no human magic battle. Not even in the most advanced textbooks I've read. Neither did I, and I've did a lot of research last year for the Triwizard Tournament." Harry whispered himself. "Who the bloody hell are they?" Ron said out loud. Evangeline A.K. McDowell, vampiric mage also known as Dark Evangel, the most powerful dark mage in existence. And the other one is Negi Springfield, son of Negi Springfield, known as the Thousand Master, the strongest mage ever, and of Erica Anarchia, and Theophisia, the last queen of the kingdom of Vesperatia, fount of civilization and culture, founders of the world of magic, Mundus Magicus. You answered without looking away from the battle. And the human concept of the battle wasn't there from the start, since one's a vampire Aru. Ku Fei added. "You mean a real vampire?" Malfoy yelled. "Slow, de Gozaru. On a battlefield you would have died 59. No, make that 60 times, Keed said disappointed. "Kinda slow in the head, aren't you, kid?" "Don't worry, Do. When Eva will be done with you won't take a step without looking over your shoulder," Haruna warned with an evil grin. "Professor Snape, we can't have a vampire as a teacher. She'll drain our blood," Draco yelled in terror. "Don't worry, you little coward. She won't drink blood of weaklings such as yourselves. Mana said with disgust. How dare you? I'm a pureblood, he said insulted. And yet you're the weakest one in this resort. Ironic, yes? Ku said amused. Enough chatter, Draco, Snape said, still looking at the screen as Malfoy tried to protest. And in case you're wondering, mages usually start training around 4 and finish school at 10. And they learn not only magic, but also all the things mundanes would know until 30. Most mages become mage teachers like Negi Sensei or join NGOs like his father. And then there's the politic part, but I don't want to talk about it. You inform them. Professor Springfield said the same thing during his speech, Hermione remarked. I guess you really hate politicians. That would be an understatement, no doka for the first time. We'll tell you a few things about ourselves later. Now let's watch the fight. They're getting to the good part, Chow said, directing everyone's attention towards the screens. Back to the battle. After measuring each other through close combat, the two mages distanced themselves and started chanting once again. Lick lack la lil lack. Centum spiritus glacials. Coyunts inimucum concordant. Ras telmaser magister. Centum spiritus fulgurales. Coyunts inimucum concordant. Sagitta magica series glacialis. /Sagitta magica series fulguralis. 200 magical arrows collided in the sky, exploding as if they were fireworks and hiding them from each other with smoke and steam. Things remained like this until the smoke began to clear. Ras telmaser magister. Locos umbri regnans scadhac. In manum meum dido iaculum demonium cum spinus trigenta, iaculatio fulguris. Negi chanted while closing in on Eva and summoned a spear of lightning. Grasping it with his right hand, he said, Supplementum, as the spear was absorbed within his fist. Then, using the augmentation of his lightning form, he dodged Eva's blows and hit her with his right fist and saying, Dextra imitam, and thrust the lightning spear through the vampire's body. But before he could continue his attack, Eva retaliated, apparently immune to the spear's numbing effect. But as the distance between them grew again, their armationum disappeared. But this time there was no room for small talk. Ras telmaser magister. To sumbalaean diaconito moi, basilisk auranianon. Epigenenthito, apolia coron hos timais, tyri. Hecaton catus kai kiliakis astrapsato. Kiliarchus strape. Lick lack la lil lack. To sumbalaean diaconito moi, hacrustalin basilii IA. Epigenethito. Tionian erebos, Haeni crustal, Pis sois tun isen thenatin, Hos ataraxia, Cosmic catastrophe. Stagnet, /stagnet, they yelled, compressing the energies into spheres 10 times the size of those from before. Complexio, /complexio. If they looked intense before, with the second armationum, they appeared even too dangerous to look at. A moment later, they were exchanging blows. Each time one was blocked, huge shockwaves occurred, so powerful that they were felt all the way to the spectator area. Hey, wasn't there supposed to be a barrier here? Some of the female students asked as the wind was messing up her hair. There is, but it only blocks magic that hit it. Can't do anything about the wind. Sorry, NE. Chow responded. Don't worry about it, it's better this way. It creates a good atmosphere. Harry said without taking his eyes away from the monitor. Heh, it seems he understood. He's so concentrated on the fight, he's not even blinking. Chow thought. He shows promise, NE. As they exchanged blows, the difference in their normal power and experience became more and more obvious. Even though Negi had a huge advantage in speed, Eva avoided his attacks again and eventually knocked him into the ground, causing a powerful tremor. That's not good enough, boya, grinned Evangeline as the young mage reverted to normal. Come on, don't play around. I'm sure you had enough time to set up those delayed spells of yours. She continued to smile in expectation. From the ground, Negi responded with a grin of his own. Heh, caught me. Well, it's not I was keeping it a secret. I was just looking for the right timing. Sinistra et dextra emissa stagnat, Kiliarchus strape. As he chanted, 2 spheres of energy similar to the previous one appeared. Before he finished, duplex complexio. With that, he absorbed the energy, merging with it, But unlike before, his physical features were changed, such as his hair that grew longer, reaching his waist, and the most important fact was that he was now completely made of lightning. His mere presence, even though from far away, sent chills down everyone's spines, even to his fellow members of the Ala Alba. Amazing, Chow whispered. I've only seen recordings of it, but this feeling is beyond my every expectation. So this is the right Entiso to Armationum. Truly, he became a high lightning spirit, the genius girl said in awe. It's Eva's first time seeing up close as well. Let's see how she fares. Chisame smirked. I wouldn't say Negi Buzu has the advantage. Ivadano also had time to set up some delayed spells, Keed reasoned. Also, Sensei is at a disadvantage. Shichamaru added. What do you mean? Asakura asked curiously. Sensei is near water. While his lightning power would be drained, Master's ice spells would get a considerable boost, the robot explained. Oh no. It's like that time in Kyoto with that demon god Sukuna. He'll be encased into an eternal glacier and then finished off. You panicked. Sensei should know it as well. Nodoka with a small voice. And yet, why is he smiling? Kotaru continued the thought. Could it be? Chisame began. I've been expecting this, Boya. The vampire yelled in delight. But it's too late for you to make a comeback, she added. Emitam. Cosmic catastrophe. As she chanted, she revered back to normal, released the energy she had within towards Negi. Even with the speed he now had, Negi couldn't avoid that wide-range freezing spell that engulfed him and his surroundings into an enormous glacier, even bigger than the one she had once used on Sukuna. But it didn't matter. After he was completely covered in ice, Negi also released the power of the two Kiliarku Strape, all the ice around him, leaving only the ground frozen and plain like a lake. Not bad, Boya. But this is over, Eva said with a smirk. Emitam. Nivis tempestas obscurans. The vortex of darkness and frost formed once again from her hands and headed towards Negi. But as she did that, Eva noticed the expression on Negi's face, or rather his smile. Emitam. Sagitta Magica Series Lucas. 1,000 arrows of light appeared around the young mage, and at a sign of his hands rained on the ice, drawing an immense magic circle. Before Eva's spell could reach him, he chanted, Emissa stagnat. Jovis tempestas fulgurians. When the dark vortex reached him, he raised his free hand towards it and chanted, Agite extractio. Negica magia arabia circuli absorptionis ex tempore. Stagnat. As the dark energy gathered into a sphere in his hand, he looked at Eva and chanted, Duplex complexio. And for a second nothing happened. And then, the spell patterns on his hands began to glow like golden flames, spreading across his entire body. When it reached his back, it began to reach out of his body, taking the form of wings and changing its nature along the way. His right wing was white and radiated an electric aura, while the left one was black and had a dark icy glow. As Negi raised his eyes towards Evangeline, she noticed that his eye color had changed. His left eye was green while the right one was blue. Just the opposite of Asunas. I expected you to do something, but this beyond my wildest dreams. No matter, I have one last trick up my sleeve as well, the vampire said before adding, but it's the first time I physically do this. Sinistra et dextra emissa stagnet cosmic catastrophe. She chanted before adding duplex complexio. The temperature suddenly went down all over the resort. Around her, the moisture from the ice Negi melted began to freeze. Snowflakes began to fall all over the battlefield. And what had changed the most was Evangeline, who was now completely made of living dark ice, reminding those who were watching of some ancient goddess of frost. Now, Boya, she said in a deep voice that was heard all over the resort. She then took out her artifact and said, Adit, Annuli Tartara, and the dark ring appeared on the middle finger of her left hand. When she clenched her left fist, darkness poured out of the ring and took the form of a vampiric blade strapped to her wrist. Then, as she clenched her left fist, a blade of ice erupted from her forearm. Grinning evilly, she finished her sentence, Let's end this, and dived towards him. At the same time, Negi spread his wings and charged at her while summoning his artifact, a deet, Gladius Negationes. So be it, he said in a voice that resonated in the entire resort, but unlike Eva's icy tone, his voice was warm and kind, very similar to his normal voice. As they approached, their power levels seemed to rise even further, making the spectators tremble in fear of their clash. But at that moment Asuna appeared in the sky above the point they would meet and focused her power into her artifact while slashing towards the ground and engulfing the two mages into a wave of energy that instantly returned them to their normal child forms. After she did that, she dived after them and caught them before they hit the ground. Needless to say, they were completely exhausted. After they arrived at the observatory, Asuna was assaulted by the students who were disappointed in the outcome. Why did you stop them? How did you do that? We wanted to see who's stronger. As their cries were getting on her nerves, she lost her temper and yelled at them. Settle down, you damn brats. Do you have any idea what could have happened if those kind of powers were to clash? And what exactly could have happened? Snape inquired curiously. I don't think you want to know, Chow answered with a grim look on her face. Try me, he responded defiantly. Very well. I'll show you the most likely scenario. Shichamaru intervened and approached Chisholm's artifact and grasped it. At that moment, Negi and Eva appeared on the screen clashing. The explosion that resulted filled the resort, destroyed it, and did the castle of Hogwarts, leaving a humongous crater. The only ones left were Negi, Asuna, and Evangeline, who said, Oops, we overdid it. Well, at least I don't need to train all those weaklings anymore. End of simulation. The silence that followed was interrupted by Chow's remark. As expected of my honored ancestor, she said and bowed towards Negi. Thanks. Well, I guess that enough demonstrations for this lifetime, Negi said in a trembling and exhausted voice. The other classes will have to settle with a recording. Suddenly, a row of applause was directed towards the two combatants. Thank you, the young mage said while Eva simply gave them a smile before looking towards Shichamaru and declaring, I'm hungry, making everyone's heart stop for a second before she continued, order the preparation of lunch, and they sighed relieved. Now that I think about it, what time is it? Hermione asked you who was closest to her. How long have we been in here? Oh, just a little over 5 hours, she answered naturally. What? The students and teachers alike yelled. We missed 3 classes, someone yelled. We have to go, another said. You can't do that. Once you step foot into this place, you can't leave for 24 hours. I didn't ask you to bring pajamas just because it looked like a good joke. Negi announced them. What did you say? Don't worry though, 24 hours in here means an hour outside. This is a time dilation field. The young mage assured them, staggering. Now if you excuse me, I need to rest for a bit. He began but suddenly coughed blood. Damn, he muttered. Hold on, Negi-kun, Kanoka said as she appeared beside him in Setsuna's arms. Adit, Flabellum Uri, Flabellum Austral. And then, with a wave of her fan, she channeled her healing power in Negi, healing him completely. Thank you, Kanoka-san. I'm fine now. Negi regained his composure. I'm sure you are, Asuna said, knowing better, and putting her hand on his forehead and negating the effects of the encroachment of Magia Arabia. Thanks, Asuna, Negi said secretly to the girl. Anytime, Negi, Asuna responded with a smile. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 7. Introductions and the beginning of training. As they walked towards the castle to have lunch, Eva chatted with Dumbledore and McGonagall about the resort. Yes, it wasn't built in here. I had it built in the Darklands in the Middle Ages, and later moved it here as a whole, Eva told them. Remarkable. Dumbledore complimented her. Well, any first-rate mage would have a few well-defended residences like this, she declared like it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, right, good one, Eva. Asuna said while smiling at her. What's with the modesty? It doesn't fit you too well. You should be one to talk. You and the boy have an entire. She began, but Negi decided to cut her off. So what's for lunch? He asked loudly, stopping Eva from going further. Chicken soup, followed by boiled lobster and strawberry ice cream for dessert. Shichamaru answered instantly, cashing on to what Negi was trying to do. Sounds good, Gozaru, Keith said. And after lunch, the rest of us will make a proper introduction and then we'll start your training, Negi added to the enthusiasm of most of the students. Yeah, I can't wait. Teach us how to turn to lightning or to ice first, one of the students said. At that response, Eva and Negi looked towards each other and burst into laughter. What's so funny? Ron asked, confused, as most of the students were. Well, first of all, that technique is one of the most powerful in existence, Eva said ironically. After all, I created it myself. And secondly, didn't you hear what I said last night? Negi continued. About how the elements upasis dictate that spells and techniques one can use? What about the elements? Someone asked. That is the most powerful darkness type technique, Magia Arabia. Along with my Kenka, it's a supreme technique, capable of change and evolution according to the user. Asuna clarified for them. But unlike the Kenka, it has a hell-like initiation test. Failing could easily result in death, or at least losing some if not all of your current powers. Negi added, I wouldn't advise you to try. But Professor, even though you say that, you learned it, Hermione said. I understand why Professor McDowell uses it, but what about you? At those words, Negi stayed silent for a few moments before he decided that answering was for the best. I took the gamble in order to protect my students, he said, and nothing more. At those words, even Snape looked at him in a different light. Then Professor Harry dared. If we would be in a situation where we need to save our friends, would you teach it to us? At such a question, Eva looked at him for a while before she asked in turn, Are you by any chance Harry Potter? Yes, I am, Harry answered, feeling uncomfortable. You definitely have what it takes to learn it, she said without any expression on her face as she looked away. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused. Yeah, why can Potter learn it and we can't? A Slytherin asked. But Eva was far ahead and didn't bother to answer. At that, Negi looked Harry in the eye and said without any emotion, Let's just say our pasts are much alike, he said, and then hurried to catch up with Eva. After that conversation, Harry stayed silent for the entire lunch. As they promised, they introduced themselves properly and gave them a small sample of their abilities such as reading their mind or blasting a giant boulder to dust. Such a variation of skills and abilities, Hermione whispered. And that level of power. These people are incredible. Big deal. Harry fought a dragon last year, Ron whispered back, but not quiet enough. Oh, we've fought dragons as well in the past month, Keith said. We exterminated around 50, I believe. Setsuna added. That black dragon Keith beat blindfolded was so cute. Kanoka finished, getting looks of doubt from most of her comrades. No, really, it was an interesting one. Keith took her defense. Anyway, it's about time we start your training. Eva brought attention on herself. Professors, if you would like, Shichamarth can give you a tour of the castle. You can also check the seeping accommodations. They agreed and followed the robot, while some of the others said they had work to do. I'm going to look for some good sniping positions around the Hogwarts castle, Mana said. That barrier won't build herself, Chao added, and took Chisame and Asakura with her. We're heading for the Arctic training area, Aru, Ku announced. Call us if you need us, Gozaru. Me and Kotaru are going to check the terrain of Hogwarts. I'll see you tomorrow, Ojo-sama, Setsuna said as she slightly bowed towards Kanoka. Okay, Sechin. Kanoka smiled. We'll stick around and give them some hints if they need, you said, and Nodoka nodded. I for one got some great inspiration from your fight, so I'm gonna be over there drawing a masterpiece. I'll stay in case there would be any problems, Asuna said from the side. I'm tired. I'll go take a bath, Eva said while heading towards the castle. After she got far enough, Ron asked Negi in a whisper. Wasn't she supposed to teach as well? Trust me, you don't want to go through her training from the very start, Negi responded fearfully. It could screw your entire life. Asuna added, trembling. I heard that. Eva's voice seemed to echo to them. I'm so dead, Asuna said in a whisper. That you are, the voice continued. Damn it! Weren't you taking a bath? Asuna yelled, but no one responded this time. Gay. Okay. The first spell I'm gonna teach you is Practi Bgar Artiscat. Artiscat means flame in Latin. Hermione said immediately. Very good. Actually, most spells are in Latin or Greek. Negi approved her. But what if we don't have fire element? The girl said confused. Don't worry, everyone has it, even if in tiny amounts. The purpose of this spell is for you to learn how to control your power. Now, take one of those wands and you may begin, the young mage assured her and pointed towards a table full of wands of all kinds. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 8. Channeling and Revelation. Why can't we do this? Ron yelled in exasperation after half hour of fruitless practice. Well, maybe it's because we didn't tell you how. Negi responded without even raising his head from his book. Now that you mention it, he wants us to figure it out ourselves. Hermione said. That's not it. You informed her. Then we're wasting time? No, you're channeling magical energy into your bodies through your wands. Negi explained. Unlike your other spells, the elemental ones use huge amounts of energy. Normally, you use the power within your bodies that is created by your souls. Thus, your latent magical capacity remains unused. Using elemental magic, you must harness the natural energies in your environment by absorbing it. I think they should have practiced long enough in order to unlock their limiters. You observed. Yes. Now listen up. Think of the tip of your wand as a spark. Then think of your body as a conductor that delivers it the air it needs for a flame to sprout. Here, I'll do it slowly, so pay attention, he said, raising his finger. Practi Bgar Artiscat, he chanted. After a second, light seemed to flow from Negi's body into the wand and a flame erupted at its tip. Now do the same, but don't try to imitate the light. I did it for demonstration, but it costs 100 times the energy, he said. At her first attempt, Hermione succeeded, followed by Harry, Ron, and Neville. But in his case, the flame was huge and almost fried him. But Asuna intervened and blocked the flame with her bare hand, nullifying it to the entire class's amazement. How did you do that? And bare-handed no less. Hermione asked in awe. I'm a complete magic canceller. Only the most powerful spells can affect me, she said without any enthusiasm. Kid, what's your name? She suddenly asked Neville. Neville Longbottom, he said fearfully. Well, Mr. Longbottom, with your level of power, you can skip the next few levels. Negi congratulated him. Just one pointer. Be careful where you point your wand. I bet it was just a fluke. Malfoy mocked him. Oh, I just remembered. Malfoy, go with Asuna to the Arctic area and do a few laps as punishment, Negi said, for running away earlier and failing Eva's test. Now, Asuna said and left with him. Is it called Arctic YEA I think it is? Hermione asked with a smile after they were far enough. Yep, minus 50 degrees Celsius. Negi grinned and most of the students started laughing. By the way, the other 3 that succeeded can also take a break. While the boys took a seat on the side, Hermione walked over to you. Excuse me, Professor Ice, she began. You is fine, she cut her off. Miss you, could you tell me more about elemental magic? I would like to learn more about the differences between it and our own kind of magic. Some references would be great too. Ask anything you would like. You smiled as she raised a card. A deed, Orbis Sensualium Pictus, and a book appeared as her outfit transformed into one similar to the students. Among the introductions, they said nothing about the artifacts, so everyone stared at her amazed. Quickly getting out of shock and began asking a variety of questions, the answers getting more and more complex as they went on. Before they realized, it was almost nightfall, so they went to the castle with everyone else. And since they would have a free hour plus the lunch break after they left the resort, they decided to spend it in the library. Kanoka, Nodoka, and Haruna saying they will join them. As they prepared for dinner, The group that went to the Arctic area returned with a trembling Draco. Before he had dinner, Kanoka had to heal his hypothermia. After dinner, they were showed to their rooms by the robotic maids. As they left, Dumbledore took Negi to the side and asked, "Did those four really succeed on the first day?" I was amazed as well. I was the only one who managed to do that back at Meridiana. And here we have four in one class. From the same house, no less, the young mage said enthusiastically. It's gonna be an interesting year. Indeed, the headmaster smiled. But in the middle of the night, one of those four awoke with the scar on his forehead burning. Harry had just had the same nightmare in which Cedric Diggory was killed, and then he found himself walking along that dark corridor, waking up before reaching the black door. Deciding he needed some fresh air, he went to the terrace he saw earlier and looked at the unfamiliar sight. Somehow, looking at the waterfalls seemed to calm him down rather quick. As he decided to go get some sleep, he noticed some movement by one of the waterfalls, and being unable to resist temptation, he headed there first. As he was already used to sneaking around Hogwarts, he had no problem reaching that waterfall without being caught by the doll maids or making too much noise for that matter. When he arrived, he found the source of the movement quite easily, since Negi was practicing his martial arts under the waterfall, partially being covered in water. But after a few more moves, Negi stopped and called out to Harry, "You can come out, Mr. Potter. I don't mind if someone watches me practice." As Harry appeared under the moonlight, the young mage looked at him for a few moments before returning to practicing his kinpo, but keeping the conversation going. "I may be wrong, but you appear to be having trouble with your sleep." "Yes, Professor. I just can't seem to be able to fall asleep," Harry lied, saying to himself that even if a teacher, a 10-year-old brat, couldn't understand how he feel. "You mean you're having too many nightmares?" Negi said as if he could read his mind. "What do you mean? How could you know?" Harry asked, feeling both curious and annoyed. "People don't have tears in there just because they can't sleep," the young teacher smiled kindly. "How would you know? It's not your business anyway." Harry yelled at him in frustration. "But I do know, and it is my business," Negi replied without looking at him. "You've got to be kidding him." He continued his yelling but was cut off by a hit to his head from Asuna, who suddenly appeared next to him. "Quiet down, you noisy idiot. You want to wake up everyone?" she snapped at him with a low voice. "Why are you yelling at Negi for, anyway?" "It's all right, Asuna. I don't mind. But you really should lower your voice. Evangeline is the last person you want to wake up in the middle of the night," he added, amused, and Asuna smiled as well. Sorry, Harry began, ashamed. "Don't worry. I told you I understand your feelings, didn't?" "But how?" Harry began again. "I did say we're similar, didn't I?" the teacher began. "The same might be said for me," Asuna said as she joined Negi under the waterfall. "We know about your past, Harry. It's very similar to our own. My mother died of unknown reasons after I was born. As for my father, I only met him on that fateful night for a few minutes." "Fateful night?" Harry asked quietly. "Yes. 6 years ago, my village in Wales was attacked and burnt down by demons. One of those demons petrified everyone except me and my sister. I was first saved by my father from being killed, and then by my uncle Stan, who sealed the demon but was also petrified in the process. All those demons were after me." As Harry said nothing, Asuna told her own story. "Because of my magic canceller, my city was under constant attack from the two great neighboring countries. It was right between them, so all of the wars they fought were right in front of us. As many of the population died, I ended up being used as a shield by my own people, and eventually I was captured by a criminal organization who tried to use me to destroy the world of magic. If it weren't for Negi's dad and his comrades of the Ala Rubra, everything would have ended that day. But even if it didn't end, the ritual affected the city, draining the magical energy that made the islands float and make them fall from the sky. Over 1 million refugees were left after that battle. The great city of Ostia was no more. Now, only a few small islands remain, within the ones on the ground lurking monsters of all kinds." After those words, Harry was left speechless, not knowing how to apologize for his earlier words. Negi and Asuna, however, didn't give him the chance anyway, as they smiled and Negi said, "But what matters is not one's past, but how he lives the present. After all, We all have some great friends. Isn't that right? The 6 who can't muster the courage to come out? He looked behind Harry as Ron, Hermione, Neville, Eva, Nodoka, and Kanoka appeared from behind a huge boulder. Caught us, didn't you, Boya? Eva grinned. How long have you all been listening? Harry asked in surprise. From the beginning, they said in one voice, making the 3 near the waterfall start laughing. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 9. The Ladies' Man. The next morning, Harry as well as the other students woke up all at the same time because of the loud explosions that were heard from outside. As they looked out the window, they saw an unreal sight. The terrace they were at the previous day looked like it was hit by a bomb, as Ku was fighting with Keed, Yu with Nodoka, and Shichamaru with Haruna. But most of the damage was coming from Negi and Asuna's fencing, not because they were stronger, as Asuna was yelling at the young mage at the top of her voice. Come back here, you perverted little bastard. I'll teach you a lesson. As the students arrived at the terrace, they found Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore having tea with Kanoka, Evangeline, and Chamo, who was smoking. But unlike the later 4, Snape and McGonagall were watching the fight so intensely they almost forgot they were eating. What's going on, Professor? Harry asked Dumbledore, but the old man once again avoided looking at him and let Eva answer. They're just having a short morning workout. What else? The vampire said. I could have sworn they were having internal disputes. Ron said as Asuna shouted, Come back, you. Oh, Negi-kun just surprised Asuna this morning, Kanoka said with a chuckle. He had it coming. Eva grinned. Oh, come on. He can't control his sneezing in his sleep. No one can. Kamo defended Negi. I think she's more upset about the result of the sneeze, Dumbledore smiled. Result? Hermione asked confused. It striped her in her sleep, Eva said with a bored tone. But naked. Kamo said in his perverted old man mode before a large piece of concrete flattened him. Damn those sharp ears, he said in a pained voice. After a few moments of silence, Neville asked innocently, but how could he strip her from a different room? Who said they were in different rooms? Eva said in the same bored voice. You mean they were sleeping? Hermione began scandalized, but a sudden explosion covered the rest of the sentence, and she didn't dare repeat it as she saw the look on Asuna's face as she left. Okay, everyone, after breakfast, how about we head for the hot springs? Negi asked, getting up from the crater Asuna made with him. Okay, they all said, except McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore, who had already had a bath. As the girls and the boys split up, Negi felt a familiar feeling in the air, the kind Haruna or Chamo sometimes give out. But unfortunately for him, this time it was coming from most of the girls and even from some of the boys. In the male area, as the boys were entering the water, some of them kind of embarrassed but most of them enthusiastically, Kamo cited. What I wouldn't give to be at the female area. Don't do it, Kamo-kun. Asuna will kill you, he warned the ermine who was drinking sake. I know, Aniki. Not this morning anyway. Kamo said disappointed. Say, Professor Springfield. Ron hesitated. Yes? About this morning, he continued as Negi blushed. Why we're in the same room as Miss Asuna? You mean same bed, right? The ermine smirked. At these words, everyone except Negi froze. For the next 30 seconds, only Kamo's chuckle was heard. Why you? With her, same bed. Ron said in a trembling voice. Well, we shared the same dorm room back at Mahora. Negi began hesitantly. So we don't mind? Heh, aren't you leaving something out? Aniki? Kamo said, going in his perverted old man mode once again. Like the Paxios? As he said that, Negi's face got bright red and he dived underwater for a few seconds. What's a Paxio? Harry asked confused. It's a ritual through which a mage grants magical abilities and sometimes an artifact to a partner, usually strong physically, but not necessarily. Negi explained, hoping they will leave it at that. Oh, I see, Harry said, feeling there was more to it, But Draco went ahead of him. Then why the hell did you blush? Well, Negi said, trying to think of a good lie. It done through a kiss when the partner is a girl. Kamo grinned, and Negi got even redder. You mean you kissed Asuna? Harry asked in disbelief. On the cheek, right? On the mouth, Kamo grinned. What? Ron asked, not believing his ears. And not just her, Kamo said, reaching for Negi's clothes. No. Wait. The young mage began, but Kamo pulled out all of his Paccio cards. All of them, the ermine declared, more perverted than before. What? All the boys yelled so hard their lungs were empty for a second. In the female area, what are those guys yelling about? Eva said, curious. Maybe they were attacked. Hermione said, worried. Not a chance in hell, little girl, the vampire assured her. Still, why are they yelling, Aru? Ku asked, intrigued. It sounds like some embarrassed form of surprise, you said, drinking one of her weird juices. It couldn't be that perverted ermine said something about me, could it? Asuna said hopefully. Well, it would be a little too much for just that. You agreed. Fu. Haruna laughed evilly, holding her card on her forehead. What? Asuna said, a little worried. Kamo told them about Paccios, the manga artist answered with a grin. At those words, all of the Mahora girls froze and blushed. Why you mean? Nodoka began to ask. Yes, everything. Haruna said, smiling evilly. Every juicy detail. With each word, the ala alba sank deeper into the water. Excuse me, what's a Paccio? Hermione sounded the question on all the students' minds. A kiss with Negi Kuin, Haruna said, the essential point before they could stop her. A deep, long silence fell after those words. It took a good 30 seconds for the girls to process the information. What? You mean all of you? Hermione asked, bright red. Yep, Haruna said. But Miss Shichamaru is a robot and… Kumo's voice was heard echoing from somewhere. Shichamaru's was the longest and the most intense one of them all. Aniki used so much power that she almost fainted. At that, all-eyed turned to Shichamaru, who practically had steam coming from her ears. Kumo-kun, Haruna began in her most perverted voice. We need? Way ahead of you, Nachon. I got the recording last time Hakase checked her body. But it will cost ya, Kamo said in his GD voice. Anything, Haruna said, drooling. Target locked. Firing laser. Shichamaru's voice was heard, and as they looked at her in time to see a beam of light coming from her eye and hitting something in the sky. Kumo fell into the water, and Chachazero came down looking for him. Are you all right, Albert? She asked. Don't worry, I'm in heaven, he answered, looking at all the girls. Wrong. An ice-cold voice made him freeze. You're in the depths of hell, said Eva, pulling out her card and saying Edit, followed by most of the other girls. Have mercy, the ermine squeaked as they approached him. None, they said in one voice, except Haruna, who intended to help him. Come forth. Kumo-kun Grand March, she chanted, summoning over 1,000 Kamo lookalikes. Thank you, Nachon, the real one said, blowing his cover. Idiot, she answered as the other girls gave a new high to animal abuse. After they all finished bathing, they dressed and headed towards the warp area. There, they met up with the other professors, who looked very impressed when one of the male students went to Negi and said, Professor, on behalf of Outclass, I thank you for being our teacher. Please teach us well, he said with a bow. Incredible. He got their entire respect in a mere day. What is this kid? McGonagall whispered to Dumbledore. This guy is the manliest of men, the boys thought. He must be a very good kisser, the girls thought. Indeed, he has. Dumbledore whispered back. For all the wrong reasons, actually, he thought, amused. Great, another playboy. Snape thought in fury. Professor Snape? Negi said. Yes. I believe you have class with them after lunch. Do you mind if Evangeline and myself observe? Not at all, Snape answered coldly. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 10. The Potions Lesson. After they left the resort, Negi and Eva decided to join you and Hermione's group to the library. While the other girls went looking for books on mages, Eva and Negi headed towards the restricted section. As they were about to enter, Madame Pants appeared out of nowhere and yelled at them, "Hey, first years. Students need special permission to enter that area." "So we heard," Eva replied coldly as she entered. "Hey, little girl, do you want to get detention?" the librarian warned her. "You're misunderstanding. We're the new teachers," Negi explained to her. "Oh, now I remember. The headmaster did mention you. You must be Mr. Springfield and Miss McDowell." "Yes, pleased to meet you." "Please excuse my rudeness," she said, turning to Eva. "Is there something I could help you with?" "Yes, tell me which of these books are on dark magic," she responded promptly. "Why would you?" Pants began but was cut off by Eva's glare. "Never mind. It's the bookshelf on your left," she informed Eva and then left. The two mages looked over the books, chose two that seemed interesting and joined the others at a table and started reading. But as they did that, Hermione gave them a disapproving look that Negi caught. "Is there something the matter?" he asked politely. "No, nothing at all," she answered and turned back to her book. Negi realized what was wrong and leaned towards her, whispering, "Don't worry, we don't intend to teach dark magic to any of you. I'm using just a few dark spells myself, and only in emergencies." "I understand, it's just for reference, right?" "Yes, and from the few pages I've read I understand perfectly why you hate it," Negi said, closing the book. "It's sickening," Eva said herself, while closing her book with disgust. "If you of all people say that, I don't even want to know what that book is about," you said. "Oh, it's almost lunchtime. Let's head for the Great Hall," Negi suggested, and the girls agreed. When they arrived there, McGonagall told the girls to sit at any of the 4 tables, since keeping a 5th on would take too much space. "No problem. We'll sit at the Gryffindor table," you announced. "Is it all right if I join them?" Negi asked. "Not at all. Just make sure you also sit at the teacher's table once in a while," she answered and left. After lunch, they split up, and most of them headed for the dungeons to attend the potions lesson. When they arrived, they heard Draco saying, "After I tell my father about this, those twits will be out of here." "Supposing you live that long," Evangeline said with a fanged grin. As Draco backed away in terror, the classroom door opened and Snape told them to enter. "Professors, you may observe from over there," he said, pointing towards a table next to his desk. "I heard you wish to show us a potion of your own, so there's also a cauldron. You may use ingredients from that cupboard." He finished, pointing to the corner of the room. "Thank you, but we won't be needing the cauldron," Negi said. "2 glass bottles will be enough," Eva added. As the lesson went on, Negi left the potion to Eva and observed the class. As he suspected, Snape was favoring the Slytherins and picking on the Gryffindors, especially on Harry. After Snape made Harry redo his potion for the 3rd time in Draco's amusement, Negi decided who will demonstrate the use of Eva's potion. When the class was almost done, Snape asked Negi, "Is your potion ready?" "Yes, now all we need is 2 students to demonstrate it." "Malfoy and Potter, come here," Negi said with a smile. "Here, take those bottles and break them into one another," towards Malfoy, while saying "Frigeron's exarmatio," the young mage instructed Harry with a grin. "Malfoy, draw your wand." Harry understood what was going on and did as he was told. "Frigeron's exarmatio," he chanted, breaking the bottles. Instantly, snow and ice came from the mixed potions towards Draco, striping him of his wand as well as his robe and pants. The laughter that followed resonated in the dungeon and was heard from the floors above. "This is an ice element disarming spell. We use the potions to catalyze the weak magical power." This was an ice element catalyzing potion, used for low-level spells only. Negi explained with a smile. "Why didn't I get to do this spell?" Draco asked angrily. "Because you haven't been able to use your power yet. Harry has," Negi answered promptly and then added, "And if I have chosen Mr. Longbottom, you would have lost more than your pants." At that, Draco blushed even brighter and thanked God the day was over. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 11. Divination and Impressions. After those 2 hours of potions, Harry and Ron went to their divination class with a fading enthusiasm. But after they climbed the ladder into the classroom, they saw Kanoka talking to Trelawney. After the professor welcomed them in a mysterious tone, she added, "One of our guests, Miss Kono, requested to attend today's class. She has some experience in fortune-telling herself and wanted to our way of doing it." After that, Kanoka took a seat at the same table as Ron and Harry. Feeling that he should warn Ron whispered, "You're about to get very disappointed." "Don't worry, I already knew that. I just came for the show. Want to make a bet on how many death predictions she'll make?" Kanoka said, making the few students around chuckle. In the end, Harry won the bet with 3 death predictions, one of them for himself. After those predictions, they were told to practice palm reading, and Kanoka joined in. "Tell me, on what subject shall I read your fortune?" she asked Harry. "Money, school, or love?" "Well, for money I would need a job, so a prediction wouldn't help. I really don't want to know about school, so that leaves love," Harry reasoned. "Okay, let's see you've already met her, you've known her for a few years. There's a 1-year age difference. She's shorter than you, and she has an interest in you. That's about it." Kanoka finished and raised her eyes. "What? There are quite a few of those. But that was amazing anyway," Harry said. "Read mine next." "Same subject." Ron asked her. "Okay, for now, she only sees you as a friend. She's about the same age, and she sometimes thinks you're an idiot," she finished. "There are quite a few of those too," Ron said, and Harry burst into a silent laugh. "Me next," someone said, and Kanoka ended up making predictions to the whole class. At the end, the professor asked for a prediction herself and was told she may have career trouble, much to her discomfort. After they've returned to their common room, the 5th-year Gryffindors were assaulted by questions from everyone. And after they were told about the recording of the battle, Fred and George decided to bring popcorn. "And the others are no joke either," Ron said enthusiastically. "Yeah, no kidding," Hermione said in an ironic voice, drawing all attention to her. "Most of them are stronger than all the other teachers. You should have been there to see Snape's face. It was priceless." Harry laughed. But of course he was surprised, Harry. Hermione snaped at him. "Didn't you see the simulation of that final clash? If that Asuna girl hadn't stopped those 2, the entire castle would have been destroyed. Those 3 would have been the only survivors," she practically yelled in the now silent room. "Furthermore, the fact she was able to stop that kind of power is even more amazing," she finished. "Now that you mention it, Asuna said she is a complete magic canceller." Harry remembered. "Exactly. I did some research on that Ostia city one of them mentioned. It turns out it was the capital of Vesperacia until it was destroyed 20 years ago. And she said it was destroyed by her power. That would make her over 20 years old. She isn't a vampire, and yet she looks 15. Is that envy I hear?" Fred joked. "About Vesperacia, wasn't Negi the son of the last queen of that country?" Harry asked quietly. "Still, I don't think they're related. They've kissed. After all," Ron let it slip. "They've what?" The whole room sounded. "With all of them, actually," Neville said naively. A long silence followed, that was broken by George. "All hail Negi, a man among men," followed by a storm of hail from the boys. The girls, on the other hand, giggled and started whispering about how good a kisser Negi was. "What have I done?" Neville asked himself. "Hey, we should ask that Ermin Como for details," Lavender Brown said. "The Ermin is the mastermind," Parvati Patil added. "Then it's Set-led. McDowell is gonna kill me," Neville cried. The next day started with icebergs all over school. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 12. Draco's Attempts and the Ala Alba's Seal. As the week continued, the students got used to their guests. Well, except the obvious examples that somehow managed to get themselves frozen almost daily. Of course, we're talking about Draco Malfoy. Even though he had to resign to the fact that Negi and Eva were out of reach until his father answered his letter, that didn't mean he forgot that Asuna made him jog 10 miles in the Arctic area of Eva's resort. So, on Saturday morning, he decided to follow her around and look for a chance to curse her. Obviously, he forgot her magic canceller. As Asuna got up from the Gryffindor table, the Ala Alba decided to continue eating there. Along with Setsuna and Kanoka, Draco got up himself and followed them to the outside of the castle. There, Chow had installed a smaller version of the school barrier she was building, so she asked Asuna and Setsuna to test it by fighting inside it. Of course, once they've entered the barrier, Draco realized that his spells wouldn't get through. Not because of modesty, but simply because he couldn't possibly compare the blows that were being dealt to the barrier by the two girls to his own spells. So he hid behind a tree and waited for them to get out. But the experiment ended sooner than expected as the barrier collapsed. Normally, Draco would have been considered lucky, but this wasn't the case as the accumulated energy exploded outside the barrier, blasting him away with a huge gust of wind. Of course, Chow and Kanoka were aware of the possibility of failure, so they had their barriers raised. Most people would give up after they were blown away over 50 meters, but Malfoy was more than stubborn. As Asuna left alone and headed for the castle, Draco closed in on her and, seeing nobody else around, he took the chance and castled, Stupefy. But to his complete disappointment, all the red lightning that hit Asuna's head merely made her scratch the spot like it was nothing. Also, before he had another shot, the girl entered the castle and headed for the headmaster's office. Once she arrived there, she saw Negi and Eva talking to the old wizard. Your levels of power are beyond my expectations, but you are revealing your skills too quickly. As much as I want to trust our students, some of their parents are Death Eaters. Willingly or not, the information will get to Voldemort. Dumbledore said. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. Eva smirked. I casted some insurance on my resort. What kind of insurance? Dumbledore asked. The barrier outside the resort. Negi began the explanation. Once within the barrier, a seal is placed on the occupants. The seal affects them in both mind and body, preventing them to give any information on us to someone without the seal. Even letters sent to those with the seal are charmed, making any secret unreadable to ones without a seal. In the case someone invades the mind, the information is sealed. Not even I can dispel that, Asuna said. Furthermore, it's active as long as at least one of the Ala Alba is alive. And in the case we want the information to be divulged, it can be done as long the receiver accepts a seal and if at least half of the Ala Alba agrees. That's one powerful spell you use. Was it tested before? The old man asked. Yes, during our adventure in Ostia, after we discovered that Asuna was replaced with a very convincing fake. Negi explained. That poor girl. Acting like this idiot for over a week, Eva grinned. Hey, Asuna said offended. What happened to that girl? Dumbledore asked worried. Well, she lost her cover at the same time we found out Avarunkus recruited her, and his other ministra from among the orphans resulted from the wars he caused himself. When she found out he was responsible, she joined our group and helped us stop his plans and defeat him. Negi explained. And since she and the other girls were proven by Nodoka to not have done anything really bad, they only received some community service as punishment and should be allowed to join the Ariadne Guards in a few days from now. I could add that Shiori-chan had become quite fond of Negi, since she shared with me the memories accumulated while she pretended to be me. Asuna said a little dissatisfied. Is that so? Dumbledore smiled amused. Humph. Eva let out with the same look on her face as Asuna. Anyway, nobody can't find out our powers unless they come here themselves. Negi hurried to get back on topic, much to the headmaster's amusement. Well, since that's settled and it's Saturday, how about a full tour of the castle? Dumbledore proposed. That would be nice. Negi agreed. Will you be coming along? Eva asked. As much as I would want to. I'm leaving for London in an hour. But I know some students that might know more about this school's secret passages than I do. Dumbledore informed them with a slick smile. Very well, then tell them to meet us by the main entrance. We'll explore the outside first, since we may run out of daylight otherwise. Eva said, Okay. I'll also ask them to bring that special map of theirs. Special map? You'll see. 20 minutes later, Negi and his group that was composed of Eva, Shichamaru, Asuna, Kanoka, Setsuna, Asakura, Yu, Nodoka, Haruna, Chisame and Chow met up with Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George and Ginny. Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor. Hermione apologized. We were in our tower, and then it took a while to gather everyone in. And you were in the middle of the huge amount of homework you had to do, Negi finished for her, making her blush. Don't worry, after we're done we can take you to Eva's resort and give you enough time to finish. You'll also have enough time to visit Eva's castle and learn a few new tricks. Asakura winked at them. With that, the tour started. Chapter 13. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 13. The tour. As the large group descended from the entrance to the grounds, Harry remembered the part of Negi's speech about flying, so he decided to take them to the Quidditch stadium first. To their luck, the Ravenclaw team was having their first practice. Of course, since it was the first, they kept getting hit by the bludgers, much to Evangeline's amusement, who otherwise said the game was pretty cruel. Negi, on the other hand, said that he liked the Seeker's role, that also fitted him quite well. Seeing that the Ravenclaws finished their training, Harry suggested they should give it a try, and Negi and you accepted the offer and were accompanied by the Weasley twins. Ron intended to join in as well, but he remembered that he didn't have his broom in the locker. As they played, one bludger headed for the back of Yu's head and would have knocked her of her broom if Setsuna hadn't appeared and blocked it with her sword, as her large white wings helped her hold her stance in midair. Wings, Hermione said while staring at her. Is that a transfiguration spell she's using? No, those are her real wings, Asuna said, and Kanoka added. As cute and fluffy as always, Sei-chan. I didn't know humans had wings, Ron said, confused. They don't. Hermione snapped at him. I am just half human. Setsuna informed them as she descended with the others. The other half has been inherited from the Raven tribe. Awesome. You look like an angel, Ginny said in the others' agreement. Still, please keep this a secret. Even among the staff, only Dumbledore and McGonagall have been completely informed of everyone's past. It would be wise to keep it that way, at least at the beginning. The swordswoman asked them. No problem. But this is one diverse group you have here. Fred exclaimed. Yeah, vampires, mages, half-demons, robots, ninja, mind readers, and even hackers. You must have gathered from all over Japan to come here. Hermione said what was bothering her for a while. Well, since we're on the subject, I'm actually a time-traveling Martian that came from the future as Negi-kun's descendant. Chow added, leaving the Hogwarts students with looks that didn't know if they should laugh or not. She's being serious, you know? Negi said from her side. But time traveling over such long periods of time is forbidden, and more importantly, impossible. Hermione tried to reason with them. After so many hundreds of years, few things are forbidden. Chow said with a dark and sorrowful look. And it's only impossible for magicians. But by combining science with magic, the Cassiopeia was created, Chow said, brightening up as she pulled out the clock-like machine. Of course, even though it was made by science, it's still powered up by magic. Amazing, Hermione whispered. Why don't you make a demonstration, Sensei? You proposed. Okay, he accepted. Just don't make the time jump too long. It's not the school festival anymore. Chow warned him as she handed him the Cassiopeia. As he activated it, he instantly disappeared. A few moments later, they heard him walking towards them, eating something. We're having apple pie at lunch, he informed them. Wow, the students said, amazed. Well, Let's move on, Ginny proposed, and they headed towards the Owl Tower next. Finally, they visited Hagrid's house, but it was as empty as it was for the rest of the week. He's still away, I guess. Harry sighed. A friend of yours? Negi asked with interest, and Harry explained who Hagrid was. Now that you mention it, I think Dumbledore told us he's a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Eva said, deep in thought. You guys know about the Order? Hermione said, getting more and more surprised. Of course we know about it. Do you honestly think the old man would let just anyone protect the school? Eva said, annoyed. Point taken. Hermione agreed. But what is your relation with the Order, anyway? We're simply here to protect you guys and make sure you can survive what's out there. Asuna said, we're not affiliated to the Order or anything. So don't get your hopes up when it comes to information, Negi added. Well, even though we say that, my artifact isn't just for broadcasting sports events. Asakura grinned. At any rate, this forest behind us is very dangerous, filled with monsters and other magical creatures. I wouldn't advise to go in it just for a walk, Harry said. And now, the final stop of our outside tour would be the Whomping Willow, Fred said as they approached the violent tree. It was originally planted there to guard the secret passage that leads to the haunted shack in Hogsmeade. Well, with that much power, it could repel most intruders, whether they go in from this side or come out from the other, you remarked. That's one nasty tree. Can you give me a minute to paint it? Haruna asked. Can you? With it moving so much? Nodoka remarked. I'll try. Hold on a sec, Harry said, pointing his wand at a stone and made it fly towards the tree. Suddenly, the tree stopped moving. It has a button on one of the roots that makes it stop temporarily, Ron informed them. Nice, Haruna said, painting at light speed. Wow, now that's what I call fast work. And what quality, the group praised her. Now, let's see how it turned out. Come forth, she summoned. The drawing came to life and came out of her artifact, performing the same attacks as the original before Haruna dismissed it. Well, let's head for the castle now. It's almost time for lunch, Harry proposed, and they followed him back. As they arrived at the table, they saw the large plates with apple pie on the table. A few moments later, they saw the Negi from the past taking a piece of it, wave at them, and then leave the castle. I used the Cassiopeia again when I got near the stadium, the young mage informed them. A few minutes later, Mana came by and gave Setsuna a report before taking a piece of pie and leaving. Nothing much to report, Negi noticed as he looked at it. Some commotion was being made at the Slytherin table. After my father will deal with them, they won't be able to get hired anywhere ever again, Malfoy bragged. Now, isn't he the optimist? Eva grinned from behind him. At those words, the whole Slytherin table froze from terror. I believe I'm squinted with your father, Lucius Malfoy, right? Ask him if remembers Germany when you tell him about me. Oh, also tell him that he can't transfer you, the vampire said with a diabolical smile. As she left, some of the Slytherins looked about to faint. Did you tell them they can't fire us even if the minister says so? No, it was something much more pure. I threatened them. So simple, yet so efficient, the twins said with a smile. After they finished eating, they went exploring the interior of the castle. They started with the lower floors, meaning the dungeon, and were shown the location of the secret entrance to the Slytherin common room. On the first floor, they were shown the girls' bathroom that hid the secret entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, and were told the story of how it was opened by Voldemort on both occasions, and how he was defeated by Harry 3 years ago. Even Eva was a little impressed by his luck, saying it came close to Negi's. But still, the ability to talk to snakes is quite rare. You're the first person I've met that has this ability, Evangeline said. That's odd. I thought you can communicate to snakes as well, Eva-chan, Asuna said, surprised. Yes, but only telepathically, not with my mouth. The skill is considered to be passed down by blood. Well, in extremely rare circumstances, it can be given from person to person, not necessarily with either's approval, Chow said with a glance at Harry. After that, they went to the third floor and were shown the secret passage that led to a sweet shop in Hogsmeade, followed by the main classrooms, the astronomy tower and Trelawney's tower. Finally, They arrived at the Gryffindor Tower and the students went inside to get their books and clothes before heading to have supper in the Grand Hall. After that, the group met up with Kotaru and headed towards the resort. Chapter 14. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 14. The Special Training and the Ring. After they finished their homework, the Hogwarts students took their mage wands and went to the terrace. Well, since you have already tapped into your latent magical capacity, we can move on to discovering your elemental affinity, Negi said. He then pointed his staff towards Hermione, and an orb of light came from her chest and split into smaller orbs of different color and size. It seems you have fire as a dominant with light and nature secondary. For now, you should focus on fire. Next it was Ron. You have wind as dominant with shadow and nature secondary. The twins and Ginny turned out to have nature and fire in nearly the same amounts. And finally, it was Harry's turn. Instead of a single bright orb, two came out, but one was dark crimson. Then, the orbs split up normally, and the ones from the dark one arbitrated around the ones from the bright one. They had lightning-shaped marks on them. You seem to have two magic cores, one cracked though. It would be easier to draw power from it, but much harder to control. Your natural core has as dominance lightning, light, and darkness. The cracked one has darkness, shadow, and ice as main elements, but the other ones seem to be developed as well. Well, except light and wind. At any rate, for now focus on light and lightning. Darkness isn't something easy to control, and in your case it may devour you if you're not ready. Seeing the look on Harry's face, Negi smiled and added, "Don't worry. It was the same for me. Once you manage to control light well enough, darkness will be safer to use. Here's a hint. Control your emotions for light and let them loose for darkness. Now let's teach you some magic. We'll start with the most basic magical attack, Sagitta Magica, the magical archery. It exists for every element so everyone can use it. But first, you need 78 hours of theoretical study." At Negi's final words, everyone except Hermione frowned. "Yeah, then see you in 2 weeks," Ron said. "With all of our other studying to do, that would be an understatement." Fred added, You brats seem to be forgetting where you are and who you're talking to." Eva smirked. "Stay inside here until it's morning outside and you'll be done. But even in here, it will take us 2 weeks. You have 1 week for studying, and if you manage to pull it off, you'll also get 1 week of practice." "But I have a better idea," Negi said. "What would that be?" "Do them together in 9 days. If you do it this way, you'll be able to try the theory right after you've learned it, thus securing the progress. If you first study and then apply the theory, there's a chance you'll screw up. I personally recommend it. That's how I've learned it." You encouraged them. "But why can't you just tell us how it's done and then practice?" George asked. "Because you can't use that much power without unlocking your core. For that you must come up with your own unlocking keywords, or aria, that will allow you to make full use of your magical capacity. Now that you mention it, before every spell you chant there's always the same words," Hermione observed. "Yes, that's my aria. Ras tel maser magister," Negi said. "And mine is lick lack la lil lack," Eva said. "Basically, it must consist of words that have great meaning to you, such as your goals or your hobbies or other things you explained. Also, it's usually in Latin or Greek, so consult a dictionary before you chose it. If it sounds too complicated, it will get in the way when you're casting," Negi added. After that, the studying began, and it went with surprisingly few problems. The only notable incident took place when Hermione's fire spell and Ron's wind spell collided, creating a small fire tornado. Negi explained afterwards that when using some spells in combination, one may use the other to grow in power, like fire and wind, or may negate each other like fire and water. But they weren't left on their own. Chow and Yu assisted the fire users, while Negi helped the wind and lightning users. The others either observed or went training, but Asuna, Nodoka, Kanoka, and Setsuna stood there the entire time, as they knew the beginning is always the most prone to accidents. By the time it was morning outside, they've chosen their Arius and learnt the Sigilla Magica, Cordis dis Libris, Undecim Spiritus Ignis, Coiunce Inimucum Concordant, Sigilla Magica Series Ignis. Hermione chanted and fired 11 arrows of fire at the 11 ice orbs. Evangeline was levitating, hitting all of them with great accuracy. But these were Eva's orbs, so they weren't completely destroyed. Next time, focus a little less on accuracy and more on power. Even if you throw a spark at someone from a mile away, it's still a spark, the vampire commented. Artificium Virsutis, Undecim Spiritus Ignis, Coiunce Inimucum Concordant, Sigilla Magica Series Ignis. The twins chanted together and rained the shots on the 22 ice orbs, shattering 18 of them, but not even touching the other 4. The power is about right, but your accuracy needs a lot of improvement, Eva said. Floris Intraflamma, Undecim Spiritus Ignis, Coiunce Inimucum Concordant, Sigilla Magica Series Ignis. Ginny chanted and fired her arrows at the orbs, hitting them dead on and shattering all of them in large melting pieces. Now that's some good intuition you have there, girl. You compressed your arrows in a smaller form, making them easier to control and their effect more powerful. Well done, Eva said to Ginny's amazement. She thought the vampire would say she cheated. Candidus Ventus, Undecim Spiritus Aerials, Vinculum Facti Iamicum Captant, Sigilla Magica Air Capturi. Ron chanted and sent his arrows towards 11 ice sculptures of Eva and wrapped around them. But at Eva's command, the statues began to rise and 2 of them got loose of their binding arrows. Those tow arrows don't have enough power, even though they were wrapped properly. Eva said, Signum Demonium, Undecim Spiritus Fulgurales, Coiunce Inimucum Concordant, Sigilla Magica Series Fulguris. Harry chanted lastly, releasing 11 arrows of lightning that not only struck all the orbs, but went right through them, leaving large melted holes visible for a few seconds before the ice shattered. Very well. Lots of power and perfect accuracy. Well, the accuracy comes naturally to lightning, but the ability to control that kind of power doesn't. Eva praised him. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're pretty good with curses, aren't you? Yes, I am. But what does? Harry began. Most curses take the shape of lightning. I'm sure you've noticed by now. Especially the most powerful ones. Negi explained. Well, we're done. We should head back. It's about time for breakfast. Asuna said from the side. Oh yeah. Harry, come here for a minute. I'm sure you've realized by now just where does that cracked core come from, she whispered. It's from Voldemort. That's why I said you should forget about darkness for now. Until you get the feeling of your own core, you shouldn't use his. Even though you also have the darkness element, using it so soon could make you access his power while you're still unprepared. For example, I heard that during some of your nightmares you wake up with your scar burning. During your stay here, I've asked Seo to check on you when you're asleep. While you were having nightmares, a subtle darkness enveloped you. It was because of that cracked core. That kind of thing can be dangerous for your body, especially since you're asleep and unaware. Negi explained. Then I should stop sleeping? Harry asked, confused by this new information. Of course not, you idiot. Eva whispered herself when she got close enough. Take that ring and keep it on your finger at all times. It should seal off the cracked core. Actually, I think it cracked when he lost his body over 14 years ago, the vampire said, and gave Harry a ring with a white stone in its socket. Let me know when the stone becomes pitch black so I can change it. It's not a seal, but an absorbing crystal. It will absorb the designated elemental energy from the one who uses it until it's full, she added. Even if the power comes from Voldemort, it should take at least a month to fill that stone, Negi assured him. Thanks, Harry said. But it won't make the pain from the scar go away. That's from something else, I guess, Negi warned him. Oh, well, can't win them all, Harry resigned himself. Okay, now let's go. I'm starving, Asuna said, and they followed her to the warp zone, Harry putting the ring on his finger. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 15. Negi's first class of defense against the dark arts. Monday morning, about 24 hours after they've left the resort, Ron, Hermione, and Harry were once again standing in the warping area, but this time the other fifth-year students were beside them. Well, Negi began. Since last time we started with elemental magic, today we'll start with the defense against the dark arts. We'll start with a short test. All you need to do is cast Expelliarmus at this surface. Make it as strong as you can. But first form a line, he instructed. But Expelliarmus is a disarming spell. It won't do any damage, Hermione said. Don't worry about the details. I'll explain later. Now just do it. Eva snapped at her. Okay, then, Expelliarmus. As her spell hit the white wall, the color changed, forming a red circle where the energy hit, about 3 meters in diameter. Not bad, Negi said as he wrote down something. Next. The procedure continued, the red circles that were being formed varying in size, from 50 centimeters in diameter to 10 meters. Okay, now let's look at how things stand. In first place is Harry Potter, followed by Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. And in the last 3 places stand Pansy Parkinson, Crabe, and Goyle. How did you judge anyway? Parkinson asked angrily. From the size of the circles your spells did. I did tell you to put in as much power as possible. Tough luck, guys. Draco said, both with arrogance and compassion for his fellow Slytherin. You're just barely a little better yourself, Eva told him with disgust. Actually, with the exception of the first 3 or 4, the others are pretty pathetic. Not worth my time. Good luck, boya. She finished and walked away, switching to her adult form and drawing the eyes of most of the boys. She was in a bikini. Negi brought their attention back to the class. Well, we'll start by doing some laps. Let's say 5 laps around this terrace. What the bloody hell does laps have to do with magic? Ron asked, not being able to believe his ears. It helps you warm up. Now move. Setsuna answered sharply. At that, the students looked at each other and started running. Unfortunately for them, Negi was running alongside them, making sure they kept up the pace. How can you run so fast and not get tired? Ron asked as they reached the 4th lap. Let's just say we have different concepts of fast, Negi smiled. What do you mean? Hermione asked, barely keeping up. Do you know the speed of lightning? The young mage asked. Why yes, about 150 km per second. But what does? She began before the words stopped in her throat. You're surely joking, she finally said in disbelief. About what? Harry asked, confused. He's saying he can move at 150 kilometers per second. That's not humanly possible, Hermione said. Is that so? Let's give it a try, Negi said as they finished their 5th lap and dropped on the stone benches like stones themselves. This terrace has a perimeter of about 150 meters. I'll finish 1 lap before you even count a 1. Just jive me a sec to power up, Negi said as he began chanting, and 2 large lightning orbs formed in his hands one after another. Then, as he said, Duplex Complexio, he became lightning himself. Now, will you please take the count? He asked Hermione, whose already messy hair was now electrified. Okay, she agreed, a little scared. Go, the girl said. But before she even finished the word, Negi had already returned. They wouldn't have even realized he ever left if it wasn't for the scourged path he made. Needless to say, they were all dumbstruck. Now, Negi continued class as if nothing had happened after he discharged the electricity towards a faraway, empty area. Do 30 push-ups. Push-ups? The class asked, revolted. Now just a minute here. Draco began yelling. Now, Negi demanded, entering his dark form, while mentally chanting, Actus Noctis Arabi. I am doing it, Malfoy said, starting his push-ups. Scary, most of the others thought, but Harry noticed the amused smirk on the young teacher's face as he turned around and thought, he's good? After they finished, which was relatively quick, they were asked to try casting Expelliarmus at that wall again. And to their amazement, the size of their circles were up to 3 times larger. How did this happen? Harry asked, amazed. as his spell painted the entire wall red. "Last week, I had you try the most basic of mage spells. Even if you couldn't get it right, your inner magic core has been released and can now absorb more magic from your environment. Thus, by doing some workout and connecting with the environment, your power supply has been replenished and even increased. But that's because you're only at the beginning. Everyone has a limit in growth, both physical and spiritual," Negi explained. "In other words, even if our spiritual power could grow further, our bodies can't sustain it and collapse." Hermione said with a grim smile, "Don't worry. By the time you reach that age, you would be grandparents. And besides, that's not the point I was trying to make." Negi calmed down the students that had the impression they could explode at any minute. "Then what?" Ron asked, confused. "The point is that you must advance your physical strength as well if you want to be a good magic combatant. Mainly your speed." Negi cut Crabe and Goyle's enthusiasm with his final words. "But that takes years of practice. We can't become Hercules all of the sudden." Hermione tried to bring reason in the discussion. "And that's where your magic comes in. By powering up yourselves with your own magic, you would be able to increase your physical power at least tenfold. And besides, I did say each of you have your own elements. Using the characteristics of your elements in your everyday life should be rather easy if you manage to tap into your power," Negi said with a smile. "I see. So that's how a 10-year-old can run faster than us without using that lightning form." Ron understood. "Yep. Well, that's all with defense against the dark arts for today. Let's move over to elemental magic. Today, we'll uncover your elemental capabilities and start your study." "What study?" Draco asked, annoyed. "The 78 hours of study you will have to do in order to efficiently use your elements. And yes, it will be done in fragments inside this resort for the next 3 weeks during class. You can also study outside the resort, but in here is more efficient since there's more magic in here, and mainly time-wise. But first, let's see what elements you possess." As it turned out, most of the students had light or shadow, a nature or stone here and there. One of the few exceptions was Draco, who had darkness and nature, while Neville had sand, wind, and fire as primary. Now, during your study, you will learn the most common elemental spell, the Sagitta Magica. Some of them deal damage, others capture the enemy or stun him. The most important point is that you must first learn it for the element you are most compatible with. Now, you will give you your books, so begin." Negi finished and LWFD them under you. Nodoka, Haruna, Kanaka, and Setsuna's watch, and went to have his usual training with Eva and Asuna in the desert area. He usually avoided the Arctic area because it gave Evangeline the advantage, and that's the last thing a sane person would want. Chapter 16. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 16. The Grand Inquisitor of Hogwarts. As the weeks passed, the Hogwarts got used to the Ala Alba's oddities and personalities, and most of all, they just about finished those 78 hours worth of study and practice. Fortunately for Harry and the others that were already at that level, Negi didn't ask them to learn something new, but to improve their current Sagitta Magica and increase the number of projectiles if possible. Thus, at the beginning of October, Harry and his friends could all fire 17 projectiles, Harry and Hermione even 23. But unlike with the lower number that had both power and precision, some of Harry's lightning arrows lacked control and missed awfully, almost hitting Ron. Negi had told him that for his spells he needed a clear mind, but all the rumors that he and Dumbledore were insane obviously didn't help. So Asuna began to participate at their private training. And it was private because the other students were nowhere near their level of training or power, so it would have seemed suspicious. On the 3rd of October, Sunday at supper, all the students were asked to be present in the Great Hall at 7 o'clock. Apparently, Dumbledore had something to announce. From today onwards, there will be another addition to our staff. Miss Dolores Umbridge has been assigned by the Ministry of Magic to verify and correct the teaching standards at Hogwarts. As the Grand Inquisitor, she will have the authority to assist at classes, issue a probing period to the teachers she would decide not living up to the standards, and ultimately suspend them. Also, But he was interrupted by a small cough from Umbridge, who stood up and gave the impression she wanted to hold a speech herself. The headmaster stared at her for 2 seconds and then stood down, waiting for the woman before him to enlighten them. From its conception, Hogwarts, she began in a childlike voice but in a monotonous tone that made the students lose attention in less than a minute. The only people that were actually listening to what she was saying were the teachers, Hermione, Negi, Eva, Chow, Shichamaru, and Chisame. Needless to say, they didn't actually like what they heard, but realized they should know their enemy. When Umbridge finally finished talking with a progress for progress sake must be discouraged, Dumbledore started a polite round of applause, followed by some of the other teachers and Negi, but no one took their example. Either they were surprised by the sudden end of the speech like the students were, or because of their pride, like the Ala Alba. "Thank you, Miss Umbridge. That explained everything," Dumbledore said with a somewhat forced smile. "It did?" Asuna asked Chisame. "Yeah. Here's the short version of it. She's here as payback for Negi taking the post she wanted," the net idol said between her teeth. After she finished, Umbridge sat down in her seat that was between McGonagall and Eva. Hard to say which one of the two was more annoyed. But it became clear when Umbridge turned to Evangeline and started talking to her like to a child. In her childlike voice, no less. She clearly was either blind or didn't check the staff list before coming there. Either way, it was clear she was beyond ignorant at the low temperature Eva emanated from annoyance. Trying to calm down, she took a sip from her favorite drink, bloodberry tea. "Oh, how sweet. Drinking tea like adults. What a mature little girl. I'm quite a tea drinker myself, but I've never seen this kind before. What is it made from?" Umbridge asked in her horrible voice. Before Eva answered, Negi glared at Dumbledore and noticed he was expecting Eva's answer with a wide grin on his face. Negi, on the other hand, wasn't expecting this to end well. "Blood," Eva said coldly, taking another sip. Umbridge blinked twice and said, "I don't think I heard you right. Can you say that again, dear?" "I said it's made of blood," the vampire repeated after finishing her drink and pouring another cup from a thermos. "Don't say creepy things like that," Dolores demanded with her smile gone and in a low voice. "I don't think a little girl like you knows this, but the only ones that drink blood are vampires, yes." Eva cut her off and took another sip before adding, "You actually have no idea who you're talking to, now do you?" "Ten you're a," Umbridge said with a pale face in a horrified whisper. "Yes, I am a vampire. A Shinso to be precise," Eva said with a fanged grin. "My name is Evangeline A.K. McDowell." As she noticed she was about to scream, Eva pointed a finger towards Umbridge's neck and stole her voice with a silencio. "Don't start making a scene. Everyone in this hall already knows. Some supervisor she turns out to be if she doesn't even investigate who is part of the staff before she arrives." Eva said the last part telepathically to Negi, Dumbledore, and McGonagall. "I know. She was Fudge's right hand before coming here." Dumbledore told them the same way. "Want me to deal with her? I'll make it look like suicide," the dark Evangel proposed. "Tempting, but we don't need any more deaths around here. Our public image is more than shaky as it is," came the old wizard's reply. "Well, let me know if you change your mind. It doesn't have to be on the grounds." Eva finished with an evil grin, to which the headmaster replied with a smile, while Negi and McGonagall sighed. The next day, Umbridge was in front of Negi's classroom with the determination to fail him on the first day and get rid of that vampire. She had found out that Negi reduced the number of classes he should have from 6, 4 for the defense against the dark arts and 2 for elemental magic, to 2, 1 of each, and took it as a way to play hooky. Therefore, she thought that she could easily fail him for irresponsibility. When the door opened and Negi asked them to enter, she went in first and froze when she saw the complicated-looking resort. She had absolutely no idea what it was, but from the designs of the magic circles and the energy it emanated, even a monkey would realize it was something powerful. "Grand Inquisitor, if you may," Negi said while stepping into the warp circle and disappearing. "Where did he go?" Umbridge said, confused. "Inside," you answered, and without further explanations she followed her teacher. Umbridge just stood there and stared, and the students lost their patience and went inside the resort one after another. After she saw that, she decided it was safe and followed their example. only to drop her jaw to the floor when she saw the inside. Looking around, she saw Negi and the others on a terrace and headed their way. "Very well, since you are finally here, we shall begin the class," Negi said with an eager look. "Finally?" she asked, confused. 1 hour outside means a day in here. "You did bring your sleeping attire as I requested, didn't you?" the young mage asked, worried. "Yes, I did," Umbridge said, realizing she had just lost all of her charges on Negi. "Very well, today we'll start with elemental magic. We'll test how well you can use the Sigilla Magica spell," Negi said in his usual voice towards the students. "The what?" Umbridge asked, confused. "Sigilla Magica is Latin for magic arrow," Evangeline said after she appeared out of nowhere in front of them. "Form a line and then how many arrows you will cast and what element," the chibi vampire said while summoning a few dozen ice orbs and ice statues and placing them by the side. As most of the students were hesitant, Harry went first, followed by Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Ron and Hermione cast 17 arrows of wind, respectively fire, and Harry cast 23 arrows of lightning. Nothing surprising so far. But when Neville cast 13 arrows of sand perfectly, most of the students, except those from Slytherin, applauded, and even Eva congratulated him, and that was a rare thing indeed. "If I may inquire, why are they applauding?" "Out of the 4, he cast the fewest," Umbridge whispered to you who was the closest. "He should normally be able to only cast 11. It seems he also studied outside the class." "But what about the other 3? Umbridge asked with suspicion. "They have a lot more battle experience than the others," you answered. It wasn't actually a lie. They did have more experience. But what does battle experience have to do with elemental magic? Shouldn't they be learning the basics first? In the Ministry's opinion, offensive magic should wait until after graduation, Umbridge said in a louder voice. "That would be impossible," Eva said coldly. "What would some kids need offensive magic for?" "To protect ourselves." Harry stated the obvious. "From who? Who could possibly attack some children like yourselves?" she said in her creepy voice. "I don't know. Let's see. Maybe Lord Voldemort?" Harry said in an ironic voice. His patience was running thinner. Chapter 17. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 17. Negi's teaching abilities. At Harry's words, all of the students trembled and gasped. Neville let out a small scream that he managed to turn into a cough. Umbridge, on the other hand, just stared at him without her usual fake smile and then said, 10 points from Gryffindor, at which the class froze and Negi quirked a brow. "Now let's get one thing straight. You have been told that a certain Dark Lord has risen from the grave? He wasn't dead, but yes, he's back?" Harry said, annoyed. "That is a lie. The Ministry assures you there is no danger." "I saw him. I fought him," Harry said loudly. "Detention, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said with a smile on her face once again. "So from point of view Cedric Diggeroy dropped dead on his own accord?" Harry asked in a voice trembling of fury. "That was merely an unfortunate accident," Umbridge said coldly. "It was murder. Voldemort killed him, and you know it," Harry practically yelled. "That's—" Umbridge began yelling herself but was cut off. "Enough," Negi demanded in the coldest and dangerous voice the Grand Inquisitor had ever heard. Furthermore, he had activated his dark mode mentally and was now shrouded by darkness. "Potter, even if I know he's back, that's not a subject to discuss during the elemental magic class. I will eventually talk to you about it during defense against the dark arts. 10 points penalty for yelling." Also, he now turned to Umbridge, who was stunned by the sudden change. "I must remind you, Miss Umbridge, that while you can inspect me, you have no authority whatsoever on my students, and certainly not during MY class." Negi finished coldly, putting the accent on the fact that this was his teaching time. "Also, the reason I'm teaching them offensive magic is quite simple. Almost all elemental magic is for combat use, and the offensive part is the main component of the basics. Barriers and healing are much more complicated. As a side note, I've already mastered the magic arrows when I was 4. Negi explained. But if this is considered basic offensive magic, what does the more advanced magic look like? Umbridge stared at him in disbelief. Give her a demonstration, Boya. Show her your 1,000 bolts, Eva suggested with a grin. 1,000 bolts? What's that? She asked. Ew, is it dark magic? She asked when Negi bit his finger to draw out blood. No, Negi answered shortly and began the incantation, and lightning started twisting around him. To Sumbalayan diakinito moi, basilisk auranianon. Epigeninthato, Apolia koron hos timais tyri. Hecatoncatus kai kiliakis astrapsato. Kiliarchus strape, finally gathering in his fist before he released it on a distant giant boulder, turning it to melted ash. It's the most powerful lighting attack in existence, Negi said. So that's his best attack, huh? Umbridge thought. But it's far from being Boya's best attack. He can use 3 of those at the same time, and the power is more than 10 times of the simple attack. This kid's a monster, the Grand Inquisitor thought, horrified. And that's just his lightning. His light and darkness are on a totally different level. Asuna shocked her even further when she suddenly appeared with these words. Bottom line, he could obliterate Hogwarts and its surroundings in one hit. Eva finished. Okay, enough talking. Back to casting this Sagitta Magica, class? Negi clapped his hands, and the activity resumed. He has influence over the students. And I have no knowledge of this kind of magic. Damn. Umbridge thought, and, unknown to her, Nodoka smiled and gave Negi the okay sign. What happened next was the usual. The students took turns and cast their spells. They all resumed to 11 arrows. All but Draco. He decided to show off and cast 29 arrows of darkness. Needless to say, it was a disaster. The arrows had power, but no control whatsoever. They flew towards the students in the Ala Alba and Umbridge. In less than a second, Negi and Asuna had summoned their artifacts and erased 28 arrows, Eva freezing the last one with a flick of her fingers. Malfoy, before you cast so many arrows, make sure you can control them. Try 13 now. He did and failed again, but this time in power, much to his embarrassment. Right. I guess it would be useless to ask you to cast 11 now. Your emotions are beyond your control right now. Go do a few laps in the Arctic area with Asuna, he said to Draco Horror. Asuna, make sure he cools down, he added to the redhead with a smirk. Sure, she responded with a grin and left with the unfortunate Slytherin. Back to work. Negi said to the rest of the class. What's the Arctic area? Umbridge asked, confused. One of the 4 training areas we have here. Kotaru, please give her a tour. We're about to take a break anyway. Lunch is in 45 minutes. I'm sure that's plenty of time, Negi said, and Umbridge left with Kotaru, neither of them too pleased by the company. Okay, now that that's out of the way, you can practice at will with the remaining targets, Negi told them. When it was lunchtime, Kanoka had to cure Draco and Umbridge of their colds. I'm going to sue you for this, the Inquisitor yelled. Do as you wish, Eva said, bored. We have diplomatic immunity in both worlds. Diplomatic immunity? Why? And what both worlds? Well, Asuna and Negi are the descendants of the founders of Mundus Magicus, the world of magic. Furthermore, Negi's father is Negi Springfield, the Thousand Master, who saved Mundus Magicus from destruction 20 years ago. Kanoka is the daughter of Kono Aishin, one of Nagi's comrades and the chief of the Kansai Magic Association and leader of the Shinmiryu, as well as member of the main branch of the Aoyama clan that founded the Shinmiryu. I myself am the inheritor of the McDowell clan from Scotland. Ku Fei is the inheritor of the most powerful clan of martial artists in China, and so on. But the main reason would be the fact that the Ala Alba saved the Mundus Magicus from destruction a little over a month ago. Oh, and Mundus Magicus is a world located on the planet Mars, but it was created on another plane of existence by the founders. Got all that? Eva finished with an evil grin. Umbridge was stunned. Not only that someone created an entire world, or that it was on Mars. Not that Nagi and then Negi saved it from destruction. It was simply because she couldn't even begin to imagine a way to put some dirt on those people. And the scariest part was the fact that, in the eventuality that she did upset them with something, a world and a half would want her head. These people were beyond scary. Not even Voldemort had a world at his disposal. I see. I think I need some rest, she said, feeling a headache. Shichamaru will show you to your room, Eva said with a grin, and the robot motioned to follow her. After they left, most of the students in the Ala Alba burst into laughter. Way to go, Eva-chan, Asuna said with tears in her eyes. The look on her face was priceless. Ron said with hiccups. And I have it all on tape. Asakura said with a wide grin. Great. Make sure to give Dumbledore a copy. He's gonna love this, Harry said. Who wouldn't after Fudge forced his hand like that? Hermione asked with a smile. And the best part is that Fudge won't find about it, even if she tells him personally. Haruna laughed her lungs out. What do you mean? Harry asked, curious. The moment someone steps inside the resort, a confidentiality seal is placed on them. Without our approval, Noon without a seal may receive any information on us. You explained. Is that even legal? Malfoy said, furious. The moment you became our students, it became legal to use on you. We can't have any info on us get to Death Eaters, now can we? Eva said with an evil grin. But why did you use it on yourselves in the first place? Hermione asked. Well, getting kidnapped and impersonated for over a week has that kind of effect on people. Asuna answered with a bitter smile. Okay, enough fun for now, let's eat. Negi ended the discussion since it was going towards some things better left secret. After lunch, they started their defense against the dark arts class. In the last few weeks, we have solely focused on theory and on increasing casting efficiency for the Expelliarmus spell. Today, we'll move on to other useful spells such as Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, Protego, and Incendio. I'm sure you've at least heard of them, if not already know how to use them, Negi said. Harry can already use all of them, Ron said from his friend's side. Perfect, you can help with the demonstration. You, please assist him. What do we need to do, Sensei? You asked. A small duel. Use the first 3 spells. Incendio does a little too much damage. And another thing, Setsuna, he said while turning to the girl. Put a barrier around them. It would be preferred not to get hit by any stray spells. Understood, Sensei, the half-demon said as she pulled out her paper charms and erected the barrier around the two. You may begin, Negi said, and they started dueling, throwing spells at the adversary, blocking or dodging the ones that came at them. It seemed that they could have continued for quite a while, but Negi stopped them, saying it was enough for the demonstration. Now, take out your books and study the theory. If you finish quickly, you can begin practicing. Leave the Incendio last, and definitely don't use it on one another. If you want to practice it, ask Evangeline to make you some ice targets. Only the thought of asking the vampire for a favor was enough to put the Incendio last. And I intend to start some couple action in the next few chapters. Please review and give me some pairing suggestions. By the way, Negi and Asuna are related further than third-grade cousins in this FIC, so it's a go for them. Chapter 18. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 18. The Quidditch Deal. As the inspections from Umbridge continued throughout the school, the other professors noticed Umbridge's bad mood and lack of attention, and obviously took advantage of it. She still tried to at least catch McGonagall with something, since she was Dumbledore's right hand, but failed miserably, as the Transfigurations professor put her to her place almost as harsh as Eva. But Trelawney wasn't so lucky. Actually, it was a disaster, and she received a probing period. As a side note, Dumbledore and McGonagall were more than amused by the recording Asakura made of Umbridge getting crushed by Eva's words. Also, Umbridge found out that she somehow couldn't bring herself to submit a report on Negi's group. That made Fudge doubt her loyalty, but at least not her sanity. Not yet, anyway. Umbridge, after such humiliation, was out for revenge. And she put her plan in motion at the beginning of November as a new educational decree was emitted by the ministry. All of the students' clubs and societies from this moment, are abolished. For the recreation of the groups and societies, permission from the Grand Inquisitor will be required. The penalties of those who do not respect those mentioned above will be chosen by the Grand Inquisitor. Hermione read from the announcement posted in the Gryffindor common room. Why would they pull this out? How does this help Umbridge? Ron asked, confused. I'll tell you how. It stops Professor Springfield from giving us any extra training. It doesn't say it only applies to students. Hermione whispered furiously. And what's more, we'll have to get permission from her to restore the Quidditch team. Harry added, boiling with anger. But the first match of the season is 3 days from now. Ron said, worried. That must have been the whole point for waiting this long. Hermione told them. Harry, someone yelled from across the room. It's Angelina, Ron noticed. Should have seen this coming, Harry thought. Harry, I'm begging you. Whatever happens, don't upset Umbridge. She might not let us play this weekend, the dark-skinned girl said, nearly crying. I'll try, but lately she's been more upset for other reasons, he said, thinking about the recent events that made her mad. Like Peeves, the crazy ghost, who decided that her robe would look better if it was blue and dropped a bottle of ink on her. Harry had to admit the ghost had a point, since Umbridge always wore pink clothes. Or the small accident when she stumbled upon one of Chow's experimental barrier generators. It was the one that captured anyone within a meter. But it was in a locked classroom with warning signs, and they did find her after just 2 hours. Well, Peeves found her after 10 minutes, but why spoil her fun? Actually, you should ask McGonagall to ask for permission, Hermione suggested. Yeah, she can bore her with stuff about tradition and get her to agree, Ron added cheerfully. I must get McGonagall to talk to her first. They can't stand one another. Angelina sighed. I'll see what I can do. Later that evening, Umbridge and McGonagall were in Dumbledore's office, arguing about the team's permission. The latter was thinking that this was a waste of his already short free time. While he wanted the Gryffindors to play, it was obvious Umbridge wouldn't back down and why. Harry Potter was on the team. Dolores, I understand where you're coming from with this refuse. You say Harry must be restricted from it since he has a criminal record, even though he was proved innocent. Dumbledore made an attempt to shorten the argument. Yes, Headmaster, that's exactly it. I believe he may become violent and attack the other players. I'm merely thinking of their safety. Umbridge grinned and thought, like hell I'll let that brat play after he yelled at me. Gay, she's so obvious. Both Dumbledore and McGonagall thought. Then how about a compromise? Mainly, you don't want Potter to play this weekend, right? Dumbledore asked, smiling inwardly. Yes, that's exactly it. Then Harry won't be allowed to play in the match against the Slytherins, but he will be allowed in the other matches. At this suggestion, Umbridge remained in thought for a few seconds. If Potter wouldn't play, Slytherin would have an easy victory. Furthermore, the new goalkeeper, Ron, was pathetic. The points from this match would almost guarantee the Quidditch Cup to Slytherin. That would make Lucius Malfoy very pleased. Very well, I accept this deal. Just one condition. His replacement can be anyone, as long as it's younger and also wears glasses. The Grand Inquisitor grinned and thought, he's already one of the few people that wear glasses anyway. Maybe they'll get a first-year student or something. Agreed, Dumbledore smiled as he read her mind and thought himself, she's closer than she thinks with that description. Minerva, the headmaster said after Umbridge left cheerfully, I need you to relay a message to the replacement. The next day, Harry received the news pretty bad. What do you mean I can't play? You just told me we have permission. I'm sorry, Harry. McGonagall told me this is the best she and Dumbledore could obtain. You'll just have to sit this one out, the team leader explained. Damn, Harry sighed before continuing. All right, I'll take one for the team. By the way, who's gonna be my replacement? Yeah, about that. Umbridge said she'll only accept someone younger than you, that also wears glasses. In other words, a novice with a disadvantage. Oh boy, we're so screwed. Before the snitch is caught, it won't matter who catches it. We'll be losing anyway because of my lousy performance. Ron said, more and more depressed. That's one serious loser complex you've got there, de Gazaru. A voice was heard from behind them and they saw keyed with Setsuna. Well, it's true either I want it or not. Ron said, we have the solution for your substitution problem, Setsuna told Angelina. Dumbledore sent us a message. Who? All three players asked. Negi-sensei, she answered, leaving a long silence. EHHHHHHHH, they suddenly yelled. Sure. Do you want Umbridge to hear? Boo, but he's not even a student. He's a teacher, Angelina whispered. The exact words Umbridge used were, anyone younger that wears galzas, so she can't complain. But he's a complete amateur. He never even rode a broom before. No, but he's an expert at riding his staff. That's not allowed, is it? Well, technically speaking, you can have a wand on you during the match. And the staff is actually legal for riding. So, somehow, I just love this idea. Harry stopped the discussion, if only to see the look on Umbridge's face. As for you, have more confidence in yourself, Keed told Ron. But, think of it this way. The one that are in the crowd, why are they there? For cheering? Because they weren't good enough to be on a team, Keed said with a smile. She has a point, you know, Angelina added. Thanks, Miss Keed. Keed is fine. The ones who are teachers are Negi Kuin and Evangeline San. Yeah, but you seem older and… His words stopped when the temperature suddenly dropped. Setsuna burst into laughter, but suddenly stopped when Keed shot her a death glare. Her eyes were as closed as usual. So sorry, I meant more mature, Ron corrected quickly before, actually, how old are you? Never heard you shouldn't ask a woman her age? Keed grinned at him, but without the icy glare. Just kidding. Except Evangeline and Seo-chan, all of us are around 15. And Setsuna told Keed telepathically. They don't need to know that. The ninja answered the same way. Okay, Angelina said. Then tell Professor Negi to bet at the stadium at… Actually, he said it would be better if you practiced in Eva's resort, you said as she got beside them. Most of the players have wind element as either primary or secondary, so he'll show you how to use it in flying, she whispered. But wouldn't that be cheating? Angelina asked. He did tell the entire school that it can be used that way, and even said how when he explained his speed. You responded with her usual blank face. For some reason, I actually don't care anymore if I don't play this weekend. Harry grinned. And, for those who've wondered about Chachazero or Chamo, they'll be in the next chapter. Furthermore, don't restrict your pairings only to the characters shown so far. Who knows, maybe they'll need backup. Spoiler. Chapter 19. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 19. The Quidditch Training. Okay, people. We have 2 weeks to learn how to control our wind element, Angelina as the others gathered around her. And for me to learn the rules and the techniques, Negi added. The entire Quidditch team was inside the resort along with their substitute player, Negi, plus Kanoka, Yu, and Setsuna. After Negi explained how they draw out their wind powers, he left them in Yu's care and started reading the large rulebook and a few magazines about high-level techniques. He finished his study rather quick and joined the others. As expected, being the only one that had wind as primary element, Ron was doing pretty well. His speed had doubled, but his perception and reflexes still lacked. Harry's speed had also increased greatly, but unlike the others, he had used his lightning. Seeing this, Negi asked him to stop immediately. I told you to use wind, the mage said. Yeah, I know, but I'm better at lightning and I noticed you use it to increase your speed as well. Harry answered. Not to fly, I don't. It may severely damage your broom. Besides, wind gives you much more maneuverability. Negi told him. The others, however, didn't make much progress. They barely increased their speed and their control was awful. Okay, this will take a while, Negi thought. Let me give you a demonstration, he added out loud. He got on his staff and slowly started to demonstrate how to channel the energy. First, he gathered a thin stream of wind around himself. Of course, he had to add some light in that wind to make it visible, and that cost him 10 times the power. Then, he enveloped the staff in the same wind. Next, a small vortex was created underneath him, and he got higher. You must imagine the wind enveloping you. Like I said last time, don't add any visual effects, it would drain you. As it envelopes you, it will allow you to make use even of the wind that flows in the opposite direction. Rather than the straight road being the best, this method makes you go on a less straight path that grants you more speed. He explained as he instantly flew at a speed that normally required a few seconds to reach. Awesome, the team said while clapping their hands. I see. You feel the air currents and let them to partially guide you. A voice was heard from behind them. Hermione, what are you doing here? Ron asked in surprise. Well, technically I'm here to watch your practice as usual, she answered. Practically we're here for some practice. I'm going to teach her how to use her fire element without the spells as well, Chow said from her right side. In other words, you're going to the Arctic area to see if she can resist freezing to death. Negi retorted. Yeah, that's the gist of it, Asuna said, appearing on Hermione's left. I know how tough that training is, so I'm going along as well. Oh, those memories of me torturing. No training, you are so pleasant. Count me in as well. Let's go, Chachazero. Eva said herself as she walked up from the beach where she had tea. This is gonna be painful, Asuna thought. In more ways than one. She added when she saw Chachazero with her daggers. As they left, Negi looked at them worried. Is it that harsh? Harry asked. Well, if she understands the theory, that cold temperature will be nothing. I'm more worried about Eva and Chachazero, the mage said. Why? Their idea of a joke is dropping a ton of ice on you, or pushing you over a cliff. Negi said, generating a mass trembling among the team. Don't worry, that special treatment is reserved for you and Asuna. Eva's voice was heard. Okay, back to training. Negi instantly said. In order for you to feel and detect the air currents you need, I've created a wind maze. A what? A wind maze. Basically, it's a room full of pillars around which constant winds flow in countless directions. Okay, and how does that help us? Ron asked, confused. Well, first you'll fly from one side of the room to the other in a straight line, ignoring the wind. Then you'll try to improve the time you got by following the wind currents. I see. By comparing to our previous time, we aim to improve both our speed and our maneuverability because of the pillars, Angelina said. Precisely. Now let's go, Negi said and headed for the castle. On the top floor, there was a huge room 50 wide and 300 long. Stone pillars with different carvings were all over the room, the distance between them varying from 3 to 12 meters. But there was something missing. Wasn't there supposed to be a strong wind in here? I don't even feel a breeze, George said. Of course not. This place has no windows. Aniki will be the one generating the wind, Kumo said from Setsuna's shoulder. But didn't you say it takes a lot of power? To maintain, yes. To create for a few seconds, no. Those carvings on the pillars aren't normal decorations. A wind that passes through them is increased tenfold, Negi said. In other words, is self-sustained. Harry finished. Yes, now let's first practice channeling our wind element around us. Negi finished and the practice began. Slowly, they managed to channel some wind around themselves. Even though he never actually practiced wind spells, Harry was surprisingly good at it. He was on par with Ron, who had wind as his main element. The others were starting to get the hang of it as well, but not fast enough, as Negi noticed. You know, you should imagine flying when conjuring this wind. Imagine what you feel while flying. Negi gave them a hint. After a few seconds of that image training, the results were very satisfactory. While the others got to the level Ron and Harry previously shower, the two friends were enveloped in a whirlwind that almost made them leave the ground. Wow, I thought I was flying a moment there, Ron said. Me too, Harry added. Okay, now let's move over to using it with the brooms, Negi said with a smile. Even though expected, the team's progress was still pleasant to watch. If they almost flew before, now Harry and Ron took off the moment they conjured their wind. The others were doing fine as well. Now that you've learnt the basics of it, we can move on to the practice, Negi said while heading towards one of the pillars. I'm gonna start the wind. Make a line over there, and when I tell you to, fly to the other end of the room, he added, pointing towards a rather empty area. Rast Telmasser Magister. Vent. He chanted while pointing his hand towards the nearest pillar and sending a powerful wind. A few moments later, the entire room was filled with whirlwinds, not as powerful as the one Negi emitted, but still stronger than a usual breeze. "You may begin," Negi said, appearing at the arrival spot with a timer in his hand. As it was expected, Harry was the fastest, followed by Ron. But the time wasn't the greatest. They had partially flown against the wind, and that cost them some time. "Okay, now here are your results," the mage said while handing them a sheet of paper. "In the next 3 days, you'll be working on improving your time. You must get at least 10 seconds less. Now good luck." He finished and headed towards the more pillar-crowded area of the room and starting flying at high speed between them, so fast that they were barely able to see him. "I'll take over with the timing," Setsuna said, "and I'll be flying alongside you. During a match, I doubt the opponent would let you fly on your own," you said. "I'll also look for any mistakes that need correcting. Anyway, the main point is, use the wind when favorable, avoid it when it slows you down," she added. With that, their maneuvering training started. Chapter 20. Disclaimer: I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 20. The Wind Maze. During their training, the team managed to reduce their time by at least 12 seconds. Of course, they all needed various hints from you, but overall they did well. On the 4th day, they finally moved on to the more complicated part of the room. During the past few days, you've learned how to detect the favorable winds around you and to avoid the unfavorable ones. For the next 4 days, you'll be putting those skills to the test by trying to find the fastest route through this wind maze. And don't try to cheat by asking each other, since you will be starting from different locations and at the same time. Negi explained and showed them a diagram. Like before, he asked you and Setsuna to supervise them, but unlike before, he left the room saying he needed to see Haruna and Chao. Regarding Chao, she had returned with the others from the Arctic area just after 2 days of training. Apparently, Eva declared she was pleased with Hermione's development and decided it was enough for the time being. And for good reasons, too. In just 2 days of intense training, the girl not only learned how to use fire element as a barrier against the surrounding cold, but also increased the number of magic arrows she could use to 29. Flagrantia Rubicans was the new spell she learnt, and her performance with it proved quite impressive. As they began the race through the maze, they realized that it was painfully hard, mainly because the whirlwinds were so powerful that they hit the pillars after only a few seconds. "What the bloody hell was that?" Ron yelled, holding his bleeding nose. "That was you breaking your nose," Kanoka said, coming near him and healing him with a wave of her wand. "What did we do wrong?" Angelina asked, staggering. "You took off without feeling the wind first, and with too much speed. You're lucky you didn't break any limbs," you told them. "Don't worry though, I can easily fix broken limbs. Just don't let your head go splat, I can't heal you then," Kanoka said cheerfully. "Nachon, that too grim," Kamo said from the side where he was having a drink with Chachazero, who actually looked forward to the idea. "This time try to sense air currents before you take off," Setsuna advised them. Well, they tried. They went past the first 3 pillars before they crashed into the 4th. This time they were ready and didn't take any damage. As the hours passed, they advanced little by little, but once in a while they would crash into a pillar they didn't notice. "This is impossible," Fred said after crashing into Alicia Spinnet. "Yeah, there are too many currents. It's like a typhoon," George added. "As much as I would want to agree, Professor Negi easily did it for days. And I didn't see him crash even once. It can be done," Angelina said stubbornly. "Hey, how about I give you a demonstration?" Kanoka suggested to everyone's surprise. "I didn't know you can fly," you said. "When did you know how to fly, Oju-sama?" "When I was making my way to Ostia with Keed. It was better than walking through those forests," she answered with a smile. "That Ostia place again. When are gonna tell us more about it?" Ron asked. "Probably never. If you want answers, they're probably in the most hidden parts of the restricted section of the library," you said without emotion. "Why? I thought Asuna was from there," Hermione said from the side. "You guys are too young and inexperienced for this kind of stuff." Eva ended the discussion. "Anyway, here I go." Kanoka said as she took off. To everyone's amazement, she maneuvered beautifully, barely getting close to the pillars. What's more, at some point she even flew backwards. Her performance was perfect, maybe surpassing even Negi's. That was magnificent, Oju-sama. Thanks. But Negi-kun was pretty sneaky, she giggled. What do you mean? The pillars move slightly every 10 seconds. Eva said with a grin. Why? The whole team yelled in despair. During the game, the opponents won't be where you put them. You must use your inner eye to detect them. In other words, you use your instinct and senses rather than your brain. Eva said. A part of this training was for you to notice the movement of the pillars. Great. Another moving maze? Harry grumbled. Scared? Eva asked mockingly. Yes, Harry answered bluntly. Heh, then you should be grateful to YEA. Why? Harry asked cautiously. Because he didn't add any kemaitashi in the maze. Like I did for him. Eva said evilly. That means a wind that cuts at contact, you explained. That's brutal. Hermione yelled. Thanks, I try, the vampire replied. Now I'm beginning to understand why he's the teacher despite you have a lot more experience. Hermione said with a sigh. Yeah, Dumbledore wants us alive. Ron added. Yes, boring isn't it? Eva said. Okay, back to training, Harry ended the dangerous discussion. But that was easier said than done. After they found out that the pillars were moving, their morale was zero. At such times, you decided to give them another hint. Harry, help me demonstrate something, she requested. Okay, sure. Get on your broom and head towards an open space. When you reach it, close your eyes and continue ahead, but lower your control to minimum. Are you kidding? I'll crash. Just trust me on this one. You finished with a smile. Hesitating, Harry headed towards a rather more open area and closed his eyes. As he reduced his control, he felt something drawing him to the right, so he went that way. Next, he felt it from the left. As it continued on, Harry obeyed those impulses and eventually crashed into something. I knew it was too good to be true, he said. What do you mean? I just crashed into this damn wall, he said angrily. Then he realized it. Wait, wall? Yep, you went all the way through. But I just let myself sucked into the currents. Of course. It was actually this simple. Hermione yelled. What do you mean? Ron asked. In order for the wind to be drawn into a space, it must mean there is another exit through it leaves that space, she explained. Exactly, Eva said with a grin. But we can't have our eyes closed during the match, Angelina said. You just have to get used to the feeling here, and then use it with your eyes open. You said. Then let's the real training begin. Fred said cheerfully. Yeah, the rest of the team responded. Of course, after that hint things went smoothly. Well, some of them still crashed into the wall, but that wouldn't happen with their eyes closed. After 3 days, Negi returned and joined them for another 5 days of usual training, during which they greatly improved their teamwork. They practiced their techniques and refined them with their recently acquired skills. After that, they were given a day of rest, during which they did any homework they had and even had a tour of the castle, even though about a third of it was restricted to everyone except Eva. She doubted any of them wanted to die so soon, from various causes. On the final day of their training, they were brought to the jungle training area where Negi had created a temporary stadium, and they were greeted by Haruna and Seven, the most unlikely guest. Chapter 21. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 21. The practice match. What the hell are you doing here? Harry yelled at Malfoy, but the Slytherin remained silent. Are you mute or something? Ron asked, annoyed after a minute. Yes, they are. Making my golems talk is something I haven't learned yet. Haruna said. Golems? Aren't those the statue-like things that are made of stone or something? Harry asked. Well, you can say that it depends on the talent of the designer. Haruna said with pride. Yeah, especially if you have Asakura's photos to draw from. Chisame said with a grin. Details. Besides, It's not like I could have sneaked in the stadium when they were practicing and have them pose for me. Anyway, even the best needs some source of inspiration, the manga artist said. True, some of the techniques I created are inspired from Eva's. Negi retorted. So I was your muse, huh? Eva said, amused. Well, Negi began. Wait a sec. You mean these 7-inch Angelina gestured towards the Slytherin team are all golems? Well, duh. Asuna rolled her eyes. But that's not something that can be made in the almost 2 weeks we've been training. Yeah, it takes a month to make just one, Hermione said. Don't tell me you went back in time 7 months to make these. Ron said, outraged. Don't be stupid, you dumb brat. This is a game, not a battle for the fate of the world. Eva said, annoyed. Yeah, my way of making them is a lot faster. But I admit there was some time travel involved, Haruna said with a grin. What do you mean? Harry asked. The last Slytherin practice was 3 days ago, and since no one was there to take pictures, you went back in time to get them. Harry finished, amused. But, you know there will be another practice today, right? It was cancelled because of the storm. Negi informed them. Storm? Well, since you came here, 13 hours have passed, so you couldn't possibly know. Rather than a storm, it's more like a hurricane. The wind is so strong that flying normally would prove quite a challenge, he explained. When you say normally, yes, I mean like you used to before the training. But wouldn't it be kind of unfair? Since we can control our wind element and they can't. Angelina said with guilt. Since when did you care about the Slytherins? Fred said, surprised. I know, but it wouldn't have mattered if they went through the same training as you. Their wind affinity is ranked 5th to 7th. They wouldn't even get past the conjuring part, Negi assured them. And besides, since when do they have the right to complain about playing fair? Your usual seeker is suspended, remember? Eva reminded them that Harry won't be playing, even though he trained with them. Back to the matter at hand. We'll have a sparring match with these golems, Negi said, revealing his staff. But against mindless pieces of rock, George said doubtfully. They're designed to have the same physical skills as the originals. Also, I had Chow at an AI processor and the recordings of the practice. They will be as good as the originals. Haruna explained. But since when can your golems fly brooms, Paru? Asuna said, curious. Since Sensei and Eva-chan added a few wind spells on them, they might be slightly faster than they should, but they should do just fine. Negi said. Let's get this over with. You said getting on her broom. Wait, you're playing too? No, I'll be the referee, she answered, sewing the whistle that was hanging around her neck. Get into positions. After the two teams took their places, the match began at Yu's whistle. The Gryffindors took off each with a whirlwind and instantly took control of the match. They were faster, had more control, and used the wind around them at maximum. The moment the chasers touched the quaffle, the massacre began. They scored goal after goal, not even leaving the Slytherin half of the field. They avoided their opponents easily and took the ball again and again, avoiding the bludgers that were wildly sent at them by the Crabbe and Goyle golems. Fred and George sent them at Slytherin keeper easily and with huge force, as the bludgers themselves were being infused with wind energy at contact with their bats. In a mere 30 minutes, the score was 360 points to none, at which point they decided Ron needed practice as well and allowed the golems to go past them and straight for him. After the long wait, Ron was slightly surprised to have 2 bludgers aimed at his head, but he dodged them with minimal movement and prepared himself to block the quaffle. He had some doubts of his skill as a keeper, but after the training he went through, his body reacted nearly on instinct. He caught the ball with one hand, and after a moment of surprise he passed it to Katie, who scored another goal. This continued for about 20 minutes, period during which he gave up on actually catching the ball and resorted to hitting it towards his teammates. The power of his hits got higher and higher, to the point that he was actually aiming for the Slytherin goal. And since he had 3 circles to choose from, each of the Gryffindor chasers stood beside them, waiting for a ball that became more and more precise, to the point that Ron was actually scoring. At this point, Negi decided it was about time he ended the match. Of course, he had found the snitch in the first minutes of the game, but it wasn't his skill that needed testing. It was rather easy to prevent the Draco Golem to catch it, feigning a few dives to the ground when he got too close or blocking his vision when he actually saw it. And it wasn't easy because the golem was weaker than the original. Quite the opposite. It had a 5 times better eyesight and twice the speed. The reason wasn't because he wanted to test himself. No, he wanted to test Harry. After he caught the snitch, he released it and asked Harry to take his place. Glad he was finally getting some action, Harry took off almost instantly. As the golem had better eyesight than Harry, one would expect it to see the snitch first. That would be normally true, but Harry had a trick up his sleeve. During practice with his eyes closed, he realized that he could detect the wind not only in his close vicinity, but also the one further away, up to 10 meters. And relying on this skill, he closed his eyes, as the bludgers were constantly aimed at Ron, and concentrated. In the first 5 minutes, he detected nothing as small as the snitch, but then he noticed it. As he opened his eyes towards it, he saw the snitch flying above Draco's head. Deciding he should take the risk, he flew towards it, but the sudden change in speed and direction made the golem aware of the location of the small winged ball, and he headed towards it. At this point, judging from the difference in distances, Negi thought that Malfoy would catch it despite Harry's greater speed. But he was in for a big surprise. A few seconds after the golem flew at the snitch, the wind behind Harry formed a vortex that propelled him with more than twice the speed he previously had. Needless to say, he caught the snitch. But after that he had a little trouble stopping. Luckily for him, Negi put up a barrier between him and the tree he was heading at, so he was only slightly shaken by the sudden stop. That was impressive. You just used the accelerate spell, unconsciously no less. Negi congratulated him. The what? Harry asked confused. It's Latin for acceleration. Hermione told them. It does sound similar. Harry admitted. If you manage to pull off something like that more often, you'll be a great flyer. Negi assured him. He needs to control his emotions first. This time it happened because he didn't want to lose to the Malfoy golem. You must really hate that guy, huh? Eva smirked. I'm surprised there are people who don't hate him, Harry responded coldly. I kinda see your point. Anyway, play like this and they're done for. Asuna said. Yes, your performance was impressive. Setsuna added. Yeah, way to go. Some other voices were heard. When did you all get here? Ron asked, looking at the whole Ala Alba. Just after you began the practice. Mana answered. Not bad at all, de Gozaro. You'll have them begging for mercy, Kotaro added. Can't wait for the real thing, Aru. After receiving all the compliments and encouragements, the players headed for the hot springs. Shortly after the golems were reduced to nothing, they had a long, pleasant bath, during which they were joined by the others and chatted all the way to diner. The next morning, they left to attend the Friday classes that seemed rather out of place after a 2-week-long training regiment. And some of the reviewers drew my attention to some grammatical mistakes I made over the chapters. While it's true that I had a few slips, most of the mistakes made in the dialogues are intentional. Let's not forget these are some of the Baka Rangers we're talking about, and a translation spell couldn't correct one's own stupidity. As for most of the mistakes in the dialogues of the Hogwarts students, let's keep in mind that wizards or not, they only went through elementary school at most. At any rate, thank you for telling me about them. Don't hesitate to mention something of this sort in your reviews. Chapter 22. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 22. The match. It was early in the morning when Harry woke up on Saturday. Well, he was actually woken up by the noise that was coming from outside. What the bloody hell is this? Ron asked as he headed towards the window. He calls this a storm? It's a friggin' hurricane, he yelled as he saw the sight. Yeah, looks like it. Harry agreed, looking over his shoulder. And the worst part is that the match won't be postponed because Umbridge influence, he added grimly. And, unfortunately, he was right. Umbridge refused to allow the postponing of the match, even after McGonagall and Snape tried to reason with her, insisting that she had seen matches on worse weather. Not that she had ever watched any Quidditch before. She actually hated the game, since was never any good at it. Her real reason was simple. The Slytherin team had better equipment, so they should fly better. So, despite everyone's pleadings, at 9:30 the teams headed for the stadium to get changed in their Quidditch robes. Well, we clearly have a disadvantage, Angelina began her speech. Our broomsticks can't even begin to compare to theirs. Ain't that the understatement of the year? Fred grumbled. What do you mean? Negi asked with a smile. I mean they are newer, faster, and more balanced than ours, George cited. You mean we're better, Negi grinned. Of course. Ron suddenly realized. We trained to be able to fly on unfavorable wind. Not this powerful, Angelina retorted. Well, I was planning to have the wind like this, but I guess we should be flying at full power, so? Negi trailed off. So? Angelina asked as everyone stared at Negi. Well, don't take this the wrong way. What? I put a seal on your brooms before the training, to make them fly slower. How much slower? Katie prudently asked. A quarter of the real speed. You mean that was just 25%? The others yelled. Remove them for the win, the twins cheered. Fine, Negi cited and chanted, Dispel Seisho, while touching their brooms and his staff. They glowed for a second. All right, let's get the win. Let's not rush and make it too quick. We could use more points. Angelina said as they headed for the field. Fine with me. Negi agreed. As they reached the field, they saw the Slytherins and Madame Hooch already there. After the captains shook hands, the match started at the sound of the whistle. As Negi took off, he and his teammates were enveloped in barriers of wind, protecting them from the rain and wind. When he got high enough, he noticed that the stands were being protected by some barriers made by Chow's machines. Those devices are getting better and better. They could be perfected in a few months, the young mage thought. He then noticed that the barrier above the Slytherins was weaker than the others and smiled. Why do I have the feeling that that isn't a malfunction? He thought. After that, he started flying around the field, searching for the snitch. Also, he kept an eye on his team's progress. What he saw amazed him. The match had started for less than 10 minutes, and they were already leading with 90 points. The game was now being played in the Slytherin half of the field, like it was in the practice. But unlike the practice, the red ball never reached the Slytherin chasers, as it was intercepted by the Gryffindors at every attempt. Practically, it looked like the ball was being passed to them by the opposing keeper. After another 30 minutes, the score was 500-0. At that point, Goyle managed to hit the bludger at Katie, who had the quaffle, making her drop it into the Slytherin chaser's hands. Ron finally got a chance to show his stuff. When the ball flew at him, he hit it with the back of his hand, making it fly across the field and scoring another 10 points. If the Slytherins were demoralized before, now their morale hit rock bottom. After another 30 minutes, the score was 950-0. Seeing the snitch near him, for the 5th time, Negi decided to end the match. They had delivered enough punishment for one day. The match ended at 11-10-0. As they landed, Negi was hugged by the entire team, thanking him for the help. After the 3 girls had covered him in kisses, he managed to get away, only to get face to face with Draco. Malfoy was beyond furious. He started yelling insults, particularly family-related. Even though he was angry, Negi didn't show it. Stopping Fred and George with a mere gesture, he walked towards Draco, changing in his older form in the process, took the Slytherin by the ear and dragged him in the staff area. Professor Snape, Negi began, this boy's behavior and language is unacceptable, he said as he left go of Draco's ear. I'm giving him a week's worth of detentions. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who my father is? Malfoy yelled. No, but from Evangeline told he's someone I could squash like a bug. Negi responded without looking at him. Yes, a week of detentions would be proper. Dumbledore agreed. Actually, Professor, I've been granted authority by the Ministry over all punishment and… Umbridge began with a grin. No way this brat will get the best of me, she thought. That was yesterday, Negi cut her off. I've already persuaded the minister to transfer this ability to me, since I would be the most suited candidate and all. Negi cut her off and made everyone stare at him. When did you? How? Umbridge trembled in fury. An hour before the match. As for how, Negi finally looked at her with a calm smile. Well, I've negotiated the end of a world war. A mere educational decree. He left the sentence unfinished. Mr. Malfoy, I'm expecting you in my office at 5 o'clock. The celebrations should end by then, he added. This match is invalid, Umbridge demanded. How could that be, Miss Umbridge? Negi smiled. Weren't you the one who suggested me to train them in the resort? But, I assure you, I didn't favorize them. They merely got this good because they have wind element while the other team lacked it. But what about you? Me? I was already at their level at the age of 7. All I had to do was to memorize the rules and techniques. Not even half a day's work, Negi stated, earning new stares. Now, if you excuse me, I should join the celebrations. Professor McGonagall? I'll join you shortly, she answered. After Negi left, Umbridge stormed out with Draco. Impressive as expected, McGonagall whispered. At my expense, Snape mumbled. That's what one should expect of their son. Nagi's power and Queen Erica's brains. McGonagall whispered. A frightful combination indeed. And the scariest part is that he could have got them the other way around. Dumbledore ended the discussion. Back at the castle, Negi and the team were now being tossed in the air by the students in the Ala Alba. Good thing Negi had already learned levitation, because they almost dropped him when McGonagall finally entered the Gryffindor common room. Congratulations. That was the most squashing defeat we ever delivered to the Slytherins. Or any other team for that matter, she said with a pleased smile. Professor, here, have a memorial photo? Lee Jordan said, giving her a newly made photo. It showed Negi grabbing Draco by the ear, with the scoreboard in the background. This picture, she began in a serious tone that silenced them, should be sent to the press, she continued with a grin. Way ahead of you, Teach. Chisame said as she typed on the computer. I also sent it to the dean back at Mahora and to Takamichi, she grinned. Good job. Send it to Rockin and Theo as well. Negi smiled. Theo? Chisame raised a brow. You mean Princess Theodora? Since when do you call her name so casually? Chill out, Chuchi. Aniki is her partner, after all. Kumo said, jumping on her shoulder. Chiyu? As in the number 1 net idol and hacker, Chiyu? Dean Thomas asked. The one and the same. And that was before I learned about magic, she said with pride. And after? Ron inquired. Now she's the best in Mundus Magicus as well, Nodoka said, and followed closely by you. Chisame finished. Hold on. Isn't hacking illegal? Hermione asked. At that, the Ala Alba gave her a blank look. When you get a 10.000 drachma bounty on your head for no reason, that's the least of your concerns. You told her. Well, not that you remembered, right, Iase? Chisame grinned. Ah, come on, Chisame. That's what memory spells do. Asuna said. That's kind of funny, coming from you. Asuna, Negi giggled. What is? She asked. Remember when you found out that I was a mage? Negi said with a smile. At that, Asuna went bright red and avoided his gaze. Hey, why's she blushing, Sensei? Chisame asked. Oh, I have a pretty good guess. Kama smirked. Since the memory erasure couldn't affect the body, it was diverted to her clothes, right, Sensei? You asked. You mean? Ron began with his ears red. Yep, stripped her naked. Kumo finished as he jumped on a table. Zip it, Ermin. Asuna hissed at him. Ah, come on, Anison. Aniki was just 10 years old. Yeah, but Takamichi, who just happened to walk by, wasn't. Negi said, looking away. Silence. Silence. You know, now I'm really wondering why he refused to go out with you. Kanoka said. Could we please change the subject? Asuna demanded with her cheeks still bright red. So, they got back to the party discussing the match, the detention, the educational decree, and most off all their adventures in the Mundus Magicus. They even decided to see the recording of Negi and Rockin's match in the evening. But, for now, Negi headed with Eva and Asuna towards the resort, as it was nearly time for Draco's first detention. Anne, sorry it took so long to update. I've been writing on another Harry Potter crossover fanfic. The fourth school is Vongala, a KHR crossover, and I got a little carried away. I intend to update every 3 to 4 days, max. But I'll probably do it sooner if I can. Please review and give me some suggestions on A. Attempt of Comeback for Umbridge. Chapter 23. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 23. The short detention and the power of darkness unleashed. Unlike Negi had intended, Eva didn't want to waste a day torturing Malfoy in the resort. After all, it wasn't her that was insulted, so she didn't give a damn. And Negi didn't dare tell her that Draco dared insult Nagi while they were on the same planet. He had promised Dumbledore that they wouldn't kill the students. So tell me, Boya, why did you want me to help you giving detention to that brat? Eva asked. Oh, getting curious now, aren't we? Negi smiled. Humph. I want to give him an extra lesson, he said and added, to show him the difference in power. In other words, to put him in his place. Eva grinned. Yeah, you could put it that way too, Negi said vaguely. When they got in front of the classroom, they found Malfoy sulking. Aren't you anxious now? Eva smirked. I just want to get this over with quickly, he muttered. Sorry to disappoint you then, Negi said. We won't be using the resort, so it will be rather slow, and then told Eva telepathically and painfully for him. For reasons unknown to Draco, the vampire grinned evilly and he started trembling slightly. As they went inside the classroom, Draco noticed that it was different than usual. The dome-shaped barrier around the resort was no longer invisible. It was now pitch black, with numerous blood-red and golden writings all over it. After the door was locked by Negi, he and Eva went to the dome and raised their left arms. The spell patterns began to glow crimson for Eva and golden for Negi. They placed their palms on the dome and white light enveloped the room. When Draco opened his eyes, he saw that the room's size had tripled. Let's get started, Eva said, snapping her fingers and summoning a few hundred orbs of ice. Your job is to survive for an hour. Those orbs will attack you 25 at the same time, Negi said and then turned to Eva. While we wait, how about a game of chess? Sure, Shichamaru, get us some green tea, she ordered. Yes, master, the robot said and left the room. When she closed the door, the ice orbs began to move and the punishment began. Even though Malfoy wasn't actually the brightest one around, he realized that dodging wasn't the answer. So he began chanting his Sigilla Magica. 29 arrows of darkness shot from around him towards the incoming 25 ice orbs. Heh, this will be easy, Draco thought, but the gasped in pain as some of the orbs hit him in the stomach. The ice orbs had avoided his projectiles and reached him. It wasn't like in class when the projectiles stood still for them to hit. Now it was the other way around. He was a sitting duck for them. Abandoning his initial intent of destroying them, he began to run around the room, trying to dodge the orbs. But this strategy had a major flaw. While it was true he got hit less, it was also true that the number of orbs didn't decrease and he was getting tired. And being slow meant being hit. While Malfoy was busy in his personal hell, Negi and Eva were enjoying tea and were playing wizard chess with Shichamaru as audience. But one of her sensors was recording Draco's struggle, just as Negi had asked her. Checkmate, Boya, Eva grinned. You were quite a challenge, but you still have a lot to learn. Yeah, especially since you've been going easy on me for the last 20 minutes, Negi said sarcastically. You noticed, huh? The vampire's grin grew larger. The game took 1 hour 35 minutes and 12 seconds. Shichamaru informed them. That long? Eva asked, surprised. No wonder I noticed. You usually beat me in less than an hour. Negi exclaimed. I must be getting sloppy, Eva said, but actually she was thinking. Avoiding capture for 2 months taught him some strategy. Well, that should be enough detention for today, Negi said as he noticed Draco on the floor trembling. Go get changed and then head for the hospital wing. Draco got up mumbling and headed for the door. But before he reached it, an explosion was heard followed by dome-will roars and screams. All four hurried to the window and saw a horrifying sight. Over 100 ogres plus many other dark creatures were coming from the Forbidden Forest, and they were heading for the castle. What the hell's going on? Draco yelled, backing away. The castle is under attack, duh, Eva said, rolling her eyes. I believe that the intention was to surprise us by coming after the Quidditch match, when we were more relaxed. Shichamaru observed as she watched the advancing army. Well, it worked. I'm surprised, Negi said calmly as he looked outside. Aren't you people supposed to defend the castle? Malfoy continued to yell. Yes, Negi continued in the same tone. Aren't you gonna call them? But before Negi could answer, the Ala Alba badge on his chest shined a white light, and then a small hologram of Asuna was projected from it. Hey, what's going on? What was that sound? She asked. The castle is under attack. A few hundred magical beasts. Negi summarized. Okay, I'll contact everyone and… Asuna began. They're just ogres, Kagarazaka. Me and the boy can deal with them, Eva said in a bored voice. You, Eva-chan? Asuna raised a brow. The master is rather bored, Shichamaru intervened. Oh, that explains it. Well, we'll be in the audience. But just in case, I'll ask Asakura to deploy her spy golems to see if there are others. Asuna agreed. Okay, we'll be going now, Negi said, and the hologram disappeared. Are you out of your minds? Draco yelled again. No. Now unless you want to spend the rest of the year in detention, go get your wounds treated, Negi said without even looking at him as he followed Eva out of the class. As they walked towards the main entrance, they came across several professors who were heading outside themselves. Please don't leave the castle. We'll handle it, Negi told them when he got close enough. Are you crazy, boy? Flitwick said, looking up at him. Look at those numbers. Sprout insisted. Someone called Dumbledore. We'll need his help too, Madame Hooch suggested. The headmaster has left 2 hours ago. He will be returning in 2 days, Snape said, appearing beside her. And Professor Springfield and his companions will be more than a match for the intruders, McGonagall said, appearing from behind. Negi, but most of them are just children, Sprout insisted. And by the time they get here will be too late, Flitwick added. Me and the boy will handle it just fine, Eva said. You all would just get in the way, or rather caught in the crossfire, Snape said grimly. But, Shichamaru, if any of them try to interfere, knock them out, Eva ordered. What? Yes, master, Shichamaru acknowledged. Be careful, sensei, she then added to Negi. Don't worry, Negi smiled and followed Eva out the door. As they headed for the advancing army, Eva came up with an idea. Hey, boya, how about we make this more interesting? How exactly? He asked, knowing what Eva's definition of interesting. No ranged attacks. Just power-ups and enchantments. She grinned. Can we at least use the Ensis Exequens? Negi sighed, knowing she wouldn't take no for an answer. Sure, she agreed. Then, let's get this over with, Negi said and began chanting. Ras Telmaser Magister. Una Lucas. Stagnet. Ras Telmaser Magister. Una Obscurans. Stagnet. And then Duplex Complexio. He now had golden spell patterns all over his body, his eyes one blue and one green glowing. Oh, not even using a Jovis Tempestus Fulgurians? Then I'll take it easy as well, Eva said, and then chanted Actus Noctis Aribi, enveloping herself in the aura of darkness. Let's get this over with, Negi said in his now deep voice, and they both charged at the army of magical beasts. They started punching their way to the middle of them, almost killing them in one hit. When they finally reached the middle of the horde, they both called out, Ensis Exequens. Blades of energy erupted from their hands and the massacre continued, as they slashed left and right, cutting most of their opponents in two. Back at the castle in front of the main entrance, they're cutting them down like scraps of paper. Madame Hooch trembled as she and the other professors were looking at the battle through some binoculars. The girl, I know she's over 500 years old, so there's no surprise. But that boy's just 10. Most wizards don't even know how to cast a Lumos spell at that age, Flitwick added. And he's taking it way easy, a voice said, and they looked around to find Asuna, Kanoka, Yu, Chao, Asakura, Chisame, Harry, Ron and Hermione looking at the battle with binoculars of their own. What are you doing here? Snape asked the obvious. And what do you mean that he's taking it way easy? Sprout asked. Well, most of the students saw a video of those two fighting each other as a demonstration for the students at the beginning of the year. Snape answered instead. A video? Madame Hooch raised her brow. Yes, A recording of the demonstration given to the fifth years on their first class of the term. Myself, Professor Snape, and Professor Dumbledore assisted as well. It was like watching the apocalypse. McGonagall described with a tremor. Are you serious? Sprout asked in a whisper. Yes, even I was quite impressed, Snape said coldly. Oh, that demonstration? They were kind of taking it easy then too, Asuna said vaguely. What? You call that still taking it easy? All the professors and the Hogwarts students yelled. If they had that last clash, the school would have been destroyed. Hermione yelled. You mean they can do worse? Yeah, both of them have two more powerful forms than the ones displayed. You answered, sipping from her drink. At this point, Snape was more than pale and the others were almost fainting. But Negi-sensei still has trouble with one of them, Nodoka said, biting her lip. Can't help it. He can't control his emotions that well yet. He's still 10 after all. Chisame said. Today. Anyway, Asuna smiled and exchanged looks with the other girls. By the way, where is the rest of your group? Snape asked, looking around. Oh, they've scared around the domain to look for the ones that brought that horde here. Chow answered. You mean the ones that drove them from the forest? McGonagall asked. No, that army was brought her by magic, probably some sort of altered portkey. When they arrived, a loud explosion was heard, probably from the portkey. They must have had it self-destruct. Chow explained. Why? Wouldn't they be trapped here? Snape asked suspiciously. Yes, that was the point. The other reason must have been to scare those beasts and enrage them. Angry and mindless is a powerful combination in some cases, Chisame added. You could have fooled me. Those ogres are getting slaughtered. Ron said, horrified. Yeah, well, at most they are under the Imperious Curse, so we can't expect to interrogate them. Why waste a prison in them? Asuna explained. But still, it's so brutal. Harry said, looking kind of disgusted. They're trying to end it quickly. They don't want too many students to see something like this, Asuna said. It's all Dumbledore's fault. Chisame said, angry. What do you mean? Snape asked. He told Negi and Eva not use their wide area attacks. If they would have used them, the battle would have lasted less than 30 seconds. Asuna said as she looked through her binoculars again. He said something about preserving the environment. I mean, come on. What's so bad about a crater? Chow said, annoyed herself. At that comment, all the Hogwarts personnel sweat dropped, mentally thanking God that Dumbledore forbid them. Hey, what's that coming from the forest? Kanoka asked suddenly. There. Huge. Chisame stared. Back to the battle. Giants. Negi exclaimed as he looked behind Eva. Okay, we can't beat them in this weak condition. Time to power up some more. Eva said calmly. Okay, I'll use the right Entiso too, and… Negi began. No, you head back. I'll deal with this. Besides, we can use these alive. Despite being dumb, they still have some intelligence. Eva cut him off firmly. Fine, just be careful. Negi agreed and headed for the castle and arrived in less than 5 seconds thanks to his Armationum. Now, Eva said, turning towards to the three giants with an evil smirk on her face, how many limbs should I leave them? Dispelling her Actus Noctis Aribi, she focused her anger and pent-up frustration. An aura way darker than the one before enveloped her body, changing her appearance. Claws of darkness formed on her hands and feet, a tail and demonic wings as well, her blonde hair turning pitch black along with her skin. Her mere presence could kill. At the castle, she calls that being careful? To what? To kill them more than once. She even said she wanted to interrogate them. Negi yelled in desperation as he and everyone else felt that horrifying presence. Oh God, somebody stop her. McGonagall whispered. I don't think someone besides God can, Negi said, annoyed. Will she attack us? Ron asked, pale. No, of course not. But she will take brutality to a whole new level. Asuna assured them. Now you'll see why even Voldemort feared her. Chow said wisely. He feared her? Harry asked, staring at the Chinese girl. Yeah, only reason he dared make a move 16 years ago was because she was sealed by Negi-sensei's father. You said. I'm going to be sick, Asakura said, lowering her binoculars. A minute later, Eva walked over to them in her normal form. She had a satisfied grin on her face and surprisingly not even a drop of blood. "Weren't you going to interrogate them?" Negi asked weakly. "I did," she answered and showed them 5 small glass bottles with a shining silver substance in them. "Those are—" Asuna began. "Memories," Harry exclaimed. "Yeah, they mere hidden with various enchantments, though. I had to dig very deep to get them," the vampire grinned evilly. "I can imagine," Negi said sarcastically. "You should keep them until Dumbledore comes back. I've already viewed them, and there's nothing urgent." This hoard was sent from Siberia with an explosive portkey. They were all tied with strings to the portkey so it could take so many at once, she explained, and then headed for the bathroom, claiming to be tired. Negi said the same and left as well. "That form she displayed," McGonagall began, "was the one Negi can't control perfectly yet. It's mainly because he kind of hates it," Asuna said. "Gee, I wonder why," Ron said, rolling his eyes. After that, they went back and found out that the rest of the students had not seen the battle, and they couldn't help but feel envious. "Night of nightmares, here we come," Harry thought. Weirdly, he was mostly wrong. Chapter 24. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 24. Birthdays and titles. When Negi woke up the day after the Quidditch match and the Massac attack, he was expecting a lot of things. Fear and worry from the students, worry that could logically be shared by the Hogwarts staff, as well as annoyance and disappointment from his own group, the Ala Alba, for not allowing them to fight as well. What he didn't expect was to wake up in a rather compromising and embarrassing position. Odd, that was usually Asuna's job. And speaking of Asuna, as he began waking up, the orange-haired girl watching him with a soft smile began to blush as his hand wandered, unintentionally of course, to her scarcely dressed chest and began to feel around. Normally, she would have slapped the boy, but her negative thoughts vanished when he sleepily said one word. "Asuna-chan," the redhead teacher mumbled. As he opened his eyes, he saw Asuna smiling softly, her cheeks slightly pink. "Good morning, Asuna-san," Negi greeted with a yawn. "Ah, and to think you were calling me Asuna-chan a few moments ago," the princess pouted. "Well, you," Negi began mumbling, his face red from embarrassment. Asuna, who was counting on this reaction, started giggling, which brought a slightly offended look on the young mage's face. "You were making fun of me, weren't you?" he asked. "Calm down, Negi. I didn't want to upset you." Asuna smiled. "Then what are you up to? So early in the morning?" Negi asked, suspicious. Well, Asuna began as she got up and threw the sheets away, revealing that she had been sleeping in some rather risque undergarments. "I wanted to be the first person to wish you happy birthday." She smiled seductively as she leaned over and gave the stunned redhead a kiss on the lips. She was slightly disappointed that he didn't even seem to acknowledge what was happening. She mentally sighed and began to pull away when Negi did something. He brought one hand behind her neck to prevent her from breaking the kiss, while the other hand pulled her body close to his as he deepened the kiss. When they were reaching the 2 minutes mark, they were forced to pull away for air. "Well, happy birthday." Asuna grinned as she regained her normal breathing. "I love birthdays," Negi said, still kinda out of it. "Oh, Sensei's gone Eki," a voice said, and, as they turned towards the source, they saw Haruna with a perverted grin on his face, while everyone else in the room were pretty much shocked by Asuna's actions. "Well," Nodoka said with a determined look on her face as she approached the duo, "I can't afford to be left behind now, can I?" Before anyone could comment, she leaned towards the young teacher and gave him a deep kiss, under the surprised stares of the others. By the time they broke the kiss, the others had surrounded the bed and didn't hesitate to follow the mind reader's example. The exceptions had been Kotaru, Chow, and Eva. Kotaru patted the young mage on the back so hard he nearly hit the floor. Chow gave her great ancestor a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Eva, well, she started by taking her adult form and drinking his blood for half a minute before she gave him a deep kiss twice as long. To top it all, He whispered something to him after breaking the kiss. Whatever it was, it made Negi even more than he already was, before fainting. What did you tell him? Haruna asked amused. None of your business, Sawtome. Eva said dismissively. Oh, is that so? The manga artist asked with a gleam in her eyes. Nodoka, let's see if it really isn't my business. She turned towards the mind reader. Miyazaki, if you so much as take out your Paccio card, I'll strip you naked and seal you in a block of very transparent ice. And I'll put that block in the Great Hall. Eva threatened. Hi. Nodoka replied trembling. Now seriously, what did you tell him? Asuna asked curiously. The only time I saw him pass out like that was during the Kyoto trip, when Honya. At this point she stopped, her eyes widening in shock. Eva-san, did you just confess to him? You asked, remembering the event as well. Don't be ridiculous. After all you've put him through, do you actually believe that he'll faint from a mere confession? Evangeline said with a huff of annoyance. At this point most people would apologize for jumping to conclusions. The Mahora girls, however, had already gotten used to reading between the lines. So, what exactly did you tell him, if it wasn't a mere confession, as you put it? Asuna narrowed her eyes. Master offered to make him a man, end quote. Shichamaru said, making all eyes go to Eva, flushed face. Obviously, I was teasing him, the vampire said. Is that so? Chisame asked, her eyebrow twitching. Yes. Eva declared before adding under her breath, this year. Anyway. Luckily, the only one that heard her was Asuna, and she didn't comment as the same thoughts were on her mind. Half-hour later, Negi was finally waking up from his little nap and found everyone dressed and ready to go to breakfast. Hey Negi, think you can wait till tonight to open your presents? Asuna asked as the young teacher was getting dressed. Well, okay. Negi agreed reluctantly. Great. Asuna smiled and gave a thumbs up to Chao, who left in a hurry. As the group entered the Great Hall, everyone stopped talking and looked at them in fear. So, Negi began as he took a seat at the Gryffindor table in front of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Why exactly is everyone staring at us like that? You mean you don't remember? Hermione asked incredulously. Remember what? The Quidditch match? Asuna asked as she took some toast. No, the attack. That horde of magical creatures that attacked yesterday, Hermione said. Oh, them. Well, what about him? Kotaru asked. Yeah. Is everyone scared that they'll attack again? I'm pretty sure me and Negi wiped that out. Eva said. That's the issue. Just the two of you killed each and every one of them, and there were hundreds. I doubt even Dumbledore could have defeated all of them. And I'm pretty sure he would have avoided killing them. Harry explained. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Eva said, raising her voice angrily. You're telling me that you're actually expecting us to go easy on a bunch of murderous beasts? No, but you didn't need to kill them all, especially the giants. Hermione insisted. Listen, little girl, and listen well. Eva began as her annoyance increased. If we didn't kill them and merely scared them off, where do you think they would have gone to? Well, probably the forest. Harry said. Exactly. In case you don't remember, there are other beings in the forest as well. Among them are the centaurs who, if they survived the attack, they would blame humans for it and become even more hostile. Or are you forgetting the Acromantula nest deep within the forest? Imagine thousands of giant spiders coming from the forest, like a wave, covering the grounds of Hogwarts. Would you have liked that? Eva asked. And no. Hermione squeaked in horror and realization. Exactly. As for the giants, they would have been the worst part of the problem. Eva said, calming down. That's not true. You're just having preconceptions like everyone else. Harry insisted. Kid, let me explain this slowly so that your feeble mind may understand. Eva began in a dangerous voice. While it's true that giants may live in peace, that only apply when they are in their homes and away from battle. When a giant enters battle, their brains shut down and enter what one may call a berserker state. In that state, they will kill man, woman, and child, no matter who they are. I've seen giants who attack their own, just because the battle ended too quickly and they didn't get to kill enough. I honestly have nothing against giants as a community, but they simply can't function that well in times of war. They're savage and dangerous most of the time, and should stay away from human civilization. I see. Harry gulped. Well, enough depressive stories today. Okay, Eva? Asuna said a bit forcefully. Oh, sorry to spoil your mood, boya, Eva said, looking at Negi. Oh, that's all right. Still, what did you mean by Dumbledore would have avoided killing them? Negi asked Harry. Well, Dumbledore always said that it's better if Noon gets hurt. I mean, even if he's famous for defeating Grindelwald, that doesn't mean he killed him. He just beat him in a duel and locked him up in Nuremberg. Hermione explained. Let me get this straight. Asuna began as she rubbed her temples in frustration. You're telling me that Dumbledore just wants to catch Voldemort so he can throw him in Azkaban? Well, he never said anything about killing him, now that I think about it. Harry said, his eyebrows furrowed. Whenever I heard him talking about him, he always said defeat, not killed. So he'll just lock him away in a prison, along with all the Death Eaters he manages to capture? Negi asked in disbelief. Well, I seriously doubt that he'll put Voldemort in Azkaban, but as for Death Eaters, Harry glanced towards Snape. Let's just say that Dumbledore often gives people second chances, or more. I see, Negi said through gritted teeth. Tell me, Harry, what do you think about Dumbledore's stand in this war? Well, he's the leader of the light, so. Harry began with a frown. Bullshit. I don't care who he's considered to be. He can call himself Santa Claus for all I care. I'm asking you, what do you think about Dumbledore's approach? Negi said forcefully, surprising a lot of people. Well, if I have to be honest about it, I have to admit that he's too soft. Harry said. Harry, how could you say that? He's the greatest wizard in the world, Hermione said. All of the Ala Alba began laughing. What's going on here? McGonagall asked as she and Snape approached the group, though everyone in the Great Hall had heard the conversation clearly. Nothing to be concerned about, Professor, Asuna said, trying to hold her giggles. What do you find so funny? Snape glared at the group. Oh, Miss Granger said a good joke, and she said it as if she actually thought it was true. Negi smiled. What joke? Hermione said, offended. All I said was that Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. Exactly. Like that could ever happen. Kotaru laughed. I honestly don't see what you find so funny, McGonagall said, annoyed. Professor Dumbledore achievements mean nothing in terms of power. Asuna finished dismissively. What do you mean? Snape inquired. Tell me, how do you measure power? Negi asked. Well, there are several ways. The amount of knowledge one has, the experience, the magical power, Hermione said. Regarding knowledge, few people have more than me, and I assure you that Dumbledore isn't among them. Same goes for experience. As for magical power, Dumbledore doesn't even place in the top 100 in this world, not to mention Mundus Magicus. Eva waved them off. But, Hermione spluttered, he's over 100 years old and must have amassed a lot of power. Little girl Eva began slowly, as if speaking to a particular slow child. Myself, Negi and Kanoka have nearly equal amounts of magical power, and any one of us has more power than all the students and staff of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, Diagon Alley, and Hogsmeade combined. Is that clear enough, or do I need to spell it out for you? Crystal, Hermione squeaked. What about the Dark Lord? How does he rank? Snape asked with interest, not at all concerned about being considered weak. He remembered that demonstration and was surprised everyone had forgotten. Yeah, how does the Dark Tosser rank? Harry asked. I don't know for sure, but I think he's around Dumbledore level. Eva shrugged. I see. So the only one that stands a chance against Voldemort is Dumbledore. After all, McGonagall said. Professor, I think you should consider retirement, you said emotionlessly. And what exactly do you mean by that? McGonagall asked with an edge in her voice. You're obviously having problems hearing. Had you not heard anything I said about the difference in power between Voldemort and myself? Eva asked, annoyed. Oh, McGonagall said, surprised. Well, you were saying that you disagree with Dumbledore's way of doing things, so I thought your group wishes to remain neutral. You seem to be under the wrong impression that there are only 3 sides in this war: Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the neutrals. Well, let me tell you this. Not every supporter of the light will ally with Dumbledore, because our dear headmaster obviously doesn't have what it takes to lead a war. He either doesn't want to dirty his own hands, or he considers his hands already too full of blood. This is a war, McGonagall, not a Quidditch game. There will be deaths. Eva said, and the Transfiguration professor couldn't reply as the owls arrived with the mail and quite a large group headed for Negi. He put the packages away, deciding to open them in the evening like the others, but he read the letters that came attached to them. There were magical holographic letters from Nekane, Anya, Dean Kono, Takamichi, Aishin, Rockin, Princess Theodora, and Kurt Godel. What brought his attention were the letters from Kono, Anya, and Nekane. I hope this letter finds you well, Negi Kuin, the Dean letter began. First of all, I want to congratulate you with the occasion of your 11th birthday, a very important age for a young mage. Ho ho ho. I have heard how successful your assignment has been. Keep up the good work. However, in light of yesterday's events, I decided to send you some your help. I'm sure Chowkuin will appreciate some help in building that barrier, so I'm sending Satomi Hakes in that group. I assure you that you're acquainted with all of them, having collaborated in the past. In fact, your childhood friend Anna Kokolova has insisted to come. I've already arranged with Albus for them to arrive in the Christmas break. Remember, Negi Kuin, keep a lookout for anything suspicious. If there are disagreements with Albus' approach of things, do not hesitate to do what you consider to be right. I have great faith in you, Negi Kuin. You have saved both worlds from disaster. I expect you to do your best. So, no pressure. Ho ho ho, the letter ended. Well, things are going to get even more interesting around here. Asuna shrugged. Yep, Anyadano is quite spirited, de Gazara. Keat agreed. Let's see her letter next. Negi suggested. Negi, you dim-witted idiot, can't you get any jobs that don't involve getting attacked? Anya began. I'm going to be seeing you in the break, so don't get killed till then. Anyway, happy birthday. I would say more, but that's Nekenwunchin job. See ya then. Yep, same old Anya. Negi said with a tick mark. What did she mean by Nekenwunchin job? Kanoka asked. If I'm right, it has to do with Negi being 11. Asuna said. Oh, I see where this is going. Eva said, eyeing Negi's staff. Well, let's see Nekenwunchin let her say. Negi said, Happy birthday, Negi. Nekane began with a wide smile. I've heard your job is going fine at Hogwarts. I'm proud of you. You've grown up to be a fine young man. And, as the heir of the Springfield family, it's time to take your place as head of house. I know we haven't talked too much about this, but I never really looked into these boring things myself, she said sheepishly. All I can say for sure is that you're to become the head of the ancient and noble house of Springfield, thus granting you complete access to all of the Springfield vaults, claiming the title of Lord Springfield. Maybe you can ask Lord Potter or Lord Longbottom for some tips. They also are in the position to claim their titles as a young age, probably already have, since they're already 15 and they could have done so since they were 11. Also, I know you and Asuna-chan don't intend to take over Vesperia anytime soon, but you know that at least one of you will have to ascend to the throne at some point. Normally there would have been political problems, but after the fiasco this summer you two could become king or queen at a moment's notice. Or both, actually, the blonde giggled. Anyway, you two should visit the Vesperia vaults at Gringotts as well. There has been quite a long time since anyone has accessed those, at least 10 years. Nekane said, a sad look on her face. Well, I'll see you then. I'll have to accompany you at Gringotts. Before then, make sure you claim your title as head of house. Just hold your staff and make your claim. It's a form of magical contract. I hope I'll see you soon. The group sent by Dean Kono Kanuman will be with me and Anya. I'll write to you to give you the exact date. The letter ended. Oh, bugger. I hope I won't have to go through any complicated procedures. Harry, can you give me any advice? Negi asked the green-eyed wizard. I didn't know I even have a lordship until I heard this letter. Harry said confused. What do you mean you don't know? Eva asked surprised. The Potters are one of the oldest and respected families in Great Britain, maybe even Europe. Even if you were raised by muggles, every wizard has a magical guardian until they are 17 or become emancipated. One way to become emancipated is to claim your lordship. By the way, your magical guardian is obligated to tell you these things about you family. My magical guardian? Harry asked. Yes. Who did your parents entrust to in their will? Negi asked. Their will? I don't know. I've never read it. All I know is that they would have wanted my godfather to take care of me, but he was thrown in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, without a trial no less, Harry said, even more surprised. At this point, the Ala Alba group had begun releasing Killer Intent, Eva, Negi, and Asuna the most. Professor McGonagall, Negi began in a dangerously calm voice. As deputy headmistress, you have access to this kind of information. Please tell us, who is the wizard or witch that is Mr. Potter, magical guardian? I believe that Professor Dumbledore is his magical guardian. McGonagall hesitated and was soon trembling under Killer Intent for more than just the Ala Alba, but part of the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw tables as well. Is there anything else the old man has been hiding for me? Harry asked in a very angry voice. I'm afraid you'll have to ask him, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said weakly. Or you can accompany me at Gringotts during the Christmas break and ask the goblins. They will surely have all the information you need, or will retrieve it for you if they don't. They may have actually tried to inform you earlier, but a magical guardian has the ability to legally intercept your mail. Negi suggested. Thank you, Professor Springfield. I'll take you on that offer. And if Dumbledore tries to interfere again. At this point, a small black electrical current was visible around his right hand, in particular, around a ring with a now black stone. Well, how unfortunate for him. Potter, you can't just kill him, Evangeline said, and everyone looked at her as if she had grown another head. I can't, Harry asked. Of course not. Eva grinned sadistically. First you uncover as much dirt on him you can find. Socially, financially, politically, everything you can find. Then you sue him for it. And if he doesn't commit suicide to get away, then you can kill him. Eva finished. Everyone was silent for a few moments. I like that plan. Can you recommend me a good lawyer? Harry asked, shocking a lot of people. Talk to the goblins. If there's a way to financially destroy someone, they'll find it. Negi suggested. Even Fudge? Harry asked hopefully. That's a tough one. Negi must. Any suggestions, Chow? Well, Chow began with a smirk. I heard that people who own shares to the Daily Prophet could get any story they want printed. Any? You don't say. Harry returned the smirk. Actually, now that I think about it, I do remember a certain reporter. Harry looked at Hermione, whose eyes flashed in comprehension, and grinned evilly. Yes, something tells me things will work out just fine, she said. Anyway, Boya, why don't you claim your title to show him how it's done? Eva suggested. Good idea, Negi said, and took his staff in his hands. I, Negi Springfield, being the heir of the noble and ancient house of Springfield, claim my rightful inheritance and head of my house. As soon as he finished speaking, a light passed through him and the staff, before a ring with the Springfield family crest appeared on his left ring finger. I think I'll follow your example, Professor, Harry said as he took out his wand before anyone could interfere. I, Harry James Potter, being the heir of the noble and ancient house of Potter, claim my rightful inheritance and head of my house. Just like with the young mage, light passed through Harry and a ring bearing the Potter family crest appeared. Now that I'm emancipated, I'd like to see Dumbledore try something. Harry smiled. You too should ask at Gringotts if you have any other vaults. Both your families have many blood relations, and a lot of wizarding families disappeared in the last war. Eva suggested. Actually, now that I think about it, I should visit the McDowell vaults as well. It's been hundreds of years since I was last in Great Britain. She added thoughtfully. And you remembered just now? Asuna deadpanned, annoying the chibi vampire and causing the others to laugh. Anne, yes, I'm alive. And I'm back. Seriously though, it really has been a long time. I've waited and waited and waited for Asuna to be rescued, and just when it finally happens, Zazie and her sister pops out and delay it. At any rate, I decided to take a new direction with this story, but I'm sure you already noticed that. Yes, dear readers, I've begun to dwell in the fine art of bashing. And one of my targets here will be a certain manipulative old man who works for his own greater good. Still, it will be only a mild bashing since it would ruin the story if I focus too much on it. But it must be done. I can't give a precise schedule for my updates, but they will be more often, like once every 2 weeks or so. Also, there is a new poll on my page. Make sure to vote. Chapter 25. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 25. The darkness emerges. Negi and the Ala Alba spent the day with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. They talked about various aspects of the British Magical Society, mostly complaining about the stupidity of the ministry every time they were near a certain toad, mind you. Negi and Harry were given a brief, in her opinion, description from Hermione regarding the rights and privileges that came with the position of head of an ancient and noble house, Neville occasionally giving his input. Ron, well, he didn't like the subject, mainly because the Weasleys had never been a noble house. Sure, they weren't always as poor, but they were never as rich as the Potters. Also, Harry found out, the Weasleys appeared at the same time as the Malfoys, and there have always been hate between the two because the difference in wealth and the blood relations. Ron scowled at the bushy-haired witch for bringing that up, but Harry, who would have usually changed the subject so it wouldn't bother his friend, found out that he honestly didn't give a damn about Ron's jealousy of his wealth. It was his money, his inheritance, and he sure as hell wasn't going to give everything he owned to charity and live the life of an eunuch just to satisfy the ego of a jealous prat. It was quite an awkward moment when Negi asked Neville about who was the head of the Longbottom house. Well, it should have been my dad, but he can't actually keep the position in his current state of health, so Gran is temporary head. Neville said hesitantly. Oh, I see, Negi said, catching on that it was something the boy didn't want to talk about. Yeah, both his parents went insane when they got tortured by Death Eaters. Ron said so casually, as if talking about the weather. The whole group froze at those words and glanced at Neville, who was trying to avoid everyone's gaze, a sad look in his eyes. Without further ado, the girls turned towards Ron with expressions ranging from disgust to anger, and then, much to the redhead horror, took turns to slap him, Asuna and Eva hitting so hard that he had to drag himself to the hospital wing. Meanwhile, Harry, Kotaru, and Negi were comforting Neville. Is it true, what that idiot said? Kotaru asked soberly. Yes, they've been in St. Mungo for over 14 years. Neville said quietly. A group of Death Eaters tried to find out Voldemort's location. It was the day after my parents died. Harry said quietly. How did you know, Harry? Neville asked surprised. Last year, I saw Dumbledore's memory of the trial. It was quite disturbing, since Crouch Jr. was begging Crouch Sr. to save him, with Mrs. Crouch there and all. Harry grimaced at the memory before he suddenly smiled, though I can tell you for sure that everyone liked your parents, Nevada. That wasn't the only trial I've seen, and the support for your parents was overwhelming. Thanks, Harry. Neville smiled. Neville, do you know what spells were used on them? Kanoka inquired softly. Maybe there's something in Eastern magic that can help. It was the Cruciatus, the torture curse. Neville replied. Hold on, that can't be right. Eva countered. Huh. The others looked at her in confusion. The Cruciatus activates all the pain receptors in the body, except the brain. It was particularly made that way because of its initial purpose. Eva explained. Original purpose? Hermione asked. Yes. It was made as a magical variant of the Muggle defibrillator. It was made to be used on dying patients to keep their hearts beating. So you see, it couldn't have driven them insane. Eva said, now that you mention it, I was able to think quite clearly when Voldemort had me under it. Sure, the pain was excruciating, but I was able to still think. Harry remarked, yes, that way you can feel the pain better. If it fried your brain, it would be over too quick. Eva said in distaste. Hold on. If my parents aren't suffering from overexposure to the Cruciatus, then what had happened to them? Neville asked, wide-eyed. No idea. Eva shrugged. We would have to see them in order to be sure. Guess we're visiting St. Mungo's during the winter break. Kanoka smiled. Maybe Negi could come as well. She has been a healer for a few years. Negi must. Sounds good to me. Eva shrugged. You said the Cruciatus was created with medical use in mind. What about the other unforgivables? Harry asked curiously. The Imperius was made to help stop suicidal people. As for the AK curse, Eva looked him in the eye. It grants a painless death. I see, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze. After that, they resumed their discussion about the obligations of a head of house. They spent most of the day in the library looking through several books on magical families. Needless to say, Nodoka, you, Hermione, and Negi were in their element. After lunch, they found a book on the methods used by goblins to identify bloodlines. A point of interest was that one of the rituals showed not only one's entire family tree, but also the race and level of magical power each family member had. Hermione, you should try this one as well. Maybe you have some magical ancestors? Harry suggested. I think I will. Hermione must as she read the description of the procedure. I suppose it would be nice to get Malfoy to stop using that word when addressing me. I think we all should take the test. It would be quite useful to have a precise measurement of our power. Negi suggested. Oh, is that a challenge, Boya? Evangeline smirked. Maybe. Negi grinned. One question, though. Harry drew their attention. How will that work for me? You know my magic has two sources, he pointed out. Well, while they weren't both yours initially, you earned the second one by the right of conquest. And you did so 3 times for the same core. Negi explained. By the way, since it's now yours, you are also heir by magic of whatever the previous owner might have been. Eva mentioned. I have a pretty good guess on that. Is there any way to get any details about this? Harry hesitated. Don't worry, it's part of this ritual, Hermione said. And, while I'm not 100% sure about what you're trying to keep secret, if it has anything to do with you being a Parselmouth, then you have more influence in this castle than you ever wanted, Hermione said with a sly grin towards Harry. Can't hide anything from you, can we? Asuna asked amused. Well, he did show proof in front of the whole school. Hermione trailed off. Yes, it was quite obvious to most of those born in wizarding families that you are the heir of Slytherin, either by blood or by magic. A dreamy voice was heard as the owner approached the group. Hello, Miss Lovegood. Negi greeted with a smile. Hello, everyone. Luna said as she looked around at the group before focusing on the young teacher. Happy birthday, Professor Springfield, and congratulations for your new title. I believe we'll be seeing each other in the Wizengot in the near future. Same with you, Harry. She smiled towards the surprised wizard. You're of a househead as well? Harry asked, surprised. Not yet, but I will be by the middle of December. Luna said. But what about your father? Hermione asked, surprised. My mother was the previous family head. You see, it was my father who married into the family. Luna explained. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned it, I do remember that the Lovegoods are one of the few families that had long ago given up on the tradition that only males can lead the family. Ginny said. Yeah, another proof that they're wacky. Everyone knows that men are better than women, Ron said as he approached the table. Before anyone could get up and show their distaste for what he said, Luna had taken out her wand and hit Ron with a pale purple beam of light. Without another word, the redhead had turned around and ran out of the library. What did you do to him? Where did he go, for that matter? Neville asked curiously. Oh, don't mind him. He just felt the irresistible desire to wash his face. Luna said before adding, in a toilet in the girls' bathroom. That wasn't the Imperio, was it? Hermione asked worriedly while the others were rolling on the floor with laughter. No, just a combination of a confundus and compulsion charm, the blonde Ravenclaw explained. Combined spells? I never heard of them before. Hermione said, excited. No surprise there. With the amount of work required to combine the effects of 2 spells, most people would keep them as family secrets, locked up in their grimoire. Eva remarked. Indeed. Luna smiled and waved goodbye as she left. As she walked away, Harry's eyes followed her until Kotaru began waving his hand before his eyes. What's up with you, Harry? Neville asked. Staring at a girl now, HM? Is this love I smell in the air? Haruna teased. I barely know her. Harry defended before looking away and muttering, though she is kinda cute, in a low voice that everyone in the group still heard. While Kotaru started to pretend he was vomiting, Negi let out an amused chuckle. Most of he girls, on the other hand, were exchanging miscellaneous looks. But when they were about to tease the green-eyed wizard some more, they noticed the look in Hermione's eyes. Sad, discouraged, and was that jealousy? Anyway, like Luna said, you'll find out details when we go to Gringotts. Ginny broke the silence. To be honest, I'm kinda curious myself. Negi admitted, I found out a lot about my mother and her side family during the summer, but I don't know very much about my father's side. Well, Sensei, from what Anya-chan told me, throughout your academy days you were more focused on combat magic than history, though you got top marks on that too. Nodoka revealed. Yeah. About that, Negi fidgeted. I kinda skipped more than half of my history classes because I knew all of the material. You're kidding, right? Eva asked in disbelief. What did your history teacher say? Nothing. That was whole point. He was so tired of catching me working on something else during his classes that he allowed me to ship, provided I don't fall behind the rest of the class. Negi smiled. Oh, if that's the case. Ginny began with a wide smile. No chance in hell. Eva cut her off firmly. But I didn't even ask, the Weasley girl complained. And you won't, if you know what's good for you, Kappas? The vampire countered before turning to Negi. Still, if I were to take a guess, I would say that you're Ravenclaw descendant. That analytic mind of yours is proof enough. That may be so, but we're talking about relatives from my father line. Negi reminded her. Ugh, you're right. Negi Springfield, the descendant of Helena Ravenclaw? What was I thinking? Eva said. Why is it so unbelievable? You always said he was amazing. Neville asked. Well, let me put it this way, Eva began. If you asked anyone who met him for a short description, they would say he was an idiot. So you see, the profile doesn't really fit a Ravenclaw. Isn't that the understatement of the millennium? Negi chuckled. A few hours later, after the group had split up, Negi was being led by Asuna and Shichamaru through the corridors on the 7th floor. Asuna? What are you doing? Negi asked in a concerned voice as the girl was pacing back and forth in front of a hideous tapestry, all the while muttering under her breath. Not very assuring for her mental health. As she finished her third pass, a large double door appeared on the empty wall. Just making these doors appear. Asuna smirked at his wide eyes. After you, Sensei, Shichamaru said, giving him a light push. As Negi opened the doors, he was welcomed by complete darkness. He could see neither walls, floor, or ceiling. He walked a few feet into the room along with the girls before the doors closed. He was about to cast some light spells when the room was suddenly flooded with colors and cheers. Happy birthday, Negi-sensei, everyone called out. Wah. Negi blinked in amazement. Everyone he came with from Mahora was there, as well as the Gryffindor Quidditch team, except Ron, Neville, Hermione, Ginny, and several other students Negi had become friends with since he arrived, such as Luna Lovegood and Astoria Greengrass from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and even Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davies from Slytherin. To say that Negi was happy would be like saying that fire was just a little warm. The 11-year-old was ecstatic, and the huge cake in the middle of the room that he was informed was the room of requirement made him even happier. He was half through the opening of presents when it happened. He had just opened the present from Evangeline, a rather dark artifact. Apparently, it was an elixir made with the blood of an old, now extinct, Eastern clan. According to Eva, that clan had a very high affinity for fire, lightning, and darkness elements. The elixir was supposed to finalize the transformation his body had been going through since he learned Magia Arabia. All you have to do is to make a small cut on each of your hands in the middle of the swirls of the Magia Arabia spell pattern. After that, you open the bottle with the elixir and put some blood in it. The elixir will then be absorbed by the spell pattern when you activate the Actus Noctis Iribi. Evangeline explained. That sounds awesome. Hey Negi, go ahead and use it. Kotaru suggested. Sure, go ahead. Eva shrugged in response to Negi's questioning look. With a nod, Negi went through the instructed process under everyone's curious eyes. But when he activated his Actus Noctis Erebi and the elixir turned to a dark crimson mist, things went wrong. The mist had mostly been absorbed by the spell pattern when a loud crack was heard. There was no need to look for the source as a rather ominous black aura enveloped Harry, starting from the ring he had received from Eva that sported a now cracked black stone and racing towards his bleeding lightning bolt scar. Some of the remaining mist headed for the wizard as well, but both it and the aura stopped and returned to their proper places once. Asuna put a hand on Harry's shoulder, focusing her magic-canceling ability around Harry. That's odd. Eva frowned at the unusual development until she noticed how black the stone on Harry's ring was. With a meaningful look from the vampire, Chow retreated in a secluded corner and did a time jump to the past, took 3 of the white-stoned rings that Eva had made a few months ago, and returned to the party just a few seconds after she had left. While Negi was opening his other presents and passing the disturbance as a small prank of his, Chow, Asuna, and Eva took Harry aside for a short chat. All right, what the hell happened? Even if the containment stone was completely full, that still doesn't explain why the darkness tried to get to your scar. Eva demanded. Yeah, why is it bleeding anyway? Asuna asked as she was wiping the blood away. It reacts to Voldemort, presence, and emotions. It burns when he's either angry or happy, or when he's casting a particularly dark curse. Though this is the first time it bleed. Harry explained. I'm gonna do some research on it. But for it to be so sensitive to darkness, I might have to search all the restricted section of the library. Eva must. Good luck with that. Harry snorted. I wasted almost 2 months at the beginning of my 4th year looking through those books. I found nothing useful in there. And how exactly did you gain access to them? Asuna raised an eyebrow. Harry stuttered. Yes? Eva insisted. All right. Harry gave up and looked around cautiously. I used the invisibility cloak my father left me. A cloak that your father left you? And it still works? Those things rarely last a decade. Eva said, surprised. Dumbledore said that it was in my family for generations. Harry shrugged. I see. Eva narrowed her eyes. You said there are no useful books in the library? None. I asked Madame Pants, and she said that those kind of books were removed over 30 years ago. Harry replied. You don't say. Eva muttered. Anyway, why don't you put these new rings on, any? Chow cut in. Oh, thanks. Harry said as he took the offered rings. Should I take the old one off? Not yet. Put these on first. Then fix the crack on that ring. Chow instructed. Okay, done. Harry said, showing his hand. Stand still a second. Eva instructed as she began chanting, Lick lack la lil lack. Sagitta magica lucus capturi stagnans crystallis. 3 small transparent arrows of light appeared and enveloped the black stone like chains before turning into a white crystal. With a snap of the vampire fingers, the old ring shattered to dust and the stone levitated to her hand. All right, let's have some fun now. We'll worry about your scar later. Asuna suggested. Speaking of worry, I wonder why Voldemort was so happy tonight. Harry muttered grimly. And here's the new chapter. I know that I might have made some changes from canon like the scar bleeding before as well as that final part having a different timing, but hey, it's my story. Starting with the next chapter, there will be a lot more interactions between Harry and the Ala Alba. There will also be some inter-house cooperation or more. Well, we'll get to that some other time. Chapter 26. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 26. Taking matters in one's own hands. Well, now you know why he was happy about. Asuna said grimly. It was breakfast time, the day after Negi's birthday. Ala Alba and Harry's group were reading the Daily Prophet with grim looks on their faces. And they weren't the only ones. Most of the Great Hall was unusually silent, fear and panic being seen on many faces. The reason? Massive Breakout from Azkaban was the title of the article that took the entire front page. Included were 10 pictures of the escaped convicts. And to top it all, they were blaming everything on Sirius. "Remind me again, why shouldn't we kill Fudge and his bunch morons?" Harry said in a strained voice. "Getting sent to prison would have the satisfaction." Eva said casually, "I don't see why you're so upset. It was bound to happen sooner or later. At least they escape now, when Old Snakeface will order them to lay low and stay out of trouble." Asuna reasoned. "They're blaming it on Sirius," Harry replied, still in a foul mood. Harry's godfather, the one falsely accused and sent to Azkaban without a trial, is Sirius Black. Hermione informed the group. "What the hell is Dumbledore doing? If this was such an obvious target, why didn't he take any precautions?" Harry seethed. "What do you expect him to do? I mean, what did he and his allies do in the First War anyway?" Asuna raised an eyebrow. "Well, my parents," Harry began. "Your father was working as a hit wizard, and it was his job to hunt Death Eaters, not a holy mission from Dumb as a Door and his order of fried chicken," Eva said, causing even Hermione to burst into laughter. "As for your mother, well, she was not only a sure target as a Muggle-born, but also a threat since she was a charms and potions mistress. When you put it that way, the same could be said for my parents, since they were both Aurors." Neville commented quietly. "Exactly. Dumbledore has only 3 kinds of people in the Order. The ones in important positions and can supply valuable information, the ones that have no significant position but are powerful enough to mobilize as spies, and the ones he can manipulate to do his bidding." Negi explained casually. "I think I noticed the flaw in this." Hermione frowned. "The people strong enough to make a difference are either busy with their jobs and spying, or are too weak." 20 points to Gryffindor. Eva grinned. "But what can be done?" Neville wondered. "The question is actually, what can you guys do? Isn't it?" Eva smirked at them. "Do what exactly?" came a disgustingly sweet voice from behind them. "Fire Fudge and take over the ministry. Now please leave us, we're just discussing what venom to boil the undersecretary in," Chow quipped. "I and the undersecretary," Umbridge said with a slight edge. "Basilisk venom it is, then." Haruna grinned and checked something on a clipboard. The Toad Woman looked around and saw the evil glint in the eyes of many teenagers before leaving the Great Hall as quick as possible. That was entertaining. Luna smiled as she sat down between Harry and Chow, while Ron followed Umbridge's example. "We should discuss this elsewhere. Meet us tonight at 9 at the Room of Requirement." Negi instructed and left for his classes. Later that evening Harry and Hermione were heading towards the Room of Requirement under Harry's invisibility cloak. They had just passed the gargoyle that was guarding the entrance to the headmaster office when the statue jumped away. "Severus, we must recover control over the Potter estate. I understand you don't want to damage the mind of Lily's son, but there may not be another way. And those occlumency lessons that he'll have with you would be a perfect excuse to do it." According to Ron Weasley reports, his dream visions are getting more and more frequent and worse. Full of information, Dumbledore ranted as he and Snape passed the hidden duo on their way to the marble stairway. "If you want it so badly, why don't you do it yourself?" Snape asked, annoyed. "It wouldn't be the first time either. You can't expect me to believe he forgot what the Sorting Hat told him after he got Gryffindor's sword, that only a blood heir could extract it. Well, I couldn't let everyone know that he's the heir of one of the founders. He already has too much political power. And as Lord Gryffindor, he would outrank me as headmaster." Dumbledore protested. "And as for me teaching him occlumency, you know that there is a chance of him entering my mind. Sure, I could extract the more sensible memories for the duration of the lessons, but I don't know that even my pensieve can hold that much," he added as the two turned at a corner. Harry and Hermione exchanged a silent look and continued their walk to the hidden room. As they entered and removed the cloak, they noticed that were quite a lot of people there. "What happened to you two? You both look like you want to murder someone," Chachazero asked as she landed on Harry's shoulder. "Yep, we do. And the bastard's name is Dumbledore," Harry said angrily. "What happened?" Negi asked. "Well, for starters, the headbastard wants Snape to mess with my head to make me relinquish the Potter estate to him. Also, it turns out that I'm Gryffindor blood heir since I was able to extract the sword from the Sorting Hat. Apparently the hat told me this, but I mysteriously got amnesia after a talk to the headbastard. Harry fumed as he sat down, the entire room now deathly quiet. You forgot to mention that he is Ron spying on you, Hermione added. He actually asked me something similar in our first year, but I declined. Yeah, he asked me, Fred and George the same this summer. He even tried to bribe us. Ginny admitted. He probably realized he can't rely on Ron after his jealousy from last year. Hermione said. How did you find out all this? Kasumi asked amazed. We overheard him arguing with Snape while we were under my invisibility cloak. As incredible it may sound, Snape actually sounded like he didn't want to hurt me. Harry replied. I think it may have something to do with your mother. Dumbledore said her name at some point. Hermione mentioned. Did you hear anything else? Eva asked. He wants Snape to screw with my head while giving me lessons of occlumency. Any idea what that is? Harry inquired. Well, to put it simply, it's a defense from a form of mind reading called legilimency. You create mental walls and other defense to hide your thought and memories behind. Eva explained. But it still isn't enough to protect a mind from my artifact. Apparently, both Snape and Dumbledore constantly use occlumency, and I was still able to read their minds. Nodoka said with pride. Anyway, he wants Snape to teach me since he doesn't want me to accidentally find out any of his dirty secrets. Harry continued. Apparently, even his pensive can't hold them all. Anyway, you said you have some ideas about how to deal with the mess we're in. Hermione reminded them why they were there. Yes, we do. And we invited some people that want to be involved in this. Negi said, and everyone gathered around them. There were Fred, George and Ginny Weasley, Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, Neville Longbottom, Parvati and Padma Patil, Luna Lovegood, Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Daphne and Astoria Greengraw, Tracy Davies and Blaise Zabini. You know, most Slytherins support Voldemort, Harry said, looking at the three. Believe me, if it was after me, I would have left the country already. Blaise said. What do you mean? Negi asked. Throughout history, my family has usually been neutral in light versus dark wars. But near the end of the last war, you know, who decided that who isn't with him is against him, and he had my uncle killed to persuade us to join him. Zabini grimaced. So what happened? Harry asked curiously. We made an alliance with House Potter. When the Death Eaters came to get our answer, only Malfoy Sr. got away alive. Blaise smirked. My family vowed not to help you know who, but we really don't trust Dumbledore or the Ministry either. You, on the other hand, we can trust. Tracy said. Well, our family is also allied with House Potter, but there's a bit more to it than in the Zabini's case. Astoria looked towards her older sister, who blushed furiously. Care to enlighten us? Harry asked Daphne. Are you sure you want everyone to hear this? It's kinda private, though they'll find out eventually, she asked. Go ahead, Harry said. Fine. Daphne sighed. For starters, you must understand that no matter how much of a Gryffindor your father was, he was still a coward when concerning your mother. Yeah, I hear being married has that effect on you. Harry glanced towards Negi. Well, because of that, he chose to hide a few of his obligations as the last Potter. Daphne said. Such as? Harry urged her to continue. Such as having more than one wife. Astoria grinned. Yes, and to get away from that he had only one choice. Multiple marriage contracts for you. Daphne looked away with a blush. In other words, you are one of my wives-to-be. Harry groaned. Yeah, to be honest, I thought that your magical guardian somehow negated the contracts, since you never talked to me about it. But it seems that you simply didn't know. And no, the contracts can't be negated. Daphne said. Great, just great. Harry sighed. What's wrong, Potter? Am I not good enough for you? Daphne asked, a little hurt. Oh, that's definitely not the issue here, Harry assured her. It's just that, well, I'm not too experienced in these sort of things. As in it all. You can ask Parvati on what impression I left her at the Yule Ball. You're not that bad, Harry. You're just too honest to yourself. It was obvious that you didn't want me as a dance partner, or to dance at all for that matter. Parvati shrugged. Any idea who else good old Prongs engaged me to? Harry asked. Prongs? Asuna asked, confused. My father's prankster nickname. He got it by becoming a stag animagus. Harry said. What's an animagus? Chisame inquired. Someone who can turn into a specific animal at will. It's a form of wandless self-transfiguration. Hermione explained. Sounds useful. Remind me to look it up. Negi said thoughtfully. Well, you were engaged to the daughter of the Drake family, but she went missing on her second birthday when the rest of her family was killed. Daphne said thoughtfully. And there was? Me. Luna admitted. I didn't mention it for the same reasons as Daphne. Well, I suppose it could be worse. I could have been engaged to a lot more girls or to someone I hate. Though I still don't know who this Drake girl is. Harry said thoughtfully. She may not even be alive. Eva pointed out. From what I've read from the restricted section, many dark rituals use infants as sacrifices. Thank you very much for that lovely mental image. Harry grimaced. Your copy of the marriage contract should be in the main Potter family vault. If the bonding spell is still active, she's alive. Blaise informed. Main vault? How rich am I? Harry asked, shocked. Very. You should arrange a meeting with the goblins to find out everything. But I know for sure that you have more money than Malfoy. Blaise said. You just had to mention the ferret. Tracy grimaced. I wonder what he'll brag about next. Maybe he'll say he bought Britain. I always wanted my own kingdom, so I had Daddy buy it for me, Fred mimicked Draco voice. Anyway, I had Nodoka check everyone to see if they're trustworthy. The only one that wasn't was some Ravenclaw girl, Cho something, who thought you killed Diggory, and so we wiped her memory. Eva explained. So, what will this group do? Hermione asked. Trained to fight Voldemort and stabilize Wizarding Britain both economically and politically. Half of the people we gathered either have or will have a seat in the Wizengot. And all of you have considerable magical talent. You just need some help to bring this out, Negi said. We are creating a group that will do what the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix doesn't. We will fight fire with fire, and we will wipe out the Death Eaters permanently. Asuna said. We're in. Harry said after exchanging a quick look with Hermione. We are going to use every resource this castle provides, and that includes Ravenclaw Chamber of Needs that we are inside of right now, Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, Gryffindor Chamber of Rituals, and Hufflepuff Chamber of Time, the last of which we still haven't found yet. Eva said, You mean all founders had hidden chambers? Hermione asked in awe. They built them according to their personal strengths. Ravenclaw for charms, arithmancy, and wards. Slytherin for combat magic, dark arts, and magical creatures. Gryffindor for transfiguration, runes, and flying. Hufflepuff for herbology, potions, and astronomy. Negi explained. How on earth do you know all this? Susan asked. Seo-chan became friends with the Grey Lady. It turns out that she was Ravenclaw's daughter. She told her all this. Kasumi said. So, where are Gryffindor and Hufflepuff chambers? Harry inquired. That, Asuna began and looked around, is a very good question. Everyone's sweat dropped. Okay. In other words, we need to find them. Hermione said. I don't know about Gryffindor, but Hufflepuff chamber is probably near the greenhouses. Neville said. Yes, but it's either underground or has some really amazing wards, since no one has ever seen it since the school was built. Daphne pointed out. It's most likely underground, since there are few wards that could completely hide something like that, and none of them existed 1,000 years ago. You agreed. It could explain why the potions classrooms are in the dungeons. Tradition. I mean, Noon Sane would make potions in a place where they can't naturally get rid of any dangerous fumes. Hermione said. And here I thought that Snape just liked cold, dark, and creepy places. Harry said sarcastically. You should see his office. I almost lost my breakfast when I had to go there in our second year. Hermione shuddered. He holds body parts in jars all over his office. What were you doing there? He never gave you detention. Tracy asked, surprised. We needed some rare ingredients, and he happened to have them. Hermione said hesitantly. You actually managed to steal from Snape? Fred's eyes bulged. It was for the greater good. Harry said in a very good imitation of Dumbledore's grandfatherly voice. Such as, everyone leaned towards the two. We made a polyjuice potion so that me and Ron can get in the Slytherin common room and interrogate Malfoy. Harry sighed. When and as who? Daphne narrowed her eyes. During the Christmas break as Crabbe and Goyle. The two of them and Malfoy were the only Slytherins left. Harry replied. I tried to transform into Bulstrode, but got the wrong hair. Hermione grimaced at the memory. I wondered why you were in the hospital wing for most of the break. Ginny remembered. Yeah, I finally found out what a cat girl looks like. Ack. Harry's grin was wiped by a smack to the head from Hermione. Remind me to introduce her to Koyomi. Negi whispered to Kanoka, making her giggle. At any rate, even if we find the Chamber of Time, we have nearly no clues on the Chamber of Rituals. Chisame pointed out. Well, Chow said after a few minutes of silence, we know that rituals leave some magical markers where they were performed. I'll try to make a device that will track down a location with only old markers, but I can't make any promises. With the amount of magic this castle has, there's bound to be some massive interference. Very well, we'll leave it to you for now. Negi agreed. This chamber has stored within many items and is able to conjure just about anything a master could, but anything created by the room can't leave this room. After some trial and error, we found out that we can use the room to assist us in doing permanent duplication spells, so that won't be a problem. Here, we can get any book the school library has, including the restricted ones. Normally, I would propose to make it our main base of operations, but apparently some of the professors know about it, and since it's easy to enter, it would be too risky. Eva said, that leaves the Chamber of Secrets. Tell me, Harry, how secure is it? Negi asked. Very, only a Parselmouth could open it, and there are currently only two known, me and Voldemort. Q shiver. Voldemort. Eva smirked. Voldemort. She repeated Voldemort. 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 She continued saying it for over a minute, until the irritation everyone was hearing overcome the fear. Remember, if you can't even deal with hearing the name, you'll never be able to fight him. So, how exactly do you open the chamber? Negi asked. I just say open in Parseltongue and any door opens. Harry shrugged. In other words, you don't even need to be there. All it needs is for the sounds to be heard in the vicinity of the entrance. Kasumi pointed out. I'll get on it as soon as this meeting is over. Chow said. Which is now. Potter, me, Boya, Shichamaru, and Asakura are going with you to the Chamber of Secrets right now to see what state it's in. Eva said as she got up. And, well, that's chapter 26. Things are finally starting to move, and the group has some new allies and plans. The plot thickens as more secrets are revealed. Make sure to review and tell me your thoughts about the direction the story is taking. Chapter 27. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 27. The Chamber of Secrets. You have got to be kidding me. Eva stated in disbelief as she stared at the now revealed entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. What? You expected Slytherin himself to come out and greet us? Harry asked sarcastically. Gah. Eva rubbed her forehead in annoyance. Look, Potter, just tell me this. What trait do all Slytherins have? Well, that would be arrogance. Hermione answered reluctantly. Exactly. Eva nodded and then looked at the uninvited guests. Hermione, Daphne, Asuna, Nodoka, you and Mana. Was it really necessary for all of you to come? There may be some wards that you need to get through. Asuna said. I need to check the other possible entrances and determine if it's a security risk. Mana said. Being part of the Mahora Library Expedition Club, me and Nodoka have experience with traps. You said. I did work as a treasure hunter this summer. Nodoka argued. The Greengrass have had at least one family member in Slytherin each generation. There could be hidden meanings that you are not familiar with. Daphne said as she looked at the large pipe in disgust. I want to see how large the basilisk really was. Harry said that it was about 30 feet long, but then again he had his eyes closed most of the time. Hermione said. Fine. Negi sighed. Back to the matter at hand. What exactly don't you agree with? Harry asked. Potter, do you actually believe someone of Slytherin caliber would lower himself to slide down a filthy pipe? Eva groaned. Well, no. But this is the only entrance we know of, he pointed out. This entrance was solely for the basilisk. That much is obvious. Same for the one that led into the Forbidden Forest, Daphne said. However, since the basilisk had to be released first, there has to be an entrance for humans, preferably near this one. You pointed out. Can someone look the door and put a silencing spell on it? I have an idea. Negi mused. All right, done. Hermione said after a few seconds. Harry, I'm going to cast a mild sonorous charm on you, and then I want you to say open in Parseltongue. Negi said as he tapped Harry's throat. Open, Harry called out. Almost immediately a brick in the wall glowed silver, with a small green snake carved in it that they almost missed, before the wall acted exactly like the entrance to Diagon Alley and formed a silver arch. While they were staring at it, Negi made sure to cancel the charm he had placed on Harry. We need to be careful. In addition to the original defenses, I have no doubt Riddle has added his own. Negi cautioned. Me and Asuna-san should lead the way. I'll detect the traps and she can disable them. Nodoka proposed. Shichamaru as well. There might be poisons or venoms. Eva added, and the three walked through the arch. After a few steps, they reached some stairs and went lower and lower under the school. That was where the traps started. Steps that shoot poisonous metal spikes upwards, pits that required a parsemouth to cover, and others. There were also numerous dark and lethal curses left by Riddle all over the place. The worst that they encountered, however, was a black crystal that somehow had stored a fiend-fire spell and almost turned them all to ashes. Good thing Negi managed to quickly put up a barrier and hold it in place until Asuna brought out her artifact sword and got rid of the flames. So, this is where the pipe leads, huh? Daphne looked at the floor covered in bones. Yeah, this is it. From here on out, we need to be careful. Up ahead is a cave-in, Harry instructed. Where Lockhart tried to obliviate you, right? Hermione asked. Yep. Ron made a small opening, but he collapsed more of the tunnel in the process. Harry confirmed as he led the way. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cave-in. Looking around, they saw that they had only two options. Reinforce the walls and ceiling on give up, since even a gust of wind could collapse the place. Give me a few minutes, Eva said, and began sending spells all over the ceiling and walls. What spell is that? Hermione inquired. Permanent sticking charm. In this case, it will stick the dirt and rocks together, and as long as you do the whole ceiling and walls, they won't cave in. Negi answered before joining Eva. A few minutes later, they began levitating the fallen debris up to the ceiling and sticking it there. It took the two of them almost half-hour, but the stone corridor was as good as before the cave-in. They also continued casting the sticking charm all the way to the stone door behind which lay the basilisk. Is there any way to cancel a permanent sticking charm? I know someone that wants to get rid of a very annoying portrait, but it's stuck to the wall with this charm. Harry asked Negi. Only if the charm is recent. If it's older than a few months, the only way to get rid of that portrait is to cut the portion of the wall it's on. The young mage shook his head. Can't do it. If he damages that wall, the entire house may collapse. Harry sighed. If he hates the portrait, why doesn't he just burn it down? Eva asked, bored. You know, I never thought of that. I'll make sure to tell him, Harry said with a grin. Sirius would surely like that option. When they reached the door with the snakes on it, Eva stopped Harry from attempting to open it. Shichamaru recorded the sound. Let's see if it works, the vampire said and motioned the robot forward. Open was heard when Shichamaru opened her mouth and the door immediately unlocked and opened. Well, let's go, Negi said and entered the chamber. After a few seconds of walking, the group stopped and looked in awe at the beast before them. Over 60 feet long, with skin as tough as steel and meter-long fangs. That was the basilisk. This is epic, Kasumi said as she took out her artifact and began taking pictures of the basilisk. This is without a doubt the largest snake I've ever seen. Eva said, How in the 9 hells did you kill this thing? Daphne asked weakly. Well, after Fox poked out its eyes, It followed my scent and tried to bite me. It ran my arm through one of its fangs, but it was the arm that had the sword of Gryffindor in it. So the sword pierced its brain, Harry explained. And then Fawkes used his phoenix tears to save you. Hermione deduced. Yep. Right after I killed Riddle Diary with the same Fong that almost killed me. That one. Harry pointed at the lone Fong, half covered in ink. There's just one thing I don't understand. Why is the basilisk still here? Daphne asked. Well, since I'm the only one besides Voldemort that can come here, Harry began. That's not what she meant, Potter. She's asking why haven't I sold it yet, or at least rendered it into parts. Eva said, Well, it's not my snake. Harry shrugged. Harry, you killed it. By right of conquest, it's yours. Daphne rolled her eyes. But what should I do with it? Harry asked. Well, for starters, you can sell the basilisk meat to the goblins. For them, it is a rare delicacy, and with the amount of meat you have here. Eva trailed off. Every bit of this snake is extremely valuable. To dumb it down for you, this basilisk is worth more than 10 times its weight in gold. Eva said annoyed. 10 times. But this thing weighed over a ton. Harry said shocked. Look at it this way. Not only are basilisks rare and hard to breed, this one is over 1,000 years old. And in the world of magic, the older a creature is, the more it's worth. Daphne explained. But will the goblins still want the meat, even if the basilisk died 2.5 years ago? Hermione asked. According to my scans, the body is in a perfect state. The skin had a preservation spell on it. It is rune-based, with the runes on the tip of the tail. Shichamaru informed them. I doubt Slytherin put it on the basilisk. It must have been Riddle. He probably wanted to use the snake as parts if it died while he was away. Harry said. Yes, it appears to be rather recent. It was done less than 60 years ago. Shichamaru confirmed. Still, Harry looked at the snake from one end to the other. How exactly can something this size be rendered into usable parts? Well, I heard of something called magic, Eva said, her voice overflowing with irony. I know that. Harry snapped. I meant what spell? I know one, but on something this large. Daphne hesitated. Give it a try. Hermione suggested. All right. Daphne pointed her wand at the basilisk mouth. Amuvio, she called out. Some of the teeth wiggled a bit, but none of them came loose. Sorry, it's too big and too full of magic. Daphne apologized, breathing hard from the effort. And your magic reserves aren't very large either. Eva added. So you just point your wand and say the incantation? Negi asked. Yes, and while you do this, you must think of what must happen and where you want the parts to go. Daphne confirmed. Let's give it a try, Negi said, and began focusing magic in the ring Eva had given him during the Mahora festival Amuvio. He called out and released a powerful stream of magic at the basilisk head. As soon as it hit, all the fangs flew out of the snake mouth and aligned on the floor in front of them. It worked, though I think we're doing something wrong. No matter how old it is, it took too much magic for removing just the teeth. Daphne said, I have an idea. Let me try removing the tongue. Hermione said and stepped forward. Amuvio, she called out. The tongue easily came out and went into the large jar Negi quickly conjured. How did you do it? Daphne asked the bushy-haired girl who was now a little tired. The tongue should have been a lot harder to remove than the teeth. I pictured the tongue and the body as separate entities. Hermione replied with a grin. I see. Like most magic, willpower is just as important as magical power. You didn't go against the magic the basilisk has, you simply separated it per body parts. Eva said, a little impressed. Yeah, but it still takes a lot out of you. Hermione sighed. Well, since so many of us are here, why don't we split in 2 groups? One will investigate the room, while the other will render down the snake. Negi suggested, and was met with nods of approval. All right, Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Eva and I will take care of the basilisk. Asuna, you, Nodoka, and Mana will look for any secret passages while Shichamaru records everything Kasumi, artifact, sees in the room. 2 hours later, Harry was breathing heavily along with Hermione and Daphne. The basilisk was now stored in over 100 jars and bottles, each with its own content. There was over 5 gallons of basilisk venom and 60 of blood. The blood had been drained by Eva using a spell nobody wanted to know where or why she learned, though Negi had a pretty good idea why. The skin had been the hardest to remove, because unlike the others it had to be cut in pieces in order to be removed. Sure, the meat had been the same, but it wasn't nearly as full of magic. The meat weighed over 1,500 kilos and was placed in very large jars, each with the runic preservation spell on them. The organs were placed in the same kind of jars as the meat. Even the eyes were placed in separate jars, even though they were half missing because of Fox. All that was now left where the mighty snake once stood was its skeleton. And even that apparently was soon to be turned into something useful. What exactly do you want to do with it? Hermione asked. It's a very complicated spell. It turns something of a complex shape, like a skeleton, into a more malleable form. It can only be used on things of the same structure. It's not a transfiguration. I'm actually breaking it down into molecules. It's alchemy, Eva explained as Negi drew a circle under the skeleton. When Negi was done, she placed her hands on the edge of the circle and channeled an immense amount of magic into it. More than Harry, Hermione, and Daphne had together when they were at 100%. The bones glowed and flew into the air, converging and taking a new shaper. When it was over, there were over 1,000 ingots of basilisk bone. Wow, that was awesome, Harry said amazed. It's a useful skill. Not all alchemy spells are as complex as this one. This one was because the bane is organic. Too bad you aren't taught alchemy I school anymore. I hear it was still a course around 100 years ago. Eva said, yeah, it's barely mentioned in books, and even those are few. I only know a bit because of what happened in our first year with the Philosopher's Stone. Harry confessed. Philosopher's Stone? What do you mean? Eva asked surprised, and Harry and Hermione told them the full story, starting with Vault 713 where the stone was kept and finishing with Dumbledore saying that the stone was destroyed. He said it was destroyed? And you believed him? Eva said in outrage. What do you mean? How hard could it be to smash it to bits? Harry asked, earning a sight from Negi. Harry, if you smashed a diamond into smaller pieces, wouldn't it still be diamond? He asked. I understand. I was just giving a generic example. I'm sure there are a lot of spells or potions that could have destroyed the stone. Right? Harry said. No, there aren't any. At most it could change its shape like I did with the bones, but it would still be the stone. Negi said. So the stone is indestructible? Harry asked. Well, it depends how you look at the problem. Negi reasoned. What do you mean? Daphne asked. You can't actively destroy it, but you could use it up. Eva clarified. How could that happen? I mean, if that was possible, Nicholas Flamel would have done so in over 600 years. Harry insisted. No, he wouldn't have. You see, when he turns metal to gold or water into the elixir of life, he merely uses the stone as a medium for his magic, like you use wands. What I mean by using up is trading the stone or parts of it for something else. You see, unlike transfiguration where a transfigured chair is still in essence a chair even if you turn it into a rabbit, when you use alchemy to make something out of the stone you actually make that something true and permanent. Eva explained. Then Dumbledore didn't destroy the stone, but used it up? Hermione asked. No, to entirely use up a philosopher's stone he would have to do things that were banned hundreds of years ago. Every ministry of magic in the world has worldwide detection spells to ensure that never happens. Flamel himself demanded they have them in case the stone fell into the wrong hands. Eva shook her head. In other words, Dumbledore still has the stone, since the Flamels died 2 years ago. Daphne deduced. It's the only explanation. Negi sighed before turning toward Evangeline. Still, how do you know so much about the stone? I didn't know even half of that. Flamel taught me alchemy. It was around 200 years ago, right before I created Magia Arabia. I even used some alchemic principles when I designed the augmentation process. Eva grinned. He taught you? Weren't you a wanted person at the time? Negi asked, shocked. I was, but since I had no need for the stone and having more than enough money, he didn't consider me a threat. I wanted to know if I could get rid of my vampiric side with alchemy. Obviously, it didn't work. Eva sighed. So, Bottom line is that Dumbledore stole the stone and somehow convinced Flamel that he destroyed it? Hermione asked. Yes, and I could bet my resort that he told Nicholas that Voldemort's spirit destabilized the stone and made destroying it possible. Eva said a little angrily. Could that have been possible? Negi asked. Yes. You see, there are two ways to make a philosopher's stone. The way Nicholas did it and the ways others did it. However, only Nicholas' method makes a stone that may last forever. Stones made the other way require certain things to be done rather regularly. Forbidden things that I won't give details about. And those stones are vulnerable to ghosts and other kinds of spiritual beings. Eva said, and the stone Flamel made isn't. Hermione deduced. Not as much as the other stones. It would have taken an army of ghosts to pass through the stone at the same time in order to destabilize it. There's no way a mutilated spirit like Voldemort could have done that. Eva finished. I always thought that Dumbledore was a little too lively for a man his age. Harry narrowed his eyes. Question is, where is the stone? Daphne asked. In the castle, most likely. He wouldn't trust the goblins with this. Here, he controls the wards and all the portraits spy for him. I heard rumors that there are certain secure vaults at Hogwarts, probably made by the founders. After all, there was no Gringotts at the time. Eva said, I really wish I could read Voldemort's mind right about now. He searched for this chamber for nearly 5 years. He probably knows every nick and corner of the school. Harry said frustrated. I have a few ideas on how to locate those vaults, as well as the other 2 chambers, but we'll deal with that tomorrow. Right now, let's see what the others found. Negi smiled mysteriously as search group approached. So, did you find anything interesting? Eva asked. Besides that most of this stone is extremely resistant to magic? Asuna asked. Yeah, besides that. Negi grinned. There is some sort of passageway behind the statue of Slytherin, but that's all we could tell through the cracks. Mana said. Because of the proprieties of the stone, my scanners are useless. Also, using the command Harry has used earlier brings no result. Shichamaru said. Yeah, Riddle said something different. Harry nodded. Let me rest a bit, and I'll open it up. That's where the basilisk crawled out from, by the way. Here, take a sip of this. It's pepper-up potion. I always have some on me on the days I have classes to teach. First years don't have too much magical energy. Negi said and passed a bottle with red liquid between Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Eva, and himself. All right, let's do this. Harry said and approached the statue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. At the sound of his words, the mouth of the statue opened, however, unlike 2 years ago when the opening was only big enough for the basilisk to come out. This time the lower jaw descended along with the portion of the wall under it until it reached the floor. When he told this to the others, Evangeline grinned with satisfaction. The process to restore Riddle wasn't complete, so the entrance only partially obeyed him, she said as she went in first. The tunnel was about 3 meters wide and 100 meters long. At the end of it was a door similar to the one at the entrance of the chamber, only that it was made of iron, and it was already open. Beyond it was a large round room with 6 other tunnels leading there. One was obviously the former lair of the basilisk, with countless bones littering the floor as well as hundreds of skins the basilisk had shed. It was rather damp, and it had a small water source in the form of a meter-wide bowl with a refilling charm on it. Another was the other entrance to the chamber they were aware of, the one that led into the Forbidden Forest, and it was still mostly collapsed according to Shichamaru's scans. That left 4 more tunnels. One of them turned out to be a library. However, try as they might, they couldn't get the iron prison-like gate to open. It was obviously charmed to open when receiving some sort of stimuli, but nothing the group came up with for Harry to say had any result. On the other hand, with all the dust on the floor, they could tell Noon had been there for centuries. So at least Voldemort never had access to that source of information either. As they inspected the gate closely after a dozen or so cleaning charms, they saw a small hexagonal opening in the center of the gate. Shichamaru, scanners also found some scratches that looked like a triangle inside the hole, but that was it. Next was a very large dueling room. It was circular and had its walls entirely covered in what looked like skin. After a closer inspection, they realized that it really was skin, basilisk skin. It seemed Slytherin had saved up the shin his basilisk had shed and coated the entire room with it. Along the walls were aligned hundreds of armors that could be animated for practice. Also, there were all kinds of shackles, chains, and other restraints that apparently limited the use of magic. The next room they visited was completely destroyed. From the looks of it, it had happened 50 years ago when the chamber had been opened by Riddle. The aura of the room was sickening. Even Eva, a full-blooded Shinso vampire, was disturbed by it. So they correctly deduced that it was used only for dark magic. Whatever Riddle found or did in there, he didn't want any evidence of it. The primary spell that had been used was the Fiend Fire spell, as it rarely left even ashes behind. The last room was by far the biggest from what they could tell through the bars of the gate. It was guarded just like the library, and even the Insis exequens of an annoyed Evangeline couldn't get them through, as the gate immediately absorbed the magic from it and made it its own. Inside this last room were countless metal cages that confirmed Slytherin passion for magical creatures. However, none of them were still alive, according to Shichamaru. However, there were apparently preservation runes on most of them, which seemed to be where Riddle got the idea to use it on the basilisk. Also, somewhere deep inside the room was a large concentration of magic, a barrier of sorts that didn't allow Shichamaru scanners to detect anything within it. With their curiosity sated for the day, the group headed to bed since it was already midnight. They agreed to have another meeting with anyone the next day and discuss their next move. And, yep, Harry is rich and will soon get even more money. Well, with 3 wives, he's going to need it. The more valuable parts of the Chamber of Secrets are locked away for now. Try to figure out the key to those gates. More of Dumbledore manipulations revealed. Can anyone guess how Negi intends to find those vaults? Until next time, review. Chapter 28. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 28. The Order of Twilight and the New Marauders Map. Alright, let me get this straight. Luna said, not only has Dumbledore been keeping Harry in the dark about almost everything he could think of and has been endangering our lives every year, sometimes even before we reach the castle, but now you're telling me he actually stole the Philosopher's Stone? Yep, annoying bugger. Ain't he? Harry sighed. That, and you haven't seen the records of gold transfers he probably made from your trust vault over the years. Zabini pointed out casually. Gee, thanks for the moral boost, Blaze. Harry deadpanned. At any rate, does any of you have any idea what exactly we need to open those 2 gates? There are some really valuable resources behind them. Negi asked the group assembled in the room of requirement. There are many small objects with triangles on them in the wizarding world, but I don't know of any associated with Slytherin though, Daphne said thoughtfully. Then we should drop the subject for now. Eva sighed. Negi, you said yesterday that you had an idea how to find the stone, or at least the vaults it might be placed in. Care to enlighten us? Why yes, actually, I got the idea yesterday when Harry used his map to make sure Noon got caught when returning to the common rooms. Negi smiled. Sorry to break it to you, Professor. Fred began. But the Marauder's map doesn't. George picked up. Show any of those vaults. Fred continued. Nor any of the 4 hidden chambers of the Founders. George finished. Indeed. It only shows parts of the castle known to the creators of the map. Negi agreed. What we need is a complete map of Hogwarts castle and grounds. He let the words sink in. Oh, my God. Hermione said, eyes wide. Is that really possible? And if it is, isn't it too easy? It would almost be like cheating. Well, in theory it should work. Luna caught on as well. But there might be some limits. What are you talking about? Ginny asked. The room of requirement. We simply ask for a complete map. Hermione beamed. With several other specifications. Negi nodded. No offense, Harry, but there's a reason why maps are made on only one piece of paper instead of a notebook. None taken. But the reason why there are several pages is, Harry began, because each page shows a different floor or level of the dungeon. I know. It's quite ingeniously made, but the final form, even protected by password, is too obvious and could easily be destroyed, lost, or stolen. Negi explained. What do you have in mind? Luna inquired. I was thinking of making it in the form of a 3D hologram. Negi replied. What's a 3D holo? Zabini began with a frown. Sorry, Muggle term. Well, it would look like a pensive image, if you know what that is. Negi scratched his head. I heard that pensive store memories, but I've never seen one before. Fred frowned. Shichamaru, show them a hologram? Eva suggested. With a nod, Shichamaru went in front to the group and projected Troferai a few scenes recorded from Negi and Eva demonstration match. So we're gonna store the map in a small object and call it out only when needed? Harry asked. Yes, I was thinking of having them as rings. Negi confirmed. I think I have few ideas for several features that would be useful on those rings. You said thoughtfully. Yes? Negi urged her to continue. The rings should have localized a Fidelius charm on it, as well as fireproof, waterproof, self-cleanable, untraceable, and unbreakable charms. You listed her ideas. Good. Anything else? Negi grinned. It would be nice to use them as mediums instead of wands. Chisame said thoughtfully. That would be good when it comes to the element of surprise. Eva admitted. The enemy would think you're casting wandlessly, and it would intimidate them. Good, but what about the map itself? I mean, the Marauders map shows where everyone is, but maybe we can add some more features. Negi suggested. Oh, I have quite a few ideas in that category. Chow grinned. First of all, it should have a search feature. It would be really troublesome to look all over the projection to find only one person. Also, it will have to be able to show only portions of the map and in different sizes. It would have to be able to lock on a target and follow its course through the map. Chow took a few seconds to think before adding. With a smile, now that I think about it, we should ask for it to be able to track not just people, but objects as well. Also, it should show what spells are on people or objects, as well as give a complete or short description of said spell. It should also be able to identify magical artifacts as well as magical and non-magical creatures. She finished. Well, if it makes the magic cast with is untraceable, I think that I won't need a Christmas present this year, George said with a wide grin. Just 2 more things to add. Eva said after a few moments of thought, make sure it can absorb something, no matter what it is until the user decides to bring it out. Also, make it an instant translator to Parseltongue once the command was given. And as a final touch, all the commands must be done mentally. Haruna grinned. Then I guess all that's left is how it should look like. Negi smiled. It should be made of silver. Chisame said thoughtfully. It's the most valuable conjurable metal, as well as a good magic conductor. And even though Evangeline is a vampire, she's a Shinso. More so, she's a daywalker, so she has immunity to the purifying powers of the metal from 2 sources. Ordinary vampires and werewolves don't have that kind of protection. She finished and noticed the look she was getting. What? I've had nothing better to do than read in the last few weeks. If you think of it as a protective talisman, then we should add a powerful invisibility charm and a crystallized Patronus as a gem. If you simply channel magic in it, it will make a basic Patronus shield. And it also helps in conjuring and maintaining a corporal Patronus. Negi decided. All we need now is a crest to put on the stone. Come to think on it, our little group doesn't even have a name. Luna remarked. Any ideas, Evangeline? Negi inquired. Well, we're definitely a dark group, even though we're gonna eliminate the Death Eaters. And we're not light either, since Dumbledore forces are right blinded by the light, she said thoughtfully. The Order of the Twilight. Luna smiled. I like how it sounds. Harry admitted. So, who will be in charge? Hermione inquired as she looked towards Harry. Oh no, you're not making me the leader. You know how I rush into things. Harry said as he met her gaze. Me neither. We need someone decisive, and you know that I overthink things. Negi defended as all eyes turned to him. Don't even think about it unless you want to go through the same training as Boya. Evangeline said quickly. I have a better idea. Asuna said evilly. I say all 3 of them lead us. Each of them is particularly good in some areas, so they should be like a council. Who is for Asuna a suggestion? Haruna asked as she raised her hand and was quickly followed by everyone except Negi, Harry, and Eva, who were staring at them blankly. Majority approves. Let us well. Fred and George said in one voice. Fine. Eva groaned after exchanging a resigned look with the other two. Well, we still haven't chosen the crest. Hermione reminded. Dragons. You suggested. Asian dragons, one white and the other black, positioned in a circle and holding a ball of the opposite color in their jaws. Like a yin-yang theme. Okay, time for the moment of truth. Hermione said after everyone agreed with the design. We need 36 of those rings, one for each of us. Oh, as a last feature, they should bond to the first person that puts them on. That way we won't mix them up. Negi added. I don't think I'll take it off too often. Harry commented. It's too useful. Well, I think you should be the one that asks room for them, Harry, since you have more authority than us as Gryffindor heir. Hermione suggested. Yes, that would have the biggest probability of success. Cho agreed. Oh, okay. Harry nodded a little surprised and closed his eyes to concentrate. There was a slight tremble and the room seemed to fade for a fraction of a second as they felt huge amounts of magical energy rushing around and putting some serious pressure in them. Then there were numerous pops and 36 identical rings appeared on the table before them. Let me give it a try first, Negi requested and put on the nearest ring. The stone glowed for a second and then the ring disappeared. Then, as Negi willed it, it reappeared before a silvery image of a partially transparent Hogwarts appeared. It works. Anne, I hope you like the chapter. I know that it was shorter than the previous one, but not all of them can be the same length. I know what most of you are thinking. Overpowered. That's the point. Negi and his group coming to Hogwarts to be awesome and kick ass. Make sure to review and guess the locations of the 2 remaining chambers. Chapter 29. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 29. The Chamber of Rituals and the Chamber of Time. After they tested all of the rings, each of them cast the Geminio duplication spell on theirs with the assistance of the room, thus obtaining permanent copies. They then began trying out the features of the ring, such as the magic detection. What they found out left them slack-jawed. Every portrait, statue, or suit of armor had surveillance charms on it, all the information being sent to the headmaster office. There were wards placed every 5 meters on each corridor, and there were at least 20 per classroom. The only areas in Hogwarts with less surveillance charms were the potions classroom and Snape office, though the office had a particularly powerful set of wards. They also noticed something that royally pissed them off. In order to have so many surveillance charms, Dumbledore had to sacrifice the school's protection wards and most of the dark magic detection wards. No wonder he didn't notice Riddle's diary. The old bastard is more concerned of what we gossip rather than our protection. Ginny fumed. What diary? Astoria asked confused, prompting Harry to explain how the Tom Riddle in the diary possessed Ginny and opened the Chamber of Secrets. At the end of the story, Eva and Cho had narrowed there, but chose to say nothing for the moment. Hold on, there are several surveillance and tracking spells active in this room. Hermione, who already knew the story and chose to continue using her ring to look for the headmaster's meddling, declared alarmed. Where? Chisame asked. On some of us and our belongings. Mostly on wands, but Harry has quite a few on his map and invisibility cloak. Negi said. All right, Fred, George, Ginny, Hermione, Harry, Neville, and Susan each have tracking spells on their wands cast by Dumbledore and Snape. Harry also has an inactive one from Bartemius Crouch Jr., Hermione said, and Negi was about to remove them when he got an idea. What's wrong? Hermione asked when he stopped. Well, if he wants to track you, then let him track you. As long as you want to anyway. Negi smiled evilly and conjured several rubber balls. Oh, I get it. Cho grinned. Transfer the spells to those balls and leave them in the dormitories to avoid getting tracked. Yes, and if we want them to track something, Negi picked up one of the balls and let it fall on the stone floor, making it bounce to the ceiling and back down several times before he caught it. We'll give them these. I'm beginning to see the resemblance between you and me, Negi-sensei. Chow grinned. Yes. Moving on from that apocalyptic train of thought, let me transfer those spells. Negi suggested and took the charmed wands. All right, the only other belongings charmed belong to Harry, the map and the cloak. Eva stated before narrowing her eyes. There is something else on the cloak. It has been dipped, scratch that, soaked in malaclaw venom. Eva said angrily. Malaclaw venom? What's that? Neville asked. A substance that makes everyone who touches it very unlucky. Hermione said wide-eyed. Huh, so there was a reason for or the crap I went through ever since I got it. Harry mumbled, half amused, half angry. Such as? Asuna inquired. Dumbledore caught me after curfew. And then there was the time when Filch caught me and Hermione and we got detention in the Forbidden Forest where I got attacked by Voldemort. Harry paused and was pleased nobody flinched. There was the time when Snape and Filch almost caught me when I dropped my golden egg in the dungeons and it started screaming. That was you? The entire Slytherin dorm woke up from the noise. What didn't you close it? It kept wailing for at least a minute. Daphne asked annoyed. Sorry, Daphne. My leg was stuck in that trap step on the stairway. Harry apologized sheepishly before turning towards Eva, who was staring at the projection wide-eyed. Anything else on it? No, but there is something I can tell you about the cloak. Eva said hesitantly, you might want to keep this information for yourself, though. Evangeline, please just tell me right now. Harry sighed. I have nothing to hide from the people here. This is no ordinary invisibility cloak. This is the invisibility cloak. Eva said, drawing some gasps from the purebloods. I have no idea what you mean by that. I grew up in a non-magical environment, remember? Harry reminded her. Long story short, there is a legend saying that 3 brothers managed to escape an inescapable death. So death itself came before them and offered them gifts, trying to trick them and take their lives. One asked for an undefeatable wand, the Elder Wand. One asked for something to bring back the dead, the Stone of Resurrection. The youngest asked for Death's cloak itself, so he can hide from death. That third one is the Cloak of Invisibility. Luna explained. What about the others? Harry asked curiously. Well, first of all, let me tell you what happened to the brothers. The one that asked for the wand started bragging after his first victory and was killed in his sleep, the wand getting stolen. The one that got the stone found out that bringing back the dead didn't mean bringing them back to life, but only the spirits on the dead. He went insane and killed himself eventually. The youngest used the cloak to hide from death and passed it on to his son before he died of old age. So we can deduce that the cloak got passed down in your family since you got it from your father and him from his. The wand appeared several times in history in times of war, like during Grindelwald's rise. The stone, on the other hand, has never been even mentioned outside the legend. Luna finished the story. These 3 items are known as the Deathly Hallows, and have this symbol. Eva said and drew with floating fire a triangle with a circle inside it and a vertical line cutting it down the middle. I have a question about the story in the stone. Hermione bit her lip. Yes? Eva raised an eyebrow. How old is the legend? Hermione asked. It's not recorded anywhere since most people think of it as a bedtime story, but it's over 1,500 years old. Eva replied. Older than Hogwarts, then? Hermione deduced. About the stone, would it happen to be hexagonal and have that symbol on it? Hermione inquired. Maybe. Eva narrowed her eyes at her. Have you seen something similar? No, but I think Slytherin found a use for it in his chamber. Hermione grinned. The key to the library and beast chamber. Negi exclaimed. That's quite possible. Eva allowed, after all. Harry is related to both Gryffindor and the initial holder of the cloak. But if this is true, we may never find it. Yeah, Voldemort sure didn't seem to have it. Otherwise, he would have used it and cleaned up the whole library, Harry said. Still, how did Dumbledore put a tracking charm on the cloak? It should be immune to it. Luna said thoughtfully. Unless Dumbledore has the Elder Wand, that is. He could have taken it from Grindelwald if he indeed have it back then. Chow reminded them. But how did he defeat Grindelwald if he had an undefeatable wand? Neville asked. He didn't give Grindelwald a chance to use it. Contrary to the belief that he beat him in some great duel, the truth is Dumbledore killed Grindelwald in his sleep, Eva said, causing the eyes of the others to look at her in shock. Also, he was Grindelwald's partner initially before the killings began. Her chose Grindelwald's motto, for the greater good. The reason they didn't continue to work together is that Ariana, Dumbledore's younger sister, died when she got caught up in an argument-turned duel between Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Aberforth, Dumbledore's brother. Where did you get this kind of information? Daphne asked in awe. A dark mage of my level has many ears in many places. I heard about this a week after Ariana died, and then, when I spoke with my informant again after a month, he had mysteriously forgotten. Eva chuckled darkly. So he was a manipulative bastard even then? Harry grimaced. At any rate, since you have this ring now, keep the cloak locked up in your trunk. I know a way to get rid of the Malaclaw venom on it, as well as Dumbledore's charm, but I have to do some research first. By the way, the other charms he placed were wandless, and I was able to transfer them, Negi said, and handed them their wands and map and their respective rubber ball, with their name on it. Okay, people, we got way off subject here. Kazumi reminded them. Right, the Chamber of Rituals first. Harry nodded and made his rind show a hologram of the entire Hogwarts castle and grounds, including the Forbidden Forest. He then willed the location of the Chamber of Rituals to be shown, and something under the Forbidden Forest was colored in green, and the image zoomed to it. It looked like a 7-story tower, though 6 levels were underground. Each floor was made from a different material, all of them good as magical conductors. The reason was obvious once they ran a magic detection scan. The chamber was positioned in a way that 4 magical ley lines converged there, thus making any magic done there all the more effective and powerful. And its exact location made Negi's eyes widen. Harry, zoom out and tell it to display the Chamber of Secrets and its entrances as well, he requested. When Harry did so, everyone stared at the image in disbelief. The forest entrance to Slytherin's chamber was merely a few meters away from the tower. Not only that, but a red door appeared on the 7th floor of the castle. In the same room they were standing, and another appeared right behind the large pipe the basilisk used to get in the school. When they looked closer, they saw that there were 2 doors behind the pipe, and, after a quick search, they found another green door underground near the edge of the Black Lake. Without needing someone to tell him, Harry quickly had the ring display the Chamber of Needs and the Chamber of Time. He wasn't surprised at all when a blue appeared where they and one of the green doors were, while a yellow one appeared at the edge of the lake, where the other door was. And this is the Chamber of Time, Hermione whispered as the image zoomed to the yellow chamber. Like the Chamber of Secrets, the Chamber of Time was truly vast. At just 10 meters under the surface, it occupied nearly a quarter of the grassy field around Hogwarts Castle. It was sectioned in smaller rooms the size of the largest of the Hogwarts greenhouses. Only one was different. It was particularly large, almost the size of the Great Hall, but it was perfectly round, and its ceiling made entirely of what the ring recognized as an enormous transparency crystal that apparently allowed those inside to see the sky through everything above it. Either Slytherin got along extremely well with the other founders, or he was spying on them. You said bluntly. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go investigate. Fred grinned. No, not now. We've been here for too long. Meet us here tomorrow during lunch. Make sure to leave your tracked balls in your dormitories and are invisible. Negi suggested a few minutes later, and the group scattered. The next day they barely concentrated during classes, their minds wandering towards the 2 ancient chambers. Luckily for them, their classes that day didn't require any real concentration. History of magic, aka nap time, and divination. When it was time for lunch, they discreetly separated from their classmates and went to the room of requirement and waited for Negi and the Ala Alba to arrive. And arrive they did, in a rather surprising fashion. Using the Cassiopeia? Professor, why are you using that? Hermione asked sharply. In case you don't remember, the reason the Ala Alba is here is to guard this school. Which means we can't just take a break and go on a field trip. Mana replied sharply. But still, time travel is dangerous and… The bushy-haired girl began. Hermione, they've done it before, you've done it before, I've done it before. Please calm down, Harry pleaded as he put an arm around her shoulders in an attempt to distract her. Fine. Hermione turned away from him in what he took as a huff of anger, though in really she just wanted to hide her embarrassment, and most of all that blush. Since when did he become so physical in expressing himself? She asked herself. Anyway, since none of us can afford to miss classes, we're going to use these, Cho said and took out from her pocket 2 more Cassiopeia and handed them to Harry. Hold on. Time travel? Daphne asked suspiciously. Yes. This way we'll avoid the attention of all of us being missing for several hours, Negi said. But these aren't time turners. Susan pointed out. No, these are infinitely better, Cho said smugly. How so? Hannah asked. For starters, unlike time turners who can only travel for 1 day maximum, the Cassiopeia has no such limit. As long as you supply magic to it from either your own core or from the environment, you could travel to the beginning of time. But since that amount of energy doesn't exist, Cho shrugged, continuing, it also works differently. What do you mean? Hermione asked curiously. Time turners accelerate time around the users either forwards or backwards. This is why they are considered dangerous. The use's partiality fades out of existence during that time, and if they happen to appear in the same place as something or someone from that time period, it wouldn't be pretty. Cho grimaced as Hermione palled, remembering how many times that had happened to her during her 3rd year. The Cassiopeia, on the other hand, simply moves the users and the space around him to the targeted time and location. You see, you can set to appear in a different location than where you left. And the best part is that it's made using Muggle technology, so no ministry could legally take it from us or forbid us from using it. Haruna smirked. It only uses magic as fuel in order to work. It's not magical itself, Cho explained in response to the many shocked looks. After that, the group split in 4, making sure to be touching the Cassiopeia users, Cho, Negi, Eva, and Kanoka, before they jumped back in time to the previous night, about an hour after the group left the room of requirement. Then, they silently, invisibly, and under their localized Fidelius, used the special door to the Chamber of Secrets. They quickly passed through the front chamber and reached the crossroad of tunnels. Then, Hermione noticed a flaw in their plan. If we're going to fix the forest entrance, we should be doing it from the outside. If we try removing the debris from down here, what's above it will only fall to take its place, she pointed out. We know, but it would take far too long, and I honestly don't have patience for such insignificant tasks, Eva said as she sunk into her shadow. Let me know when you're ready, she told Negi before she disappeared completely. What did she mean? Neville asked. Watch and learn. Negi grinned before he began chanting. A large barrier covered the entrance to the tunnel before a tube-like barrier shot from the edges into the wall, following the tunnel to the surface, surrounding about 10 feet around it in every direction. The strain was obvious for Negi. A magical construct that large and powerful took a lot of power. It's ready, Negi announced as he held Evangeline Paccio card on his forehead. A few seconds later, water began pouring trough the tunnel within the barrier. It continued this way until the barrier was completely filled with water. Professor, what are you trying to do? Hermione asked, worried. Before Negi could reply, the air around them got cold. Very cold. For a few moments of panic, Harry thought that Dementors were nearby. His fears were crushed, however, when the water inside the barrier turned to ice and Negi dispelled the barrier with a smile. It would take too long to try fixing and reinforcing a tunnel all the way to the surface. So we'll simply reinforce it using ice, which makes a good replacement for rock in this case, Negi explained. But the tunnel is now blocked by both rocks and ice, Daphne pointed out. Let me take care of that. In the meantime, you can look around the place. Things could get a little messy, so it's best if I'm the only one here. Haruna grinned as Negi activated her contract and she summoned her artifact. Noticing the look in her eyes that screamed destruction, the group quickly dispersed and went looking at the other parts of the chamber. Keed and Cho decided to go to the former lair of the basilisk and collect the skin that the snake had shed in the past. And since that meant almost 1,000 years, it was a lot of skin. Good thing Keed artifact had such a large storing capability. Well, now that I think about it, There's a pretty good chance that the Stone of Resurrection is the key to these locked gates. Eva must as she looked at the gate to the library, in particular at the triangle-like mark in the small hole. So much for new books. You frowned. I for one would have been more interested in the creatures in the other room. If Slytherin runes on them are half as good as the ones on the basilisk, we would probably have the most powerful and exotic ingredients on our hands. Negi said. Yeah, I would have loved to have them as models for my drawings. Haruna added. Indeed. Chow nodded before she looked surprised at the mangaka. Haruna, you're done already? That was fast, any? Oh, I didn't have a lot to do. My golems are doing all the work. Still, I came to warn you not to go over there before. Haruna began, but a rather loud sound of crushing and breaking was heard as the ground beneath them trembled. Oh, I guess it's already over. She shrugged and led the worried group back to the crossroads of tunnels. When they got there, they found numerous chunks of ice and stone of various sizes scattered all over the place. I had a few hundred snake golems that can shoot laser beams from their eyes, cut us a tunnel through the ice and debris until they reach a height where there isn't anything but ice. Considering how far underground we are, it seems that little of the tunnel was actually collapsed. Haruna mused as she glanced at her surroundings. What about the rest of the way up? Setsuna inquired. Well, they cut the ice all the way up, but we can't have that amount of ice down here, could we? Haruna grinned and looked at Negi. And it so happens that Eva cast a never-melting charm on the remaining ice. In other words, I have to melt the remaining ice. Negi sighed. Okay, everyone stand back. I'm going to melt it in one single attack. I wanted to try this new spell of mine anyway, Negi said as he got in front of the opening the tunnel. Venient spiritus aerials flammantes, cum flammation flet tempestus sinus, mercurius tempestus igneus. He called out and brought his hands upwards and unleashed a powerful tornado of orange fire. He maintained the spell for about 20 seconds before stopping as steam began to pour from the tunnel. Okay, I'm finished, Negi said, breathing a little heavily. Eva rolled me that she managed to prevent the fire fro being seen. And it looks like my spell melted the ice that was on these stairs too. He motioned to the stairs going up the tunnel. Let's go. As they climbed the stairs, they occasionally had to stop and sculpt the steps where the stone was missing, but they eventually reached the surface. They didn't find Evangeline there, but they didn't really expect to, so they headed for Gryffindor Chamber. There they found a grinning Shinso vampire laughing maniacally in front of a glowing silver building with a round roof, similar to an observatory, and with a single door with a lion head on it facing her. A very good way to hide something like this. Eva grinned when she noticed them. The entire upper part of the Chamber of Rituals is made of ethyllium, a very rare metal of elven origin. While usually it's invisible, it naturally shines when under the light of the full moon, or when certain enchantments are placed on it. I'm guessing you know some of those enchantments. Hermione grinned. I do, but I didn't know the one needed for this. Eva admitted. I used the ring to find out the right spell. I modified the wards to only reveal the chamber to those wearing our rings. Are there any other protections on the entrance, or can we go in? Harry asked. It's safe. I also placed the same enchantment on the entrance to the tunnel you climbed out of, with an added repelling charm for everything else. Eva said as she opened the door and stepped inside. When everyone was inside, they used several long-lasting light spells and were amazed by their surroundings. Figures. First ethyllium, now mithril. Eva laughed. Indeed, most of the room was covered by the legendary metal. There was a huge round platform in the also round room made of it. There were numerous shelves on the walls containing various items made from it. But what brought their attention was the ceiling. It wasn't there. Sure, there were several large rings made of mithril floating there with what looked like glass inside them, but the ceiling itself wasn't there. And, after a few scans with their rings, they found out that unlike the ceiling of the Great Hall in the castle, which had a transparency charm on it, the enchantments on this work of art were on an entirely different level. It was what the rings called a spatial transference spell. Apparently, the inner part of the roof was placed in a pocket dimension in a way that left the outer part of it untouched. There were also a few spells that made sure only the sky was visible and none of the trees above the roof. After a glance around and finding that the shape of the platform could be changed to have all kinds of runes and other symbols on it for various rituals, they headed for the small circular stairway and descended to the next level. There they found out what the rings on the upper level were used for. A ring made of silver covered the entire ceiling with what looked like an exact copy of what looked like the ceiling from above inside it. Looking around them, they saw what looked like a silver version of the room above and headed for the stairway. The next 4 levels were versions of gold, platinum, orichalcum, and cadmium. According to Chow, each of the metals they encountered so far well famous for having exceptional effect in various rituals, with cadmium being very resistant to extreme temperatures. The 7th and final level was different though. For starters, it was completely covered in one single substance. Kregara? Eva whispered in awe. Incredible. To think that so much of it exists and on place. Chow added. What is it? Asuna asked. To put it simply, it's a metal extremely resistant to magic. My 1,000 bolts would barely damage this room, Negi said as he looked around. It's unbelievingly rare. There is only one place I've seen it before. Eva said. Where? Hermione inquired. Asuna artifact is made of it. Negi informed them. It makes it the perfect weapon for her considering her magic cancel. This is clearly a storage room. I sense a lot of powerful magical artifacts I hear. Still, Kregara waits a lot. Let's see here. Eva took out her ring and scanned her surroundings. I thought so. The outer layer of the entire underground building is coated with gravanium, a metal with negative weight. Negative weight? Kanoka blinked in surprise. Yes. In other words, it naturally levitates. Chow clarified. Okay, we can look through this place more thoughtfully some other time. We need to check the Chamber of Time as well. Negi led the group outside, then back to the Chamber of Secrets, and then to the Room of Requirement. Next stop, the Chamber of Time. Eva smirked and stepped through the door to Hufflepuff Chamber. As soon as the others followed her, they found themselves in a dark room. After a few more steps, they felt something wrap around their ankles before finding themselves suspended upside down several feet above the ground. Nice of you to join me, Eva said sarcastically while the vines covered more and more of her body. Hermione, why does this feel awkwardly familiar? Harry groaned. Because this is Devil's Snare. Same plant we fell on in our first year when we went to save the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione replied calmly as she tried to relax. How do we get out of this? It would be unwise to start throwing attacks in a place like this, not even seeing each other? Setsuna asked. Well, normally we should relax and it would let us go and not consider us a threat. Or we could drive it away with a powerful light or fire. Hermione said in a strained voice. Normally? Nodoka squeaked. Well, this thing is around 1,000 years old. Even a non-living stone castle like Hogwarts gained sentience in that time period thanks to all the magical energy in the area. For something alive, and already somewhat sentient like Devi's Snare, Chow trailed off. Ack, get it out. The damn thing is getting under my clothes. Asuna panicked. I see. Setsuna's sweat dropped. Well, we just need to disable it, not kill it. Negi must. Eva-san, I'll create a powerful flash of light to make it let us go, and then you'll freeze it. On the count of 3. 1. Eva agreed. Everyone close your eyes. Harry suggested. 2. The vampire counted. Ras Telmasser Magister. Negi began. 3. Lux. Negi called out, and a very powerful light engulfed the entire hallway, driving the large vines back inside a room which Eva immediately sealed shut with a thick layer of ice. Even better than what I planned. Negi grinned as he read the sign on the door that said that inside were only plants that grew away from any sunlight. Unlike with the chambers of rituals where they could look around, here they were forced to contain their curiosity and leave all the doors closed, since all of the underground greenhouses were completely filled with plants that could try to escape if given the chance. The only greenhouse they entered was one that had its door open. The ceiling was covered with small glass orbs that were partially black and part transparent, letting the light inside of them touch the ground in set intervals, since the orbs slowly, almost unnoticeably rotated. Ingenious, Neville said in awe. It contained lumos solaris that only touches the plants when normal sunlight should. After their tour, they had seen 15 greenhouses with sunlight, 5 without, 3 for underwater plants, 3 for desert plants, 2 for fire-attuned plants, 2 for frost-attuned plants, and 1 for dark plants, such as blood-draining roses. To their immense satisfaction, the 6 potions lab, 3 ingredient storage rooms, and 2 potion storage rooms were unlocked as well as the humongous library. True, they were rather reluctant at first regarding the ingredients and finished potions since they should have expired centuries ago, but after they saw the 3 control rooms, all doubts died. So this is why it's called the Chamber of Time, Hermione said in awe as she looked over the runic control panel. The control rooms, for a lack of a better word, influenced the flow of time in all the greenhouses, potion labs, and storage rooms. They could speed up the growth of plants by a certain rate, regress them to a younger form, or simply freeze them in time. The storage rooms were constantly frozen in time, and several potions that normally took long periods of time to complete could be done in mere days. But the part of the chamber that impressed them above all was the observatory. Despite the fact that the sky was covered with rain clouds and they were underground, the clear night sky could be seen at any time of the day, and they even found some runes that could allow them to see any and all images of the sky since the chamber was built. All in all, they were pleased. With a final look at the Chamber of Time, the group headed back to the Room of Requirement to sleep off the remaining hours till lunch next day. And finally done with this chapter. I hope you liked it. The next chapter will be near the Christmas break. For Hogwarts, still, there will be at least 2 to 3 weeks until I can post the next chapter, since I started college 2 weeks ago in my free time. What am I saying? I have none. I'll only be able to write in the weekends, so it will take a while. Chapter 30. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 30. The Approaching Darkness and the Encroaching Darkness. It was the Friday the 22nd of December when Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne left the last potions class of until January. Over a month had passed since the formation of the Order of the Twilight and the discovery of the Chambers of Time and Rituals. Well, at least for the rest of the world. For the members of the new order, it had been a little over 6 months. How? Why, of course, through the use of both the Cassiopeia and Evangeline Resort. Every day after classes were over, they would portkey to the Chamber of Secrets where the resort was placed and go inside, where they would plan, study, or simply train for 2 or 3 days. Yes, portkey. How could they do so through the impenetrable wards of Hogwarts? Quite simply, since Harry, as heir of Gryffindor, was the one to cast the spells on the rings they all wore. However, this was no simple portkey charm that would at most take a person to one place and then back to the starting place. No, like the rings themselves, the charm was within the mental control of the user. It had 5 initial targets where they could take the user, the 4 chambers, and the Shrieking Shack. But the user could add more targets with a mere mental command when they were in the place they wanted to add, and the update was made for all rings because of a certain protean charm discovered by Hermione. The structure of the new portkey spell took a little over a week spent in the resort for Eva, Negi, and Chow to develop. Only places it could be used from were within the area that the rings had mapped. Still, they didn't spend all their time in the resort, no matter how much they preferred the sandy beach to the frozen field of Hogwarts. They didn't go through all the trouble of finding the chambers of the founders just for the fun of it. No, each and every resource they had was being put to good use. The Chamber of Time, for instance, was now Neville domain. He spent at least 4 hours per day in there, restoring the greenhouses and learning more and more about herbology and, surprisingly, potions. Still, that didn't stop the twins from lurking in the potions labs, creating new potions that, while some were indeed funny, most of them were focused on their use in combat. Their greatest breakthrough had been an odorless, transparent liquid that turned into an invisible gas when in contact with air, unless the liquid was warm. While in liquid form, this potion was near harmless. Once it became gas and was inhaled by someone, it would immediately put them into complete paralysis, similar to a full body bind. But unlike the hex, this didn't have any counter-hex or antidote. On the other hand, It would wear off in an hour unless it was being inhaled for a rather long period of time. But the teens didn't stop there. No, they extended their work in the Chamber of Rituals as well, working alongside Hermione, Luna, Cho, and to everyone's surprise, Chisame as well. Apparently, the girl had found arithmancy and runes so similar to computer codes that it came natural to her. They were working on enchanted weapons and armor for the Order of the Twilight. Sure, Negi and his Mahora students had those, but the ones from Hogwarts did not. And, while Chamo was always ready to go on a Paccio spree, the threats from Asuna and Eva were enough to make his lose his enthusiasm. So the six were working on daggers and arm guards for everyone, even the non-combatants. There was no such thing as being over-prepared. After numerous tries, Cho and Evangeline had managed to add the time dilation effect of a diorama sphere to the dueling area in the Chamber of Secrets, thus allowing them to use wizarding spells in a place that held little chance of being damaged. It was there that the group learned advanced dueling, with spells up to 7th year or beyond, as well as numerous spells considered dark by the Ministry at Evangeline's insistence. They were originally opposed to it, but after finding what spells they were to learn, they quickly accepted. The only reason these spells were dark was because they were very powerful, but also required a large magical core in order to be able to perform them. And the Ministry of Magic, in their great wisdom, had reached the conclusion that only someone that had gone through a dark enhancement ritual would be able to use the… Well, the translation to that bullshit was that they were afraid some half-blood, or even worse, a Muggleborn would be able to use them while the inbreeded purebloods could not. After all, it wouldn't do for a Muggleborn to know something like a mass stunner, while the Death Eaters could usually have to gang up on even one Muggleborn anyway. You, Nodoka, Kanoka, Haruna, Hermione, Luna, and Ustoria were also spending a considerable amount of time in the Chamber of Needs. Somehow, they had managed to turn the map ability to recognize anything magical and give information on it into a wizarding version of YEA artifact. So it was rather easy to adapt the ability to add locations from the portkey into a way of add information, such as downloading YEA artifact into it. True, they had to do it manually and only in the room of requirement, but it was worth the effort. Getting pertinent advice on what spell to use when cornered, as well as how to use it, could save them in unpleasant situations. Another important part of using the chambers was a certain ritual that suddenly explained how Godric Gryffindor had been so magically powerful compared to the other founders. The core expansion ritual. Now that was something even Evangeline went through, despite her already enormous reserves. The ritual did not increase the size of one's core by a certain percent or to a certain size, but to the limit of the wizard or mage safety and stability. Sure, the initial version resulted in the death of user, but after Godric Gryffindor made his own version and lived, they were safe to assume that after both Cho and Negi had checked, double-checked, and triple-checked the ritual, as well as running a few hundred simulations, it wouldn't harm them. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to go through it. Neville and Harry were downright forbidden to do so. The reason? Neville was still using his father's wand, which meant that the ritual wouldn't be effective since a wand bonded to the user was one of the requirements for the ritual. As for Harry, his core unstable. Ever since Negi's birthday, he had to wear at least 3 containment rings, and now he had 8. So with his Twilight ring and Potterhead ring, he had a ring on each finger. He was still the target of jewelry jokes from the twins even now. According to Evangeline, Negi, and Cho, the procedure required to fix his core would draw way too much attention if done on Hogwarts grounds. So obviously, when he asked where they would do it, and the answer was on Hogwarts grounds, he was quite a bit confused. Flashback. What do you mean we can't do it here, but we're doing it here? Harry asked, both confused and annoyed. Let me rephrase that. Negi chuckled. We can't do it here while it could be tracked back to us. So we'll wait till the winter break, leave Hogwarts, then sneak back and do the procedure, erase as much evidence as possible, and then sneak out. We'll have to be wary of Dumbledore. We can't do it with him here. And we can't do it in the Chamber of Rituals either, since it would be detected, and we certainly don't want that to happen. You may have control over most school wards, but Dumbledore has placed his own wards over the years. After all, that's how he found out whose core to put blocks on. Flashback end. Indeed, the old codger had placed blocks on several students that were a little too gifted for his tastes. In fact, Almost all of the Hogwarts students in the Order of the Twilight had around 30% of their core sealed off, as well their power output reduced by 45%. Needless to say, it took both Eva and Negi in their dark form to stop Daphne and the twins from killing Dumbledore for messing with their younger sisters. In fact, the only one different was Harry, and according to Chow his case was even more troublesome. And about Dumbledore. Flashback. Harry, my boy, I need to speak with you about something. Please come to my office around 8 this evening, Dumbledore said in his grandfatherly voice as Harry and Hermione were passing the staff table after supper. Sorry, Professor. I'm afraid I have to study. Harry apologized with a fake smile while avoiding looking the old codger in the eye. Harry, this is something quite important, Dumbledore added. So are my studies, sir. This ISOWL year for me. It will influence my entire future, Harry said with a small smile. If it's urgent, you can tell me right here. Well, I wanted to talk to you about you becoming the head of the House of Potter. Dumbledore began with a slight discomfort. Oh, is that so? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, I believe you're too young for that kind of responsibilities and… Dumbledore began. Yes, I tend to do a lot of things you would consider me too young for, such as all of the physically and mentally exhausting chores my aunt and uncle had me do since I could walk, Harry said in a voice that sent chills to the spines of everyone at the staff table. You remember them, don't you, sir? They own that house on which doorstep you left me on in the middle of the night in November, when I was 1 year old, he continued while everyone within hearing range looked at a pale Dumbledore with shock and anger. And even though you abandoned me there in those conditions and never checked up on me, you were more than enthusiastic to become my magical guardian. Was it because of my bank accounts? Harry asked while Dumbledore palled even more. And let's not forget the things I'm too young for to do in school as well, like finding and killing a monster such as a basilisk when you, as headmaster, are able to use each and every painting in this castle to spy with. It is part of the wards, after all, he added. Let's not forget of all the Dementor attacks in my 3rd year. There are wards around the school to keep them away. Why weren't they working at the time? And why exactly did you send the Slytherin and Hufflepuff houses to their dorm when that troll was in the dungeons on my 1st year? When their dorm are in the dungeons? Harry finished loudly, making every student from 5th year upwards glare at the old bastard. Mr. Potter, don't you dare accuse the headmaster. McGonagall began a little upset. With all due respect that I'm suddenly lacking, Professor, Hermione began in an icy voice that shocked everyone. You lost all authority at the end of our 1st year when we told you a known Death Eater, Snape stiffened, was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone for his master Voldemort. Q gasps and shivers. And you told us off, like we were talking about a toddler stealing a cookie, Hermione said while looking straight in McGonagall's eyes, making the professor look away in shame for her mistake. Now, if that is all you wish to talk about, I have classes to study for, Harry said and turned to leave. Hold on a moment, Harry. Dumbledore stopped him and leaned forward slightly. I have arranged some private lessons for you with Severus to help with your scar, he finished in a hushed voice, so that only Harry, Hermione, and McGonagall heard. I don't want them. He can't harm me because of my mother's sacrifice, remember? Harry said rhetorically. Yes, quite possible, Dumbledore admitted. But he may gain valuable information from your mind. And I should be concerned why? Harry asked in a bored voice. On the inside, he was laughing maniacally. He had planned this discussion with 2 master manipulator, Evangeline and Chow. Whatever the old bastard tried, he was better prepared. Well, while it might not affect you, it could endanger the wizarding world, Dumbledore said with a frown. He did not like the way this conversation had started, and he hated the way it was going. Why should I give a damn about the wizarding world? Harry asked loudly, his voice being heard in the now unusually silent Great Hall. But the people, Dumbledore began with slight panic distinguishable in his voice. The people of the wizarding world consider me a nut, Harry said harshly. They are mostly sheep that 1 second see me as a menace and next they expect me to save them, he continued in the same tone, making most of those who were listening look down in shame. Why should I risk my life for such hypocrites? Harry, if Lord Voldemort gains control of the wizarding world, you will be in danger as well. Dumbledore said in a voice that one would use when talking with a rather slow child. No, I won't, Harry countered with a smirk. You won't? Dumbledore asked in disbelief. No, because if he does gain control of the British wizarding world, I would simply move abroad. Being emancipated, that is now well within my power. Harry said with an evil smirk. I heard that Beauxbatons is in southern France. It's quite warm over there this time of the year. Hermione added with a smirk of her own. What about your friends? Dumbledore asked desperately while inwardly, he wanted nothing more than to put the Imperius on the brat, preferably after the Cruciatus. Would you abandon them? Of course not, Harry said, and Dumbledore almost sighed in relief before he added, with the amount of true friends I have, I could easily arrange to have them transfer with me. Now the old codger blood froze. After all, why would they refuse? With a level of bias in this country compared to the rest of the world, I'm surprised there are so many magical folk left in this country. But everyone else? Dumbledore began. They have dug their own graves by allowing Voldemort and his Death Eaters to gain power in the first place. If I recall correctly, Voldemort started as the poor orphan Thomas Marvolo Riddle. Harry wrote the name in flames and then scrambled it to form, I am Lord Voldemort, like the teenage Dark Lord from the diary had done 3 years ago. Any power he gained was under your nose, headmaster. You were the one that brought his Hogwarts letter, after all. Harry finished with a knowing smirk. How do you know that? Dumbledore asked hotly. Let's just say a little birdie told me. Harry chuckled. At any rate, the citizens of the wizarding world have allowed Voldemort to grow in power in the past, and apparently have taught their children to do the same. Why else would they put up with all the crap Malfoy and his cronies do? Potter, Snape began. But then again, with the head of Slytherin being a Death Eater, I shouldn't be so surprised. Harry cut him off. Harry, like I told you last year, Severus is a former Death Eater. He helped the light side. Dumbledore began defending his pawn. He helped do what? Harry cut him off. From what I know, despite his immense help, the light side was losing badly. We were up against superior numbers, Dumbledore tried to say. And yet you allowed those numbers to grow even more superior as the war continued, while your own people were dying. Harry said harshly. In a war where one side uses mostly unforgivables, you don't use stunners. You must fight fire with fire. Alas, Harry, when you have lived as long as I and have seen so much death, Dumbledore said in a sad version of his grandfatherly voice, then you are not fit to lead the light side anymore, Harry said with finality, making Dumbledore snap his head towards him. If you are not willing to kill the rapists and murderers that threaten the children in your care, just because you consider those murderers deserve a second chance. Harry, everyone deserves a second chance, Dumbledore said. Every marked Death Eater has killed multiple times to gain his mark. Harry said clearly. I believe that they had lost that chance the moment that mark was put on their skin. I dare you to say that someone that had tortured and killed a child in front of his parents before killing them all deserves a second chance, Harry said, and gave the old man one last glare before leaving the great hall with Hermione on his heels. Flashback end. After that little chat with the headmaster, Harry had been flooded with pleading letter from various witches and wizards, begging him to not abandon them. Apparently, everyone with wizarding relatives had written home, telling about Harry's discussion with Dumbledore. Immediately after his performance, Eva had congratulated him and told him to look her up if he wanted lessons on world domination when he was younger. Apparently, she considered he had what it takes to be a Dark Lord. Harry honestly didn't know whether to be insulted or be grateful for one of her rare praises. Now, as he headed for his dorm, he couldn't help but grin at the prospect of leaving Hogwarts the next day. He, along with the Order of the Twilight, were leaving Hogwarts and supposedly going home while he was going to Gringotts to find out the location of his family house. In truth, his entire order had previously written home that they were staying in the castle before changing their minds at the last minute. That way, Fred, George, and Ginny could avoid going home where Dumbledore could give them a visit. The whole order was coming with Harry to set up one of their bases at his new house before going to Negi to do the same. Also, everyone was curious about the identity of his third fiancée, so they were coming to Gringotts with him as well. They were also interested in meeting Nekane, Anya, as well as the others Dean Kono was sending to help. For some reason, Harry just knew things were going to be even more hectic. They had planned to talk with most of the parents of the Hogwarts Order members to warn them about Dumbles and tell them about the blocks on their cores. Harry was eager to talk with both Amelia Bones and Augusta Longtum, as they were respected members of the Wisengot that could help them greatly. He was less than eager, however, to talk to the parents of his fiancées. But all plans were put in the back seat when Harry woke up screaming his heart out in the middle of the night after having a vision of Arthur Weasley being attacked by Nagini. As he was heading for Dumbledore's office along with McGonagall, he discreetly sent a Patronus messenger when they turned a corner. "Professor, Mr. Potter here says he had a dream." McGonagall began after they had entered the office. "It was no dream and everyone in this room knows it, so please stop wasting time Mr. Weasley doesn't have." Harry cut her off angrily before looking at Dumbledore. "Mr. Weasley has been bitten by a large snake. Apparently his invisibility cloak had fallen off when he fell asleep. He needs help and he needs it now." "Is that so?" Dumbledore said quietly, not noticing Negi, Kanoka, and Setsuna entering the office. "I thought you said you didn't care about what happens to everyone else." Dumbledore taunted with a little glee in his eyes, shocking McGonagall. "I don't think he said anything you helping, sir." "Apparently you don't care either." Negi brought attention to himself. No. I'll send a message for someone to find and take Arthur to St. Mungo immediately." Dumbledore said quickly. "There will be no need for a hospital when one of the most powerful healers in the world is right here." Setsuna said coldly, motioning to Kanoka. "Yes, but Arthur isn't." Dumbledore countered. "Yet," Negi said as he gently woke up Fawkes. "We need your help, old one. Arthur Weasley is gravely wounded, and we need you to bring him here in order to save him." He spoke to the immortal bird. A few moments later the phoenix flamed away. "How did you order my phoenix to do as you say?" Dumbledore asked harshly, as Fawkes had begun to disobey his orders in the past few years, like that stunt with the Chamber of Secrets. "I didn't order him to do anything. I simply asked him to," Nagi said before narrowing his eyes at Dumbledore. "As for his being your phoenix, you are sadly mistaken. He is merely your companion, not your pet or even familiar. As such, he can do as he pleases. At any rate, Harry, you see now why I wanted you to have lessons with Professor Snape." Dumbledore changed the subject. "He is not trustworthy. I will not allow someone like him to mess with my mind." Harry replied. "Harry, I trust Severus completely and—" Dumbledore began. "And I don't trust you." Harry cut him off. "Harry, what can this old man do to regain your trust?" Dumbledore asked pleadingly. "Roll over and die," was what Harry was about to say, but luckily Fawkes chose that moment to reappear with a bleeding and unconscious Arthur. Without a moment of hesitation, Kanoka approached her patient while summoning her artifact. "He's poisoned. I need to take care of that first," Kanoka said quietly as she waved one of her fans over the wound, vanishing some of the blood and making Arthur breathe a little easily. She then waved the other fan, and a torrent of magic passed through the wound, healing it instantly. "He needs some time to rest and maybe a blood-replenishing potion, though he didn't lose too much. I made sure of it." Kanoka gave her verdict. "I see." Dumbledore blinked. "Fawkes, please flash him to the hospital wing. I believe Poppy said she had a few things to take care of before going to sleep." "I'll send her a message right now," he said as he sent a Patronus out the window. In a flash of fire, the bird and the redhead were gone. "I think you should send him home once he gets that potion. Or Mrs. Weasley may be upset," Harry suggested. "Agreed," Dumbledore said with a slight shudder. "Molly Weasley upset. Brrr, what a frightening thought. At any rate, I believe you should go to headquarters tomorrow, Harry. You need to lay low for a while, and Sirius will be happy to see you as well." "Headquarters?" Negi asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of the Order of the Phoenix," McGonagall supplied. "And where may I find it? Harry and myself have some business at Gringotts that can't be delayed and I could pick him up," Negi asked. "I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Only a few besides the Order members know the location, and I cannot risk telling you," Dumbledore said apologetically. "I see." Negi sighed. "Well, Then I'll just have to meet up with Harry someplace else, he shrugged. Very well. Please return to bed, everyone. I'll have Arthur sent to the burrow within the hour. Dumbledore dismissed them. As Negi, Kanoka, and Setsuna said goodnight to McGonagall and Harry and headed for their tower, they met up with Nodoka, who was holding her Diarum Aegis with a victorious smile. I have it, she said and opened the book, showing Dumbledore thoughts throughout the conversation, mostly swear words, and most importantly, headquarters of my Order of the Phoenix is at NR12, Grimmauld Place, in London no less. I still can't believe how easy it was to convince that idiot Black to let me use it. The noble and ancient house of Black. The fool. I think we should drop by and say hi to Harry tomorrow. Kanoka smiled deviously. I couldn't agree more. Negi snickered. But before they could enjoy their success any longer, Harry, Stag Patronus, arrived. Help. 7th floor, boy bathroom, darkness, can't control. Here the message ended, and that was all they needed to hear. With a mirror, though, they were transported by their portkeys just outside the indicated bathroom. As Nodoka, Setsuna, and Kanoka rushed inside to find a struggling and collapsed Harry almost completely covered in darkness, Negi summoned Asuna and Eva using the Paccio cards while telepathically telling Chow what happened and to bring more containment rings before coming as well. All it took was a few moments of direct contact with Asuna for the darkness to disappear, but the damage had already been done, as Harry's scar was now pulsing with a black aura, magic cancel or not. It's gotten worse. Chow frowned as she changed the 8 rings with pith black stones for 8 new ones with white stones. This vision had ruined our timetable completely. We need to deal with this as soon as possible, Negi added. And when you say soon, you mean now, right? Eva added. Yes. Call everyone. We're going one day into the future to do the ritual. Negi decided. I know it's dangerous to venture into the future, that's why I wanted to wait till the break. But with only one day, it's acceptable. Yeah, I'm sure Dumbledore will try to mess with our plans tomorrow anyway. He won't be around. Asuna added. Of course he will. Meddling is what he's best at. Eva scoffed. At those words, Harry stirred from his unconsciousness and his green eyes met Eva's own. Their emerald green eyes were almost identical, as hairy pupils were slowly becoming slightly slit-like. Evangeline. That made the Shinso vampire stare in shock for a few seconds before she gasped in shock. Then, to everyone's surprise, she channeled some lightning energy into her hand and electrocuted Harry, forcing him back to unconsciousness. What the hell was that for? Asuna asked angrily. He's in a worse state than we feared. Eva said grimly. I just delayed things a bit to buy us some more time. I'll gather everyone with my teleportation via shadow. We'll do the ritual in the room of requirement. We'll do the time jump there as well. Go, she ordered, and the others used their portkeys and disappeared. The vampire stood there in silence for a few seconds to gather her thoughts before she shook her head and sank in her shadow. No reason to think about it now. We'll find out at Gringotts, she said to herself. And another chapter has arrived. I honestly didn't want more fillers and decided to ship to the important stuff. I hope you liked the chapter. If you did, please share your thoughts in a review. Chapter 31. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 31. The Dark Awakening of Harry Potter and the Darkest Secrets of Lord Voldemort. I seem to be having amnesia, Fred stated as he looked at Harry, said boy who lived snuggling in Hermione's chest as she and Neville dragged him to the center of the ritual circle. Why did it have to happen now? He seems pretty stable to me. Yes, I think that's the point. Now is a day after he had that vision. For Voldemort, anyway. Chow explained. I don't get it, George said flatly. Look, during and after the vision, Voldemort was closer connected to Harry than before, not just Harry to him. Think of their connection as a rubber straw. If it gets stretched wider at one end, the same can happen to the other. Yesterday, Voldemort's end was stretched. Today it isn't. You explained as Sure sipped her juice. Only you could compare a mental link to a straw. Haruna shook her head. Sorry to burst your bubble, but Harry's end of the straw is too far stretched as it is. We need to do this now, Eva said, annoyed as she levitated several items into the circle. Hold on. Why are you putting the invisibility cloak there? Besides the ingredients, Harry only needs his wand. Hermione asked, surprised. When his core will be unblocked, the other will be as well. It will be a short battle of wills between Harry, Soul, and that insignificant fragment of Riddle. Harry will win, hands down. But when he does, the two cores will clash and merge, creating a huge magical shock wave. And in this portion of the ritual circle, Eva indicated the outmost layer of the circle. Items can be placed for purification and binding. After we're done, nobody outside Harry family will be able to place a spell on this cloak, Elder Wand or not. The vampire grinned. You lost me when you said soul fragment of Voldemort's, Hermione said as she glared at Eva. Oh, I guess we didn't tell anyone about this before, did we? Eva chuckled. No, you did not. Daphne said angrily. Will it hurt Harry? Luna asked Negi. If we don't unbind his core, it would. Negi stated. But after we hit it with that much power, it will be completely consumed by Harry. Consumed? Neville asked in confusion as Daphne and Blaise gasped. The reason none of the ghosts at Hogwarts never possees the living is that if they hold it for too long, one soul will consume the other. Hermione said thoughtfully. Yes, and it would be the ghost who loses, since it doesn't have any magical power. Negi nodded. The same goes in Harry's case. The soul fragment, while it was initially connected to the second core, it now belongs to Harry by right of conquest. His magic has claim over it. But that's not all. When a soul consumes another, there are consequences. Usually bad. Blaise mentioned. Yes, but because of the modifications I made to the ritual, we can choose the ones that will benefit Harry the most. Negi smirked. Such as? Hermione inquired. Voldemort memories. Cho said. All of them. I hate to show him those horrors, but as he assimilates all of them during the ritual, he will be given the choice to discard some of them. And we'll collect them here. She pointed towards a large pensieve that could only be used for storage, in case there's something important in them. You do realize that he'll hate you afterwards, right? Hermione asked dryly. Oh, but you don't know half of it. Eva chuckled darkly. After he gets all that knowledge, he'll be training with me personally to control his new powers. His darkness element will completely awaken, and he'll have to learn to use it. After that training, hate won't even begin to describe what he'll feel for me. Enough talk. It's time to begin. Negi said, and the seven most magically powerful of the group, himself, Eva, Cho, Asuna, Kanoka, Kotaro, and Mana, placed their hands on the invisible shield that had been erected around the ritual circle and channeled their magic into it. Soon enough, the runes lit up and Harry began to levitate until he was standing upright at 3 feet above the ground. As he opened his eyes, they saw that both Ha's slit pupils, though only the one under the scar had changed color, and it was blood red. The battle of wills between the souls is an internal battle. The change of his eyes will be the only physical proof that it's still going on. You stated. A twister of magical energy appeared around Harry as 2 orbs of energy emerged from Harry's body. As they occasionally collided, cracks appeared on the orbs. Eventually, the shells cracked and the orbs expanded exponentially. But to everyone's surprise, they even changed colors. The old man seemed to have thought of everything. Negi must. What do you mean, Sensei? Kufei asked. He almost completely blocked some of Harry's elemental affinities. It looks like Harry's original core has all affinities besides ice, sand, and water, but he gets those from the other core. Negi explained. Yes, but he left his darkness element completely unsuppressed compared to the others, and that allowed it to grow too much. About 20% of his core is pure darkness. No wonder he has problems. Eva sighed in annoyance. And when we add the 50% darkness from the other one, she trailed off. We're going to teach Magia Arabia to him, aren't we? Negi groaned. I don't see other choice. Cho sighed. Wasn't that an extremely dangerous to learn technique? Neville asked. Yes, but if he fails to learn it, he'll lose his darkness element completely. Well, lose isn't the best way of putting it. More like converted to something else like light, or something, Eva explained. If he lives, that is. Luna said, annoyed. Well, he would die if he can't control that amount of dark power. Eva shrugged. Yeah, I was almost there myself, Negi admitted. Getting consumed by darkness isn't pleasant by any stretch of the word. Look, it's almost over, Nodoka pointed out. Indeed, the cores had completely merged and the large one that had resulted was slowly breaking apart and pieces of it were being sucked into Harry's chest. When it was over, Harry closed his now green but still slit eyes. Then, a few seconds after his feet touched the ground, he opened his eyes wide. A wave of magic erupted from him, washing over the entire ritual circle and erasing it. As it died down, only Harry, his wand, and the invisibility cloak remained. And something was glowing on Harry's chest. What is that glow? Hermione asked curiously. It's proof that he is bounded by magic to a witch or witches. It will look like a star, and for each corner there's a witch he's bonded to and has to marry. Eva explained. Is that so? Harry asked as he raised his shirt for a closer look and froze. Negi? Yes, Harry? Negi asked, a little concerned by the boy tone. Ian engaged to 3 girls, right? Harry asked. Yes. To Daphne, Luna, and the Drake girl we still know nothing of. Negi confirmed. So I should have a triangle on my chest, right? Harry asked. Yes. Negi replied slowly as he suddenly got an idea of where this was going. Then why does my triangle look just like a pentagram? Harry groaned. Huh. Everyone else blinked in confusion and approached the boy. True enough, there was a green-colored pentagram tattoo on his chest. Oh God. I just knew there will be another playboy. I just knew it. Chisame groaned. It could only happen to Harry. Hermione shook her head in exasperation. Only he could be spoken for 5 girls without even knowing. Hey, it's not my fault. Harry defended. It never is. That's the point. Ginny said. It's all right, Harry. Negi patted him on the shoulder. I know exactly how you feel, he said, crying anime tears. You're not helping. Harry rubbed his temples. We'll deal with this when we go at Gringotts. If you are in any marriage contracts or magical bonds, they will know more about them than we will. Eva interrupted. For now, how about you test your new power a bit? Okay. Harry nodded. In the room of requirement they were in morphed into a replica of Eva Resort. All right, let's see. Harry concentrated before he began chanting Signum Demonium, Undecim Spiritus Fulgurales, Coiunts Inimucum Concordant, Sigilla Magica Series Fulguris. 11 humongous orbs of lightning the size of Harry's torso appeared around him and shot towards the sky, where they exploded. Okay. Negi blinked. We need to work on your control. That spell was so overpowered that I'm surprised it didn't blow up earlier. But I did it as I usually do. Harry scratched his head in confusion. And that is? Chow inquired. I chanted the spell and focused the same percentage of power I always do, Harry replied. And that's the problem. Eva berated him. That percentage is much larger now that all those blocks have been removed. You must measure the power you use in amounts, not percentages. As you train, your core slowly grows, thus the amount of power in that percentage grows as well. So I'm back to square one, huh? Harry said gloomily. More or less. Negi shrugged. You know the spells, all you need to do is learn how much power it's required for each of them. Here's an idea, Hermione said suddenly. Make more arrows using the same percentage of power, until each will have the amount of magical power in them. That way, you'll find out how much energy you need for weaker spells. It might work. Eva must. Go ahead and use 300 arrows. 300? Harry yelled in shock. Of darkness. Eva added. But you said. Harry began. I just told you what to do, right? Eva cut him off. All right, if you're sure. Harry shrugged while everyone took their distance. Dominus de somnis alteritis. Trecenti undefexigenta spiritus obscuri, coiunts inimucum concordant. Sigilla Magica Series Obscuri. The light around Harry faded as 300 orbs of darkness appeared floating before they shot upwards and hit the numerous targets that Harry willed into existence. "That was awesome," the Weasley twins exclaimed. "Wow, I'm still stuck at 70. Daphne whispered in awe. "Well done." Eva applauded. "Now that we know that your power level is as expected, there is only one thing we need to know before we get back." "The memories, Richt?" Harry asked grimly. "Yes," Negi confirmed. "Well, I'm honestly happy that Voldemort learned occlumency and legilimency soon after he started school." Harry began. "I managed to learn it myself from his memories and filled all his memories in my head. Sure, I discarded a few that were utterly useless like his torture sessions." He was now a bit green in the face, "but I can tell you that at the moment he can't be killed." "Why?" Hermione asked in concern. "The piece of soul that was in my scar isn't the only one separated from his body," Harry explained. "He used several items as vessels for his soul fragments, making them Horcruxes. As long as even one of those is around, he can't die." "How many?" Eva asked. "I know of 5, but from the way he was thinking he probably made one more during his exile." Harry replied. "Well, what are they? Where are they? How do we destroy them?" Daphne asked anxiously. "Well, the diary was one and it was destroyed because of the basilisk venom." Eva grinned. "You figured it out, huh?" Harry asked amused. "A mere memory can't possess someone." Eva shrugged. 3 of the other Horcruxes are relics of the Founders." Harry continued. "The Cup of Hufflepuff, the Medallion of Slytherin, and the Diadem of Ravenclaw. Do you know where they are?" Negi inquired. In response, Harry held up his palm and a silver diadem appeared in his hand. The diadem was in the place considered the safest in Britain. Harry smirked at their shocked faces. "And the other 2? Hermione asked. "The cup is in the second safest," Harry said with an evil smirk, and he then began to cackle maniacally. "He finally snapped, huh?" Luna said conversationally. "Nah, he's just thinking of doing something extremely evil and his darkness is amplifying the emotion." Eva shrugged. "Happens to me all the time." "You couldn't be more right," Harry said as he calmed down. "So the cup is in Gringotts. What makes you so happy?" Fred asked. "It's in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault," Harry said, chuckling. "And?" Hermione pushed. "Voldemort made his entire inner circle give him copies their keys, and he placed them into another vault. One that can only be opened by a Parselmouth." Harry smirked. "Oh God." Hermione covered her mouth. "You're going to rob them blind." "No, no, no." Harry shook his head. "It's even better. It's entirely legal. The stupid snake made it so that any Parselmouth is allowed to gain complete access to that vault. Though he's the only one left in the world. But wouldn't he have changed that, now that he knows you're one as well?" Hannah asked. "But could a mere child like Harry Potter find out about that vault, or the password?" "Nobody could tell me that, since only a Parselmouth would understand it," Harry said before hissing something. "That's the password, huh?" Eva raised an eyebrow. "Pure blood supremacy?" Hermione asked in disbelief as her ring translated. "Tisk, so predictable." "Yes, that's Voldy all right." Harry nodded. "What about the Medallion of Slytherin?" Daphne asked. "It's in, I don't think you'll be able to hear what I say, since I'm not the secret keeper for the Order of the Phoenix," Harry said apologetically. "Don't worry. I read Dumbledore mind with my artifact and ripped out the page. We know about Grimmauld Place." Nodoka said with a smile. "Good. Hermione, remember that medallion that nobody could open from this summer?" Harry asked. "Oh God, we threw it away," Hermione said in horror. "Don't worry. I'm sure I saw Creature steal it back," Harry assured her. "He'll protect it with his life. After all, Voldemort used him to hide it initially in some cave. I don't know how it got at Grimmauld Place, but it might have something to do with Regulus, Sirius's brother. Voldemort was beginning to lose his trust for him, and one day he disappeared. Voldemort didn't have him killed, and the good guys didn't kill him either. But Sirius said that he tried to get away from the Death Eaters, and they killed him." Hermione said confused. "We'll ask Creature." Harry shrugged. "With Nodoka artifact, he won't be able to hide a thing." What about the fifth Horcrux you know of? Cho asked. Oh, that? Harry chuckled and began to laugh. But this time he was practically rolling on the floor. That one proves, without a doubt, that Voldy is an ignorant fool. Well? Eva asked, annoyed. The Stone of Resurrection. Harry answered as he tried to control himself. What? Everyone else yelled. Yeah. The idiot didn't even bother checking it for hidden powers. He only thinks of it as a decoration on the ring of Peveril that has been passed down in the Slytherin line, along with the medallion. Harry chuckled. Where is it hidden? Eva asked anxiously. The house where his mother used to live. It's in Little Hangleton, right across from the cemetery where he regained his body. Harry answered, suddenly sober at the memory of that cemetery. That's good to know. It seems that we're getting those books after all, Hermione said with stars in her eyes. Yes. Harry nodded before turning towards Eva. And it seems that we'll have to visit the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic as well. There's a prophecy there that we desperately need to hear. Oh? What is it about? Eva raised an eyebrow. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Harry said, and everyone stared at him in surprise. That's how much Snape heard before he was caught, and that's what Voldemort knows as well. Who was it made to? Cho asked. It was to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore by Sybil Patricia Trelawney. Harry grunted. Damn that old man. Hermione cursed. Yeah, he allowed Snape to get away, knowing that he will tell Voldemort what he had learned. Harry added. Harry. Neville began in a trembling voice. Yeah, Neville, I know. It could have been you as well, according to what Voldemort knows. Harry nodded. He chose to attack me because I'm a half-blood like him. There might be something else in the rest of the prophecy that says which of one has to kill the snake, but I'm pretty sure you're of the hook. Don't worry, Harry. You know how Trelawney is. Hermione tried to calm him down. Doesn't matter, really. Voldemort considers me a threat and wants to get rid of me. Prophecy or not, I'm killing the snake either way, Harry shrugged. After all the crimes I've seen him commit, he doesn't deserve to live. Someone once said that, I quote, many who are alive don't deserve to live, while many who had died would have deserved to live. Can you grant them that? End quote. Cho said. Well, I think that whoever said that is an irresponsible bastard. Harry deadpanned. As long as we don't kill those that deserve it, they will kill those that don't deserve it. Nicely said. Cho smirked. For the record, the one who sprouted that stuff is Dumbledore. Figures. Everyone else groaned in frustration. We should be going. He who is as dumb as a door will show up any minute now. Ginny suggested. Yep, he just operated in front of the gates. Fred informed. Fawkes didn't move from his office at all. He must be pissed at the old fart for almost letting Dad die last night. George added. The old baka might be monitoring his wards more closely yesterday after I healed Mr. Weasley. Kanoka frowned. He was looking at me rather strangely. We'll go back to a second after we left, Cho said as she set the coordinates before she handed the Cassiopeias to the others. Let's get back to our regular time, Negi said, and the large groups were off. Anne, another chapter is done? Well, I think I surprised you all several times this chapter. I remember reading something similar to the Vaults thing somewhere else. I honestly don't remember what the name of that story was, but I remember it cracked me up. Does anyone have any idea who the two new girls in Harry's harem are? Take a guess, taking in consideration what you know about the first two, as well as the previous 4 books. All I will tell you is that he who is as dumb as a door meddled in Harry life as usual. Chapter 32. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 32. The first phase. Harry, I strongly believe that you would be in too much danger, Dumbledore said as he tried to keep up with Harry group as they headed for the Hogwarts Express after getting off the carriages. For almost a week, he had been trying daily to convince the last Potter to remain at Hogwarts. Now, with the attack on Arthur Weasley, He had another excuse. And I strongly disagree with your beliefs. Harry countered. Don't worry, though. I'll keep in touch with the order. Mine, of course, he added mentally. I plan on visiting Snuffles during the holy days. Harry, Dumbledore began, annoyed, and was about to use his authority as headmaster to restrain the boy when Harry stopped walking and turned around to glare at him. That's Lord Potter for you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Harry said coldly. We are not in Hogwarts where you have some authority over me, but outside where your position dictates near neutrality and fairness. You wouldn't want everyone to know that you're trying to control the lord of an ancient and noble house, would you? No, Lord Potter, the though didn't even cross my mind. In the past 10 seconds, I merely want what it's best for you. Dumbledore said in his grandfatherly voice. Then please stay out of my way, Harry said before he boarded the train and shut the door before the old codger could follow. Well, that was entertaining. Neville snickered as the entire Order of the Twilight sat down in their over-enlarged compartment. Yeah, but the fact that he knows when we're going to Gringotts is bad news. Negi muttered. I still can't believe that idiot had the audacity to try to activate your message while in front of you. Asuna shook her head. Ron was never one for thinking. Fred shook his head, or manners of any kind. George finished. Still, now everyone knows we're going to Gringotts tomorrow. Eva said as she wondered if she should have used something other than an ice spell on the idiot, considering Pomfrey had him healed in less than 2 days. Malfoy ran off to send an owl the moment the message ended. Harry mumbled, well, let's forget about that. Let's do a recap on what we can expect to gain at Gringotts. Hermione suggested, trying to dispel the gloomy mood. Well, I know for sure that I'll get complete access to the Springfield vaults, as well as the Vesperatia vaults. Asuna will have the same level of access to the Vesperatia vaults as me, Negi said. I'm quite curious what had happened to the McDowell vaults since I was last at Gringotts. Eva said thoughtfully. I've claimed my lordship a few days ago, so I can access the Longbottom vaults as well. Gran wasn't too happy about it when I asked for permission, but after I gave her my reasons, she said she was proud that I was taking my responsibilities seriously and even admitted that she was happy to be able to get away from some of those Wisengot meetings. Neville grinned. Since I turned 15 a few weeks ago, I also became the head of the ancient and noble house of Lovegood. Daddy didn't mind at all, since he only goes to the 2 meetings that are obligatory per year. I'm quite curious what items are in the vaults. Daddy prefers to use a Gringotts debit card, rather than visit the bank too often. I only went there once, and was in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't have time to explore, Luna admitted. Auntie Amelia was a little concerned about me getting in the line of fire, but agreed that having me as head of house and her as head of the DMLE would be too beneficial to pass out. Susan chuckled. Dad has upgraded mine and Ustoria level of access to the Greengrass vaults to full access. The only thing he asked in return was to try to not empty it shopping. Daphne smirked evilly. My parents also upgraded my access level so I can take items from our vaults as well, but I still have a limit on the amount of gold I can extract at one time. Hannah said, a little disappointed. I wonder how my account there is. Chow said thoughtfully. Hold on a sec. Chisame blinked. How exactly did you get an account at Gringotts? You came from the future. Asuna asked, shocked. Oh, that. Well, I didn't come back to this time period directly. I first went back 22 years ago and made a rather large deposit in Gringotts. Then I went back to Japan when the world tree was in bloom and came to this time period. Chow explained. Well, I know for a fact that any vaults that aren't at least 50 years old don't get more than 1% interest. Blaze informed her. I know, but I know a few secrets about making money in the wizarding world. I'll fill you guys in later, if you're willing to take some secrecy oaths. Chow smirked. What about you, Blaze? Oh, I already had complete access to my family vaults. Blaze shrugged. I can't wait to see the Aoyama vaults. Kono giggled. Mom gave me full access to her family vaults. She said that I may find something there that may help increase my exorcism abilities. You know how ironic that sounds, don't you? You asked her. Yes, I do. Kanoka smiled. What do you mean? Hermione inquired. What I mean is that the first time I found out about my powers, some bad people kidnapped me and used my power to summon an army of demons, as well as an S-class demon, Sukuna. Kanoka answered. So by telling me to learn exorcism is like saying, don't do that again. After a short laugh, everyone turned to Harry. And then there's Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Eva remarked. Yep, me. Harry nodded. Want an autograph? He asked with a wide smile as he took out a quill. Very funny, haha. Eva said with a tick mark while her friends were holding their sides from laughter. The Dark Evangel asking for an autograph. Well, I'll finally see the Potter vaults and probably the wills of my parents. Harry began. I'll take the test from the goblins to see if I have any other vaults, as will all of us. He added as he glanced around and saw everyone nods of approval. So far I know that I'm heir to Gryffindor by blood and Slytherin by magic. There's also a good chance that there is a Peveril vault at Gringotts that belongs to me. If the tale of 3 brothers is to be believed, I'm descendant from the younger brother, the only one that lived long enough to have a family, he added thoughtfully. And then the fun will begin. Daphne giggled. Oh, yes, Harry said with extreme satisfaction. If they don't take us to the director by then, I'll request it myself. Then I'll empty the vaults of the entire inner circle of the Death Eaters. At that point, I'll mention the basilisk meat. After that, we can start discussions regarding the war against Voldemort. Yes, there are some types of dark magic that goblins would be almost desperate to get rid of. Evangeline chuckled evilly. Yes, that will be one of our most important trump cards. Negi agreed. The discussion continued until they were only an hour away from King's Cross Station. At that point, the regular visit occurred. Draco Malfoy had spent the better part of an hour looking through the train for Potter to knock him down a few pegs. He moved slowly, wanting to avoid the foreigners that had caused him so much pain. When he reached the final compartment of the train, he was sure that they had stayed at Hogwarts. Potter, though, he saw him get on the train after arguing with Dumbledore. So he had to be there. Listen up, Potter. Malfoy began smugly as he opened the compartment door. But his words died in his throat as more pairs of eyes than he wanted to see turned to glare at him. Before he could run, he was stunned, obliviated and levitated to the restroom by Harry and Neville. He would be found almost 2 hours later by a very annoyed Lucius Malfoy. After they had arrived at King's Cross, the group was relieved that Mad-Eye Moody wasn't among the members of the Order of the Phoenix that had shown up at Dumbledore orders to take Harry to headquarters. Thus, it was simple to become invisible using their rings and enter Muggle London. When they found dark alley that was clean enough for their tastes, Evangeline placed several wards to make the alley unplottable and to repel any living being. Then she took out a small complex house the size of a box of matches and placed it on the ground. Then, one by one, the members of the Order of the Twilight touched a small house with their rings and were sucked into it. You know, Eva-chan, it's times like this I'm glad you decided to test the limits of the Room of Requirement. Asuna chuckled. Yeah, who would have though that a room could produce a mansion? Haruna remarked. Correction, a mansion that has its own Room of Requirement. Hermione said with a wide grin as they passed said room. Ah, I love magic. Harry laughed as they reached the kitchen where Dobby and Winky were cooking lunch. The mansion Eva had gained from the Room of Requirement had about 100 bedrooms, a magically enlarged deposit chamber the size of the Chamber of Secrets, a large kitchen, numerous sitting rooms, a library, its own Room of Requirement, and it was completely furnished. And the best part was that it was entirely resizable, so she could put in on one of her properties and live in it while the purebloods got green of envy. After they ate lunch, the group continued discussing the finer details of their plans for the next few days, as well as various contingency plans in case they got attacked or Dumbledore got in the way. As they went to sleep that night, a small smile was on their faces. Tomorrow would be a day to remember. Anne, I hope you like this chapter. It's more of a filler than anything. I couldn't just jump to the fun part as much as I wanted to. More plot twists and unexpected allies appear. The next chapter will be extra long. If you want me to write faster, remember that reviews give me strength. Chapter 33. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 33 Surprises at Gringotts. The time had finally come. After they woke up and had a large breakfast in preparation for the day that was before them. After that, they dressed in the new robes they had prepared for this day. The robes were a work of art that would make Madame Malkin green with envy. Not because they were expensive, not because they were particularly attractive, not because of the spells on them, but for those reasons and more. The robes, like their rings, were bonded to the wearers and responded to their mental commands alone. They were able to change color, decorations, shape, size, the material it was made of, and had a variety of charms on them that could very well make them the last ones they'll ever need. The original form of the robes was one suited for battle and was made of mithril, with the crest of their order on the back. Today, though, they chose a simple pale gray model, as they didn't want to draw attention on Diagon Alley. So as they approached the leaky cauldron, many of them became invisible. A large group would draw attention, and many of them weren't even supposed to be there. So at 9, Harry, Neville, Hermione, Asuna, Eva, Negi and Chow entered the pub and were relieved to see that there were no meddlers there yet. The only person in the pub was Tom, the barkeep, who offered Harry a small smile as they passed through. As they entered Diagon Alley, they were almost blown back by the volume of noise. "I don't think this place was so loud the last time I was here," Harry muttered as he massaged his ears. "No, it's just because we were surrounded by silence until now," Hermione countered. After they made sure that everyone had entered the alley, they headed to Ollivander's to get Neville a new wand. "Oh, I finally meet you, Mr. Longbottom." Ollivander smiled as he saw Neville. "I was expecting you over 4 years ago when you started Hogwarts. I take it Augusta is as stubborn as ever?" "I guess you could say that, sir." Neville chuckled nervously. "Well, let's get you a proper wand, shall we?" Ollivander said, and the measuring tape began to move around Neville's arms. As Ollivander looked through his boxes, Chow looked between the measuring tape and the old man skeptically. "Excuse me, is there any meaning to the measuring tape?" she asked. "Besides distracting my customers, you mean?" Ollivander asked with a sly grin as he approached with an old box. "Yes, none whatsoever," Ollivander said, making the others sweat drop as he handed Neville a reddish wand. As soon as he grasped it, a multitude of flower petals materialized in a spinning vortex around Neville. "Wow, this is certainly the one for me," Neville gasped. "Indeed it is. Cherry, 10 inches, and with a unicorn hair core." Ollivander smiled before he turned towards Harry. "It seems that you may need a new wand as well, Mr. Potter," he observed. "I do?" Harry asked, shocked. "Yes, your magical signature has changed quite a bit since you got your wand. But I'm afraid none of my wands can handle your current level of power," Ollivander said regretfully. "What will happen to my current wand if I continue to use it?" Harry inquired. "It will break, eventually. Not anytime soon, no, but give it a few years." Ollivander trailed off. "Is there anything I could do to avoid that?" Harry asked. The priori incantatum of the brother wands was not something he wanted to lose. "Well, you could periodically treat your wand with a powerful healing agent like Phoenix Tears or the like. Expensive, but worth it," Ollivander explained. "Thank you for the help," Harry said as he prepared to leave. "Oh, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said at the last moment, "there are wands out there that could handle your power. One legendary one in particular. One surprise disarming spell may sound unfair, but that's all it takes to gain the allegiance of a wand if you do it with that intent in mind," Ollivander said mysteriously as he headed to the back of his shop. "What else did the old man want, Harry?" Neville asked. "He more or less suggested that I should take Dumbledore Elder Wand as my own using a sneak attack," Harry said with a sly grin. "Now that sounds like a plan in the making." Chow grinned. "We'll talk about it later. Look who's here." Asuna smiled and looked at that group that was in front of Gringotts. There stood Nekane, Anya, Hakase, Zazie, Yuna, Maki, Ako, Akira, Natsumi, Ayaka, Chizuru, Takan, Mei, Khaled, Emily, Beatrix, Shirori, Hamura, Koyomi, Tamaki, and Shurabe. And all of them, well, most of them, were looking at Negi and the others with wide smiles. "Hey, Negi," Harry said quietly to the young mage. "Yes? You are the most whipped guy I've ever met," Harry said, gaining playful glares from Eva, Hermione, and Asuna, the ones that he could see, while Cho was nodding sagely. "I know," Negi shrugged, "but you're not one to talk. You're already stepping in my footsteps. Come on, what are the chances of me getting engaged to more girls than I already am?" Harry asked skeptically. "I can almost see Murphy's Law biting you in the ass." Cho smirked. "Negi," Nekane cried out as she enveloped the young mage in a hug. "Sensei, /Negi-kun /Negi-san, /Negi-sama." Many of the other girls cried out as they jumped the redhead. "You know, if I didn't already feel sorry for him, I could have probably been jealous," Harry whispered to Hermione, earning a small giggle. After the girls smoldered Negi enough, they turned to the others. "Asuna-san, it's good to see you." Ayaka smiled as she hugged her old friend. "Nice to see ya, Incho," Asuna replied. "You haven't been doing anything inappropriate to Negi-sensei, have you?" Ayaka asked with an edge in her voice. "And what if I had?" Asuna smirked, shocking the blonde. That's..." Ayaka stuttered as she blushed. "Not that much," Asuna said quickly. "Era, these must be some of your new students, right, Negi?" Nekane asked as she looked at Harry, Hermione, and Neville. "Yes, these are Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom." Negi smiled and introduced the three. "We should head inside the bank before some unwanted guests get here," Eva suggested. As if it was a signal, several pops were heard and Dumbledore, Snape, Tonks, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diddle, and Emmeline Vance operate right before the steps of Gringotts. "Harry, it's too dangerous here. You must come with us too." Dumbledore began to babble self-importantly, but the words died in his mouth when he found it hard to breathe because of the killer intent rolling of Harry and many of the others, visible or not. "I will say this one last time, you old fool," Harry hissed angrily. "Get out of my way, or I will remove you permanently." "Harry should know better," Dumbledore scoffed as he began raising his wand. "Expelliarmus," Harry muttered as he lazily waved his hand that had the order ring on. To the shock of the 6 adult wizards, the white wand in Dumbledore's hand jerked away from the old headmaster and landed in Harry's open palm. "What in the..." Dumbledore began in shock and horror. Before he could finish that sentence, Harry grasped the wand tightly and channeled his magic through it. The result was a bright golden glow that enveloped both Harry and the wand, forcing the others to look away. "Bonding complete," Harry stated calmly with a wide smirk. "Potter, return the headmaster wand this instant." Snape roared as he drew his wand, only for it to be vaporized by a red beam that came out of nowhere. "As I'm sure you realized by now, the wand had just recognized me as its master. Dumbledore has no claim over it," Harry stated calmly. "Now, could the 4 of you that still have wands apparate these 2 out of here before I decide to give my new wand a test on them?" With a badly hidden smirk, Tonks grabbed Snape by the back of his collar and apparat away, quickly followed by the others. Sensei? Who was that old man?" Natsumi asked curiously. "Oh, just my current employer," Negi said casually as he motioned the others to follow. "Huh," the new arrivals blinked. "I'll fill you in later," Negi assured them as he reached the goblin guards and leaned over to them. "Excuse me," he whispered. "What business do you have with me, wizard?" the goblin asked harshly. "I'm a mage, actually," Negi corrected, earning a shrug. "I just wanted to ask you if there are any disguise dispelling wards on the door." "And why do you need such knowledge?" the guard asked as he tightened the grip on his spear. "I have a few invisible companions with me. If their invisibility fades when we enter, it would surely cause panic. So I'm merely asking to know if they should cancel the spells before entering," Negi explained. "Do that? We don't approve of wizards sneaking into our bank," the goblin said. "It's not the inside of the bank we need to be invisible for, it's the outside," Negi replied and told his friends to drop their disguises before entering. The new arrivals were rather shocked to have more than 24 people appear around them. So were the 2 guards as they took a step back. "Enough chit-chat," Eva said annoyed. Let's go already. The two guards seemed to disagree, but when they took a better look at Evangeline, recognition dawned on them as their dark green skin became almost white as a sheet. The entrance of the large group drew the attention of everyone inside, the guards looking at the potential invaders nervously. Great, goblin warriors or not, against the dark Evangel a whole army wouldn't be enough. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Harry hurried to the first free teller he saw, and it was a familiar face. "Good day, Griphook," Harry began. "Good day, Lord Potter. What could Gringotts do for you today?" the goblin asked as he nervously glanced behind them. "I require a meeting with my account manager as well as a place to conduct this meeting. As you can see, the hall is a little crowded for all of us to be here," Harry said. After a quick check of some records, the goblin looked at Harry apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but the Potter account manager died over a decade ago. I will speak to my superiors so that one of them may assist you today, until you chose another account manager," the goblin said and left his post quickly. Dumbledore probably didn't want to have anyone looking over his shoulder, Hermione muttered. Griphook returned a few minutes later with a nervous look. "Lord Potter, Director Ragnarok has instructed me to guide your group to his private meeting room," the goblin said. "That was faster than I, though," Daphne whispered, surprised as they all followed the nervous goblin. They were led to a large double door with golden and silver ornaments, the crest of Gringotts in the center. As they entered, they saw an old and important-looking goblin sitting behind a large desk. "Good day, Director Ragnarok. May your gold flow and your enemies be crushed," Harry greeted in the goblin language, shocking everyone. "Oh, he's good. I haven't heard a human speaking our tongue so well in a century," Ragnarok, though both impressed and amused. "Good day to you too, Lord Potter. What can Gringotts do for you today?" "A lot, actually," Harry began with a small smile. "I, as well as my companions, am here to take the inheritance test for both blood and magic. After that, we will need to visit our vaults. Then we will need to discuss of any issues regarding our vaults. I also have some business regarding some other vaults as well. I also have a large amount of merchandise that is sought after by the Goblin Nation. And after that, we will have a few other things to discuss. But let's take things slowly." Harry chuckled. Yes. Let's start with the inheritance test," Ragnarok said, a little shocked. He had expected something like this, but damn, this day had turned out busy. The goblin directed the group to a large panel that took about half of the wall it was placed on. Right under the panel were a few dozen large bottles with blue liquid in them placed next to a wide metallic box that seemed to be connected to the panel by countless rune networks. All you need to do is to draw a bit of blood from your wand hand and place it into the potion here. Ragnarok poured some of the blue liquid into the box and channel some magical energy. This panel will show any magical ancestry you have as well as inheritance by magic. "I'll go first," Chow offered as she approached the box. "But I can't allow any of them to see my ancestry. You'll find out after you see it yourself," she added to Ragnarok, who raised an eyebrow. "Very well. We value privacy here at Gringotts," Ragnarok agreed, and with a snap of his fingers a black wall appeared between Chow and the rest of her friends. A few minutes later the wall disappeared and Ragnarok shook his head. "I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary day," the goblin said. "All I can tell you is that she belongs to both the ancient and noble house of Springfield and the royal house of Vesperation." "Yes, we already knew that," Asuna pouted. Many of Negi, partners, and all of the new arrivals followed. Ku Fei turned out to be the only magical heir of the ancient and noble house of Xing that had emigrated to Scotland in the 15th century. Anya was, as expected, the only available heir of the Russian Kokolova bloodline that had come to England in the 17th century, making her the heir of the noble house of Kokolova. Mana had a vault of her own that she had set up 10 years ago and was making transactions from regularly. Kanoka was the heir of both Kono and Aoyama clans from Japan, but only the Aoyama side was considered an ancient and noble house in Great Britain, as the Kono bloodline had been connected to the emperors of Japan. Keed was in a similar situation as Ku, being the only magical heir that the Koga clan had had in several generations, but she had no political power in Britain, just wealth. Yuna was quite surprised that her mother had left her a substantial deposit in Gringotts, but she did remember that her father was quite amused when she told his that she was going to visit the bank. Takan was the heir of one of the few magical families that had moved to America but had kept their political positions in Britain. Still, nobody had fit that position in over 100 years. Ayaka was quite shocked when she found out that her grandmother had been a witch. She knew that her mother had been born in England, but had no clue that she was a squib of the ancient and noble house of Selwyn, the only Selwyn left, actually. Neither Ako, Akira, Setsuna, Maki, Yu, Nodoka, Haruna, Natsumi, Hakase, nor Mei had any magical ancestry in Britain. Shirori, Koyomi, Hamura, Shirabe, and Tamaki had vaults of their own that fate had created for them a few years ago. Colette, Kotaro, and Beatrix never had political or financial relations with Mundus Vetus, despite Beatrix being born here. The same for Emily and Zazie families, despite being very wealthy in Mundus Magicus. Chizuru turned out to be the descendant of a renown which that made numerous discoveries in astrology. Thus Chizuru now had a vault that had accumulated over 700 years of interest from an already huge amount of gold. The surprise turned out to be Chisame. You have to be kidding me. The net idol stared blankly at her ancestry. Only 2 names had magic. Hers and the one at the top. I'm the descendant Morgana YEA I. Well, I did find it odd that your artifact makes you the ruler of cyberspace. Chamo offered. I blame you. Chisame told Negi bluntly, making him nod, crying anime tears. And these were the unknowns? Ragnarok said to himself in disbelief. Next went Nekane, who was of the Springfield bloodline as expected. Daphne, Astoria, Blaze, Suswan, Hannah, Lee, Katie, Alicia, Angelina, and Luna had no surprises either. But when the turn of the Weasleys came, the ancient and noble house of Prewett? Fred asked, surprised. Oh, yes, you are the 4th child of Molly Weasley, are you not? Ragnarok inquired with a grin. Yes, along with George, since we are twins, in case you didn't notice. Why? Fred asked. Well, to put it bluntly, your mother was disowned by her brothers after she did something extremely reckless, stupid, dangerous, and completely idiotic that unfortunately resulted in the death of their mother. They made it so that only her 4th born will have any rights to the Prewett family, and those that come after him, if he wishes so. Ragnarok explained. Well, at least we now know why she hates our pranks. George said grimly. We'll have to talk to her about it sometime. Ginny agreed. Fred then claimed his place as head of house and granted George and Ginny complete access. Neville was the next one to take the test. The results were mostly expected, though one part was not. Well, I see now why the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Hufflepuff. I'm Helga, heir. Neville chuckled. Next went Negi. As expected, he was the heir of the ancient and noble house of Springfield and the royal house of Vesperia. But there was one more, a very old one. Inverse? Negi cocked his head. I never heard of it. As he turned to ask Ragnarok for clarification, he saw that the goblin, Evangeline, and Asuna were surprised. No, scratch that. They looked like he had just discovered the secrets of the universe. Staring like that is rude, you know, he said and snapped them out of it. Negi, Lena Inverse is known in the history of all magic in both worlds as the most powerful and dangerous sorceress that had ever walked the earth. She was the best. Asuna exclaimed. How powerful was she exactly? More powerful than the Life Maker? Kanoka asked. Way more powerful. She had many nicknames. Bandit Killer, Dragon Spooker, Enemy of All Who Live, Chaos Sorceress. Ragnarok explained. But the one she's most renowned for is Slayer, God Slayer. Evangeline said with a chuckle. She puts my accomplishments to shame, and she was a mere human mortal. She was the one that convinced goblins to create Gringotts over 7,000 years ago. Ragnarok informed them. Greediest person that ever lived, he added. The number of her vault is 0, since she was co-founder of Gringotts. Wow, I really need to see that, Negi said excitedly. At this point, only 3 were left. Eva, Harry, and Hermione. Go ahead, Hermione. I'm kind of nervous, Harry said. All right, I'm a little curious myself. Hermione agreed. She placed her bleeding hand in the new batch of blue potion, and when the results appeared, should have seen it coming. Fred chuckled. Yep, we knew it was destiny since their second year. George added. There was no Hermione Jane Granger on the panel. There was, however, a Hermione Jasmine Drake. Hermione, I didn't know you were adopted, Harry said slowly as he stared at the results. Well, I only found out myself 2 years ago. Never found it worth mentioning. I love my current parents, you know? Hermione replied in the same tone. Well, at least we know who the third one is. Eva snickered. Yep. Go, sister. Luna cheered. Right. I have to marry Harry. Hermione mentioned. He turned towards the green-eyed boy. Hermione, Harry began. Well, then I don't have any reasons whatsoever to regret this. Hermione cut him off with a kiss. A long, deep kiss. Wow. Harry gasped for air as the catcalls and whistles continued. Well, I can't get behind now, can I? Daphne asked seductively before following Hermione's example. Double wow. Harry exclaimed when he came out for air. But it didn't last as Luna claimed his lips herself. Okay, that's enough for now, Ragnar said before anything else happened. They looked at him a bit embarrassed before he added with a sly smirk. I could offer you a private room. Some other time, maybe? Harry said quickly, trying to hide his atomic blush as he stepped forward and took the test himself. Let's see here. Heir of the noble and ancient houses of Potter, Gryffindor, Peveril, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Black, and descendant of the McDowell bloodline through your mother's side. Ragnar said calmly. Why am I not surprised? McDowell! Everyone turned to Evangeline, who was smiling at Harry. We're related? Harry asked. Yes, from what I can see, you are the direct descendant of my older sister. She sealed her magic away for several generations to get away from the Inquisition. Eva explained. But the Inquisition was not in that time period. Hermione countered. Well, I wasn't the only one that had a long life. Eva shrugged. Anastasia used a ritual that granted her prolonged youth. She lived for about 200 years. After that, she aged naturally until she died. I did wonder why our eyes were so similar, Harry said thoughtfully. But I didn't see any blondes in the mirror of Ariste in my first year. My sister was a redhead, Eva explained. I see. Harry nodded. Well, I already know what I wanted about my bloodline, so I won't be needing the test. Eva told Ragnar, who nodded in agreement. I need to know who I'm bonded to. I found out recently that I'm bonded to 5 girls, but I only know of 3. Harry motioned to Daphne, Hermione, and Luna. I suggest all of the males do so, since you know little about what your parents had planned for you. Ragnar suggested, and Harry, Neville, Negi, Kotaro, Blaise, Lee, and the twins nodded in agreement. There's just one thing that's bugging me, Harry said. Sirius was supposed to be the Black Heir. Well, according to the results of your test, he passed that power to you sometime in November, Ragnar said as he inspected some details on the panel. He must have heard that you claimed your lordship and granted you his as well, since he still wanted. Hermione said. Well, you should all claim your titles before deal with the bonds, Ragnar suggested. 5 minutes later, Lord Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Ravenclaw, Slytherin Peveril McDowell, and Lord Negi Springfield in Theophusia in verse, along with Ragnar, led the others through the atrium of the bank. Lord Potter, may I have a word with you? A female voice was heard. As Harry turned around, he expected either one of Dumbledore, Pawns, or Voldemort, Death Eaters, or even some reporter. He did not expect a nervous-looking Narcissa Malfoy. From Voldemort memories he knew she wasn't marked, nor did she have any role in the last war. Maybe it was time to find out if she had a new tattoo. Using a subtle form of legitimacy, he detected fear as she looked around, but when she was looking at him she felt hope. Director Ragnar, can you and the others go on ahead? Harry inquired. Of course. You can have Griphook guide you when you're ready, Lord Potter. Ragnar began. Harry will be fine, Director. My titles make me sound a bit too old. Harry interrupted. Harry it is. Please call me Ragnar. The goblin leader gave him a toothy grin before leading the others away. I'll stay if you don't mind, Harry, Evangeline said. So will I. Hermione said as she gave Narcissa a suspicious look. Is that all right with you, Mrs. Malfoy? Harry asked, knowing too well that neither she nor he had any say in the matter. It is all right with me, Lord Potter. Narcissa shrugged. Griphook, can you please lead me to an empty conference room? I think this conversation should be more private. Harry asked the goblin who happened to be nearby. Of course, Lord Potter. Griphook said quickly and led them to a nearby chamber. Tap your wand on the door after you close it to ensure privacy, he added before he left. Well, Mrs. Malfoy, what can I help you with? Harry asked after the room was sealed. I have a request to make of you, Lord Potter. Narcissa said nervously. A request, you say? Harry said slowly. Yes. Narcissa confirmed. Before you make that request, could you show me? Harry began cautiously. Don't worry, Lord Potter. I'm here on my own accord for personal reasons, Narcissa said as she raised the left sleeve of her robe, revealing no dark mark. All right then, what is your request? Harry asked, visibly relieved as he felt honesty in her words. It's about Sirius, your godfather. Narcissa began. Did something happen to Sirius? Harry asked quickly, suddenly tensed. Not that I know of. I have no way of contacting him. That's my problem, Narcissa said. Why would you need to contact Sirius? Hermione narrowed her eyes. I need his help. He's the only person who can help me, Narcissa said in a slightly trembling voice. Then what do you need me for? Harry raised an eyebrow. You're his godson. You must have some way to talk to him, Narcissa replied. What do you want me to tell him? Harry asked. I want Sirius to dissolve my marriage, Narcissa said bluntly. The two Hogwarts students stared at her in disbelief while a small grin began to form on Evangeline's face. Why would want that? Hermione asked, earning a look that said, Are you stupid? I'm married to a bastard that I never loved who sees me more of a decoration than a wife. His son is a ponce that I have to restrain myself from hitting every time he opens his mouth. Did I mention that they bow to a maniac that wants to wipe out most mankind and that maniac likes to visit often? Narcissa ranted. I see your point, Hermione said weakly. So you basically want to get divorced. But what about the bond? Harry asked. There is no marital bond between me and Lucius Malfoy. The only bond that keeps me married to him is the one I have with the House of Black. The previous Lord Black, Sirius' father, ordered me as head of house to marry Lucius, and I had no choice in the matter. Narcissa explained. Why haven't you contacted Sirius before? Hermione asked. He became eligible for lordship a few years after he was taken to Azkaban when his father died. After he escaped, if the ministry couldn't find him, how I? Not that I could have contacted him anyway, Narcissa said. What do you mean? Hermione asked. It wasn't a secret that I never wanted to marry that bastard, but he wanted a wife from a pure-blooded family. That doesn't mean that he got more than that, though. Narcissa grinned evilly. I like this girl already. Evangeline snickered. Girl? Narcissa raised an eyebrow at the blonde vampire. I am 35, you know. Compared to her, you might as well be an embryo. Harry smirked, earning a glare from Eva. Allow me to introduce my last living blood relative, Lady Evangeline A.K. McDowell, my great-great-great-great-great-great-aunt. Harry said. Don't call me that. Evangeline said, annoyed. Why? You like everyone knowing your greatness. Hermione grinned. Very funny. You just earned a private spar with me, Eva said, making Hermione pale. Back to the discussion at hand, Harry said, turning towards an amused Narcissa. What about Draco? What about him? Narcissa raised an eyebrow. He's your son. Harry narrowed his eyes. He's Lucius' son. Narcissa countered. What do you mean? Hermione asked, confused. You didn't. Eva laughed. I did. Narcissa nodded with satisfaction. Who did what? Harry asked, looking between the blondes. Harry, in the magical world there is a potion that can be used when either the wife or the husband can't have children. It requires blood from both and another woman to drink it. Eva Narcissa explained. So you didn't give birth to Draco? Hermione asked. No. Narcissa shook her head. Even if Lucius were to use the Imperius on me, he's not exactly, well, you know what I mean, he's still your son, at least by blood. Harry countered. No, he isn't, Narcissa said with an evil smirk. Harry looked at her for a few seconds in confusion before it dawned on him. He started with a giggle, and after a minute he was cackling evilly. Harry, what's so damn funny? Hermione asked, annoyed. She replaced her blood with somebody else's, Harry managed to say as he calmed down a little. She didn't. Hermione, eyes widened as she looked at Narcissa. I did. From a blonde muggle woman, Narcissa said gleefully. Oh, this is too much. Harry laughed as he held his stomach. First I find out that Voldemort, father, was a muggle. Then I found out yesterday that Snape, father, was a muggle. And I find out today that Draco, real mother, is a muggle. Oh, if this isn't divine punishment, I don't know what is. Snape, father, was muggle? Hermione asked, surprised. Yeah. He found out that his mother is a witch after they got married. He really didn't like it, Harry said, now completely sober. I see, Hermione said hesitantly. She realized that it was more to the story than Harry had just told them, but it wasn't the time for this. Right, back to our discussion. Narcissa agreed nervously as she looked at Harry. So you want to be free, Harry said thoughtfully as he glanced at Narcissa. Lord Potter. Narcissa literally fell to her knees. I'm begging you. I'll be your secretary, cook for you, do your laundry, and bear your children. Whatever you ask of me. Just help me, please. Harry stared at Narcissa in surprise. Not necessarily of what she was saying, but what she was thinking. She actually meant every word. Mrs. Malfoy, Harry began. Narcissa, she corrected. Narcissa, he agreed with a smile. Please stand up. After she was back on her feet, he continued. I'll help you, Harry said with a small smile, and a moment later he was enveloped by Narcissa, arms, and squeezed into a hug. A hug where his face was trapped in her generous cleavage. You need him alive if you want him to help, Eva said casually at some point. Huh. Narcissa glanced at her in surprise. He needs to breathe, Eva explained. Narcissa glanced downwards at Harry's face and flushed in embarrassment before letting him go. I'm sorry, Lord Potter. I got a bit too enthusiastic. Narcissa looked away embarrassed. Perfectly understandable, Harry said after he had enough air in his lungs. And call me Harry, please. All right, Harry. Narcissa smiled. What does Sirius have to do in order to cancel your marriage? Hermione asked. It's quite similar to the way one claims lordship, Narcissa explained. He just has to say that as head of house he declares my marriage void. Quite simple. Hermione agreed before turning towards Harry with a smirk. What are you waiting for? Go ahead. I agree. Harry smiled as he raised his new wand. I, Harry James Potter Black, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Peveril McDowell, as head of the ancient and noble house of Black, hereby declare the marriage between Narcissa Malfoy née Black and Lucius Malfoy null and void. So mote it be. In a flash of magic that covered both Harry and Narcissa, it was done. You're Lord Black? Narcissa asked, surprised. Yes, I am, Harry confirmed. Since when? Narcissa asked. Since 20 minutes ago when I found out that Sirius gave me that power, Harry explained. I take it I got lucky? Narcissa asked. Yes, though I intend to visit him soon, so it would have been doable anyway. Harry smiled. Thank you, Lore. Harry, I am forever in your debt, Narcissa said as she enveloped him in another hug, suffocating him again. You're welcome, Harry gasped. Tell me, Narcissa, are you willing to help us fight against Voldemort? Evangeline asked her. When word gets out of what happened, I won't have a choice anyway. I can't run away since they'll find me, so I might as well as fight. I would prefer to go down fighting than be hunted down, Narcissa confessed. Tell me, Narcissa, what is your opinion on Muggleborns? Harry asked. I'm not particularly fond of them, but it's not the blood part one have a problem with, Narcissa confessed. What do you mean? Hermione asked, surprised. It's the attitude most Muggleborns have. They come from a place where they are special by having magical powers and continue that belief even after entering our society. They consider themselves hot shots and demand various things that they feel that is within their right when it isn't. Narcissa shook her head. But in the Muggle world, Hermione began. There are muggles. Our laws are different from theirs. Narcissa countered. Yes, but many of the wizarding laws are either useless, inappropriate for the age we're in, or even against what are considered primary human right for muggles. Hermione ranted. I agree. Narcissa nodded. You agree? Hermione asked, surprised. I was practically sold off by my family to marry that idiot, remember? Narcissa reminded her sarcastically. Sorry. Hermione bowed her head. I understand how you feel. I really do. Narcissa said softly. But you must also understand that the current noble families had started off from a muggle born at some point and gained their political power and wealth over centuries. That's how all societies are. Ours just refuses to change the parts that are useless because some corrupted people have something to gain from it. Simply saying how things should be won't cut it. You must have a good way to make it so. So you don't hate anything related to muggles? Hermione asked. I love their fashion for starters, Narcissa said with a smile and a faraway look in her eyes. Women and shopping. Harry sighed before turning towards Eva. What do you think? I agree with what you're thinking. Eva nodded before turning towards Narcissa. Narcissa, are you willing to join an organization that opposes Voldemort? Dumbledore Order of the Phoenix? Narcissa asked doubtfully. No, the Order of the Twilight. Harry corrected. Who's in charge and who are the members? Narcissa asked. In charge are Lord Negi Springfield and Theophusia Inverse, Lady Evangeline A.K. McDowell, and myself. Harry said. I saw some of the memories Draco sent home from his first class with Lord Springfield. I have heard of his father, but he surprised me greatly. He could defeat both Voldemort and Dumbledore at the same time. Narcissa said. Yes, at this point quite a few people in our little group are more powerful than Voldy. By the way, most of the ones you saw earlier are part of our order. Harry said. If they are learning magic from Lord Springfield and Lady McDowell, I doubt they are mere children, despite their age. Narcissa said as he looked at Hermione for confirmation and received a nod. How do I join? Take a witch oath that you won't willingly betray the Order of the Twilight and you're in. Evangeline instructed. After Narcissa did so, the vampire turned to Harry. Make a copy of one of the blank rings you brought using the Elder Wand. It will be permanent. You have the Elder Wand? Narcissa, eyes widened. Yep. I got it off Dumbledore right in front of Gringotts this morning, Harry said as he did a quick Geminio spell before giving Narcissa her ring. Put it on and channel your magic through it in order to bond. Done. Narcissa said after a small flash from the ring. Good. I'll tell you how to use it later. For now, just will it invisible and untraceable and will the localized Fidelius to activate. Harry told her. Done. Can you still see it? Narcissa asked as he noticed Harry's eyes looking at the ring. Yeah, all of the Order members can see each other's rings. Harry confirmed. Harry, did either you or Sirius reinstall my sister Andromeda and her daughter Nymphadora into the Black family? Narcissa asked as he suddenly remembered something. I don't think Sirius did. I didn't either, Harry said after a moment of thought. You can do it like you voided my marriage. If I was done before, nothing will happen. Narcissa said. I, Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Ravenclaw Slytherin Peveril McDowell, as head of the ancient and noble House of Black, hereby reinstall Andromeda Tonks nay Black and Nymphadora Tonks in the ancient and noble House of Black, Harry said, and a flash of magic followed. Andy will be very happy. Narcissa smiled. You know, there is one person that I don't want in the Black family, Hermione said slowly. Bellatrix. Harry and Narcissa said in one voice. Why? Harry asked Narcissa. Enemies aren't the only ones she uses the Cruciatus on, Narcissa said with a shudder. Don't cast her off just yet. It may create unwanted complications with our plans with that vault. Evangeline warned them. What plan? Narcissa asked. You'll see. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Hermione grinned. Let's go. We need to meet up with the others. Harry suggested. Mind if I join you? Narcissa inquired. Not at all. By the way, do you have a place to stay now that you're a free woman? Harry asked as they headed for the atrium. No, but I still have my personal vault here at Gringotts and I can afford a new house. Why? Are trying to make an offer? Narcissa smiled. I am, in fact. After we're done here, we plan to choose one of my properties as a base of operations. You're more than welcome to stay there. I did cause you to lose your marriage. Harry finished with a joke. Sure, why not? I need to familiarize with the others if we're going to be working together. Narcissa agreed. They were then led by Griphook where the others had been led by Ragnarok. As they opened the large double doors, they were greeted by a strange sight. Angelina was tightly holding a nervous Fred by the shoulder, and Alicia and Katie were doing the same with Fred, respectively. Lee. Neville was holding hands with a smiling Hannah. Kotaro was sweating bullets with Natsumi, Chizuru, May and Sharabe, while Negi was drowning in his own partners. Yo, what's up? Harry asked casually as if it was a daily occurrence. Sadly, it almost was. Take a guess. Anya snapped. Fred, George, Lee and Neville each have a fiancé while Negi and Kotaro are engaged to all their partners? Harry guessed. There was a long silence. That's exactly it. How did you know? Nekane asked. With the amount of insanity that I have in my life, I stop being surprised of things and even expect them. Harry shrugged. Oh. Everyone in the room nodded in understanding. Hey Harry, why is Mrs. Malfoy here? Ginny asked with narrowed eyes. It's Black, actually. Narcissa smirked. Harry just dissolved my marriage with that bastard Malfoy. As for why I'm here, she raised her right hand so that everyone could see the ring. How did you know Harry was the new Lord Black, if even an hour has not passed yet? Luna asked. I didn't. I was actually hoping that he could talk to Sirius for me. I even brought his old wand, now that I think about it. Narcissa added as she took a wand and handed it to Harry. That wand has been sealed when Mr. Black was arrested, Ragnarok said. Only the head of the DMLE can unseal it. Yes, but a priori incantatum cast on it would work, and that would easily be enough to prove his innocence if it comes with a confession under Veritaserum. Narcissa countered. Yes, it would, if he gets a trial this time. Harry said a little annoyed. What do you mean? Narcissa asked surprised. You didn't know that Sirius was sent to Azkaban without a trial? Hermione asked surprised. No. From what I remember from back then, Lucius managed to steal this wand right after he was arrested and then bribed some people. Narcissa replied. Well, unless he bribed Barty Crouch Sr. as well, he just wasted his money. Crouch sent him to Azkaban without a trial. Probably to increase his popularity. I think he was running for minister at the time. Eva said. We'll deal with this later. I want to see what bonds Harry has. Kotaro smirked. Indeed, Harry, right this way? Ragnarok instructed. When Harry was next to him, he noticed the white marble pedestal that reached his waist. What do I need to do? Harry inquired. Place the tip of your wand on the pedestal and channel your magic through it. Ragnarok instructed. I have 2 wands. Harry drew both his Holly and Elder wands. You know that owning more than 1 wand without special permission is illegal, right? Ragnarok inquired. Harry hesitated. I never saw it, and I'll arrange the required paperwork to make it legal. Ragnarok gave him a toothy grin. Place the tips of both wands on the pedestal, please. As Harry obeyed, magic poured through him and into the pedestal. It then took form in 6 strands of silver smoke that wrote 6 names. In the air, Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Drake, Luna Lovegood, Susan Bones, Fleur Delacour, and Narcissa Black. Negi, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't I have only 5 last time I checked? Harry asked calmly. Yes, you did. Negi replied just as calmly. I blame you for everything of this nature. Harry informed him. Chisame does the same. I'm used to it. Negi acknowledged. Why are they so calm? Nekane inquired. Harry has a few attempts at his life per year and Negi already has over a dozen fiancés. Why should this be surprising? Neville shrugged. Maybe because Narcissa wasn't bonded to him yesterday. Ragnarok suggested. According to this, they bonded less than 10 minutes ago. Yes, how did that happen? Narcissa looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. Hermione? Any ideas? Harry turned to the bookworm. Evangeline? Hermione asked, and everyone turned to her. Why should I know? The vampire raised an eyebrow. If I respond to that, you'll smack me. Negi said, and everyone's sweat dropped. Just answer, please. Fine. Eva sighed before turning to Harry. Do you remember what Narcissa did before you voided her marriage? Yes. Harry nodded slowly. He didn't say more because she didn't want to embarrass her. Does her behavior remind you of someone else? From about 14 years ago, perhaps? Eva asked him. From? Harry began confused before he stopped. His eyes widened and closed as he let out a sigh. Well? Hermione asked. Yes, I remember. Harry nodded before turning towards Narcissa with a questioning look. Are you all right if I tell them? No details, please. Narcissa agreed. Well, basically, in a way, what happened today happened when Voldemort killed my mother. Harry began, gaining gasps of surprise. Back then, she offered her life in exchange for my own. Voldemort killed her, thus agreeing to the contract she proposed. When he tried to kill me, the magic of the contract that had attached itself to my since I was part of the deal repelled the killing curse at Voldemort because he tried to avoid fulfilling his part of the bargain. I see, Narcissa said thoughtfully. A magical binding contract. Heh, Lily was always good at the more obscure stuff. Something similar happened today, Harry continued, making a mental note to ask Narcissa more about his mother. When you offered anything in order to help you get rid of the marriage with Lucius Malfoy and I dissolved your marriage, I accepted the contract and fulfilled my part of the bargain. And somehow magic chose your part to be bonded with me. Harry finished. Why though? I believe I might know. Ragnarok offered. You see, Harry, you have 6 lordships at the moment. Yes, I know that. Harry replied. What you don't know is that you need at least 1 wife for each, and can have up to 4 for the lordships you're the last blood descendant of. Ragnarok smirked. That would be the Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Peverell lines, right? Hermione asked in a small voice. Indeed, was Ragnarok's reply. Negi, Harry said. Yes, I know. The redhead nodded in defeat. You blame me, right? Yep. Harry nodded before turning to Narcissa. Narcissa, I. Well, Harry, I'll admit it's a bit, well, very surprising. But I can accept it. Narcissa chuckled. You can? Hermione asked, shocked. How? Look at it this way. I'm single and he's cute. Isn't that enough? Narcissa asked her with a small smirk. Well, can't argue with that. Hermione returned the smirk. Am I the only one surprised that Susan is bonded to Harry as well? Hannah asked. No, I was wondering that myself, and I have a good hunch on how it happened. Susan, what do you think? Harry asked the red-headed girl. Our parents, Susan said and shared a sigh with Harry. Yes, according to this, you've been bonded for almost 15 years. Ragnarok confirmed. Well, what can I say? I agree with those two. Susan motioned to Hermione and Narcissa as she walked over to Harry. He's cute, she said before kissing him. When Harry was finally allowed to breathe, he found himself looking at a grinning Narcissa who had a gleam in her eyes. Before he knew it, he was getting lessons on kissing a mature woman. Yo, Asuna. Anya quietly called out her friend. Are you okay with all this? Usually you would have blown a blood vessel by now. You do know my real age, right? Asuna received a nod. You do realize that I'm the first in line to marry Negi, right? She asked. Oh, yeah. Sorry for bothering you. Anya nodded before smacking Negi. Why? Negi whined. I don't know, but it has to be your fault. Anya said calmly before ignoring Negi. You know Harry, Fleur is dating Bill. Ginny told the spectacled boy after he was released by Narcissa. I know. Harry nodded. You are aware they love each other, right? Ginny added. Ragnarok, when was my bond with Fleur formed? Harry inquired. In February. She bonded to you as a result of a Vila life debt. Did you save her life, by any chance? Ragnarok inquired. Not hers. It must have been when I saved her sister Gabrielle during the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. She was Fleur hostage, and she would have died if left underwater any longer than she had. Harry must. Harry, we weren't in any danger. Hermione insisted. You, Ron, and Cho weren't in any danger. Harry countered. Gabrielle is part Vila, a being of fire. They are very vulnerable to water. Dumbledore should be counting his blessings for me saving her. Harry said angrily. Well, Since she was the older sister and Miss Gabrielle Delacour was her hostage and was under 11 years old, Ragnock began. She's 9 at the moment, Harry confirmed. Then Miss Fleur Delacour was automatically bonded to you, Ragnock confirmed. She still loves Bill, though, Ginny reminded. I'm afraid that is not possible, Ragnock said gravely. Once a Vila is bonded to someone, they can only love that someone. Nor can a Vila be loved by someone else besides their bonded. Like their fire, love is part of their very being. These rules of magic cannot be changed. Then why is she dating Bill? Ginny asked angrily. Is she just messing with him? That's impossible as well. You see, what you call messing with is what Vila, succubus, and other beings that are based on love call searching for a destined one. Once bonded, that will never happen again, since their destined one had been decided. Ragnock explained. That does not explain why Fleur and Bill are dating, though, Fred pointed out. It does, actually, Harry said, annoyed. You see, Fleur would have known all this, and she would have told me, if not right there and then after the task was over. Someone meddled. Again. Dumbledore. All of those that had been at Hogwarts in the past few months groaned. Why, though? Ginny wondered. The bond one have with Fleur is different than the others. Harry began slowly. It is not finalized. She initiated it through her magic and her honestly when she thanked Mo for saving Gabrielle, and I need to finalize it by accepting it before her and giving proof of that acceptance a kiss. What else is different about this bond? Hermione asked suspiciously. If not completed, there are consequences, Harry stated hesitantly. What kind of consequences? Daphne asked. If the bond is not completed within a year, Fleur dies, Harry stated, drawing gasps of shock and anger from the others. And if she dies because I did not accept the bond, then I will die the second I reach majority. A long silence followed. How could this have possibly happened? Ragnock asked loudly. Not only are Vila resistant to the control of others, but the ward's places at the entrance of this bank should have at least alerted me of any spells that control her actions, if not cancel them outright. It wouldn't have been possible if Dumbledore didn't use this wand. Harry fished out his new white wand. The Elder Wand. Of course. Ragnock whispered on realization. There were rumors that Grindelwald had it during his rise. It's only natural for Dumbledore to claim is as his own after he defeated him. Any spells cast by that wand can only be cancelled by that wand. There are only a few other ways to do it without disastrous consequences, and all of them involve one of the other 2 Deathly Hallows. Eva said. True. Ragnock admitted. With that, a simple finite would free both Miss Delacour and Mr. Weasley from the spells they are under. Can you summon them here right now? Harry inquired. Yes, I can and will. Ragnock agreed and headed for the door before you froze in his tracks. Mr. Potter, may I ask a favor of you? What exactly is your request? Harry asked carefully. If Albus Dumbledore could control a bonded Vila, he could also control any one of my goblins or other employees. Ragnock said stiffly. A long, unpleasant silence followed. I know a regional version of the control-canceling spell I need to use on those 2. It works on a mile radius. Will that be enough? Harry inquired. Not unless you can cast it 3 times. Ragnock shook his head. Once from here and twice from 2 separate places in the tunnels that lead to the vaults. I can cast it about 10 times per day before I suffer any form of magical exhaustion, Harry said after a moment of thought. I'll be right back, Ragnock said in delight as he sprinted out of the room, despite his old age. Negi, you still haven't explained to me what exactly is going on. Negi turned towards the redhead. Ever heard of Voldemort? Negi asked. Yes, I know about him. Why? Negi inquired. He returned in June and is still bent on killing every living being that isn't a pure-blooded wizard or witch. Negi replied. You intend to fight against him, don't you? Negi sighed. Yes, I do. Negi admitted. Well, be careful. Negi told him. Okay, one each on. Negi agreed. She knows that he's too stubborn to give up, doesn't she? Harry whispered to Asuna. Yep, I think we all do. Asuna smirked. A few minutes later, Ragnar returned with Fleur and Bill, who looked confused. Harry, what's going on? Bill asked as he looked around at the numerous group. Harry? Fleur looked at him in surprise before she winced, clasped her hands to her head in obvious pain. Before anyone could do anything, Harry had raised the Elder Wand above his head and hissed in Parseltongue, Finitum Influenta? A barely visible sphere of energy appeared on the tip of the Elder Wand before it expanded until it had a 1-mile radius. Harry! Fleur cried out before jumping the emerald-eyed boy and enveloping him in a hug before she began crying on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Harry. I wanted to tell you rigged away. But I know it was Dumbledore doing, Fleur. I know. It's all right. I don't blame you in the least. And the time limit is still 2 months away, Harry said as he tried to calm her down. You know? Fleur asked with surprise and relief. Yes, I do. Harry smiled and wiped away her tears. And I, Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Ravenclaw, Slytherin Peveril McDowell, hereby accept the bond with you, Fleur Isabel Delacour. So mote it be, Harry said and kissed Fleur, who returned the kiss as a flash of magic enveloped them. Welcome to the club, Fleur, Hermione told her as they ended the kiss. What do you mean? Fleur asked, confused. I think she was talking about that. Bill blinked and pointed to the pedestal, which still had the 6 names floating above it. 6 Bondus? Fleur asked, surprised, before looking at Harry. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Gee, thanks, Harry said sarcastically. Tell me, do you two want to get some payback at Dumbledore and still be fighting against Voldemort? Yes, they both answered in one voice. Swear a witch's and wizard's oath that you won't betray the Order of the Twilight, and then put these on, Harry instructed as he threw out a blank ring and made 2 more copies before handing them out. Are you sure you should be doing that with me here? Ragnar inquired. By the time we're done today, you'll probably want to join yourself. Harry shrugged. I already do, but my oaths to Gringotts prevent me from doing so. But I could ally the Goblin Nation if you were to declare a blood feud, or the like against Voldemort and his followers. Ragnar suggested. How can I do that? Harry asked. You must do it before the Wizengot, and must have at least one other member's vote of confidence. Ragnar explained. I doubt it will be a problem. Harry chuckled. Indeed. Ragnar smirked. Let's head for the vaults already. I'm dying to see them, Negi said excitedly. We can explain on the way there, or while waiting for someone to finish with his or her vault. Yes, and I can cast that spell a few more times. It wouldn't do have the goblins that might be under Dumbledore control report to him. Harry must. Yes, that would be a disaster. Ragnar agreed and led them towards the entrance of the tunnels. By the way, what else did Dumbledore have you do? Hermione inquired. He tried to gain confidential information on various vault here in Gringotts. Bill replied. But T oats we took W and we were ired prevent in it unlike T-at. So, he had to resign wit reports on W. Various deet eaters do W and TY come air. Fleur told them. They would have talked more, but when riding the Gringotts carts that would have been a very bad idea. Luckily for them, they used Ragnar's personal cart, which was like a small train wagon, completely furnished on the inside and magically enlarged to fit at least 100 people when necessary. When asked why his personal cart was so large, Ragnar shrugged and said that it was the way one of his predecessors designed it. Their first stop was the Akashi Vault, where Una totally ignored the mountain of gold and silver and headed for that comparatively small display cases that had magical guns and ammunition. She took every last one and placed it all into an expandable bag along with a considerable amount of gold. Mana Vault was similar, though with more gold and a hell lot more weapons. She just took some gold and some ammunition. The Koga Vault was not what Keat expected. True, it had more gold than she would ever need and several weapons that were obviously made by and for ninja. What surprised her was the large collection of scrolls and books that were there. She was having a hard time deciding what exactly to take, but Ragnar helped out by gathering them all in a magically enlarged bag with a simple spell. Fu Fei had died and went to heaven, not because of the blinding golden light that shined from the mountain of gold in the Xing Vault, but because of the various scrolls for techniques and styles that had been lost in her family for generations. After all, What's 4,000 years of Chinese martial arts if you lose your best techniques over time? Luna, Blaze, Daphne, Astoria, Susan, Hannah, and many of the others that had wizarding families chose several rare books to take with them from their family vaults. Susan also found her copy of her betrothal contract, as did Hannah and hers. The Drake main vault was not what Hermione expected. She expected something that would remind her of Grimmauld Place, dark and creepy. What she didn't expect was a very artistic arrangement of everything, in perfect order, as if she had done it herself. "Your Jasmine daughter?" Narcissa asked, surprised. "Yes. Did you know her?" Hermione asked hopefully. "Know her?" Narcissa chuckled. "We practically grew up together. We were the best of friends, despite her being a Ravenclaw and me a Slytherin. I'll show you a few memories I have of her sometime," she promised. Inside the vault, Hermione found a few of her parents' personal items, such as a notebook of her mother, custom spells, and even some magical items like a portable pensieve. She also took some books that looked rather dark, but were very old and valuable looking. The next vaults they visited was the Longbottom, Black, Springfield, and Potter vaults that were on the same level, though a few hundred meters away from one another. Neville was quite surprised to find a rather impressive collection of swords in his family main vault. After a brief look around, he found one of his father's journals and discovered that every Lord Longbottom was required to know how to duel with a sword. He even found out the reason why all the swords seemed to be on display. A certain ritual was required for the new lord when choosing his weapon. All he had to do was place his main hand on a certain small gem placed among the swords and channel his magic into it. His sword would then be revealed. When Neville did so, a katana in a white sheath began to glow and flew into his arms. According to what was inscribed on the sheath, it was called Moon Cutter. Neville then took a few books on sword styles and left. The Black Vault was odd. Not as creepy as Grimmauld Place, but not exactly light either. Harry decided to listen to Narcissa advice and take just a few books and then arrange with Ragnarok to have a few of his trusted curse breakers do a sweep and remove the various curses they were all aware of being there just by instinct. Negi was a bit disappointed that the Springfield main vault didn't have any notable magical artifacts, but he was very pleased with the amount of books on powerful spells. The Potter main vault pissed Harry off. His beloved father had left a short memory. Scratch that, it was an extremely short memory. All James had to say was, "Rather you than me," while holding the 4 marriage contracts he had arranged. Oh, someone was going to pay when he died. Other than that, there were numerous books and magical items gathered there. To Harry's surprise, Lily had began learning some elemental magic after finishing Hogwarts, and James, like any wise husband, had decided to buy any book his beloved wife wanted. Among those books were a few that even Eva raised an eyebrow at. Before he left, he discreetly added several more items to his expandable bag. When they reached the McDowell Vault, they were quite surprised by its contents. Besides the expected extremely large amount of gold, there was only one other item. It was an orb, the size of his fist. It was mostly green, but the light it emitted was golden. "She did it," Evangeline whispered in shock as she fell to her knees before the orb that was placed on a small gold socket that resembled a dragon claw. "She actually did it? Who did what?" Asuna asked, confused. "And what's with that green ball?" Kotaro added. "Well, considering that the only other person who had access to this vault was Evangeline's sister," Ragnarok pointed out. "Yes, it was Anastasia who did this, who made this orb." Eva nodded weakly. "What is that orb?" Harry asked cautiously. "Don't worry, it's not a weapon or anything like that." Eva chuckled. "Then what is it?" Negi inquired. "A replica of an artifact that had been lost during the time of Lena in Verse, your ancestor," Eva said. "It was known as the Clare Bible." "A Bible?" Negi blinked in confusion. "No, it was called that just because it was a physical manifestation of the memories of the flare dragon god Cepheid," Eva explained, while both Asuna and Ragnarok were staring at the orb in awe. "The Clare Bible contained near unlimited knowledge," Asuna said. "Does that mean that?" Haruna pointed a shaking finger at the orb. "Of course not," Eva scoffed. To have that kind of knowledge, Anastasia would have needed the original Clare Bible, which was lost thousands of years ago. What exactly did your sister accomplish? Hermione asked. What she did was create a possibly perfect replica of the memory containment method. Eva grinned. Near unlimited amounts of knowledge literally in one's hand. Cho said in awe. Eva, is it empty, or? Harry left the question hanging. Eva looked at him in confusion for a moment, before her eyes widened in comprehension. No, it has at least 100 years' worth of memories, Eva said as she carefully examined the orb. If you don't mind me asking, what was your sister's field of expertise? Narcissa inquired. You mean fields, right? Eva chuckled. She dwelled in quite a few more restricted fields, but what she was really good at were blood magic, soul magic, alchemy, internal alchemy, transfiguration, and potions. Did you say internal alchemy? Harry narrowed his eyes at her. Yes. Eva nodded. In other words, she was the sole apprentice of Nicholas Flamel. That's how she gained prolonged youth, wasn't it? She was able to find a way to have her body periodically produce the elixir of life. Harry said in awe. Looks like Tommy Boy had done his homework well. Eva smirked. Yes, it's true. But like I said, it was a dark ritual. If she continued using it, she would have lost all her humanity. So, instead, she chose to enjoy her time while it was safe, and then live a normal life. Voldy tried to copy her, using some of her research he managed to get his hands on. Didn't work too well. It cost him every strand of hair he had, as well as any chance to recover it. Harry announced with a smirk, making everyone burst into laughter. Oh, I doubt anyone could use any of the materials she left behind. After all, I helped her myself to sabotage them all. Eva said after she regained her composure. I remember this particular curse as, well, it belongs to a branch of soul magic. No matter what he does to change his body, his soul will reject it. You don't say, Harry said thoughtfully as he glanced between the orb and Eva. Tell me, does your form of vampirism affect your soul? He inquired. Well, yes, but why? Eva, words died in her throat as her eyes bulged as she stared at the orb. Yep, that's what I thought. Harry smiled. Well, then it's in your hands now. Eva said slowly. What do you mean? Harry raised an eyebrow. Anastasia made it so that only one of her direct descendants may even touch this orb. Eva said bluntly. Anyone else would get their entire memory copied into the orb before blasting them back with enough force to turn even me into a bloody smear on the walls of this vault. Ah. Harry nodded sagely. Just touch the orb and mentally order it to download everything into your head. Eva muttered. I know that it won't fry your brain, since the speed is set to adapt to the user. Also, you will be in a partial, localized time dilation field. So for us, it will only be a minute or so. And so Harry did. What he saw at the end of the learning experience, however, will be forever imprinted in his memory. Only 2 minutes had passed when Harry let go of the orb, and the vacant look on his face deeply disturbed the others. Harry, Harry, Eva called out as she snapped her fingers before his eyes. Eventually, she lost her patience and smacked him. Wake up, idiot.
Ugh.
Harry groaned as he massaged his cheek. That wasn't necessary, you know. You were out of it. Eva shrugged. Any guy my age would be out of it after seeing 10 continuous hours worth of Fex Ed. Harry barked back. Say what? Eva asked quietly after a long, uncomfortable silence. You heard me, Harry replied tiredly. Hell, I didn't even know women could bend that way, he added in a quiet groan. Still, everyone heard him and the girls couldn't help but blush. Bend what way? Negi asked innocently, making the girls stutter. Still, with the limited level of legitimacy that Harry had begun to use since his bonds had been removed, the green-eyed boy was able to pick up the mischief hidden in Negi's eyes. Suddenly, a wide smirk appeared on Harry's face. You know, Negi, you have every right to ask that, Harry declared. So, when we get back at Hogwarts, I'll ask Professor McGonagall to tell you about all this stuff. Be warned, though, she can be a little graphic about this. Fred warned. Yeah, better not eat anything beforehand. George added as he placed a comforting hand on the shoulder of a pale Negi Springfield. Never mind, Negi muttered as everyone else laughed at his expense. The next stop were the Founders' Vaults. Just as expected, the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff vaults were filled up to the ceiling with gold and precious gems, as well as various rare metals and materials, with the huge pile of valuable books stored in the back under some heavy preservation charms. The Slytherin vault was quite disappointing, having very little gold, but the vast amount of books compensated somewhat. The Fey vault held a rather small amount of gold, but compensated with the mountains of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other valuable gems, as well as various rare and valuable woods, metals, and other magical items. What were appreciated the most by many of the group were the books on animagus transformations, as well as runes and arithmancy. The next stop was for the Peveril and Vesperia vaults, which curiously were the only ones on that level. Vaults that are on the same level have been created in relatively the same year or decade. Ragnarok answered their curiosity. They first opened the Vesperia vault. The apparently endless mountains of gold were instantly ignored in favor of the 4 items that were encased in blood-red crystal. Impossible. Negi breathed as he fell to his knees. There were supposed to be only 7 of this type. Nodoka whispered. I'm sure of it. Dynamis said so as well. Actually, 20 years ago the Ala Rubra captured these 4. Fate. Sama had thought they destroyed them back then. Shirori informed them. These things can't be destroyed. Asuna told them annoyed. If they did somehow destroy these staffs, Mundus Magicus would have collapsed even faster. So it was that easy? Hamura yelled in annoyance. Yes. You confirmed. However, the ritual required to do so would take 36 hours. Much longer than the one you chose to accomplish. Oh. Hamura blinked before smiling victoriously. But they could have done it without me, anytime, any place. Asuna added with a cruel smirk as Hamura began hitting the floor of the vault in anger. Well, that was the plan they worked on for decades. You didn't actually expect fate to accept a better plan, did you? Negi asked, sarcasm emanating from him. Hello? New guys here. What exactly are those things? Harry drew their attention. They look like keys. Hermione remarked. These are 4 of the, apparently, 11 Grand Master staffs that hold power over the Mundus Magicus. I suspect that one was made for each public gateport, while the Ashton gateport had the Great Grand Master's staff. Shichamaru informed them. My God! Ragnarok gasped in shock, holding his chest and looking on the verge of a heart attack. They are disabled at the moment, you know? Negi said quickly. Good to know. Harry said. But what can they do? They can disintegrate any object created in Mundus Magicus, anyone, summon thousands of demons. Chow trailed off. Right. Keys to Apocalypse. Sorry I asked. Harry sighed. We're talking seriously here. Asuna said sharply. So am I. Harry countered and turned to the rest of the group. We'll consider this a secret of the Order of the Twilight, so that it will fall under the oath we took. He then turned to Ragnarok. Ragnarok? I, Ragnarok of the Ironscale clan, swear on my life and soul to never reveal the information I have heard today about the contents of this vault. The goblin declared, and he was momentarily covered by an orange light. Thank you, Ragnarok. Harry said with low bow. I trust you, but there are ways to force me reveal it. I fully agree. Ragnarok nodded. So, what are you going to do with them? Daphne inquired. The bank has been breached over 4 years ago by Riddle, when he was a mere specter. I don't think they would be safe here. No offense, Director. She added the last part with a bow to Ragnarok. None taken. I still don't know how he did it. Ragnarok shook his head in acceptance. I think he used a very powerful invisibility ritual with Quirrell, using unicorn blood. It was probably the only suitable substance he had access to at the time. Harry told the group. At any rate, we can't leave them here. Negi said decisively. This crystal will disappear when touched by the blood of the Entheofuchsia family. After it's gone, I'll cast the spell that seals the staffs into the members of the bloodline present. He warned them before he cut his palm and allowed a few drops of blood to fall on the crystal. As soon as contact was made, the crystal phased out of existence, leaving behind 4 floating staffs. Immediately, Negi began chanting a long and complicated spell that ended when the four staffs turned into clouds of black feathers that entered the chests of Asuna, Negi, Chow, and Harry? What just happened? Harry asked nervously as he kept touching the places on his chest where the feathers entered. You're related with them too? Hermione asked in disbelief. I don't remember the blood inheritance test showing any of this. Harry replied confused. Well, the blood test does show only the last 8,000 years. Ragnarok said hesitantly. That's a possibility. Chow nodded in deep thought. It may have something to do with the Peveril vault being on the same level. But this vault was made less than 3,000 years ago. Ragnarok countered. Is there a way to see if the Peveril and Vesperacia bloodlines are connected and how? You asked the goblin. Yes, I believe it is. Ragnarok nodded. But it will take a few hours to find it, as well as what is required for it. I'll have it ready when you return tomorrow. We're returning tomorrow? Mana asked. Why, yes. The magical bonds that you might have inherited when accepting your places as head of your houses will need at least 20 hours to become detectable by our ritual. Ragnarok said simply. Didn't I mention it before? And oh. Everyone else yelled at him in annoyance. My mistake then. Must have slipped my mind, with Miss Black bond and all. Ragnarok apologized. But if it takes at least 20 hours for the bonds to become detectable, Ginny began confused. It takes that time for the magic of each ancient and noble house present in the head of house rings to be absorbed by their wearers. Since Miss Black's bond wasn't inherited, Ragnarok trailed off. I see. Well, I guess we can drop by and find out. Harry agreed. I don't think we should have any doubts of the relation between the Peveril and Vesperacia bloodlines. Luna stated calmly. Why? You raised an eyebrow. Because there's your proof right there. Luna pointed at a banner. That's the Vesperacia family crest, the seven-cornered star that holds the 7 primary elements. Asuna said confused. Look at the eye in the middle. Luna directed them. The eye she spoke of was very familiar to most of the group. A circle surrounded by a triangle and cut in half by a vertical line. The mark of the Deathly Hallows and the Peveril family crest. Negi stared in disbelief. You know, this actually makes sense in some bizarre way. Chow said, still shocked, which was beyond rare for her. What do you mean? Eva asked. Well, look at it this way. Mundus Magicus has the life maker that controls the Great Grand Master's staff, and Mundus Vetus has the Master of Death who controls the 3 Deathly Hallows. Chow explained. I guess I can see where you're coming from. Harry nodded. Still, taking that test tomorrow could tell us more. Yes. Now, if we're done here, let's take a look at the Peveril vault. Eva suggested. Just a sec. I'm taking these books on Kanka. There might be some attacks I don't know of written in them. Asuna said as she put about a dozen books in her magically expanded bag. The Peveril vault was a lot like the Fey vault, having more valuable materials than galleons. A banner identical to the one in the Vesperacia vault cemented the theory that the Peveril and Vesperacia families were somehow related. Harry picked up a few books on wand crafting and high-level enchanting. He was about to leave when his eye caught sight of something in the far back that made an evil grin appear on his face. Evangeline, come with me for a second, Harry said, and guided the vampire to the item that he saw. 2 evil laughs were heard echoing from the back of the vault, making those up front shiver. When they closed the door to the vault, Harry and Eva were still chuckling evilly. What's so damn funny? Asuna asked annoyed. Nothing yet. It still needs a few things, but when I'm done with it, Harry said before he began to laugh again. Okay, ignoring these 2, we still have to see the inverse vault, Negi said with a large sweat drop hanging from his temple. We also need to stop by vault number 666 on our way back, Harry said, regaining control of himself. I don't remember that vault being yours, Emily said surprised. Well, I didn't make it, you see. But any Parselmouth has access to it, since it only opens when a certain password is said in Parseltongue near the vault door, Harry said with an evil grin. I see. Ragnarok returned the smirk. Well, let us go to the inverse vault for now. There is a crossroads of train rails where we can change direction to visit the Aoyama vault and vault 666. The trip to the inverse vault was shorter than expected, as even though there was a 4,000 years period between the creation of the Peveril and Vesperatia vaults and the inverse vault, few trusted goblins with their money at that time. So there weren't many vaults built back then. So this is the inverse vault, huh? Negi asked with his eyebrow twitching. The door to the vault was made of orichalcum, with several gems that Ragnarok recognized as being of draconic origin, as well as quite a few bloodstones that ensured that only one of inverse blood may open it. But that wasn't what annoyed Negi, no. It was the fact that Lena Rules was written in modern English using said gems, followed by the grinning face of said sorceress. Apparently, there was a spell on it that ensured that it was in the current official language of the bank. How she did it, nobody knew, but they wanted it gone. Is there any way for me to change this? Negi asked weakly. Like hell you are, you little brat. The face roared as it scowled at him. What the hell? Everyone took a few steps back. What? Never seen a talking object before? The face asked smugly. Loads. Just never expected to see one so old be able to. Harry said shocked. Heh, you're obviously an amateur. The face said smugly. No, we're just surprised you haven't turned to dust already, you old hag. Asuna smirked. The face stared at Asuna for a few minutes in silence with a blank look. Finally, I'm just a talking enchanted object kid. Time doesn't affect me like it does you. Unless some serious cataclysm takes place, I'll still be here 10,000 years from now. The face smirked. We're wasting time here, people. Harry called out when Asuna was about to reply. Right. Negi agreed. Ragnarok, how do I open the vault door? I don't have the faintest idea. Ragnarok shrugged nonchalantly, causing the others to face plant. If any of his subordinates would have seen the great leader of Gringotts acting so casually around these humans, they would have immediately suspected spell work. But after all the shocks the old goblin had experienced that day, who could blame him? What do you mean you don't know? Asuna asked in disbelief. The only instructions ever given for this vault were to take the air here. I suspect there is some kind of test involved, though. Ragnarok explained. Has anyone else tried before? Negi asked. Yes, but none succeeded, and what the test entailed is not documented for obvious reasons. Ragnarok replied. All right, what do I have to do in order to access this vault? Negi asked the face of Lena in verse. You need to be my blood descendant, which I can see you are, and you must answer my question. The face told him before turning to the others, he will only have one shot at this. If any of you answer for him or help him in any shape or form, he will die and so will all of you. I'm pretty sure Negi can handle it. Asuna said encouraging. He's not a prodigy for nothing, you know. I'll be the judge of that, the face countered before turning to Negi. Listen up. Tell me, what are the main characteristics of darkness? Of normal, everyday darkness or pure, untainted darkness? Negi inquired. Pure darkness. Lena smirked. To consume, to absorb all that comes in contact with it. Negi answered confidently. The face stared at him a few seconds with a smile before it spoke again. Well said, kid. You have potential. Now it's time to see if your power can handle that potential. It said, and a handprint appeared under the face. Place your right hand here and channel as much darkness energy you can. The vault is spelled to grant access in accordance to their power. If you are not strong enough, the more powerful items inside will disappear while you are accessing the vault. Negi did as instructed and flared his dark aura before channeling it through his hand into the vault door. The face watched with interest as the spell pattern of the Magia Arabia became visible. You're an odd one, kid, the face said as she looked at a now tired Negi, accepted a pepper-up potion from Hermione. I never expected you to generate your own darkness energy. I thought it was near impossible to do so. You're not completely human, are you? Well, I'm the descendant of Lena Inverse on my father's side and of the Lifemaker on my mother, and my master is a Shinso vampire. Draw your own conclusions. Negi answered calmly. Oh, you're gonna buy big, kid. The face smirked. You are the first to ever access this vault after my creator passed away. You have full access. Keep in mind that I'm part of the vault in its entirety, so don't hesitate to ask any pertinent questions. Was heard before the face melded into the vault door and the gems rearranged in the shape of a large door. They were about to ask what was going on when the matter surrounded by the gems disappeared, leaving an intricate archway behind. Cool. Asuna blinked before they all followed Negi inside. Besides the expected mountains of gold, silver, jewels, and various valuable metals, there were several glass cases in the back of the vault. 5 of them contained items that looked similar: a sword hilt, a bow without a string, an axe without a blade, a double lance without its blades, and what looked like a bird's 3-clawed foot at the end of a long handle. One contained 4 brooch-like items that each held large blood-red jewels. And in the last one was a small book that could fit in Negi's palm. Okay, what are these? Negi asked as he looked at the brooches. They are called Demon's Blood Talismans, was heard, and when they looked around they saw a life-sized orichalcon statue of Lena in verse walking towards them. They are magical amplifiers, but also at least double your control over spells. What about these? Asuna asked, pointing at the 5 incomplete looking weapons. From the left to the right there are Goran Nova, known as the Sword of Light, Ragudo Mazigis, known as the Double-Edged Lance of Light, Nezard, known as the Trident of Light, Bodigar, the Axe of Light, and Galvera, the Bow of Light. They are known as the Dark Star weapons. They were originally the 5 Makoku lieutenants of Mazoku Lord Dark Star Dugradigdu before he had merged with Night Dragon Vorfeet. When that happened, they lost their consciousness and took the form of these 5 weapons before being cast into our dimension. The statue explained. I see, Negi said, shocked. When you say Mazoku, you are referring to the ancestors of today's demons, right? I believe so, the statue nodded. What about this book? Eva asked as she carefully inspected it. It contains all the knowledge of Lena in verse regarding spells, creatures, and other such things, the statue said before looking at Negi. You simply need to place your hand on it, and it will transfer it all to you. Be warned though, some spells are too dangerous to be risked, so the memory of them will not be available to anyone you wish to give it to. Also, since they are memories, you will be able to understand everything since the person who they come from did as well. When regarding thought processes, languages mean little. 10 minutes later, the group left the vault taking only the talismans and the Goran Nova with them. The other weapons seemed to be impossible to place in magically enlarged spaces like their bags, so they were left behind. The next stop as they headed for the surface was the Aoyama vault. It had no gold whatsoever, much to everyone's surprise, but it was filled with silver and mithril bars. The only other item inside the vault was a marble-sized pink jewel. According to Evangeline, it was the legendary Shurkan no Tama, which was rumored to have disappeared around the time she was born. She also told them that it could increase the power of a demon 10/4 at the very least. Before she could say more, the jewel glowed and rushed at Kanoka and entered her chest, right under her neck. From what the others could sense, Kanoka's magical capacity had more than doubled and her energy had become more subtle and refined, more tame. They assumed this was what Kanoka's mother had meant about her exorcism abilities. Vault 666 came next. Unsurprisingly, it was decorated with snakes. What did surprise them was that the vault door was an exact replica of the one in the Chamber of Secrets. You know, this guy has some nerve, Harry mumbled before hissing the password. Inside the vault was nothing but a small stone podium with over a dozen vault keys on it. Lestrange, not Avery, Parkinson, Crouch, Rosier, Malfoy, Crabe, Goyle, Karkaroff, Caro, Rowell, Yaxley, Gibbon, Rookwood, Dolohov, Jugsun, Mulciber, Travers, McNair, and Snape. Harry smirked as he pointed out each key. I want the contents of their vaults treated just like those of the Black Vault. After that, transfer everything to an empty vault under my name, Harry said before adding, everything except a certain cup in the Lestrange vault we will retrieve now. Harry added as he gathered the keys. Yes, of course, Ragnarok said quickly. Before opening this vault, Harry and his companions had around 35% of all the gold in Gringotts. Now, Harry had over 50% on his own. The young lord was without a doubt the richest man in Britain, and at the very least among the top 5 in the entire world. The Lestrange vault was creepy. The number of mummified limbs and human skulls made even Eva uncomfortable, and caused most of the girls to rush out to empty their stomachs. Still, they had a job to do, so they searched for the cup of Hufflepuff as quickly as possible. When they did found it, they realized that it had a nasty curse on it that activated when touched. Not even Asuna could touch it without partially activation the curse. It didn't burn her, but it still multiplied. So, when the vault was getting annoyingly full, Harry pulled out the Elder Wand and levitated the cup into a conjured glass box before vanishing the fake cups. Director Ragnarok, we have a few things left to discuss. Can we do so in your office? Harry asked. Of course, Harry. Ragnarok agreed. A short ride later, they were all gathered in Ragnarok's office with the privacy wards activated. Ragnarok, is the term Horcrux familiar to you? Harry cut to the chase. Yes, it is. Ragnarok scowled angrily. How could it not be, when the greatest war between goblins and wizards was caused by one of those evil things made by some wannabe immortal? Why do you ask me of this? This Harry placed the glass box containing the cup of Hufflepuff on the desk is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. One of them? That monster made more than one? Ragnarok shouted in outrage and horror as he took a few steps back from his desk. Unfortunately, yes. Harry nodded before adding, it cannot posses you right away, you know, it takes days at least. Yes, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Ragnarok replied. How do you have knowledge of these items? Until yesterday, I was one myself. Harry confessed. You were? Ragnarok yelled. Yes. However, we managed to vaporize the soul fragment within my scar, thus allowing me to gain all of the memories Voldemort had when he tried to kill me when I was a baby. Harry explained. I see. Some magical overcharge of some sort, I suspect. Ragnarok said thoughtfully. However, I gained more than just memories. Harry chuckled. What do you mean? Ragnarok asked. Apparently, when his body was destroyed and I became a Horcrux, Voldemort's core was absorbed by me as well. However, until I dealt with the soul fragment, I could not control it. Now, I'm much more powerful than Voldemort was at the peak of his power, since the two cores have merged. Harry smirked. Well, Lord Potter, you have given me a very good reason to make the Goblin Nation enemies of Lord Voldemort. But, like I said before, it would create problems if we declared ourselves against a wizard. But if you were to declare a blood feud to Voldemort, Ragnarok trailed off. You could support one wizard over another. I like the sound of that. Harry smirked. What would I gain when I finally defeat Voldemort and his followers? You will gain all possessions that belong to him and his henchmen, as well as lordship over any house they lead by right of complete conquest granted by the Predicabella spell that is triggered once the blood feud is declared before the Wisengard. Ragnarok grinned. Well, I honestly won't need their money, but the political power will be useful for the changes that need to be made in the government. Harry must. Yes, you already hold a near majority in the Wisengard. Ragnarok confirmed. The first thing we need to do is get rid of that law that prohibits goblins from owning wands. Chow said. Miss, you may not be aware, but… Ragnarok began in an amused tone. You don't need them, we know. That's the idea. It's a pointless law, and not the only one out there. Negi explained. By getting rid of a few such laws after explaining why they are useless, we will gain some trust from the more neutral members of the Wisengard. Then we can aim higher and start changing more significant laws, like those that make magical creatures almost powerless in Britain. Yes, if it wasn't for my father being the Minister of Magic in France, I would have been enslaved the second I stepped out of the Beauxbatons carriage last year. Fleur said. Your father is minister? Harry asked, surprised. Yes. Fleur nodded. He almost declared war on Britain when Dumbledore used Gabrielle as hostage in the lake, she added with a smile. Fleur, your accent. Harry looked at her surprised. It's the bond, Harry. It's one of the changes I will be going through. Fleur told him. Oh. Harry blinked before looking back at Ragnarok. Before I declare the blood feud, I need to retrieve the prophecy that made Voldemort attack me from the Department of Mysteries. It may provide some valuable information. A prophecy, you say? Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. Yes, it would be wise to do so. Could you retrieve it tomorrow before out meeting? Sure. We'll be here tomorrow afternoon. Harry agreed as he got up. Yes. Ragnarok said thoughtfully. Speaking of prophecies, You almost made the bill for another. What do you mean? Harry asked, shocked. Nothing to worry about, Ragnock assured. It was prophesied that the Lord of Hogwarts would purge the evil of the British wizarding community using the powers of old. You almost fit the description, being the heir of 3 of the founders. If you became Lord Hufflepuff as well, you would have been the only person to ever become the Lord of Hogwarts. Ragnock explained. Well, maybe Harry and Neville descendants will get along, Cho suggested. That won't be necessary. Neville smirked as he raised his wand. Neville? Harry questioned. I, Neville Frank Longbottom Hufflepuff, hereby surrender the position of head of the ancient and noble house of Hufflepuff to Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Ravenclaw, Slytherin Peveril McDowell. So mote it be, Neville called out, and in a flash of magic, the Hufflepuff ring disappeared from his finger. Neville, what are you doing? Harry asked slowly, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Neville smiled as he put his wand away. 1. I make you Lord Hogwarts and prevent our descendants from being forced to follow a prophecy like you are now, when we could deal with it ourselves. I see. Harry sighed. And the second reason? I don't have to take another wife. Neville smirked. Oh. Harry blinked before turning to Ragnock. If I were to assume the position, how many wives will I have to have in total? At least 7. 1 for each house you are head of, maybe even an 8 for the position of Lord Hogwarts, plus the ones that may come form any marriage contracts associated with these titles. Ragnock responded. Harry remained quiet for a few moments before turning to Negi. As he was about to speak, the young mage cut him off. Yes, you blame me. I know that already, Negi exclaimed annoyed. Actually, I was going to say that if you can handle so many girls, then I shouldn't complain either, Harry said. Oh. Negi blinked. With a sigh, Harry raised the Elder Wand. I, Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Ravenclaw, Slytherin Peveril McDowell, hereby claim the position of head of the ancient and noble house of Hufflepuff. So mote it be, Harry called out, and in a flash of light the Hufflepuff ring appeared on his finger before another did so, this one having the crest of Hogwarts on it. Great. Now I'm Lord Hogwarts. Hooray. Harry cheered annoyed. Come on, we have places to be at and things to do, he reminded them as he turned the glass box containing the cup into a portkey and sent it to Eva Mansion within her ring, in the same storing place as the diadem. I'll take care of the Horcruxes, Ragnock. The only one you need to keep an eye out for is Voldemort, Snake Familiar, Nagini. I'm not sure if it is a Horcrux, but it would be my best guess considering he still has it around. As far as I know, he has killed dozens of snakes he had made his familiars, so this one must be quite special in order to still want it around. Also, regarding that offer for the Goblin Nation I mentioned earlier, we'll talk about it tomorrow since I'm a little short on time right now. Harry finished as he glanced at his watch. Very well, Harry. See you tomorrow. May you enemies bleed rivers, and you gold flow. Ragnock smiled. May your victories be eternal, and your gold never end, Harry replied before turning around and leaving the office, quickly followed by the others. Anne, wow. It thought I would never finish this chapter. I hope you liked it. It took me quite a while to write it. I initially wanted Harry to only have 6 future wives, but then I said, the hell with it, and am now accepting ideas for fiancés for Harry. The pool is on my profile. Don't forget to review either. Chapter 34. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 34. Grimmauld Place. The Order of the Phoenix and Other Annoying Idiots. Are you sure you don't want at least some of us as backup? Negi asked for the 10th time in the last half hour. Yes, we're sure. Harry rolled his eyes. They'll be fine, Boya. With the training we've put them through, they should be able to handle a bunch of old geezers and housewives. Eva added. Yep, and Mom will have a long discussion with us before she gets the chance to berate Harry. Ginny finished. The only one I'm relatively worried about is Mad Eye, Harry said. I wouldn't want him to notice our rings. I still don't know how that eye of his can see through my invisibility cloak. Most likely, it was charmed by Dumbledore with the Elder Wand. Chow explained. But now that you are the master of the wand, it should lose that ability if you will it. Well, I wouldn't want him to completely lose the power of that eye, Harry said thoughtfully. We'll deal with it when we'll have to. For now, let's move 1 inch, Fred and George said in one voice. Eva, Negi, Shichamaru, Asuna, Chow, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins had been standing invisibly in front of Grimmauld Place for quite a while, planning how to approach Sirius and the others they decided to trust. In the end, they agreed that if it comes to it, Harry was good at memory charms to deal with any possible leaks. His newfound legilimency skills would help as well. Fine, let's go, Harry said and canceled his invisibility, followed by Ginny, Hermione, Fred, and George. They quickly moved to the front door where Harry waved his wand vertically downwards, unlocking all the locks from the sound of it. Once the door was open, they entered quickly and silently locked it again. As they moved across the corridor, Ginny was unlucky enough to step on a loose floorboard that made a very loud and unpleasant screech. Well, in the complete silence of the house, even a whisper could have been considered loud, but it was enough to cause a certain portrait to awake and start screeching. Mudbloods, blood traitors, monsters. How dare you infest my noble house? Get out, you. The portrait of Sirius' mother began its usual repertoire. The noise was obviously enough to alert all the current residents of the house, as loud tromps were heard from both the stairs that took to the upper levels and the ones that took to the kitchen. How many times do I have to tell them to be quiet? Molly Weasley asked in exasperation. Do you actually think someone bothered to count? Sirius asked incredulously. Well, at least it wasn't me this time, Tonks said happily. Yeah, this time, Moody muttered. Harry, Sirius said, shocked as he saw who it was. Boys. Molly's eyes widened. Surprise? Harry tried with a wry grin. Pieces of trash that should be drowned? The portrait continued. Oh, shut the fuck up. Harry roared as he turned towards the portrait angrily and conjured a handful of black flames in his right palm and threw it at the portrait. It screamed in pain and horror as the flames consumed it. The old woman tried to escape to one of its neighbors, but that attempt was stopped by another dose of flames that was thrown in her path. Trapped, she was ashes in seconds. A long silence followed as everyone stared at Harry. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Sirius said, surprised. Sirius, that was your mother's portrait? Molly said, scandalized. Exactly, Sirius confirmed. I should have burned it the second we got here. We'll talk about this later. Molly muttered as they turned to the newcomers. What are you all doing here? Do you know? She began her lecture. I'm visiting my godfather, and if possible you and Mr. Weasley as well. Harry cut her off. What's wrong to visiting people I care about in my free time? Harry dear, that's very sweet of you. Molly smiled happily. But Dumbledore said, Dumbledore should mind his own life. Harry interrupted sharply. That may be so, Potter, but my responsibility is, Moody said as he inched for his wand, to help in getting rid of Voldemort, not blindly following the orders of a senile old manipulative bastard. Hermione said as she narrowed her eyes. Tell me, may I, what exactly inspires you to obey the orders of the person that let you rot for 9 months in that trunk? Fred smirked. What do you mean? Moody asked sharply. The great Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. You don't actually expect him to not know who is within the wards he has complete control over, do you? George laughed. You mean the bastard knew? Tonks shouted in outrage. If he didn't, it only means that he's gone senile and can't handle being headmaster any longer. Harry replied, which is a very good possibility, considering all the crap he allowed to happen at Hogwarts in the past few years. Ginny finished. Now listen here, young lady, Professor Dumble. Molly began angrily. No, you listen here, Molly Weasley nay Prewitt. You have some explaining to do. Ferd cut her off with an edge in his voice as he flashed his head of house ring before her. Who else is in the house at the moment? Harry asked, ignoring the pale face of the Weasley matriarch. Just us, Moony and Arthur, but he's sleeping, Sirius replied, glancing at the miraculously silent Molly. What about Creature? Hermione asked. Him? I don't know. I haven't seen him today. Sirius frowned. Creature, Harry called out, and soon enough the old elf popped before him. Master calls Creature? The elf looked around curiously before his eyes landed on Harry. You is new master, he croaked in surprise and anger. Yes, and I have some orders for you. Harry narrowed his eyes at the elf. Orders that you will obey, or your head will be incinerated. Is that clear?
Yes.
Creature bowed lowly, afraid to lose the honor of having his head next to his ancestors. Good. Harry smiled pleased. I want you to clean yourself and replace that rag for something decent to wear. You wouldn't want to shame the House of Black, would you? He inquired. No. Creature cried out in horror. Good. Now go. I will call you later to talk to you about restoring some of the honor of the House of Black. Just stay in this house. Harry smiled and the elf popped away. Harry, it seems you got my message. Sirius said with a smile. Nope. I just took the inheritance test at Gringotts today. Dumbles must have intercepted my mail as usual. Harry shrugged. Figures. Sirius mumbled. I take it you did a few things as Lord Black, he asked hopefully. Yep. Harry smiled before looking at Tonks. Welcome back in the family, Miss Black. Thank you. Tonks squealed as she hugged the green-eyed boy. Tonks, I know you're happy, but your suffocation, my fiancé. Hermione warned. What? The adults yelled in shock and Tonks let go of Harry. Granger, what do you mean by that? Moody asked curious. Young lady, what have you two been doing? Molly snapped from her shock. First of all, our parents arranged this. Hermione yelled, making the others step back a little. Secondly, my birth name isn't Granger. It's Drake. Drake? Moody snapped his head towards her. As in the daughter of Edward and Jasmine Drake? Yes. Hermione nodded. I found out through the inheritance test today as well, among other things. Fred reminded his mother. Let's take this discussion to the kitchen, all right? We haven't had lunch. Harry suggested, and everyone headed downstairs. Harry, are you all right? Lupin jumped from his seat at the table when Harry entered. Oh, I'm fine, Moony. It's good to see you. Harry smiled. So, what have you been doing lately, pup? Sirius asked as they all sat down around the table. Just a second, please. Hermione requested as she began scanning listening charms or other surprises from Dumbledore. After a bit of wand waving and muttered incantations, she turned towards Moody. What? The old oar snapped at her after almost a minute of staring. Did you know that whoever enchanted your eye made it so? Whatever it sees, it's transmitted somewhere else as well? Hermione dropped the bomb. For a long minute Moody stared gaping at the bushy-haired witch. Hey, are you sure? He finally found his voice. Yep. Unfortunately, there's no doubt about it. Hermione nodded. That stupid old goat. Moody roared. Who? Tonks asked. Who else? Dumbledore, of course. Moody said as he took out his eye. Give it to me for now. I have the wand Dumbledore used to charm it. With a little effort, I'm pretty sure I can sever the connection. Harry suggested. Yes, I heard from Tonks here that you really did a number on his and his pet. Moody smirked. Unfortunately, I can't claim to be the one who destroyed Snape's wand. Harry chuckled. Who did it, though? I want to shake that person's hand. Sirius smirked. Oh, you'll meet her, I'm sure. Ginny smiled. And before you start planning ways to seduce her, she's taken. Harry added, causing his godfather to pout. We first went to Ollivander to get Neville a proper wand, since he's been using his father until now, Hermione said. Then we met up with some of Professor Springfield, friends and former students that will be coming at Hogwarts as reinforcements. Harry continued. After we dealt with Dumbledore, we went inside and asked for the Potter account manager. He was dead, so we were led to Ragnarok. Ragnarok? Lupin asked as his eyes widened. As in Director Ragnarok, leader of the European part of the Goblin Nation? Yep, that's him. Harry nodded. Well, we all decided to take the inheritance test and got quite a few surprises, both from the people from Britain as well as the foreigners. Ladies and gentlemen, Allow us to introduce you to Lord Harry James Potter, Black Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Hogwarts, Peveril McDowell. Fred and George declared together as they motioned towards Harry. You're the heir of all of the founders? Sirius asked, close to a heart attack. No, just Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Harry shook his head. Neville Longbottom is the blood heir of Helga Hufflepuff, but he refused the title to get rid of some unwanted complications and passed it to me. What kind of complications? Moody asked. Nothing to be worried about at the moment, Harry said dismissively. Anyway, suffice to say, I now have a lot of political power in the Wisengot. After that, we want to check what bonds we have. Here, Harry paused to glare at the two marauders. Did you know Dad got me engaged with Daphne Greengrass, Luna Lovegood, Susan Bones, and Hermione Drake? He what? Molly roared. Sit down, Mrs. Weasley. He's already dead. I thought the same thing when I found out, though. Harry sighed. Harry, dear, you're too young. Molly began. Doesn't matter. Harry shook his head. The contracts can't be undone. By my 17th birthday, I will be married with 6 women. At least. He added as an afterthought. 6? Tonks blinked. Yes. Are you acquainted with Fleur Delacour? Harry asked. Isn't she dating Bill? Tonks blinked. No, she's bonded with me. Harry said. That hussy. Molly Weasley roared. Almost died because Dumbledore was manipulating her and Bill. Harry yelled at her, shutting her up immediately. What do you mean, Potter? Moody asked. Fleur is part Veela. Last year, during the second task of the tournament, her sister was taken hostage at the bottom of the Black Lake. Fleur was caught by Grindylows and was forced to forfeit the task. I saved her sister instead, Harry explained. But Harry, dear, it was just a time limit for the task. There wasn't any danger. Molly said. Gabrielle is part Veela as well. Veela are beings of fire. They don't mix well with water. Harry said grimly. Harry, how old was she at the time? Lupin asked carefully. She was 8. Hermione replied. Merlin's beard. Lupin exclaimed horrified. Even an adult Veela would die in less than an hour and a half. I know. If I had left her. Harry trailed off. Anyway, since Gabrielle was too young, Fleur was bonded to me as part of a Veela life, dead. And Dumbledore forced her to keep quiet about it, didn't he? Moody mumbled annoyed. Yes, right after she thanked me, Dumbledore put her some powerful compulsions on her. Harry sighed. She kept doing so until the third task when Bill arrived and changed the compulsions to make them feel attracted to one another. But how did she almost die? Sirius asked, confused. To completely establish the bond, Harry had to officially accept the bond and kiss Fleur. If he didn't do so in 1 year, Fleur would have died, and Harry wouldn't have lived past his 17th birthday either. Ginny said grimly. After a few minutes of silence, Tonks remembered something. What about the 6th? The pink-haired Auror asked. That happened today, Harry said uncomfortably. It was partially my fault. What do you mean? Sirius inquired. Well, after the inheritance test, we headed to take the bonds test. But when we passed through the atrium of Gringotts, we met up with someone. Hermione chuckled. We met your cousin, Narcissa, Harry said. Sissy? What was she doing there? Sirius asked, surprised. She was looking for me for a favor, Harry said. I decided to talk to her along with Hermione and Evangeline. Evangeline? Remus asked, getting a bad feeling. Yes, I'm sure you've heard of her. Harry smirked. Her full name is Evangeline A.K. McDowell, also known as the Dark Evangel. You were. Molly and Moody started in one voice. With my many times great aunt. Harry silenced them with a glare and a dose of killing intent. From my mother's side of the family. No wonder Lily was so scary, Sirius said in realization as Remus nodded slowly. Anyway, Narcissa wanted me to help her. Harry continued. Huh. Tonks blinked. Yes. She wanted me to convince Sirius to void her marriage with Lucius Malfoy. Harry told them. At their surprised looks, he added, Don't look at me like that. Would you want to be married to that Ponce and be near Voldemort several hours per day? I see where you're coming from, Tonks said, her face pale as a ghost. She practically begged me on her hands and knees and offered herself to me. Harry continued, "And you accepted?" Molly began to yell again, and Harry finally lost his patience. He drew his wand and silenced her before glaring at the others, daring them to challenge him. "As I was saying," Harry said, annoyed, "I agreed to help her and immediately voided her marriage, but I didn't say I accepted her offer." He glared at Molly, who was looking at him apologetically. "Then who is the sixth fiancé?" Tonks asked. "Narcissa is," Harry replied, rubbing his forehead. "I didn't expressly accept her offer, but by fulfilling my part of the deal, my magic claimed her as my bonded to fulfill her part." "So, how did she take it?" Sirius asked cautiously. Her exact words were, "He's cute, and I'm single," before she kissed him. Hermione smirked. "Oh boy, James would have been so proud." Sirius fell off his chair laughing. "Oh, that's not all," Fred began. "He needs to have one wife per lordship, which means 8. George said. "And that's not including the marriage contract that could come with the other titles other than Lord Potter." Ginny chuckled. "We need to go to Gringotts tomorrow to redo the test for bonds. Ragnar said that it takes about a day for the bonds to become detectable after I accepted the titles." Harry finished. "What else did you do there today?" Tonks asked. "We visited our vaults," Hermione smiled. "I found a pensive in mine, and Narcissa promised me to share some memories of my mother." "Oh, yeah, they were pretty close." Sirius smiled. "How about you, Potter? How are your finances? Your parents were pretty well off." Moody asked. "Well, after I visited all the vaults I inherited, I was certain I was one of the richest men in Britain," Harry said, acting sadly. "And?" Sirius asked, surprised by his change of mood. "Oh, Sirius!" Harry cried as he covered his face with his hands. "Pup, what happened?" Sirius asked quickly as he and the other adults got up and gathered around him. "There was this other vault that I didn't inherit, but I had access to," Harry began. "Yes?" Lupin asked. "It could only be opened by a parcel mouth," Harry continued. "What happened, pup?" Sirius asked, now really worried. "I opened it and inside." "Oh God," Harry said loudly. "What? What was inside?" Sirius asked frantically. "Inside there were," Harry said more and more quietly. "Yes?" Sirius asked as the adults leaned closer to listen. "There were keys to the vault of every member of Voldemort's inner circle, and I robbed them blind," Harry said loudly as he uncovered his face and began to laugh maniacally, with the others that knew joining him immediately. "Oh God, the look on your face is priceless," Hermione choked out as she was holding his stomach. "I knew he had it in him." Fred laughed. "Son of a marauder, obviously," George added. "Why, you little brats," Moody roared. "He really got us, Padfoot." Remus chuckled. "Yeah, he did." Sirius smiled. "You overdid it with the story, though. I mean, who would believe there was such a vault?" Tonks scoffed. "Well, actually," Harry pulled out a keychain that had all 20 keys on it. A long silence followed, during which the 5 adults tried and failed to say anything coherent. "Well, Molly had an excuse. You're not screwing around, are you, Potter?" Moody managed to say. "Nope. Lestrange. Not Avery, Parkinson, Crouch, Rosier, Malfoy, Crabe, Goyle, Karkaroff, Caro, Rowell, Yaxley, Gibbon, Rookwood, Dolohov, Jugson, Mulciber, Travers, McNair, and Snape. All of them gave a key to their vault to Voldemort. And today I ordered all of the vaults emptied and everything transferred to a new vault under my name. Oh, I also asked Ragnar to have his curse breakers remove any curse that are on any items in the vaults before moving them," Harry added. The 5 adults collapsed in their respective chairs, trying to comprehend what they had been told. A 15-year-old schoolboy had just dealt the most massive blow possible to the Death Eaters. "How did you know?" Remus asked after a while. "About the vault?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Before another word could be said, Dumbledore was flamed in the middle of the kitchen by Fawkes. As he looked around, the old man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Harry and company. He quickly put on his grandfatherly smile and headed for the group. "Harry, my boy, I—" Dumbles began. Albus dumb as a door, Dumbledore. Harry interrupted coldly. "I am not your boy, and you are not welcomed in this house. Begone." Dumbledore only had time to look in horror at the dark-haired teenager before he found himself on the grass before number 12. "Harry, what did you do?" Remus asked. "I kicked him out of the house. He may have cast the Fidelius charm, but right now I control the wards of this house." Harry shrugged. "Why the hell didn't I think of that? I could have gotten rid of Snape a long time ago." Sirius mumbled. "Mrs. Weasley, do you have anything to say about this?" Harry asked after he canceled the spell on her. He lost all trust one ever had for him. Molly said coldly, "That stunt with the Vila bond could have killed both you and Fleur." "Moody?" Hermione asked. "He left me to suffer for 9 months. He's no longer the man I fought with against Grindelwald or in the last war." Moody said gruffly, "The Dumbledore you knew probably never existed." Harry said coldly, "He was friends with Grindelwald in his youth. As for Voldemort, he only gained his current power because Dumbledore allowed him to." "What do you mean?" Moody asked, his only eye wide. "I will need an oath of secrecy from you all if you want me to keep talking." Harry told them. "I don't know if we can." Remus said hesitantly, "We took loyalty oaths to Dumbledore when joining the Order." Tonks added. Harry said nothing as he quickly scanned them with his ring and sure enough found what he was looking for. "Show me your right forearms," Harry requested as he drew the Elder Wand. The adults exchanged confused glances before complying. Without a word, Harry slashed once at each of their exposed forearms, unleashing a green powder over their skin. It soon revealed a green chain tattoo on each of them. "What are these?" Molly asked, surprised. "Your loyalty oaths. If you want to be free of them, wash them off now," Harry said as he sat back down. Without hesitation, they all wiped their skin until it was red. They then took the secrecy oaths. "All right, I'll give you a brief summary about Voldemort's life. Father was a Muggle, mother a witch from Slytherin line. His mother seduced the Muggle with a love potion and, after she was pregnant, she allowed him to think for himself. He abandoned her in London. She died in an orphanage in London after giving birth to a Thomas Marvolo Riddle. The child grew up in that orphanage until 11. His magic had grown unusually powerful for a child. By 9, he could use a weaker form of the Cruciatus and more. His Hogwarts letter was brought by Dumbledore, who explained to him how special he was. In the same meeting, he told Dumbledore that he could understand snakes and speak to them. At Hogwarts, he was the best student that ever passed through those halls. In his 4th year, he discovered his Muggle heritage and murdered his father and his parents, framing Morphin Gaunt, his mother's brother. In his 5th year, he finally found the Chamber of Secrets and had the basilisk attack Muggleborns until it killed the current Moaning Myrtle. The framed Hagrid for it. Dumbledore knew who was really behind the attacks, but he had nothing to gain from the truth. This way, he gained Hagrid loyalty. After Hogwarts, he learned more and more dark magic, gathered followers, and became known as Lord Voldemort. Harry said without interruption, "Over 15 years ago, a prophecy was made." Harry said, and the others stiffened. "Yes, the one Amar. Weasley almost died for last night. I only know the first part, and so does Voldemort. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Dumbledore knows it all since it was made to him. And Voldemort knows that fragment because Snape was eavesdropping and told him. Dumbledore knew that Snape had heard, but he let him go. So basically, my parents died because of Dumbledore's continuous lack of response." Harry finished calmly. "That bastard Snape." Sirius roared as he got up. "He's mine," Harry said as he released a massive wave of killer intent. "Sure, pup, it only seems fair." Sirius agreed with a sigh. "Still, Potter, if you did empty all those vaults today and Voldemort finds out," Moody began. "He'll what? Try to kill me?" Harry snorted. "No, but the goblins." Remus tried. "Will side with me." Harry cut him off before sighing. "Look, are you satisfied with what the Order of the Phoenix is doing?" "What do you mean, Harry dear?" Molly frowned. "Let me rephrase that," Harry said. Are you satisfied with the order doing nothing? Nothing? Molly said, surprised. Harry, dear, you don't know? I know exactly what you're doing. Harry cut her off. On one side, you're hopelessly trying to stop him from gaining allies, while on the other, you're spying on recognized Death Eaters instead of taking them out. Oh? And you're wasting time and resources keeping me in the dark and guarding the Department of Mysteries. Did I miss anything? Unfortunately, no. Moody sighed. But what can we do? We can't just kill the Death Eaters. If we do, we'll be no better. Molly began with a frown. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Harry spat. Do you have any idea what are the requirements of getting the Dark Mark? No. Dumbledore knows, but he says it's not important. Remus shook his head. Of course he does. If anyone found out that any marked Death Eater had to torture, rape, and kill dozens of women and children, his little pet Death Eater would get the Dementor kiss by the end of the day. Hermione said sharply. By now, all the adults were pale. He lets someone like that teach children. Molly whispered. Teach? If you call following the instructions on the blackboard teaching, then yes. Fred snorted. But why would Dumbledore? Tonks began. Because he's a demented old man that had been knowingly making my life hell since before I was born. Harry said, annoyed. He let Snape take part of the prophecy to Voldemort. He manipulated my parents into leaving the safety of their warded home and moved to Godric's Hollow. He allowed Sirius to be sent to Azkaban without trial. He put me with my magic-hating relatives and suggested to no spoil me. He manipulated me into fighting Voldemort again in both my first and second year. He allowed Dementors on school grounds in my third. He allowed me, a minor, to be entered in a magically binding contract with the Goblet of Fire. He allowed Voldemort to return. Do I need to continue? But why? Remus exclaimed. Because he's a power-hungry bastard. Haven't you noticed that until last year, he held every position of power in this country besides Minister of Magic? Hermione asked. He knows that I have to kill Voldemort. But if I die, he thinks that the position of savior of the wizarding world will be free for the taking. Harry rubbed his eyes. But what can we do? Sirius asked after a long silence. Join Voldemort? You're talking as if there's only Voldemort and Dumbledore in this county. Ginny snorted. Then who? Moody asked suspiciously. If you were given the chance to join a third party in the war, would you? Hermione asked carefully. It depends. Moody said evasively. On what? Resources? Political power? Magical power? Numbers? Harry asked, trying to hide a grin. All of them, actually. Remus said. Well, the only thing the organization we're talking about lacks right now is numbers. Harry smirked. Give me some names to make an impression, and I'll consider it. Moody leaned towards the kids. Evangeline A.K. McDowell, Negi Springfield, and us, among others. Hermione said. You have the Dark Evangel fighting in your side? Remus asked in disbelief. Hey, it's her country too. Now that she doesn't have a bounty on her head, she's free to stay. Harry argued. I see what you mean. Moody must. And if there was any truth in what Dumbledore said about this Springfield character, he's nearly on her level. What about you? You're just… Molly began to rant. We're just going to die if we don't train and fight back. This is war. Not a game where we throw stunners and leg lockers. All of us lost what innocence we had when we were endangered year after year by Dumbledore manipulations. We've been training for months under some of the most powerful people on Earth. We're more than ready to fight fire with fire. Harry said coldly. The Dark Evangel, did she teach you any dark magic? Remus asked with narrowed eyes. No, she didn't. Harry shook his head and the adults sighed in relief. But she will teach me soon. Why? Molly said angrily. Because of what happened when Voldemort tried to kill me when I was 1. I absorbed most of his power. Harry began hesitantly. That's a lot of dark magic that I don't have control over. If I don't want to end up ripped to pieces by it, I will need to learn how to control it. But from what I saw, your power level is average. Lupin said confused. No, it's not. It just seemed that way because Dumbledore bound my power when he left me with my relatives. I recently got rid of that block. Harry countered. I see. Moody must as he looked at Harry curiously. What is your current level of power then? The small percent that I've been using until recently is called average. Add Voldemort power at his best to my full reserves. Harry grinned. Merlin's beard. Moody widened his eye. Yep. Hermione grinned. We had blocks as well, though we had access to more of our magic. We're in, Moody said after a moment of thought. Swear an oath to never betray the Order of the Twilight. Harry requested. With a certain amount of reluctance, the 5 adults did so, with Hermione discreetly scanning them to see if it took hold. After a few seconds, Harry took out a blank ring and made 5 copies of it before handing them over and explaining how to bond with them. These things are amazing, Sirius said in awe as he looked at what the ring was projecting. How on earth did you get your hands on them? Tonks added. We made them with the help of one of the few hidden chambers in Hogwarts that the Marauders never discovered. Harry chuckled. There are places we don't know about? You're kidding, right? Sirius said in disbelief. Ever heard of Ravenclaw Chamber of Needs? Hermione asked. No. Remus shook his head. Well, it turns out that each of the founders had her own hidden chamber. Ginny began the story. When she was done, the 5 had a faraway look in their eyes. The possibilities are nearly endless, Sirius said thoughtfully. But won't Dumbledore interfere? Moody asked doubtfully. He only knows about the Chamber of Secrets and can't even get inside. Harry shook his head. And if he does find out, I own the whole castle. What can he do? Good point. Tonks smirked. Harry then began giving details to the others about their plans, and, while they were beyond disturbed by the Horcruxes, the amount of knowledge on them was quite reassuring. Sirius was also quite happy with the possibility of getting pardoned. When they were finally done, Hermione remembered something. Harry, you should call Creature now, she suggested. Yeah, I think he's clean by now. Harry agreed. Creature. In a pop, the elf was before him. But unlike before, he was clean. His white hair was slightly combed, and he was wearing a toga with the Black family crest on it. Master called? Creature asked. Yes, I did. Harry smiled. You cleaned up rather nicely. Now sit down and don't even consider punishing yourself while we're talking, he ordered. As the elf hopped on a chair, Harry gathered his thoughts. Creature, how did Regulus Black die? Creature cannot say. Creature trembled as his eyes watered. Master Regulus ordered Creature not to tell family. Creature, he was trying to protect the family from Voldemort, right? Hermione asked gently, and the elf nodded. The family is already targeted by Voldemort. But, in any case, I release you from Regulus' order, Harry said, and Creature burst in tears. It took a few minutes for him to be able to speak coherently, but he managed to tell them the story. How Voldemort used his to test the defenses of his Horcrux, how he got back to Regulus, how Regulus nursed him to health, how they went and took the Horcrux, and how Regulus was dragged to the bottom of the lake by Inferi. Creature, where is the Horcrux now? Hermione asked gently. Creature still has it, the elf cried louder. Creature failed to break it. Creature, bring it here and place it on the table, Harry requested. In a few seconds the elf popped away and back with the medallion. Is that? Moody gasped. Yep, it is. Harry nodded after a quick scan. What? Sirius said. Slytherin medallion and Voldemort Horcrux, Hermione said. Can Master destroy it? Creature asked hopefully. Yes, easily. But it would be a waste to do so. Harry shook his head. What do you mean, Harry? Molly frowned. Why harm the medallion when we could just extract the soul fragment and get rid of it? Harry smirked. But Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it. Creature cried. Yes, destroy the Horcrux. If we extract the soul fragment, the Horcrux would be no more. Hermione explained. Creature understand. The old elf nodded. Good. Harry smiled and portkeyed the medallion to the other Horcruxes. I'll deal with it later. Now, Creature, I want you to start cleaning this house. Start with the library. Also, gather any dark or cursed objects in the study so we can take care of them. When you get tired, take a break. Eat. Sleep. Whatever you need. There's no need to hurry. You have plenty of time, he instructed before remembering something and narrowing his eyes. Also, there's a portrait in the room I slept in the summer. Make sure the occupant of that portrait can't leave it. It has another portrait in Dumbledore office, and I don't want to be spied on by the old geezer." "Yes, master, right away," Creature said happily and left with a pop. The adults stared in disbelief at what happened. The elf had been a pain since they moved in, and this kid managed to change him with a mere discussion. "I'm just that good," Harry said smugly. "Can't argue with that." Sirius chuckled. "Are you sure you'll be all right tomorrow at the ministry?" Moody inquired. "Yeah, we'll be fine. Evangeline will be coming with us, so nobody will even consider getting in our way." Hermione smiled. "Besides, I can't wait to see the look on Fudge's face when he finds out how much political power I have." Harry chuckled. "You mean we have? We have a good chunk of the Wisengot votes, you know," Hermione said. "Yep." Harry nodded happily. "Now let's eat. I'm starving." After they ate, they talked with Arthur Weasley as well and had him join their order. With few hugs and goodbyes, the kids left the house and met up with the others to give them the good news and plan their moves for the next day. And done. Another chapter is out, and the fun at the ministry will be in the next. If you liked it, review. Chapter 35. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 35. The Ministry of Magic and the Department of Mysteries. It was a regular morning at the Ministry of Magic. The atrium was buzzing with scores of witches and wizards that were coming out or leaving through the fireplaces lined up on the walls. In the far end of the atrium, numerous pops were heard as people were operating in and out of the ministry. This regular monotony was broken when from the shadow of the fountain that was in the center of the atrium rose 17 people. Everyone nearby stopped and stared at them in shock and fear. "We're here," Eva announced. "I really need to know how to do that," Harry said with a wide grin. "It's the first for a magical transport I actually like." I'll think about it," Eva mused with a smile of her own. "All right, follow me. We need to register our wands," Harry instructed and led the group to the security desk. Unlike last time, the guard was paying attention to his surroundings and looked on curiously at the approaching group. There were Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Fred, Susan, Negi, Eva, Asuna, Kanoka, Setsuna, Chow, Anya, Ayaka, Ku, Takan, and Chisame. "What brings you back here, Mr. Potter?" "Ernie," the guard asked. "Business and pleasure. They're fun to mix." Harry chuckled as he handed over his wand. After his was weighted, the others followed, the Mahora group handing over some regular-looking practice wands. The last one was Eva. "Wand, please," Ernie requested. In response, Eve conjured a ball of ice in her hand. "Does it look like I need one?" Eva asked in a bored voice before crushing the ball in her fist. No." Ernie gulped as he backed away a little. "Okay, let's go," Harry said, and the group followed his to the elevators. Once there, they took the largest for themselves and had it go to the only lower level, the Department of Mysteries. The moment the door of the elevator opened, Harry forced himself to hide a smile. After the ritual he went through, his eyesight had steadily increased until he didn't need glasses any longer. Still, he chose to replace his lens with regular ones and charmed them like Moody I was, to see through anything. Speaking of the eye, he had managed to remove the transmission spell Dumbledore had placed on it, as well as the ability to see through Harry's invisibility cloak. So it was no surprise when he was able to see aboard Kingsley under a regular invisibility cloak. As the group approached, the bored Auror got on his guard and, after checking to see if there was anyone else besides them around, he took off the hood of the cloak. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Kingsley asked as soon as his head was visible. "Oh, hey there, Kingsley didn't see you there," Harry said with a wide grin. "That was the point," Kingsley muttered. "What are you and the others here?" "Oh, I just have something to take care of at the Department of Mysteries." Harry shrugged as he walked past the Auror. "What kind of business?" Kingsley asked in a strained voice. "Personal business," Harry said simply as he reached the door. "Now, please excuse me." "I'm sorry, Harry, But I have orders from Dumbledore too. Kingsley began to raise his wand. He didn't get to do anything else since he found a very sharp nodachi wielded by Setsuna at his neck. Harry casually strolled in through the doorway and then closed the door. That seemed to have been a mistake since the walls of the circular room started to spin, disorientating him. Eventually, it stopped. Normally I would start trying doors, but I have no idea what the place looks like since Old Snake Face never saw it either. Harry muttered to himself. Well, there's the obvious way, but what are the chances that will work? Oh well, what do I have to lose? Harry sighed. I need to go to the Hall of Prophecies. He called out, his voice echoing slightly in the room. Immediately, a door on his left opened. Note to self, try the obvious more often. Harry muttered to himself before going through the doorway. He found himself in a well-lit room with various objects scattered around, most of them clocks or other time-related things. There were also 2 desks with people occupying them, both with hoods that hid their faces and wands pointed at him. Who are you, and what are you doing in here? This is a restricted area, one of them said in a harsh voice. My name is Harry James Potter. Harry introduced himself with a small smile. As for what I'm doing here, I'm looking for the Hall of Prophecies. What business do you have there? The other person asked, the voice clearly of a young female. I think it's pretty obvious what business one would have in the Hall of Prophecies. Harry rolled his eyes and could sense that the woman was slightly embarrassed. I'm here for a prophecy. Only those that the prophecy speaks of may remove it, the first figure warned. I know. And yes, the prophecy speaks of me and someone else. Harry nodded. Very well. The first nodded before turning towards the girl. Help him find it and make sure he does not touch anything else. Follow me, she instructed and led him through a doorway into a huge dark room with tall shelves filled with small glass globes, prophecies. When was your prophecy made? The woman asked. Over 15 years ago, sometime in the summer. Harry replied after a moment of thought. This way then, she led him to the right. They passed dozens of rows until they reached number 97. Look for it. It's around here somewhere, she instructed. Soon enough, they found it. It was labeled SBT to APWBD, the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Without hesitation, Harry reached out and took it off the shelf, wiping the dust off it. Let's see here. Harry muttered to himself as he tightened his grasp on the small sphere and channeled a bit of his magic in it as he closed his eyes. Soon enough, he heard it all in his mind. With a sigh, he put it into the pocket of his robes. Kill or be killed. Great surprise there. That was what he's been doing since he was 1. He was slightly interested by the none may live while the other survives, and he shall have powers the Dark Lord knows not, parts of the prophecy. The marking as an equal was quickly explained by the second core he gained the night his parents died. Voldemort was stripped of all his power, and it was transferred to Harry, making him the Dark Lord's equal to when he started the marking, in other words, before he cast the Avada Kedavra on him. Now, on the other hand, Harry was by far more powerful magically, since in addition to Voldemort adult core he had his own, much larger immature core, which would continue to grow for quite a while until it fully matured. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Put it back, the witch said sharply, snapping him out of his musings. HM? Sorry, didn't catch that. Harry said. The prophecy. Put it back on the shelf. You have to leave it here, she repeated, annoyed. Is there any way for me to take it? Harry asked as he discreetly made a copy of the glass sphere and placed a different memory in it. Only after it was fulfilled, she said. So you're not brainwashed to believe that Voldemort is dead, huh? Well done, Miss Clearwater. Good example for Ravenclaw. Harry smirked before adding with a frown when she squeaked at the name of the Dark Lord. Or maybe not. How do you know who I was? She asked nervously as she put away her hood, revealing the face of Penelope Clearwater. Let's just say that I remembered your voice. Harry lied with a smile. If his lens could see through invisibility cloaks, what could stop him from seeing through mere fabric? Oh, Penelope blinked. Well, to answer your question, there are a lot of things the ministry say that I don't agree with. Same goes for many in this department. Unlike some pompous assholes. She muttered the last part. I take it you broke up with Percy then? Harry chuckled as he placed the fake prophecy on the shelf. Before I finished Hogwarts, actually, I liked him when he was younger, but he got too annoying as time passed. Penelope said as she put her hood back on and led him back to the exit. Yeah, I notice. And now he's under the direct guidance of the biggest idiot in Britain. Which reminds me I need to speak with Fudge today and knock him down a few pegs, Harry said thoughtfully. They soon passed through the office they met in and then into the rotating room. With simple exit from Penelope, a door opened and Harry left, with a small wave to the girl. How did it go? Eva inquired as the group headed for the elevator. Kill or be killed. No surprise there. There are a few other details, but this is not the place for it, Harry whispered as he glanced back at the invisible Kingsley, who was looking about to faint from fear. What did you do to him? Gave him a detailed explanation of what I'll do to him if he gets in my way. Eva smirked. I don't want to know. Harry shook his head. Let's head up and meet Fudge. But as the elevator doors opened at the top floor, a very unpleasant voice was heard. HM, what are you children doing here? Dolores Umbridge made her presence known, and clearly not noticing a certain Shinso. What did you just call me, you pathetic little toad? Eva asked in a dangerous voice as the temperature dropped a few dozen degrees. My apologies, Lady McDowell. I didn't see you there. We're here to see Fudge. Take us to his office, Eva ordered. The minister is busy, and he has no time for school children, came the arrogant voice of Percy Weasley. But if you want, I schedule a meeting sometime next year. Here's another idea, Weederby. Get your ass in the minister office and tell him you just pissed off more than a dozen heads of ancient and noble houses that will soon be taking their seats in the Wisengot, Fred said in a sharp voice. Percy was glaring at his younger brother for the name he used when the rest of the message got to him. He then turned white as a sheet. The minister is in a meeting with the head of the DMLE. They should be done in a few minutes. Percy mumbled. Auntie Amelia is here as well? Good, then we won't need to call for her. Lead the way, Susan said in a voice that accepted no argument. With a glance at Umbridge, who was even paler than him, Percy led the group to the large ornate door that had the words Minister of Magic on it in gold letters. As the door opened, the sharp and clearly annoyed voice of a woman was heard. I don't give a damn about your grudge for Dumbledore. You are not cutting the number of my Aurors in half just to get more publicity funds. Amelia Bones roared. Amelia, be reasonable. I can't let him and that Potter brat sprout more lies and create panic. Fudge insisted. That's Lord Potter, Black Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Hogwarts, Peveril McDowell to you, Fudge, Harry said with distaste, making their presence known. Both ministry officials looked up at that and saw the group, but while Fudge paled significantly, Amelia smiled when she noticed her niece. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? Fudge asked in what he wanted to be a pleasant voice. In reality, he sounded like chalking. To quite a few things, actually. Harry smirked. But first, allow me to introduce my companions. Lord Fred Weasley Prewett, Lord Neville Longbottom, Lady Luna Lovegood, Lady Hermione Granger Drake, Lord Negi Springfield Entheofusia Inverse, Lady Kanoka Kono, Aoyama and her bodyguard Miss Setsuna Sakurazaki, Princess Asuna Vesperina Theathanasha Entheofusia, Lady Takan D. Goodman, Lady Ku Fei Xing, Lady Ayaka Yukihiro Selwyn, Lady Chisame Hasaga Lufei, Lady Anna Kokolova, and Miss Chao Lingshan Springfield Entheofusia. With each head of house introduced, Fudge paled more and more. Harry was half expecting to see his soul leave his body any moment. Amelia, on the other hand, was having a hard time keeping a grin off her face. Yes, a pleasure to meet you all. I am the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and this is Madame Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. What may we do today? Fudge asked. Quite a few things, like I said before. It will take a while. But before that, may we search your office for listening charms? Harry hesitated. Go ahead. Dumbledore was here earlier. Fudge muttered the last part. 1 minute later, Hermione was seeing spots. That bad? Harry asked, worried. Worse. Every inch of this place has at least one spell on it. But Malfoy Sr. and Dumbledore used about 40% each. Hermione groaned. Let me try something, Harry suggested. He then conjured a small glass marble and started moving his wand in a spiral before touching the marble. The entire office glowed red for a few seconds before it changed to green while the marble glowed red. With another jerk of the wand, the marble vanished. "What did you do?" Fudge asked, alarmed. "I transferred all those spells to that marble and then vanished it." Harry shrugged. "How?" Fudge asked in quiet awe. "I'm no expert, but that is beyond master level in charms. I'll be frank with you, Minister," Harry began. "When I destroyed the Dark Lord body over 14 years ago, I absorbed both his knowledge and his magical core. But until recently I had both of those as well as a good part of my own core blocked by Dumbledore. But that's illegal, not to mention inhumane. Your magic could implode." Amelia Bones yelled in outrage. "Dumbledore put me in mortal danger every year since I started Hogwarts. First year, he had me fight Voldemort for the Philosopher's Stone. Second year, he had me kill a 1,000-years-old basilisk and fight a shade of Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets when he kidnapped Ginny Weasley. Third year, he deactivated the Dementor-repelling wards around Hogwarts, which almost cost me my soul a few times. Fourth year, he, as my magical guardian, let me participate in the Triwizard Tournament when I was entered by Crouch Jr., thus making the magical contract binding. Not to mention he put me with my abusive magic-hating relatives against my parents' will." I see," Fudge said hesitantly. "Does that mean he was also lying about Voldemort is back? That won't change, no matter how much we want it to." Harry sighed. "He murdered my parents, Cornelius. I don't want him around any more than you do." "But," Fudge began to whine. "However, since he wants to keep his return a secret for now, we should take advantage of it." Harry smirked. "But we need to warn people." Amelia began in outrage. "And then what, Auntie? Right now they are defenseless. If word gets out, Voldemort won't need to lay low. He will cause massacres. It will be the last war all over again." Susan shook her head. "What we'll do is increase our power first." Harry smirked. "How will we do that?" Amelia asked. "Double the number of Aurors and triple their budget. Malfoy was the one who suggested you to reduce their number, right?" Harry asked Fudge. Yes. Lucius," Fudge stuttered, "is a Death Eater. And before you even think of giving me that imperious bullshit, let me tell you that in order for the dark mark to be on his left forearm, one has to torture and kill over a dozen people within 48 hours before Voldemort can effectively apply it. And it all has to be done willingly." Harry barked. "But that means Snape?" Amelia began. "Dumbledore protected him, and still does. I'll deal with him myself," Harry said in a deadly voice. "But it will be too obvious to suddenly increase our aura force." Amelia pointed out a flaw in the plan. "Not if there will be a failed attempt on the Minister life tomorrow." Negi smirked. "One of my students has the ability to create perfect golems that can look and do nearly whatever the person they are modeled after can. One of her golems will disguise and try attacking the Minister in public. Luckily, Amelia will be there to use an overpowered bone-breaking curse to hit him in the chest and blow him to smithereens." "I see. If the head of the DMLE has to protect the Minister herself, then she needs more Aurors." Amelia smirked. "We will supply the funding for it until Voldemort has been dealt with." Harry added, "Why should I help you? How do I know you're not trying to make me lose me job?" Fudge narrowed his eyes. "Right now, we hold 35% of the votes in the Wizengot. With other alliances we have and plan on having, we'll control around 75% to 80%. You either do it or you're fired." Eva said bluntly. I see. Very well then." Fudge gulped. "When and where will the assassination attempt take place?" "Tomorrow at 10 in the Atrium B by the fountain with Amelia," Harry instructed. "Very well. Anything else?" Fudge asked in resignation. "Yes, there is. I want you to check the files of Sirius Black. You will find that he had no trial and the only evidence came from Muggles, who could have easily been confounded. Also, his wand was stolen by Malfoy. I recovered it yesterday. It still has the DMLE evidence seal on it. When you make it public and schedule a trial with Veritaserum, which he will agree to, you can blame the whole thing on Crouch Sr., who was trying to increase his reputation at the time. Neither of you had your positions back then, so you'll just get praise for discovering it." Harry explained. Very well, I'll do that right away. Amelia said as she got up. We're done for today. Good day, Minister. Harry said cheerfully and led the others outside the office while discreetly canceling the privacy wards he had put in place and placing some of his own listening charms. Do you really intend to leave that idiot in office? Amelia whispered to Harry as they walked to the elevator. If Voldemort tries to assassinate the minister, rather him than you. Harry smirked. I have him by the balls and there's nothing he can do about it. What do you mean by rather him than you? Amelia narrowed her eyes. Well, to put it bluntly, when Fudge either gets fired or killed, you'll be on the top of the list of candidates for minister. And with our support, you will get the job. Susan said, Why do I have the feeling that there's more to your little group than meets the eye? Amelia sighed as the elevator doors opened on the floor her department was on. Because there is, Harry said mysteriously. We'll keep in touch, he added as the doors closed once again. When the group reached the atrium, they once again left with through Evangeline teleportation via shadow and arrived back at Evangeline Mansion, which was still hidden in Muggle London. How did it go? Harry asked apparently noon. It went perfectly. All the ward stones are now tagged with the rune Chao-san gave me, said a newly materialized Natsumi. Well, let's try it out. Negi suggested as he held up his ring and made a projection appear. But this time it wasn't Hogwarts. No. It was the Ministry of Magic. With this, we will be able to keep an eye on every move the enemy would try to pull at the Ministry. Susan chuckled. How, if I may ask, did you know the location of each and every ward stone in there? Hermione asked Eva. Oh, I snuck in there a few times to obtain some restricted objects. To be completely sure you're not detected by the wards, you must at the very least know where they are and how they work. The vampire shrugged. After they gathered everyone in the Order of the Twilight, Harry decided to reveal to them the content of the prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies, said the memory of Trelawney before sinking back in Hermione, pensive. A long silence followed. Well, I believe it's settled, Harry said with a tone of finality, making Neville nod. Yes, it is. You're clearly the one marked, Neville said. Oh, I meant I have first dibs on the snake, Harry clarified, making everyone else sweat drop. Well, we need to get rid of all the Horcruxes before you can kill him, Ginny pointed out. But here's the beauty of it. Harry smirked evilly, making a few people back away. Why should I kill him? Harry, are you out of your mind? Sirius stared at him in disbelief. That monster. I know what he is and what he's done, Padfoot. I have all his memories up to the night he first tried to kill me, remember? Harry glared. I'm just saying that it would be a waste to kill him. Don't you agree, Hermione? Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, Hermione quoted from the prophecy with an evil grin. While it's true that it posses a problem that only Harry can kill him, it also means that only he can kill Harry. So, if we were to capture him, she trailed off. Immortality, Evangeline said with a grin. While it's true that I hate the fact I've lived so long, it's mostly because I was too weak at the beginning and had nobody to trust. Harry, on the other hand, is a very good position. Rich, famous, powerful both magically and politically, engaged with multiple women and immortal. Sirius listed. Now that's a combination anyone would like. Still, while I agree that it would be a good idea, how do you propose we do it? Moody inquired. How I do it, you mean? Harry corrected. Well, there are quite a few spells I learned from that orb left by Anastasia McDowell. Spells from soul magic, he said. You intend to keep only his soul around, huh? Moody asked. No, that's not what I meant. I want him in his current body, since it has my blood in it, and makes the connection even stronger. Harry shook his head. I was talking about how I'll deal with his Horcruxes. I have pretty good idea what the power he knows not is. You do? Already? Negi asked, surprised. Yes. It's all thanks to Chow. She made a few scans of me after my two cores merged. Harry grinned at the time traveler. Well, Chow fidgeted, blushing a little. Not those scans, Harry clarified, his cheeks a bit red as well. I meant the ones on my new core. Oh, Chow exclaimed and tried to ignore the look she was getting. Well, according to my scans, his core will never reach maturity. That's awful, Molly cried. No, that's actually wonderful, Negi corrected. The core of a mage gradually increases as we channel magic into ourselves from out surroundings. But we also have limits. At the latest, our cores would mature completely by 25 or so. With an eternally immature core, the longer I live, the stronger I'll get in terms of magical reserves. Voldemort has went through countless power-increasing rituals, but once his core matured, they became next to useless. But that's not all I meant. Harry grinned mischievously. So, what do you have in mind? Eva inquired. I have the power to absorb compatible magical cores, Harry said bluntly. Okay. Hermione looked at him as if he was insane. How do you find people with such cores? And you do know that they'll most likely die if you remove them, right? Oh, who said anything about people? Harry smirked. In order for a magical core to exist, all that's required is a compatible body and soul, or in this case, soul fragment. The Horcruxes, Ginny exclaimed. Yep. As for the body, Voldemort spent nearly a year in a homunculus body before his return, and he could still use his wand, which indicates a magical core. Harry explained. We have the cup, the locket, and the diadem, and soon enough we'll have the ring as well. Negi enumerated. Yep. We can count out the snake, since it would be too hard to extract the soul. I for one have high hopes for the locket and the cup. Harry added. Why is that? Arthur asked. He didn't really like what they were planning, but he could understand why it had to happen. A wizard core matures at 17 or 18. Around the time Riddle made these into Horcruxes. When the soul fragment is removed, so is a part of the core. Sure, it repairs itself quite quickly, but his earliest Horcruxes will have potential for bigger cores than the latest ones. So the core form the locket will be bigger than the one from my scar. I can handle it easily, since this time only the core will enter me. The soul fragment will become like that of a muggle or squib at most, and the homunculus will die, since it feeds on magical energy, both from the core and from the potions it has to drink. Harry explained. Harry, will we needing unicorn blood? Luna inquired. Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. Harry answered after a moment of thought. Wormtail had to use it since the effects last longer. But since we intend to kill the bloody things nearly immediately, it won't be necessary. We can use basilisk venom instead of regular one, so the magic of the core will be just as potent. Besides, it would be the epitome of stupidity to taint ourselves by wounding a unicorn. Good. Luna smiled. But when this is over, you'll probably be the most immortal person around. There are different levels of immortality? Sirius inquired. More like form of it, actually. Eva clarified. I, for one, head quick enough to survive most otherwise fatal wounds and have eternal youth. I think I get what Luna means. Hermione chuckled. Harry will be magically immortal because of the prophecy as well as the blood connection to Voldemort. He will have eternal youth because of the Philosopher's Stone, and he is supposed to become Master of Death once he gets the Peveril Ring, which holds the Stone of Resurrection, thus gathering all three of the legendary Deathly Hallows. There might be some benefits from the Lord Hogwarts thing Neville shoved down my throat as well. Harry Mock glared at the Longbottom head. Speaking of titles, we should head to Gringotts and see if there are any other bonds. It would be best to get lists of all our assets as well. We can't stay in this mansion all the winter break, Hermione reminded them. And done. For those who might have wondered why Harry didn't just use some basilisk venom to get rid of the Horcruxes, now you know. They're gonna squib them. There are other reasons as well, but that is for later chapters. I'll only say it has to do with our favorite chibi vampire. Chapter 36. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 36 Bloody Hell. As Harry and the younger part of the Order of the Twilight entered Gringotts that afternoon, they were greeted rather respectfully by the goblin guards and then led to Ragnar's office. "Welcome to Gringotts," the old goblin grinned. "I earlier received word of your meeting with the minister." "Yeah, I retrieved the prophecy as well." Harry nodded as they sat down. "Turns out that either I kill Voldy or he kills me." "Oh, and he made me his equal when he first tried to kill me," he added as an afterthought. "In other words, you will kill the Dark Lord," Ragnar concluded. "Nope." Harry smirked. The prophecy could be interpreted in another way. Both alive, both immortal. "So, what are the chances of you keeping old Voldy on ice in a high-security vault for a few hundred years?" 110%, Ragnar grinned widely. "But let's take things in order. I have gathered lists of your assets." He calmed down a bit and distributed sheets of paper among the group. Harry received one for each of his lordships. Potter Estate 682.6, 57.9, 53 galleons, 25.3, 54.943 sickles, 75.500 nuts. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value 236.542.954 galleons. Various jewels and gems, estimate value 34.2, 54.784 galleons. Various magical items, estimate value 54.6, 54.854 galleons. Potter Manor, Wales, estimate value 60.000.000 galleons. Potter Castle, Scotland, estimate value 80.000.000 galleons. Chateau du Champagne, France, estimate value 75.000.000 galleons. NR 6. Godric's Hollow, estimate value 56.000 galleons. Asterisk building in need of repairs. 35% of Nimbus Broom Company, 32% of Clean Sweep Broom Company, 52% of Puddlemere United Quidditch Team, 15% of Polyphemus Potions, Diagon Alley, 12% of Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, Diagon Alley, 10% of Flourish and Blots, Diagon Alley, 2 votes in the Wisengott Black Estate, 865.54, 8.645 galleons, 58.648, 8.531 sickles. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value after cleansing 456.542.954 galleons. Various jewels and gems, estimate value after cleansing 84.9, 54.574 galleons. Various magical items, estimate value after cleansing 54.6, 54.854 galleons. NR 12, Grimmauld Place, London, estimate value 45.000.000 galleons. Black Manor, Wales, estimate value 96.000.000 galleons. Black Farm, Manchester, estimate value 52.000.000 galleons. Asterisk can breed magical creatures up to Category B restricted creatures. 85% of Borgin and Burke, Nocturne Alley. 46% of Scorpus's Exotic Animal House, Nocturne Alley. 20% of Twilfit and Tadding's, Diagon Alley. 2 votes in the Wisengott Gryffindor Estate. Galleons 965.12, 5.248 sickles, 654.246 nuts. Various jewels and gems, estimate value 654.45, 8.101 galleons. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value galleons. Various metals, estimate value galleons. Various magical items, estimate value galleons. Gryffindor Castle, Ireland, estimate value 654.000.000 galleons. 25% of Hogwarts Castle and Grounds. Permit to sell any metal. 4 votes in the Wisengott Ravenclaw Estate. Galleons 548.24, 8.910 sickles, 841.215 nuts. Various jewels and gems, estimate value 165.45, 8.871 galleons. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value galleons. Various magical items, estimate value galleons. Ravenclaw Castle, Norway, estimate value 564.000.000 galleons. 25% of Hogwarts castle and grounds permit to enchant any item. 4 votes in the Wizengot Hufflepuff estate galleons. 654.6, 54.548 sickles. 5.2, 45.215 nuts. Various jewels and gems, estimate value 354.6, 54.459. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value 2.245.698 galleons. Various magical items, estimate value. Galleons asterisk includes Cauldron of Plenty. Various rare herbs, estimate value. Galleons. Hufflepuff Castle, Switzerland, estimate value 704.000.000 galleons. 25% of Hogwarts castle and grounds permit to grow any magical plant. 4 votes in the Wizengot Slytherin estate. 500 galleons. 254 sickles. 12 nuts. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value. Galleons. Slytherin Castle, Spain, estimate value 543.000.000 galleons. 25% of Hogwarts castle and grounds permit to breed any magical creature. 4 votes in the Wizengot. Hogwarts estate. Land of Diagon Alley, estimate value 500.000.000 galleons. Land of Ministry of Magic, estimate value 300.000.000 galleons. Founders Island, north of Scotland, estimate value. Galleons. 6 votes in the Wizengot Peveril estate galleons. 54.345.348 sickles. 87.348 nuts. Various jewels and gems, estimate value 7.253.457 galleons. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value 612.489.148 galleons. Various magical items, estimate value. Galleons. Various rare magical and non-magical materials, estimate value. Galleons. 75% of Ollivanders, Diagon Alley, Peveril Island, Bermuda Triangle, estimate value. Galleons. 8 votes in the Wizengot. Newly opened Harry Potter Vault. 0.542 galleons. 0.644 sickles nuts. Various rare and unique books and scrolls, estimate value after cleansing 0.145 galleons. Various jewels and gems, estimate value after cleansing. Galleons. Various magical items, estimate value after cleansing 0.654 galleons. At the same time, the others were gaping at their own properties and assets. Well, I think that I could live a few thousand years and still have more than enough money, Harry said weakly. Yes, as a matter of fact, you, Harry, have more than 50% of the gold in Gringotts. Ragnock nodded. Well, at least I now know why we're called the Drake family. We're the only ones in Britain that are allowed to breed dragons, Hermione said. Yeah, and my and George's dream to open a joke shop will have to change a bit. We own Zonkos, Fred said. I own the biggest fairy breeding region in Britain, as well as half of the Ministry of Magic, Chisame said in disbelief. I own 5% of Antarctica, Eva read. I own 35% of the moon, Chizuru mentioned. Okay, nobody can top that, Negi said, concluded after a few moments of silence. We can go over these things later. We have a few more urgent things to do here today. Yes. First of all, I have a large amount of basilisk meat for sale, Harry began. How old was the basilisk? Ragnock inquired. About 1,000 years old, give or take a few years, Harry said to a now drooling goblin leader. In manner of minutes, an old goblin had arrived at Ragnock Call and determined that the basilisk was 1,012 years old, and that the overall value of the entire quantity Harry had for sale was 600.000.000 galleons. Harry instructed that 100.000.000 were to put in a new vault for Ginny Weasley and 100.000.000 in a new vault for Ron Weasley. But unlike Ginny, who could access the vault at all times, Ron had to receive permission from either Harry or Fred in order to even know of its existence. So far, the traitorous brat was less than worthy. After that, they headed to the chamber where bonds were detected. Like before, Negi was engaged to all of his partners. But now another detail was added to a soon-known name. There was a marriage contract from the Intheophusia family that bonded them. Also, they found out how come both Negi and Kotaro were engaged to their partners. In the case of Kotaro Inagami, it is the fact of his distinct yokai lineage that made the provisional Pakshios permanent ones, thus the current situation. Ragnarok began. As for Lord Springfield, the goblin chuckled. Did you ever wonder why you never met a female minister of your father? No. Negi said slowly. It is because of what you may call Springfield family magic. Any woman a Springfield bonds with magically, that bond instantly becomes a marriage bond, and any Pakshio with a woman is a permanent one. Ragnarok grinned. That is why the only woman your father made a Pakshio with was your mother. I see. Negi rubbed his forehead. None of the others had any changes in their bonds. Except Harry, of course. Let's see now. Ragnarok began as he examined the names, other the 6 from yesterday. There are Suli from a marriage contract from Ravenclaw, Tracy Davies from a marriage contract from Slytherin, Parvati and Padma Patil from a double marriage contract from Hufflepuff, Ginny Weasley and Penelope Clearwater from marriage contract from Gryffindor, Nymphadora Tonks from a marriage contract from Black, and... The goblin paused as he double-checked this last one, and Chao Lingshan from a marriage contract from Peveril. At this, everyone turned towards Chao, who was staring at the results deep in thought. I didn't know that bonds like these can be achieved between people from different time periods. Chao said, It's fascinating, Q Sweatdrop, and they call me a cradle robber. Ayaka muttered. Besides that, Harry said carefully. Oh yeah. Chao nodded and grabbed Harry by the collar of his robes and mashed her lips against his. The kiss continued for nearly a minute before Chao took a step back to breathe. Well, now I definitely have no excuse to leave this time period, but a very good reason to stay. She giving Harry a seductive smile. Soon after that, the other girls present took their turn at showing their future husband how pleased they were with this arrangement. After Parvati and Padma kissed him, Harry was muttering something about Hufflepuffs and sticking together, which was odd since neither girl had been sorted into Hufflepuff. But after this pleasant moment, they got back to serious things. Molly is going to kill me, Harry stated. No, she won't, Fred said, amused after coming to terms with the fact that Ginny was her own person and had her own life. She always wanted a daughter. And since the firstborn female Weasley is to marry you. Maybe, but I hardly know Sue. All I really know about her is that she's a 4th-year Ravenclaw, Harry said. Well, I can tell you that she likes you, and she isn't seeing anyone right now, Luna said. She wanted to go with you to the Yule Ball last year, but had to go home for some anniversary. Isn't Penelope with that prat Percy? Ginny inquired. No, she broke up with his in her 7th year at Hogwarts. Harry shook his head. How do you know that? Hermione asked, surprised. I met her today in the department PF Mysteries. She had a hood on, but I recognized her and we chatted a bit. Harry explained. So that leaves Tonks. Hermione said slowly. Well, I know Tonks more than Penelope and Sue, but I just met her this summer, Harry said thoughtfully. How did I get this contract again? Every Lord Black must marry the cousin closest to his age. And Miss Tonks is just 4 years older than you, Ragnarok explained. I wonder what Narcissa will say when she hears that I'm also marrying her niece. Harry sighed. Yeah, about that. I kinda got the feeling that Tonks and Lupin were kind of close, Ginny mentioned. Okay, we're not telling anyone about this until we find out for sure about Tonks. Harry gulped. I wonder how that happened. Fred must. I mean, they only met a few times starting this summer because of the Order of the Phoenix. Well, I have a few ideas, but I'll find out later. Harry narrowed his eyes. After that, they left Gringotts in order to tell them about the location of the headquarters of the Order of the Twilight that Harry, Negi, and Eva had decided upon, Founders Island. But first, they had 2 more important trips to make. This chapter is a bit short, but I really want to get to the good stuff soon. After careful consideration and a few suggestions from reviews and messages you sent me, I decided the final structure of Harry's harem. Chao was entirely my idea though, and you can flame me to hell if you don't agree. If you did like it, don't hesitate to review and give me a few pointers for her. In any case, this story's rating will change to M sometime in the next chapters. Not very soon, but it will happen. Chapter 37. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 37. The Lifemaker and the Master of Death. The first thing that the group did after leaving Gringotts was go into YEA Miniature Mansion and decide on a new course of action. Well, with the amount of properties we have to choose from, a proper headquarters is no longer an issue. Harry began after they had all read each other's list of properties. I suggest we use one of Harry's more secret properties, Eva said after a moment of silence. I would normally say we go to Peveril Island, since it's the farthest from Britain and the old fool grasp, but we don't really know anything about it other than the fact that it's in the Bermuda Triangle. She paused. Plus, Dumbledore may know about it, since he knows you own the cloak, thus being of Peveril blood. Yes, I thought so as well. Harry nodded. So we'll be going to the Founder's Island. As far as Dumbledore knows, Neville was the one who claimed the title of Lord Hufflepuff. He knows this because the Hufflepuff seat in the Wizengot has become active. However, the Hogwarts seat is still inactive and will remain this way until I enter one of the Wizengot meeting chambers and claim the chair, he explained. Well then, what are we waiting for? Hermione jumped to her feet in excitement. Well, I thought you might be interested in Slytherin Library as well, Harry replied offhandedly with a small smirk. Yes, we need to get that Horcrux as soon as possible. Negi nodded. It's by far the most valuable of them all. If Riddle gets word of the condition of the Lestrange vault, he will most certainly check on it and increase the protections, or even move it. Plus, I believe we will find out more information about this whole Hallows business if we have all of them. Harry agreed. If you have all of them, Eva corrected. They belong to you by blood and 2 of them by magic. What do you mean? Harry inquired. I understand the wand, but how does the cloak belong to me by magic? Family magic, Harry. It has been in your family for so long that it has absorbed a great deal of magic from them. Your magical signature, no matter what you do and how you change, will still reveal your heritage. Hermione explained. I see. Well, we need to visit the old Gaunt shack to get the stone, Harry said as he got up. According to what you know about it, the ring the stone is socketed on has an incredibly powerful compulsion charm on it, as well as a powerful flesh-rotting curse. Asuna began as she got up. I'll handle carrying it until we remove those spells. I'll come as well. After we're done, I want to set up a little trap for Tommy Boy. Eva smirked. The 3 of us will be more than enough to handle it, Harry said. We'll porky back when we're done, or if we run into trouble, he added. With that, they were taken by Eva through the shadow portal, just outside the door of the shack. Harry, is that a dead snake nailed on the front door? Asuna asked in disgust. Yep, looks like nothing has changed. Harry nodded. It must have his preservation charm placed on it, Eva added, as the snake looked as if it dies less than a day before. Yeah, it's sort of like a doorman. Harry shrugged before going to the snake and hissing, "Open!" The dead snake silently nodded, and the door opened wide. As they entered, Harry waved the Elder Wand, vanishing the poison dust that had been poured on the floor and the poisoned gas that was kept in invisible bubbles that waited to pop in order to claim their victim. Where is it? Eva asked as she looked around in disgust. Without a word, Harry vanished a good portion of the wooden floor before them, revealing a small box made of onyx in the jaws of a large, sleeping snake that appeared to be made of silver. It is time for you wake, my silver friend, Harry hissed, causing the snake eyes to snap open and lock onto him. Who are you? You are not my master, the snake hissed dangerously. I have been tasked by him to retrieve one of his most precious possessions. How else would I be able to speak to you? He gave me this power. Harry half-lied. True, he got the ability to talk to snakes from Voldemort, but it was not willing, nor did Voldemort task him with anything. But using occlumency to project fake images of their supposed encounter was enough for the snake that had been looking him in the eyes. Very well, the snake hissed. He placed the box at Harry's feet. Did my master give me any other orders? Yes. You are to remain here. The reason that he wanted me to retrieve this is that someone else has found out his secret, Harry said with an evil mental laugh. Whoever disturbs your sleep after we leave is to considered an enemy. They may try to fake their appearances and scent to match our master, but now you know that they will be imposters. The master has reasons to believe that they may even enchant a large snake to follow them around in order to look more credible. Kill the snake first to teach it a lesson for being weak, and then the one with it, Harry instructed. With that, the snake returned to its previous position, and Harry replaced the wooden floor and the spells that had been on it. Now let me. Eva smirked, and she began drawing runes in the air using some dark mist as ink. When she was done, they all left the shack before she activated the runes, causing the mist to enter the walls and ceiling, leaving no trace. What will that do? Harry inquired. It's an unblockable bone-crushing curse. It's set to take out his arms and legs. Eva smirked. What did you tell the snake anyway? To attack the next person that disturbs it, and more importantly, kill any snake that person has with them. Harry returned the smirk. With that, they returned to the rest of the group, where Asuna placed the onyx box into a special bubble designed by Chow that allowed magic to be cast from the outside to the inside, and blocked all magic from the inside to the outside. Well, here we go, Harry whispered as he waved the Elder Wand, opening the box to reveal the crude gold ring with the resurrection stone on it. Another wave of the wand revealed the compulsion charm in a yellow glow and the flesh-rotting curse in a red glow. Nothing has been added since he first placed it at the Gaunt Shack, Harry whispered in relief before removing the curse and then the compulsion charm. It was a rather ingenious piece of magic. You couldn't remove the charm while the curse was on it, and it would be almost impossible to focus hard enough to remove the curse with the compulsion charm affecting you. If it weren't for Chow's idea, he might not have risked it and simply used some basilisk venom to be done with it. After several other diagnostic charms, some even in Parseltongue, Harry deemed it safe and took the stone in his hand. That's when it happened. The stone of resurrection in his left hand, the Elder Wand in his right hand, and the cloak of true invisibility in his pocket began to pulse, while emanating both blood red and Avada Kedavra green light. They then lost their solid form and left his grasp, merging into dark shape before him. At the same time, the Grand Master's staff hidden inside of him left his body before floating next to the dark shape. A slightly larger, ghostly version of the staff emerged from it and then stood between the dark shape and Harry. After that, the dark shape lunged at Harry, passed through the ghostly staff and entered Harry's body, lighting him up like a Christmas tree with a rainbow of colors, before finally settling on alternating between dark red and green. It lasted a minute, and Harry stood completely still, his eyes closed and his face showing no emotion. Everyone was being kept away from him by some sort of barrier that seemed immune even to Asuna magic cancel. When it ended, the glow retreated to Harry's right forearm, taking the shape of the mark of the Deathly Hallow before the light faded into a birthmark in the shape of the mark. Harry let go of the breath he seemed to have been holding before snapping his eyes open and grasping the ghostly staff before him. When his left hand made contact with the staff, it took a solid form as it emanated a dark aura of power, while Harry's right eyes glowed as well, the left one with red and the right one green. After that, both staffs shattered into black feathers and entered Harry's chest, his eyes now back to normal. It took a few seconds for everyone to snap out of their staring and rush to Harry's side, checking if he's all right. I'm fine, Harry assured them. I just need to lie down a bit. My head is killing me. So you interfaced with the Hallows? Chow inquired after Harry had lied down on a sofa, his head on her lap. Yes, I did, Harry said while showing them the birthmark. All three of them are stored in here. I can call them out at will, he told them as he summoned and dismissed the Elder Wand. What else happened? What was that new staff? Hermione asked, a little worried. That's called the Great Grand Master Staff of the Master of Death. Harry closed his eyes. It took a lot of my magic to make, of that I assure you. I can also make Grand Master Staffs and Master Staffs, but I don't have that much energy left at the moment, so I'll do that some other time if needed. What have you learned of its powers? Eva inquired. It's pretty much like the Great Grand Master Staff of the Life Maker. It can rewrite whatever was created using its power. It perfects the user's control over his magic, etc. Harry told them. So it can't affect any of us. Negi concluded. No, it can affect Evangeline. You see, the staff holds power over life and death. And since vampirism is a form of undeath, Harry trailed off. I see. Eva sighed in annoyance. Did I mention that it might modify your body to your preferred age after I adjust your soul with your sister spells to that age? Harry smirked. Well, that's an interesting bit of trivia. Eva returned the smirk. That's enough talking for now. You need to rest and recover your energy. Kanoka decided. Hold on. What happened with the Horcrux? Luna asked worried. Don't tell me that you got another soul fragment inside you. Hermione added with horror. Nah, the stone wasn't a Horcrux. It was the gold ring. Harry shook his head as he pointed out the ring on the floor. Most likely the stone rejected the soul fragment, and it attached to the ring in order to survive. I'll put it next to the others in another Kregara box, to make sure it's isolated. Asuna said as she picked up the ring. They had decided that it was safer to place the Horcruxes separate from one another, since they didn't really know how they would react together. So magically resistant containers it was. We don't have time to waste sleeping. Harry protested. Let me use the resort for 2 hours and I'll be fine, he added at Kanoka glare. Fine. The healer puffed her cheeks. And so Harry slept, for nearly 48 hours straight before joining the others. In reality, he had spent the entire time in his mindscape modifying it and redesigning his occlumency shields and defenses. His mindscape now looked like outer space. One could see stars all around. With some effort, they would reach the solar system. If they were to search for his memories on planet Earth, they would be mistaken. They would be closer to what they seek. Yes, but not nearly there. They would have to choose one of the 12 port gates to Mundus Magicus, and only one would lead them to the desired dimension, the one at Mahora. The others would send them to various versions of hell where any invader would be forced to exit his mind, or suffer a terrible mental torture. If they chose correctly, they would end up in Ostia, where they would be attacked by various demons and monsters. Harry could walk past them without any worry, but anyone that was invading his mind would be attacked. If they escaped, they would have to leave the Mars of this dimension. Not for Earth, but for the sun. Yes, Harry had hidden his memories inside the Sunday shore. He could pass easily, but others would need to survive the flames before moving further. If one passed the flames, they would find themselves before a humongous spherical structure made of adamantium. If once were to pass that impenetrable defense, they would be forced to enter a labyrinth the size of the Earth in order to reach the memories hidden in the center. Of course, various deadly monsters and traps were within the labyrinth, the Triwizard Labyrinth looking lame in comparison. At the core, one would have to pass through and relieve several of Harry's worst memories, such as having their soul attacked by 1,000 Inferi, 100 Acromantula, by 100 Dementors, and then by a Slytherin Basilisk, getting Imperius to leave his mind, being tortured under the Cruciatus, and finally getting hit by the Avada Kedavra. If they weren't brain-dead by this point, whoever made it here deserved to see his memories. His memories were stored in an extremely large version of the Hall of Prophecies in small, unbreakable diamond spheres. After finishing up his defenses, Harry had reviewed everything he had learned from Voldemort's memories, Anastasia McDowell replica of the Clare Bible, and from interfacing with his new staff and the Deathly Hallows. And he reached a rather disturbing conclusion. He was becoming a lot like Voldemort since absorbing his memories. Apparently, that was the reason it's a bad idea to see someone's entire life from that person's perspective. Also, the darkness within him was beginning to get out of his control again. That was why the creation of the staff had taken so much of his energy, as well as why it emanated that dark aura. Finishing his review, Harry had immediately brought out the Elder Wand and cast the most efficient self-purifying spell that Anastasia had left him and felt a lot better, as if a weight had been lifted from his soul, and it had. Most of his excess darkness magic had been converted in the new power his core had recently gained, life and death magic, thus giving him far more control over his new abilities. When he exited the resort, he told the others what had happened, and he immediately taught Negi the spell in case he ever again loses control of his darkness. After that, he was approached by Asuna, who gave him a more detailed version of what he knew about Mundus Magicus and the Life Maker. To say that he was surprised would be an understatement. He was able to split himself in several bodies. Harry exclaimed when he heard of the Avarunkus series. Yes, but those copies were not exactly mentally stable. They live for a purpose and one purpose only, nothing more than puppets to be brought out when needed. Asuna explained. It's kind of disturbing. Harry frowned. The way both the Life Maker and Voldemort decided to leave pieces of them as insurance. Yes, but it's safe to say that they never met and probably never even heard of each other. Asuna shrugged. Still, from what you told me of the powers of the Life Maker, many of them are available to me as well. Harry said thoughtfully. Well, we can think about this some other time. Right now, we need to head for the Chamber of Secrets. Asuna reminded him. First, I need to make a quick trip to the Hufflepuff vault at Gringotts. There is something there we will need. Harry replied. We were there earlier. Why didn't you take it then? Asuna asked, a little annoyed. I didn't realize what it was until I reviewed Voldemort Memories. Harry said apologetically. Besides, you all read my list of holdings and didn't notice either. Fine. What do you need to take? Asuna gave up. The Cauldron of Plenty, a cauldron that multiplies by 100 the quantity of potion made in it, as well as any potion or magical substance poured in it and left there for an hour. Harry smirked. Some action in this chapter, but not too much. Suffice to say, the new staff will have many uses, but it won't make Harry a god, since he can't control the world with it as much as the Life Maker did with Mundus Magicus. I'm nearly at the good stuff, since after they got to the Founder Island there will be a time skip. For the Order of the Twilight, anyway. There is a poll for this story on my profile. Make sure to vote. Chapter 38. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 38. Let the fun begin. The winter break had finally ended, and the younger members of the Order of the Twilight were on board the Hogwarts Express that was to arrive at Hogwarts in a few hours. After Harry had become the master of the Three Hallows, things had gotten a bit boring. The Founder's Island, for example, had turned out to be somewhat of a disappointment. Sure, they should have expected it, but the fact that the only thing on the whole damn island being a large empty castle was quite annoying. It was obvious that the thing had been built at some sort of place for the Founders to retire at after they stopped teaching at Hogwarts. It was also obvious that none of them intended to die young, since in one of the few rooms with some furniture in it, there were dozens of blueprints for buildings they wanted made on the island. Still, after a bit of effort, they managed to get some furniture for the rooms they used for the duration of their stay. Also, as they were touring the castle dungeons, Harry, Cho, and Eva discovered something they found rather intriguing, but decided to keep it a secret from the others to surprise them later. Another significant thing was Christmas, which they spent at the Founder's Castle. Well, at least the morning. During the afternoon, they went to see Sirius. Correction, they all went to see Sirius. The look on Moody's face when he found himself face to face with the infamous Dark Evangel had been priceless. The fact that they all bypassed Dumbledore, Fidelius' charm, did not do any good for his paranoia either. On that occasion, they also managed to find out what exactly was the situation with Tonks. And, like Harry expected, she was quite a number of compulsions like Fleur had been. When those had been removed, she blinked a few times, got up and left the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. While the others were looking at each other confused by her actions, explosions began to be heard from upstairs. It turned out that Tonks had decided to vent her anger on a certain portrait of Phineas Nigellus who was currently spying for Dumbledore. Suffice to say, that wall would never be whole again. Harry smiled as he remembered how Tonks blushed beet red when she was told about the marriage contract, before fainting. As it turns out, she had a crush on him since she was in her 7th year when a first-year Harry Potter helped her get rid of some Slytherins that were harassing her because of her metamorph abilities. So she quickly agreed to the engagement. Now, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Daphne and Susan were sharing a compartment when they were rudely interrupted by a certain ferret. Potter, Malfoy began as his two gorillas sneered over his shoulders. Ferret, Harry replied. You think you're tough, huh? Well, your little sidekicks won't always be there to save you. Malfoy spat. I agree. We can always be over there kicking his ass. Hermione smirked as she pointed towards Draco. Nobody was talking to you, you filthy mudblood. Malfoy spat. Harry's left eye turned red as a dark aura began to emanate from his body. Seeing this, Hermione placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down before turning towards the young Malfoy with a smirk. Tell me, Malfoy, do you what this is? The bookwork asked as she revealed her head of house ring. How do you have something like that? Draco asked with his eyes bulged. Ah, it seems you do know. That means you must know what me wearing it implies, right? Hermione asked in a dangerously sweet voice before her eyes hardened. I intend to use every bit of my power if I ever hear you using that insulting word again. Do I make myself clear? Draco didn't answer as he threw her one last glare before leaving the compartment. Nicely handled. Daphne nodded in approval. Thanks. Hermione smiled before turning towards Harry. You know that we need to keep a low profile for now. I remember the plan. After all, I made most of it. Harry sighed. And I'm going to enjoy every second of it when it starts, he added with an evil smirk. It was finally time for lunch when the returning students and staff entered the Great Hall. Seeing that Harry had returned under his nose, Dumbledore had sent word to the kitchens to prepare a feast, barely minutes after the Hogwarts Express had left King's Cross Station. After everyone had sat down and were looking around curiously at the lack of food, Dumbledore stood up from his throne, like chair, and addressed the hall. Before the food arrives, I just wanted to welcome back the students that have been away during the break. I hope all of you have enjoyed the break. Now then, tuck in. Dumbledore finished his speech and lowered himself back down towards his chair. And that was how it began. The moment the food appeared on the tables, Dumbledore's chair turned into water and splashed on the floor as Dumbles fell on his now wet ass. Albus! McGonagall exclaimed as she hurried to help him up. I'm quite all right, Minerva. Dumbles assured her as he took out his wand and vanished the water. But as soon as he tried to dry himself, he found himself missing the previously wet portions of his robes. Oh my, he muttered as the great hall exploded in laughter. Headmaster, what are you doing? Snape asked from his left side, irritation and disgust evident in his voice. It seems I've been pranked. Dumbles replied in a forced, cheerful tone. McGonagall immediately turned towards the Weasley twins, only to find them shaking their heads in disappointment. Sorry, Professor, Fred began. But we didn't have. George picked up. Time to set up anything? Fred continued. Since we just got back. George finished the sentence. We hereby accept the challenge to our prancing supremacy, the twins declared in one voice. With one last glare at them, McGonagall flicked her wand at Dumbledore's robes with a muttered, Reparo, only to have the missing pieces replaced with numerous purple snakes, the same color as the robes, all of them hissing angrily. Dumbles quickly cast the vanishing charm only for the rest of his robes to be converted into snakes that seemed glued to him. At this point, all the other professors at the staff table, which meant all of the Hogwarts professors with the exceptions of Binns, Trelawney, who had once again chosen to eat in her tower, and Negi, who was sitting with his partners at the Gryffindor table. It took 3 minutes of being bitten, electrocutes, burned, frozen, and having turnips replace his beard for Dumbles to realize that his staff was unable to help and was actually making things worse. So he, as jovially he could fake it while grimacing, excused himself and left the Great Hall, picking up speed along the way as the snakes motivated him by biting him every few seconds. By the time Dumbledore was out of sight, even the most apathetical students were falling off their benches, holding their sides in laughter. Even some of the professors were having a hard time hiding their amusement. At all 4 house tables, the eyes of the members of the Order of the Twilight were twinkling merrily. The new trimester had started off well. The next day, the Gryffindors and Slytherins started off with double potions. They had taken their seats and were quietly chatting as they waited for Snape to arrive. As usual, The classroom door was banged open and Snape strode inside. However, just as his cloak began billowing behind him, music sounded throughout the entire room while Snape's appearance changed. In mere moments, Snape had been replaced by a hook-nosed, greasy-haired, sneering Batman, one that was wearing his underwear on top of his tights. And then he spoke. "Come, Robin, to the Batcave," Snape called out with a particularly nasty sneer. At these words, the Muggleborns and the half-bloods that understood the gag lost all remaining self-control and burst into laughter, while everyone else, the Slytherin purebloods in particular, continued to stare in shocked disbelief at the potion's master. That lasted until Draco Malfoy jumped to his feet in full Robin gear, his underwear also being worn on top of his tights. "Yes, Batman," Malfoy declared on top of his voice before both he and Snape dashed towards the ingredients cabinet, opening it and jumping inside. The students, even the most of the Slytherins, began to fall off their seats, clutching their sides in pain from so much laughter. Neville actually fell in his cauldron and continues laughing. That stopped, however, when the cabinet's door was blasted to the other side of the room and a red-faced Snape and Malfoy crawled out, covered in various ingredients. "Who was it?" Snape growled. "Who locked me in and Mr. Malfoy in there?" Professor?" Pansy Parkinson raised her hand hesitantly. "It was you?" Malfoy asked in disbelief. "No, I just wanted to say that you two jumped in there on your own. We all saw it," Pansy said. "We jumped in there?" Snape repeated with narrowed eyes before he gazed around the classroom before his eyes fixed on Harry's. "Potter, it was you," he spat. "Oh." Harry raised an eyebrow, the smirk never leaving his face. "And how exactly, sis, you reached that conclusion? Don't play games with me. You did this." Snape sneered. "I'll have you. If you're so sure that I did this, then why don't you prove it?" Harry's smirk widened. Snape said nothing. Instead, he focused his eyes on Harry's and plunged in with his legilimency probe, only to his an impenetrable wall with a sick splat, like a bug hitting a car's window. Clutching his head in pain, he looked back at Harry, who smiled cheekily, a cheerful twinkle in his eyes. That was the last thing he did before passing out from mental pain. Malfoy watched this happen with shock on his face, and when Snape hit the ground, he drew his wand and pointed it at Harry, only for it to jump from his grasp as well as the majority of his clothes when Harry cast a spell before he could even open his mouth. "Califations exarmatio." Harry spoke lazily and watched as Malfoy's robes vaporized as Gryffindors burst into laughter. The spell had knocked Malfoy off his feet, and Harry took the chance to get next to him and placed the tip of his wand on Malfoy's neck. "Signum demonium, tria fila nigra compulsus, meum hostis limitationum per trace ori," he whispered, and immediately 3 choker-like tattoos appeared around Malfoy's neck. With that, he got up and headed for the door. "You should all pack your stuff and leave. Parkinson, tell Madame Pomfrey to come pick these 2 up and take them to the hospital wing." Harry finished before silently summoning his unopened bag and walking out of the classroom, soon followed by the others, not wanting to be there when Snape woke up. The next day, as Dumbledore finally entered the Great Hall at breakfast, everyone had their eyes on him, looking for anything out of the ordinary besides the headmaster's hideous rainbow-colored robes. As Dumble sat down, he froze for a second in anticipation before relaxing and offering McGonagall and Snape a smile, one that only the Transfiguration Professor returned, while Snape was glaring at Harry with a sinister look on his face, numerous swears going through his mind at the fact that he and Dumbledore had spent up to midnight the previous day looking for evidence of what had happened to him and Malfoy, but had found none. The fact that Malfoy nearly had a heart attack when he couldn't perform magic for a few hours did not help either, though he eventually got back to normal before lunch. Dumbledore had just bit a piece of toast before blinking, pausing and spiting it on his plate, from where now several cockroaches began to crawl onto the table. Quickly squashing them without magic, Dumbledore grabbed his glass of pumpkin juice and took a generous sip before his eyes widened in pain and spat it in the form of a stream of green flames that ignited his beard. McGonagall took a step back in shock before she grabbed her own glass of pumpkin juice and, much to Dumbledore's horror, splashed it over the burning beard. However, Instead of extinguishing it as intended, the liquid that clearly was not pumpkin juice made all of Dumbledore's beard catch fire, as opposed to the small portion the headmaster himself had ignited previously. At this point, Snape, whose memory of the events 2 days ago seemed to have been removed by his problems from his previous day, drew his wand and tried casting a flame-freezing charm on the flames. The good news was that the fire on Dumbledore's beard no longer emitted heat. The bad news was that the blue flames that had appeared on both Snape's and Dumbledore's heads did, though they did notice that neither colored flame seemed to spread. With that, the two quickly left the Great Hall to fix their problems in private. The rest of the week continued the same way, with Snape and Dumbledore being pranked at least once per day. It had become a common occurrence by Saturday for Dumbledore to be followed around by lemon drops, and for everyone's eyes to twinkle while he was in the vicinity, as well as it was considered normal for Snape to have his hair turn into black greasy bat wings, flapping violently whenever he opened his mouth. The only one who seemed to have been pranked that week was Trelawney, who had seen herself kicking Dumbledore in the nuts for several hours in every crystal ball her eyes landed on, until she finally gathered her guts and did the deed. Dumbledore seemed less than pleased that he had just fulfilled his part in a prophecy while he lied on the ground, wincing in pain. Saturday morning, the sounds of horror and disbelief of the children of Death Eaters who had been mailed from home the news that their vaults had been emptied were music to Harry's ears, and Snape's howl was the encore. And, yes, I'm finally back. This story has been revived and will be updated every couple of weeks this summer. I hope you like this chapter. If so, please review. Chapter 39. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 39. Going on the offensive. It was the middle of January and, only a week since the beginning of the new trimester, several members of the staff were beginning to crack under the pressure of the continuous pranks. Dumbledore had stopped attending meals in the Great Hall altogether, which only meant that the scale of the pranks had increased to the point where the effects could be either seen, heard, felt, or smelled all the way from his quarters. They had to send him to St. Mungo's once when he nearly broke his neck while running down the stairs from the illusionary Nundu that he had seen talking to Fawkes when he had opened his office door. Snape had somehow gotten a disease that made him lose bones in various occasions, such as when trying to write on the blackboard, he lost the bones in his thumb, index, and middle fingers, or when avoiding the trick step in a certain stairway he suddenly lost all bones from knee down. Umbridge herself showed up a few times that week, only to end up leaving by the way of hopping in the form of a pink toad, only to be caught by Fong and get thrown into the black lake a few times. But all that amusement ended on January 15th when the Daily Prophet arrived. A mass breakout. What is that imbecile Fudge doing? Harry's roar was heard all over the Great Hall. The Ministry of Magic announced late last night that there has been a mass breakout from Azkaban. Asuna read. Speaking to reporters in his private office, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, confirmed that 10 high-security prisoners escaped in the early hours of yesterday evening, and that he has already informed the Muggle Prime Minister of the dangerous nature of these individuals. We find ourselves, most unfortunately, in the same position we were 2.5 years ago when the murderer Sirius Black escaped, said Fudge last night. Nor do we think the two breakouts are unrelated. An escape of this magnitude suggests outside help, and we must remember that Black, as the first person ever to break out of Azkaban, would be ideally placed to help others follow in his footsteps. We think it likely that these individuals, who include Black's cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, have rallied around Black as their leader. We are, however, doing all we can to round up the criminals and beg the magical community to remain alert and cautious. On no account should any of these individuals be approached. Okay, Fudge is a greater imbecile than we thought. Chow rubbed her forehead. It was just 2 weeks ago when we told him Sirius is innocent and that he should schedule a trial for him. Hermione groaned. Can I just kill him and get it over with? Eva muttered darkly. Get in line, Auntie. Harry replied. Well, at least he increased the number of Aurors after that stunt. Haruna reminded them. We have to do something about this, though, Neville said while staring hatefully at the picture of Bellatrix Lestrange. Oh, we will. You can be certain of that, Fred and George said. Dolohov is ours, though, Ginny finished darkly as she tossed away the image of their uncle's murderer. I have nothing against that, Negi agreed, remembering his fight against the demon that petrified his entire village. But we need to organize ourselves. We'll talk tonight, Eva decided. That evening in the Room of Requirement, the entire Order of the Twilight, even the adults, were discussing strategy, battle plans, and possible hideouts. The members outside of Hogwarts had arrived through a secret passage that went from the room to the establishment of their newest member, Abe Fourth Dumbledore, who joined if only to piss his brother off. So we need to hit them fast and hard, without leaving evidence of our involvement, Setsuna was saying. Since we don't know for sure where they are, we'll have to strike in more than one place. Keed must. It's most likely Malfoy Manor or Riddle Manor, Narcissa pointed out. Yes, I don't see Tom lowering himself to live in a regular house even when he's in hiding, Harry agreed. I'm a bit surprised they're not under a Fidelius charm, though. Arrogance. He believes that even if someone finds out his location, they won't dare attack. Mana shook her head in disgust. By the way, unspeakable Broderick Bode, who was in St. Mungo's after a work accident, was found dead, strangled by a devil's snare. Susan informed them. Yeah, it was to be expected. Hermione frowned. Now that he had Rookwood to supply him information, Bode could be silenced without consequence. In that case, Tom will keep him on hand in the near future to learn more of the Hall of Prophecies. Harry must. There isn't much to learn, really. The rows are ordered by the date the prophecies were made at. Only those who they are about can lift them while they are on the shelves, and any prophecy broken in the hall is instantly copied into another glass orb held in storage, which will replace it on the shelves as soon as possible. Penelope explained. I see. Harry must. Well, we'll attack Riddle Manor and Malfoy Manor at the same time. And let's do Snape's house as well, Asuna smirked. Okay, but let's try to get as many alive as possible. Harry must. I want to try out some of the spells needed to help Eva with her vampirism. There's no way I'll be using them on her without being certain that they're safe. And how exactly do you intend to have them capture them? 'Cause if you even mention stunners, Daphne asked skeptically. I have something for you to use during these attacks, Harry admitted as he took out an ordinary-looking bag and revealed that it had an undetectable expansion charm on it as he began to take out identical objects that would not have fit in otherwise. Are those? Asuna began, her mouth dry. Master keys? Yes, I made a few. I'm not experienced enough to make Grand Master keys, though, Harry revealed. So you want us to use them to immobilize the Death Eaters? Negi asked. Yeah, the petrification darts seem the best way to achieve that. Apparently, they can be customized to make them useless on anyone using a key. That way, we wouldn't have to worry about hitting each other with spells, Harry explained. Sounds good to me. But we will need alibis for our absences, though. Tonks began. Oh, I'm pretty sure we can cover that quite nicely. Chow began with a grin. It was 12 a.m. on January 18th when the operation took place. Riddle Manor. I don't know whether I should be insulted or glad Tom did such a bad job in warding this place, Harry commented as he kept manipulating the dozens of wards placed all over the property and creating a wide pathway through them straight at the manor, all the while under the invisibility of his ring just like the others. True. While powerful, they are nothing any competent ward breaker from Gringotts can't handle if they have a bit of time on their hands, Fleur admitted, the charmed contact lens she was wearing allowing her to see magic, just as well Harry could now see it naturally. I think it's also because this is a Muggle area. The Ministry can track down magic in Muggle areas to a certain extent, so by not making the wards too powerful, he's staying under their radar. Hermione pointed out. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were a few wards that hid the use of magic in their area of effect. Couldn't he just cast that first and then erect the others under it? Remus pointed out. True, but that would require common sense, which is nearly extinct in the wizarding world. Hermione shrugged. I mean, we're talking about the society that creates various enchanted objects just to show that they can, while not even considering what they need to have. Sad, but very, very true. Fleur muttered. The group of 12, which also included Moody, Fred, George, Luna, Angelina, Katie, Lee and Alicia, reached to imposing house before circling around it a few times to clear all wards that could affect them as well as placing a few traps for any runaways. Okay, let's move in, Harry ordered, and the group entered through the windows on both the first and second floors, after checking for anyone in those rooms and levitating themselves to the needed height. Soon there were sounds of explosions as the fighting began. Harry himself was dueling a surprised and enraged Voldemort, who was not pleased by the sudden interruption of his conversation with Nagini when the snake had been hit by a dart and turned to stone. "I don't know who you are, but I will make you beg for death soon enough," the enraged Dark Lord hissed while throwing unforgivable after unforgivable at Harry, who was using his speed to mostly dodge the curses while summoning a Death Eater in the path of any Cruciatus that was too quick for him or conjuring a block of granite in the path of the Avada Kedavra. He wanted as many Death Eaters alive as possible, after all, for his experiments in soul magic. His face was completely hidden by his dark green hood along with the rest of his body, while his voice had been altered using a voice Voldemort himself had created in his youth, when he was still hiding his identity while committing various crimes. Death. It has such a mysterious ring to it, does it not? A fate that no living being can escape. Not even you, you old fool, Harry said in what sounded like a young woman's voice while using a master staff, currently under glamour charms to look like a wand, to send a wave of petrification darts at the group of 3 conscious Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Taking a page out of Harry's own tactics, Voldemort used one of his servants as a shield, but he underestimated the sheer number of darts and their homing ability. True, a good number of them impaled the Death Eater, but a few avoided him and shot towards Voldemort, faster than he could cast, causing him to raise his left hand as a shield, which was quickly hit by the 5 darts. Showing a surprising presence of mind, Voldemort used his wand to slash at his left shoulder even as his left arm was turning to stone, though far slower than his Death Eaters because of his ritually enhanced body. He then took a swift look around the room and saw his last remaining servants fall to the ground while a couple other hooded figures darted into the room. Recognizing his disadvantage, he swiftly disapparated using his personalized black mist version. "How many did we get?" Harry asked Moody and Luna, the 2 that had just arrived. Counting these 7, Moody used a petrification dart on each of the unconscious Death Eaters for good measure. "We got 25. Among them there are Dolohov, Greyback, Rookwood, Newt, and Pettigrew." "Oh yeah, I can just see Fudge's face when this blows over." Luna chuckled as she tapped all of the statues with the globe part of her master key, sucking them into storage and earning looks of disbelief from Harry and Moody. "Girlie, what did you do to them?" Moody asked warily. "I just stored them into the key." Luna shrugged. "We can do that?" Moody asked Harry. I think so. Yeah, it's possible. How did you know that, though?" Harry blinked in confusion. "Oh, it just felt right." Luna shrugged with a smile as she went downstairs. "Don't ask me, Moody. That girl will always be a mystery." Harry shook his head in amusement on the look on the retired Auror's face. They went downstairs and found out that the only one injured was Remus, who had gotten lost in the moment and tackled Greyback, earning a few scratches before the other werewolf had been petrified. At the same time at Malfoy Manor, the assault had started in a similar fashion, with Eva, Negi, Asuna, and Bill leading the way, creating a pathway through the wards, though they were having a significantly harder time than the group at Riddle Manor, as the ancestral home of the Malfoys had hundreds of wards placed over it in various time periods. Some of them were truly impossible to remove or even find a way around without alerting the current head of house through the house ring, or at least causing significant injury to themselves. That was where Asuna came in. Her Hama no Tsurugi was the perfect weapon for tearing down barriers and wards, so she occasionally took the lead and dispelled the wards that were getting in their way. They knew that they could have let her cut down all the wards, but since this was a covert operation, they didn't want to draw attention to her magic cancel. Sure, Negi's artifact sword had similar powers to her own, but that would still draw attention to their group. It was slightly uncomfortable for them, but with Narcissa giving them instructions when she had some insight about what they had stumbled on, they managed to reach the house and clear the entrances of any wards before entering like a wave slams into a sandcastle. All 23 members of the Order of the Twilight assigned to this operation, Negi, Asuna, Eva, Bill, Molly, Arthur, Tonks, Daphne, Blaze, Narcissa, Penelope, Susan, Neville, Hannah, Chow, Setsuna, Mana, Keed, Yuna, Haruna, Yu, Nodoka, and Ku Fei dashed in and began raining petrification darts on anything that moved. Luckily, or unluckily considering the point of view, the first person they ran across was a bored-looking Bellatrix Lestrange. Before she could do more than widen her eyes, she had been covered in petrification darts, so many that they were sure that it would take even Kanoka a few hours to reverse, unless they wanted to keep her in that state. Her surprised expression made her an intriguing garden ornament. Soon enough, there were explosions all over the house as the majority of the Death Eaters were trying to escape. Unlike Riddle Manor, the Malfoys had an anti-apparition ward inscribed in the central wardstone itself, making it impossible for even Voldemort or Dumbledore to tear it down effectively. In fact, it was likely that even Asuna's sword couldn't take it down permanently, but merely for a few hours if she tried, since it would regenerate through the wardstone. Since Voldemort wasn't there to demand them to fight for him, they took the opportunity to attempt fleeing, though it became obvious after the first 10 fell to the ground petrified that it was a bad idea to turn their backs to the attackers. Eventually, after nearly half-hour of battle, which was annoying Eva beyond what she thought possible since tuning the whole damn manor into a glacier would have blown her cover, the battle ended with only Molly getting injured in the form of a broken arm, while the Death Eaters lost over 30, only a dozen managing to escape using their comrades as distractions. Malfoy and many other influential Death Eaters were among them, but it was still good as their disappearance at this point would draw unwanted attention from the public. All 3 Lestranges were accounted for as well as most of the other Azkaban escapees, so the operation was deemed a sounding success, especially when Narcissa, with Bill's and Negi's help, managed to open some of Lucius' hidden stashes of various artifacts, mostly dark, before gleefully emptying them along with anything deemed valuable, including the entire library, after Narcissa had revealed her knowledge of the secret, unbiting password for the charm that made it impossible for certain items to leave the manor, or at least track their location. As a farewell gift, Haruna had left one of her drawn magical grenades attacked to the central wardstone, which detonated just as the group left the grounds and teleported away through Eva's shadows. All wards and protective enchantments ever placed on the ancestral home of the Malfoys was thus lost. At Snape's house in Spinners, a similar robbery was taking place, as every book or potion kept in stasis was taken. Unlike the Malfoys, however, Snape's possessions did not have the charm that prevented theft, so it was easy for Nodoka, Kazumi, Chisame, Shichamuru, Astoria, Ginny, Zazie, and Anya to remove them before setting the time for the Muggle bomb Chisame had acquired for this event. When asked by Mana where she got it from, the #1 hacker in the word replied in a voice that suggested the answer should have been obvious. "I bought it through the internet." The spectacle of the house exploding in a shower of debris too, fragmented to really damage the surrounding Muggle homes when the bomb detonated in the now empty basement, was a sight Kazumi made sure to record every second of. The Daily Prophet that came the next morning only mentioned the destruction of Snape's house, with the attacks on Malfoy and Riddle Manors not even being hinted at. Obviously, Lucius and the few other politically influential remaining Death Eaters were working overtime to cover it up, though one had to wonder how long it would last as most of their liquid assets had been taken away already. And finally, I have returned. Yes, I know that it's been nearly 6 months since the last chapter. For that I apologize. I admit that while I have been busy with both schoolwork and my other story, Naruto Chaos Mage, I have also been lazy when concerning this story. There was also the fact that I couldn't really decide in what direction I should go with it. The reason for that is that I don't really have much to go on in the Order of the Phoenix book, since most of it is tied to Umbridge's reign at Hogwarts. Without her, and with Harry telling Dumbledore to fuck off while stealing a number of his Order members, I only have a few canon events to focus on before the OWLs and the Department of Mysteries chapters, so I will be coming up with events of my own. One will be the object of the poll now on my profile, which I'm asking you to vote on. Should I raise the rating of the story to M by writing a lemon for Harry and his girls? Possible members in the lemon have been voted over a year ago when I entertained the idea of a possible lemon, but it was a what-if situation. So please decide through the poll. Until the poll has been voted on satisfactory, I won't be writing another chapter as I have a plot in mind for a lemon fitting that time of the year, so I'll be waiting. No more than a few weeks though, as I want to post the next chapter before New Year's Eve. Chapter 40. Disclaimer. I do not own Negima or Harry Potter. Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling, and any other series belong to their respective authors. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 40. Valentine's Surprises. Nearly a month had passed since the simultaneous raids on Riddle Manor, Malfoy Manor, and Snape's house. The aftereffects of the attacks was still visible even among the Hogwarts population in the form of Snape occasionally breaking a few plates before leaving the Great Hall, usually when Fred or George used an illusion to make him see his house exploding, or Draco Malfoy whimpering whenever he received another letter from Gringotts regarding various debts that now fell onto him, with his Narcissa no longer a Malfoy and his father missing. For the Order of the Twilight within Hogwarts, things had gone rather well. They had erased any and all tracks that pointed at their involvement. Anything they had taken from the three houses had been either stashed away or fenced through a few people even knew from before being sealed at Mahora. But there were other things on Harry and Negi's minds at the moment, and it was because of those reasons they were being stared at by the other male members of the Order of the Twilight, present in the Great Hall with a mixture of envy and pity, mostly the latter. The reason was rather simple. It was the 14th of February, Valentine's Day, and they were expected by their fiancés to be taken on dates. There was only one problem with that. They had so many that they had to use the Cassiopeia continuously, as well as portkeys since it would have been noticed if they were in dozens of places within Hogsmeade. Harry in particular had had a very varied number of dates so far. Rome, Venice, Florence, Paris, Versailles, Marseille, Beijing, Tokyo, Osaka, Yokohama, London, Manchester, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Miami being among the places he's been with his fiancées so far. Luckily for him, the only date remaining was the one with Luna and Hermione. It was actually one of the things that took him by surprise. Some of his fiancées had wanted to share the same date, and it was not because of the possibility of the numerous trips through time and space putting a strain on Harry, as while true it was nothing that would influence him more than a few minutes before he recovered completely. No. Nymphadora and Chow, Parvati and Padma, Narcissa and Fleur, and Hermione and Luna had rather bluntly told him that they were bisexual and wanted to enjoy the date with him together. That had shut down Harry's brain for a couple of minutes before he snapped out of it and agreed full-heartedly with their requests, while wiping the blood flowing from his nose. So here he was, in the Great Hall at lunch, being seen for the first time since breakfast, which for him meant weeks ago, and walking out through the double doors with Hermione on one arm and Luna on the other, unable to wipe the grin off his face from the looks he was receiving from the majority of the staff and student population. The three of them headed for Hogsmeade, the only one of Harry's dates that were taking place there since, as far as the public knew, those two were some of his only female friends. The date started slowly, with the three of them heading for the tree broomsticks to have some refreshments. They spent little time there, though, as Harry Potter drew enough attention by himself, let alone with two girls accompanying him on Valentine's Day. Sure enough, they entered and left with the sounds of catcalls and wolf whistles. After that, they spent a few hours in various shops in the village, from Hermione dragging them to the bookshop to Luna dragging them to the menagerie, all the while Harry buying them various trinkets that they liked, mentally cackling maniacally at the sight of the demolished Madame Putafoot's frilly cramped shop that Fred and George told him, Negi and Kotaru, about several days before. The next day, the owner had received an exorbitant offer that she could not refuse, and the shop was soon smashed to smithereens by the hired dwarfs. All that they said was that it was thanks to a kind soul they first met 3 years ago that the shop was destroyed. Eventually, It was nighttime, and the three retired to the castle. "Say, Harry," Hermione asked hesitantly as they walked through the gates. "Yes, Mione?" Harry inquired. "We really don't feel like dealing with our housemates right now, being seen leaving with you and all," Luna said. "Will you keep us company in the room of requirements tonight?" "Are you sure?" Harry asked nervously. "Yeah, Harry, please," Hermione added. "Okay," Harry agreed. The three used the invisibility option of their rings and sneaked past the sneering Filch and up the stairs up to the 7th floor, where the Luna quickly passed by the location of the room 3 times before the double doors materialized and swung open, earning a raised eyebrow from Harry. Entering the room, Harry looked at the form it took and stared in shock as he finally began to put 2 and 2 together. It was a large bedroom with a small bath at the other side of the room. The only significant piece of furniture was the king-size bed. Turning around towards the girls, any questions or word of any kind that he had evaporated as Hermione kissed him hungrily as she pushed him onto the bed where she straddled him and began to take her clothes off. "Yes, Harry, we want to have sex with you." Turning towards the source of the voice, Harry felt his mouth dry as Luna removed her last piece of underwear, her panties. Are you sure?" Harry asked cautiously. "Shut up and take those clothes off, mister," Hermione ordered as she lost her patience and vanished his clothes before doing the same with Harry's. Harry took the chance to look in awe at the 2 naked girls before him. Censored. They did not wake up for classes the next day. Or rather, they did wake up, but opted to spend the time in a more pleasurable way before spinning back several hours with the Cassiopeia, neither of them being able to wipe the grins off their faces. And that was saying something considering that Harry and Hermione had potions with Snape that day. And, yes, I did not forget about updating before the new year, where I'm from, anyway. Finally, the much-anticipated lemon finally happened. If you don't really like it, then I'm sorry to say that I can't picturing Hermione as other than a kinky bookworm. I hope you enjoyed it. Please review. I wish you a happy new year. Edit. Due to the recent account erasures all over the site, the graphic effects scenes will be censored. The uncensored versions of the chapters will soon be available on FIC WAD. It's troublesome, but I would really hate reposting everything.